Next on Weather Underground, Hurricane Sally, still a dangerous, slow-moving system threatening the Gulf Coast with storm surge and historic rainfall. We have live coverage from areas in the path of this storm and break down the timing for prolonged impacts, not just to the coast, but across Alabama, Florida, Georgia, and into the Carolinas. We have a lot to dive into here in the coming hours as Hurricane Sally edges even closer to the Gulf Coast. I'm Mike Bettis.
I'm Mark Elliott, and the threats from Sally are going to extend far away from where it makes landfall. In fact, you can make the argument that the inland flooding is going to steal a lot of the headlines throughout the southeast. You need to be prepared for this well away from the center. That said, the wind impacts will indeed be a factor here. You're looking at a live look here in Morgan, Alabama. Storm tracker Charles Peak providing these views for us. You can see the classic views of a tropical system, right? Sheets of rain going across the road, the raindrops getting obliterated by the wind, and so visibility starts to come down. And then you have those high tension wires dancing around in the wind, hopefully not because of those snapping further down the line and thus not having as much tension and moving around a little bit more. But Mike, there's already 6,000 customers without power, and that number is only going to grow from here.
Yeah, and exponentially, unfortunately. But this is not the kind of weather you want to be out in, that is for sure. All right, we got a new update just a few minutes ago from the National Hurricane Center. This gives you a full indication of what's going on with the storm, a new location, new update on location as well as where it's moving, its pressure, and its wind speed, not to mention a brand new forecast cone as well. All right, so 80-mile-per-hour winds. We've got a Category 1 hurricane pressure, 979 north movement. I mean, it is just crawling along here at 2 miles per hour, and it is 85 miles now south of Mobile, Alabama. All right, that's what it looks like on the satellite. We've got a formidable hurricane that's just hugging the coastline at this point with hurricane warnings in effect here from Gulfport to Mobile into Pensacola for us right now. And I do want to show you, again, the visible satellite imagery on this and what it looks like, and it is quite the storm, that is for sure. And then where's it going? Right now, as far as the forecast cone goes, does bring this, we think, right in potentially to Mobile, Alabama. So just heads up, folks, this is going to go into Alabama and then up in through Alabama, Georgia, and then the Carolinas, likely sometime tomorrow. All right, Alabama Governor Kay Ivey joining us now on the phone. Governor, we just showed the what's going on there with this. As far as how Alabama is preparing for this, especially near the coastline, especially in Mobile, what resources do you have in place, and what's your plan of action?
Thank you, Mike and Mark, for allowing me to have a few minutes with your viewers this afternoon. The Weather Channel is a valuable source that people rely on, and I just want to encourage all of your viewers, especially in Mobile and Baldwin counties, to listen to your local officials. They are folks that you trust. They are local. They know what's going on, and they're there to give you good, sound advice. The important thing is for our viewers to listen and take immediate action. And so if you're living near the water, the bay, the river, or the Gulf, please evacuate immediately if you possibly can. And if you're living in vulnerable housing or a mobile home, please leave. I know everybody wants to protect their home and their property, but most important, you need to protect your life. We can replace the property and the house, but we can't replace each person. So please take notice and listen to your local officials, follow their instructions. And if you're close to a body of water at this point in Mobile and Baldwin counties, especially in Alabama for now, please take notice and do what's needed to do. And you probably need to evacuate immediately if at all possible.
And Governor, it is a bit of a divide and conquer type situation, right? We have the impacts near the coast, near the bay, as you were talking about, but with inches to feet of rain moving very far inland through your state, what are you telling people far and away from the Gulf that they should be prepared for?
Well, even here in Montgomery, they are projecting some 10 inches of rain tonight and tomorrow morning, and so I'm encouraging everybody to take notice and prepare well, draw you up some water, get you some your radio ready with some extra batteries in case the power goes out. Just get prepared to take on this, what could be a historic flood level power outage and strong rains and heavy flooding.
Governor, what is the state specifically doing to help mitigate any issues you may have or help with, first response here? Are you pre-positioning resources, high water rescue resources, those types of things? And what about shelters?
The National Guard is on standby. They have not been deployed yet, but they are ready, as they always are, to assist when and if needed. and the President Trump and his administration signed the pre-landfall disaster declaration last night, which we're very appreciative of. In a very short period of time, they took action to help provide resources to our people after the storm passes. But right now, saving lives is the order of the day, and I just urge everybody to listen to not only the Weather Channel, but to your local officials as they give you good, valuable information.
And Governor, we know that sometimes just keeping power on can be a life-saving effort and element in these storms. Have you been in contact with some of the different bigger power providers, what they're doing to pre-position and be ready for what could be significant power outages to the south side of your state?
I've talked to Mark Crosswhite, who's head of Alabama Power Company, and they've already located some 400 employees in the Mobile area and have another 600 available to do so if they are needed. And I've also talked to Power South, Gary Smith, and they have positioned for several hundred folks in southwest Alabama to do the same thing. So everybody that I know about, official-wise, and electricity-wise, et cetera, they're poised and ready to go.
Well, Alabama Governor Kay Ivey joining us live this evening. Governor, thank you so much for your time. We certainly wish you the best and our best thoughts for you there in Alabama as the tough times ahead here, at least over the next 24 hours, if not beyond. Again, Governor of Alabama Kay Ivey joining us here this evening. Let's take a look at what's happening with this hurricane. It's fearsome when you look at it on the satellite, that's for sure, as it just sits there just now off of Alabama. Place like Mobile, here we go. It's headed our way, we believe. We'd be right in the center of the forecast cone. That's a look at the radar. It's got a clear view on the eye here on the radar, and really heavy rain here on the north side, and heavy rain and thunderstorms extending well off to the east as well. In Mobile, gusts now at 47 miles per hour. Panama City, we're gusting to 26, 30 in Apalachicola, and even in New Orleans, where we're on more or less the cleaner side of this, where we have less rain. We've got near 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts right now. Gulfport 39, 47 again, as we mentioned in Mobile. The Gulf Shore's oddly reporting calm, but you might be like right in between a rain band, just briefly measuring that. But you can see how this is just sitting there and producing rain shower after rain shower after rain shower. And this is why we have such an extreme rainfall forecast here, with some localized areas as much as 20 to 30 inches of rain. All right. Panama City, we're under, and this includes Bay County, under a flash flood warning right now, and more rain to come where this came from. Look at the rainfall estimates over the past 12 hours. There are some spots right down in here where we're now pushing 18 plus inches of rain out of this. So now we're just going to push that as this storm moves slowly north. We're just going to push that rain to the north here. There's the location. Again, you take the center track of that. It's going to come likely through Mobile Bay here. Right front quadrant is going to put us in grave danger of storm surge in places like Gulf Shores, in Perdido Key, in Pensacola Beach, over toward Fort Walton, Navarre, Destin. We do have storm surge warnings in effect here. It does include coastal Louisiana, all of coastal Mississippi, Alabama, and then from, say, Pensacola over toward Destin here, all these places could see several feet. It's going to depend exactly where the eye goes here, Mark, but all these places likely to see several feet, and we've already seen it in many locations already.
Yeah, absolutely. That trend is beginning and could continue to ramp up through the storm. So we want to check in with meteorologist Paul Goodlow. He's live in Gulf Shores, Alabama. Paul, with a fast approaching storm, sometimes these bays or inlets can protect you from some of the storm surge. But with this slow approach, gosh, the water's piling in from Gulf Shores up to Mobile, and it's going to have a hard time getting back out.
Yeah, and unlike other areas like, say, the coast of Mississippi and even Dauphin Island, those are barrier islands. Well, Dauphin is right on the Gulf, but places in Mississippi have barrier islands. Here in Gulf Shores, we got nothing to stop the wind and the Gulf from coming on in here. And we have these dunes, which will most likely, as we head towards tomorrow and get more of a southerly push of the wind in the water, we're going to have probably some overwash and cutting through these dunes, already seeing some erosion. And I know Mike was talking about how there's calm winds here in Gulf Shores. Well, I got ground truth. That is not true. I think the local airport, Jack Edwards Airport, which might be a mile or so from us, hasn't been reporting wind for since maybe late this morning, 11 o'clock or so. So trust me, it is not calm. It's just not reporting the wind anymore. Still the temperature and dew point and the pressure, which has been kind of fluctuating and slowly dropping, but the center of Sally is still about, say, 50 miles due south of us here, and it's still moving on towards the northwest at this pace. That's 2 miles per hour. In fact, I put a video on Instagram and Facebook and even Twitter of what that looks like on a treadmill. And let me tell you, that is a crawl. And that's the big concern, is a lot of hurricanes, even stronger hurricanes, they come in and move out. This area last hit by Hurricane Ivan, the last major hurricane back in 2004. In fact, where I'm standing is a former location of the original lodge at Gulf State Park, which was built back in 1974. Ivan destroyed that, and we're now staying at the brand new lodge, which, by the way, fortunately is rated to stand 150 plus mile-per-hour winds. And trust me, I've ridden out worse hurricanes in worse locations, so I am not concerned at all about my safety or my crew's safety here. That's the good news. But we still have these strong easterly winds coming on through here, and they're easily at times sustained over 25 to 30 miles per hour, gusts closing in on 50 miles per hour. So already feeling these tropical storm force wind gusts here. But here's the thing, we still have a minimum 12 hours before landfall, and some of the models might even say maybe 20 hours before landfall. So the big concern, Mark, is we're seeing mainly kind of an east wind right now, but when it kind of shifts out of the south, all these angry waves starts being pushed more with that storm surge with landfalling Sally here. So most likely we'll have a lot more dune erosion here. And again, dunes are kind of the natural way to protect areas inland. So we're in here for a marathon, kind of similar to the path and the pace of Sally right now. It's going to be a slow run of landfall and eventually that storm pushing on out of here. Mark?
Yeah, and Paul, you know, in your shot there, the dunes look like they're in pretty good shape. The dune grass on there will help to hold the sand in. But in your experience there today, how are the rest of the dunes structured? Are they overall in as good a shape as the ones right underneath you right now?
They're very good. I mean, they've done a lot. They've been very ecologically sensitive, trying to do what you're supposed to do, which is help Mother Nature help you protect property from the ocean. And in fact, a lot of these dunes, they learned the hard way. They built them too tall to begin with, so they dropped them down. And they actually use old Christmas trees to help the sand in the dunes kind of build. So it's a very healthy dune system here, but dunes and barrier islands are kind of transitional anyway, so they're going to definitely probably suffer some kind of breaching and probably some overwash, but we're still a ways away from that. But the good news is if all the coast was like this, we'd probably have less impacts farther inland. But this is a healthy dune system, but they're also built to suffer damage, and they probably will over the next probably 36 hours. Mark?
Absolutely. That's Paul Goodlow in Gulf Shores, Alabama. Thanks for that report, and fascinating that they use the old Christmas trees to help build up the sand and help protect people that are further inland. Unfortunately, this is going to be an inland threat, maybe not from the Gulf of Mexico marching in, but from the flash flood threat from the rainfall coming through. Gosh, the rainfall totals here are staggering. We're talking about, you know, trillions of gallons of rain from start to finish here in any one location near that center's approach. Gosh, we're talking, I look at this, 12 to 18, but some areas that could see 20 to 30 inches of rain. That overwhelms any drainage system on Earth. The rate of rain matters. The duration of that steady rain matters as well. And I think that's really going to be the kicker here. Just never ending, feeling like that heavy rain is never ending. Look at this from where we're at now. This is a look at the available moisture, the precipitable water. If you add up all the water vapor from your head all the way to the top of the atmosphere, 24 hours and we brought it here. Another 48 hours we brought it to Georgia, and then it takes through Friday just to get to the Carolinas. You could basically, if you were, an endurance athlete, walk that in the same speed that it's taking the storm to go. This is crazy slow. Here's another way of seeing that. This is the European model, just sitting off the coast, hour after hour after hour of heavy rain. Mike, look how far that heavy rain goes, and I think that's going to contribute to some inland impacts, including power outages, because we are going to saturate the grounds completely into a higher terrain and a wooded area.
Yeah, and I'd be worried about that, metropolitan areas, even like in Montgomery or in Atlanta. We'll watch for some urban flooding in those places. Obviously, there are a lot of different elements of this hurricane, right? And then the winds that accompany accompany it. Yes, they're a little bit lower than they were yesterday, but that doesn't mean that they won't cause issues. You take a look what the winds are right now. Pascagoula 36, 47 in Mobile. We've got 30 in Destin, 26 in Panama City, and Apalachicola gusts to 33 miles an hour. Everything's kind of been to the east to west, but now we're going to start to get more of a perpendicular wind here into the coastline, which will maximize some surge. But, hurricane force winds expected here in the red area. Tropical storm force winds could go all the way through the yellow area. And when's the landfall going to happen? Likely early tomorrow morning and coming right into Mobile. We think Dauphin Island gets hit hard. Gulf Shores, Alabama gets hit hard. Pensacola Beach gets hit hard. And then by tomorrow, about this time, 24 hours from now, it's finally coming inland here and then pushing a lot of wind through Alabama and then up through Georgia as well. As far as power outages go, we think they will happen. We want you to be prepared for power outages. Make sure you have everything charged up. You have extra batteries for everything. If you have a generator, it's outside and operated properly outside of your home, not even in the garage. Don't put it anywhere inside. Widespread outages happening in the purple area, likely all the way up through Montgomery and beyond. We want you to stick around. We've got a lot more to come for you tonight as we continue to track Hurricane Sally for you. More live coverage from the Gulf Coast as this dangerous system slowly closes in on landfall. We'll be right back.
With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave, to help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
I felt awful because of my psoriasis. I was covered from head to toe with it. It really hurt. Then I started Cosentix. That was 4 years ago. How are you? See me.
Cosentix works fast to give you clear skin that can last. Real people with psoriasis look and feel better with Cosentix. Don't use if you're allergic to Cosentix. Before starting, get checked for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections and lowered ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor about an infection or symptoms. If your inflammatory bowel disease symptoms develop or worsen, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to, serious allergic reactions may occur.
I look and feel better.
Ask your dermatologist if Cosentix could help you move past the pain of psoriasis. Here? Nah. Here. Nope.
Here.
When the middle of nowhere is somewhere. The all-new Chevy Trailblazer.
Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything. Like pizza, your coworker's lunch, whatever this is. Astronaut food.
And astronauts?
Everything.
Yum.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. I put that on everything.
We believe in good we can all afford. From coffee that opens more eyes to black business to 100 shades of beautiful.
Kids love me.
I'm what they dream of.
I'm a horse, but cuter.
I'm a horse, but magical.
Pizza on a bagel. We can all agree with that.
You're like a party rental.
What's going on? Let me help lift and push and push. There, it's up there.
Hey, Josh.
Wrinkles send the wrong message. Help prevent them before they start with Downy Wrinkle Guard.
Ocean Drive is the newest luxury residences in New York City. The only luxury rentals in New York with a spectacular ocean view. The resort-style amenities our residents enjoy and just part of the Ocean Drive experience. You wake up in the morning and breathe that ocean air. I'll certify that you're going to live 10 years longer. When I became successful, I wanted to live on the ocean. If you have worked hard and are successful, You deserve an apartment on Ocean Drive, too. Go to oceandrivenyc.com and reward yourself.
Introducing Plaza Automall's pickup and drop off for servicing your vehicle. Whether you're just needing an oil change, alignment, new tires, or a brake job, schedule with us online or on the phone, and we will pick up your car and drop it off when it's done. We are here for all of your service needs. Hey, did you know you can get a 2-year lease at Plaza Automall? That's right, 24 months with no public transit. Sounds right on time to me. Payments as low as $199 a month. Many options available with no money down.
You one-stop block when you auto shop.
Of everything weather.
Wow! Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
Currently in our area, 66 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, mainly clear skies. Low 58. Winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Wednesday, a mainly sunny sky. High 76. Winds south-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Wednesday night, a few clouds overnight. Low 65. Winds south-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Hurricane season doesn't stop for a pandemic, and neither do we.
From this point forward, conditions will continue to deteriorate.
Don't let COVID-19 take your eye off the tropics. This year's threat is more complex and dangerous than ever before.
Remain vigilant, pay close attention to the Weather Channel.
No one can cover this historic hurricane season better than the Weather Channel. Get the information you need to stay safe every day. Storm safety in a pandemic, all season long, right here on the Weather Channel.
Welcome back to Weather Underground. I'm meteorologist Paul Goodell live in Gulf Shores, Alabama, and we're getting just pelted by strong easterly winds. It's howling here right down the beach across the dune lines, and take a look at the Gulf of Mexico out here. It's huge waves. Been watching this build all day long. Even yesterday we had waves easily 8 to 10 feet. Today, some are even double that type of height. Coming up in about 10 minutes, we're going to have a higher perspective. We're going to show you even the waves crashing at the end of this pier out here, which, by the way, was also damaged by a hurricane. Just reopened literally just days ago, and now it's got to go through a Category 1 hurricane coming on through here. The big concern is the duration. Sally is slowly moving at 2 miles per hour, which is about this type of pace, and it's still the center about 50 miles offshore from where we are here in Gulf Shores, Alabama. And the latest forecast, the National Hurricane Center does have that center making landfall perhaps very close to here as we head potentially from tomorrow morning through maybe tomorrow evening. So again, some of the models are slowing us down, some are speeding it up. Bottom line is, the faster it goes, the shorter amount of time we have to endure these impacts here, because even tropical storm force sustained winds and gusts over multiple hours, maybe a day and a half of that, is still going to do some damage, like even a more powerful hurricane will be, especially if you're talking about coastal impacts with the wave and the storm surge as well. Right now, the winds are kind of parallel to the coastline, but as the storm and hurricane approaches, the winds will be coming more out of the south, so we can see a big push and probably an overwash of some of these dunes as we head throughout the day on Wednesday. But Mike, we've seen our forecast strength kind of flexible and change a little bit. So what's the latest thinking on this? Is there any chance that Sally could strengthen? Some earlier models had this at maybe a Category 2 at landfall.
Yeah, I'm hoping that for a lot of people that are watching us right now, they can maybe breathe a little sigh of relief here, Paul. We think that we either can maintain or the winds could even come down a little bit before landfall. Again, every little notch down helps, right? That's important to note. 80-mile-per-hour winds right now, so it is a Category 1 hurricane still. Pressure has dropped, so you you think about that pressure dropping, usually that the corresponding result is an increase in wind speed. But I think because we're starting to encounter a little bit of wind shear here, we're getting some land interaction as well. I think that we're not likely to see any significant strengthening. North movement at 2 miles per hour. Paul was mentioning this, boy, it is just tortuously slow. But we do think it's going to start to pick up forward speed some here and likely make a landfall that comes in sometime late tomorrow morning, potentially here. It's 85 miles south of Mobile. If you do the math there, it would take it another 40 hours to make landfall. This is why we think that it's going to start to increase its forward speed here and make landfall tomorrow. Okay, so obviously we've got a hurricane just hugging the coastline at this point. We've had very gusty winds throughout the day. The hurricane hunters have been out there. The most recent plane actually barely measured hurricane force winds. Another reason I don't think we're necessarily going to see an increase in the wind speeds from the National Hurricane Center. I don't think that's going to happen at 8. I don't think that's going to happen in any subsequent advisories. And you even look at tomorrow morning's forecast, and it's still just off the coastline here. It's still just at 80 miles per hour. And I say just at 80 miles per hour, but what that means is it's not going up. All right. And then once we get to tomorrow evening, coming past Mobile and past Pensacola here, we're talking 70 mile per hour winds and then gradually coming down as the system moves inland. Boy, you can see a well-defined center right there. A gust of 47 in Mobile right now, 26 in Panama City. So not extreme winds just yet. It's very windy, but it's not extreme at this point. But as the winds start to crank up, as you start to get more of the outer eye wall here on the north side and on the east side, that's when you then, Mark, had the potential for some tree damage, maybe some minor roof damage. But if the wind speed starts to ratchet down a little bit, I think all those things could improve. That would be good news.
It would be indeed, although the rainfall is still a huge part of this story. You're looking live here at Destin. You can see the flags being whipped around by the wind. It doesn't take that much wind to move the flag, but gosh, it just sets the mood, doesn't it? With this curtain of rain that is approaching the Destin area and will continue to rain basically for the duration. So let's go through a couple of cities here. I want to focus in kind of near where Mike was just showing everyone with that center of Sally just off the coast and, well, staying there, right? This is the view for the Mobile, the Gulf Shores to Pensacola area. It'll take until the wee hours of Wednesday to get that center to even approach the rest of the way, with landfall maybe sometime Wednesday morning. Look at this. The Mobile area could go from the north side of the eye wall to the west side of the eye wall, never getting a break from that heavy rain. And it'll take until, say, Wednesday night for the heavy rain to end and just some showers to be there. So you add up all that rain, we're talking 5 to 8 inches in Mobile with persistent wind gusts peaking sometime Wednesday morning. And when you look at that wind, gust potential here along with the heavy rain, it's just hour upon hour upon hour of that. So for more tropical coverage as well as updates on the wildfires, make sure you check out Pattern on Storm Break on Snapchat. They'll have special coverage there, continuing as we continue here on the Weather Channel.
This hurricane coverage brought to you by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Wish you were here to see how bright the human spirit can shine, to see that no matter what nature does, people will do more. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave, to help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Water?
Water tastes like water, so we fixed it. Mio.
Take a piece of chocolate if you're the tallest. Take a piece of chocolate if you're better at eating your vegetables. Take a piece of chocolate if you love sharing.
Clean is a feeling. It's the simple joy of washing your hands without ever touching a faucet. It's the little things that matter. That's why we create moments to feel Kohler clean every day.
Tremfya helps adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis uncover clearer skin that can last. In fact, Tremfya was proven superior to Humira in providing significantly clearer skin.
Tremfya may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, or if you had a vaccine or plan to. Serious allergic reactions may occur.
Tremfya. Uncover clearer skin that can last. Janssen can help you explore cost support options.
I was sworn into the United States Senate in a hospital.
My wife and daughter had been killed in an automobile crash. And lying in the bed were my 2 little boys. I couldn't have imagined what it would have been like if I didn't have insurance to cover them immediately and fully. 40 years later, one of those little boys, my son Bo, was diagnosed with terminal cancer, given months to live. I can't fathom what would have happened if the insurance companies had the power to say, last few months, you're on your own. The fact of the matter is, healthcare is personal to me. Obamacare is personal to me. When I see the President of the United States try to eliminate this healthcare in the middle of a public health crisis, that's personal to me too. We've got to build on what we did because every American deserves affordable healthcare. I'm Joe Biden, and I approve this message.
Owners of select competitive vehicles can get $500 toward a new Acura ILX.
Domino's knows a thing or two about delivery. So when we saw people were getting tacos and burgers delivered like these, we had to step in. Introducing our new chicken taco and cheeseburger pizzas.
What?
Oh my. Now the best way to get a taco or burger delivered is to get a Domino's pizza.
Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything. Woo! Like pizza, your coworker's lunch, whatever this is. Astronaut food.
And astronauts?
Everything. Yum. It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. I put that on everything.
As a real estate agent, I've learned it's excess moisture that causes musty odors. Pro tip, use Damp Rid.
Damp Rid drop-in tabs attract and trap excess moisture out of the air, eliminating musty odors.
Works every time.
Get rid of dampness.
Damp Rid.
We're concerned about the water sometimes than the wind, whether it's rain or the surge.
There's so many restaurants on the beach that can be ruined just from the wind, and it's just really sad.
With COVID, it's going to be kind of difficult because we have to keep them apart, and we just don't know how many we're going to have. We don't know what the numbers are going to look like.
Hurricane Sally is not to be taken for granted.
Welcome back to our extended special coverage here as we track Hurricane Sally for you. I'm Mike Bettis.
And I'm Mark Elliott. We've got around-the-clock coverage with just hours now until Sally makes landfall across the Gulf Coast. But, Mike, those hours have been stretched out. This is a slow-moving storm.
Yeah, it's going to go all night, too, and most of the day tomorrow as well. So we're far from over with this. Let's update you on what we know right now about Hurricane Sally. Alabama Attorney General announces the state's price gouging law now going into effect. United States Postal Service suspending operations at 60 Alabama post offices. Mississippi Emergency Management has shelters open in the following counties: George, Hancock, Harrison, Jackson, Pearl River, as well as Stone.
And I want to show you some of what has already been occurring. This is out of Pascagoula, Mississippi. Look at the waters of the Gulf there, right up against the wall, right up against some of the curbing there, and then flooding right through. So now you've got water over the roadway. A difficult situation for sure if you're planning on traveling through. Hopefully this vehicle didn't get too much closer because that's salt water marching in. And Mississippi Governor Tate Reeves has issued a state of emergency as Hurricane Sally nears the coast and joins us now on the phone. Governor, thanks for spending some time with us tonight.
Thanks for having me on.
Let's face it, for most of your state, kind of a close shave. That eastern trend of the modeling has helped you guys out considerably. What are you still worried about at this hour?
Well, there's no doubt. Well, the reality is that this thing has been jumping around out in the Gulf over the last 36 hours, and it's been really difficult for the eye to form, and therefore it's slowed down considerably, and it's been really difficult to really forecast where it's going to hit. And honestly, if you look at the cone as to the possible places for it to hit landfall, it's still very, very large considering we're only 14 or 15 hours away from landfall.
Governor, we still know that there could pose some significant risk to your coastline in particular, and could maybe include a city like Pascagoula, where you have a lot of people in vulnerable, low-lying locations. You have a big refinery there. Your thoughts on what a city like Pascagoula might go through?
Well, actually, my state emergency management director is actually in Pascagoula, in Jackson County right now. On the ground, working. We have great EOCs down there. We got great emergency management directors in all of our coastal counties, particularly in Harrison and Hancock and Jackson counties. Look, we're very concerned because no matter where the eye of the storm makes landfall, even if it's to our east, it's still going to be a major water event for the people of Mississippi, and we're going to have water storm surge that you talked about earlier, but we're also going to get a lot of rain, as much as 10 to 15 inches of rain in Jackson County over a short period of time. That's going to lead to flooding, and so we've got search and rescue assets properly situated throughout South Mississippi, and we're also going to be prepared to help our neighbors should that become necessary.
So, considering what we know right now and what we still don't, can you talk about your state of readiness, how you move the, different assets towards where the threat may be, and then what you're kind of holding back until you see what occurs?
Well, we have search and rescue teams from the National Guard situated in Gulfport. We also have 3 teams situated at Camp Shelby, just south of Hattiesburg. We also have boat and search and rescue teams situated in each of the 3 coastal counties. We're fortunate, for better or worse, we've been through this before. This is not our first rodeo, and so we've got local teams in each of the counties in addition to our state teams. We are prepared. We always prepare for the worst and pray for the best and expect somewhere in between. We're prepared. I also spoke earlier in this event with Governor Edwards in Louisiana. I spoke just a few hours ago with my good friend Governor Ivey in Alabama. So we're going to be prepared that if this thing continues to tick east, that should it become necessary, we will make our assets available to help our friends in Alabama or our friends in the Florida Panhandle should that be necessary.
Got to work together in times like this. That's Governor Reeves out of Mississippi. Thanks so much for spending some time with us tonight. Mike, there's still a long way to go. Slow movement is such a crucial component to a tropical system.
It really is. So oftentimes we kind of get it ingrained, Mark, that a hurricane comes in, makes landfall, and then moves on. That's certainly not the case with Sally. Incredibly slow moving. It's basically stalled off the coastline here, sitting south of Mobile, Alabama right now as a Category 1. And it's going to be there for a while. We don't think landfall happens until sometime tomorrow morning even. It looks like, it's ready to make landfall now, doesn't it? It's going to be a while. You can see the heavy rain that's inundating us right now. Numerous areas are under flash flood warnings. The heavy rain could last for another day. Another 20 to 30 inches total coming for portions of the Deep South. More live coverage after this.
So Dish lets you share your TV with your family on multiple devices. Why?
Sweetie, forgot something.
Thank you. Because we know one thing's for sure. It's a little less scary leaving home when you can take a little bit of it with you.
Share your TV on 5 devices. No extra charge. Dish. Tuned in to you.
I didn't order a pizza.
I know. But that Parker promo saved me so much on my insurance. Brought you a little something special.
Parker, State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
You're the man.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Power outages can be unpredictable, inconvenient, and disruptive to your life, posing a real threat to your comfort and safety. When the power goes out, you have no lights, no refrigeration, no heating or air conditioning. Your well or sump pump won't work. Your modern daily electronics are rendered useless. And what if the power's out for days or weeks? Are you prepared? You can be with a Generac home standby generator.
24 days we were without power. I had water, I had ice, I had coffee, I had air conditioner. I was able to stay here because of the Generac.
When an outage occurs, your Generac home standby generator automatically powers up, so your life goes on without disruption. You and your family are comfortable, safe, and secure. Generac generators run on your home's existing natural gas or propane. And Generac's standard Mobile Link remote monitoring system keeps you posted on operating status, maintenance updates, and more. Generac generators are designed, engineered, and purpose-built in the USA. Generac is the #1 manufacturer of home standby generators in the world. 8 out of 10 home generators are Generac, with thousands of satisfied customers.
Very good product. Very, very good reviews from everybody.
Prices start at just $19.99, and special financing is available with surprisingly affordable monthly payments. Call now to schedule your free in-home assessment with one of Generac's 6,000 nationwide dealers. The call is free, the assessment is free, and there's no obligation to buy. Plus, if you act now, you'll receive a 7-year extended warranty absolutely free. That's a $695 value. Call now, so the next time there's a power outage, your home powers up. Power your life with Generac. Call or go online to schedule your free in-home assessment today.
They say carnivorous devourus inhabits these waters. If he's here, this devour white cheddar mac and cheese with bacon will lure him out.
Eat like an animal. Devour.
Incomparable design makes it beautiful. State-of-the-art technology makes it brilliant. The visionary Lexus NX.
Lease the 2020 NX 300 for $339 a month for 36 months.
Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
When you have diabetes, managing your blood sugar is crucial. Try Boost Glucose Control. The patented blend is clinically shown to help manage blood sugar levels. It provides 60% more protein than the leading diabetes nutrition shake. Try Boost Glucose Control.
Welcome back to Weather Underground. I'm meteorologist Paul Goodell live in Gulf Shores, Alabama, where the wind is still howling here from the east. Sustained winds, probably 25 to 30 miles per hour, and some of the stronger wind gusts have been easily over 50 miles per hour. So tropical storm force wind gusts have been blasting the area. Take a look at the waves and look at the wave heights. As far as you can see, easily 8 to 12 footers, and many others are like 15 to 20 foot waves here. And as far out as you can see, even out towards the end of the pier, and there's usually probably a 20-foot plus clearance between the bottom of the pier and the top of the water in the Gulf. And we're seeing waves from time to time. Some sets are crashing at the end of this pier, which literally hasn't been open just for a couple of days. So that's still long before. We're talking hours and hours, minimum 12 hours before the landfall of Sally, which will probably be pretty close to here. The big concern is this thing is slowly approaching at 2 miles per hour, and we don't see a big quickening in its pace for maybe not until sometime tomorrow. So it still might be offshore as we head on towards tomorrow afternoon, which means maybe a day and a half of this relentless onshore push of the water, the waves, and eventually the rain as well. Double-digit rainfall definitely on tap here across Gulf Shores and many areas in Alabama. And Mike, we wish we could take some of this tropical rain and push it out towards the west. They're dealing with their disaster. That's the wildfires.
Indeed it is. Paul, thank you. We'll get back to Paul and the coverage of Sally in just a moment. But the other big story across the west, and we're going to give it its due here, is in a place like Oregon. Look at the neighborhoods here. Just flattened in ashes. Sadly, they could not prevent these homes from being burned. The Alameda fires left ash and debris all over Talent, Oregon. 36 people total have died from wildfires across Washington, Oregon, and California since they began last month. Now in California, more than 24 large fires are now burning out of control. Our Justin Michaels brings us the stories from Berry Creek, California this evening.
By any definition, the California wildfires have been and continue to be horrific. Countless people having to flee their homes with moments' notice, winding through small mountain paths in an apocalyptic setting. And for many of those people, they still to this day don't know if they have a home to go back to.
I just didn't think it was real. I figured I'd be back in the morning.
We met John Tripp at the Lakeside Supermarket.
Can't eat, can't sleep. The anxiety of not knowing is hard. It's hard.
Like so many others, he had moments to make a life-changing decision.
You know, you don't have really a lot of time to think and make a plan. So the main thing is just go. Just, get out.
We made the trek with John back up to the top of his mountain, not knowing whether he'd have a home to return to or not.
I feel like I'm about to get on a roller coaster, or I just got off of it.
As he got closer, John's outlook began to change a bit.
Oh my gosh, man, I think I'm going to have a trailer. I think I'm still going to have a house.
And finally, after 5 days in the dark.
Oh my God, we got a house. I got a house. I got a house. I still got a house, y'all. I still got a house. I still got a house.
Yeah, John could barely hold in his emotions.
Thank you, Lord. I still got a house, guys.
He's only lived here for 6 months.
You don't know how much this means to me, man. It's just a trailer, but it's all we got,
Certainly proving the old adage that a man's home is his castle.
20 acres cost $80,000, and that's all the money we had. And it's not burned up, it's good, it's here. And the trailer's still good, and we're good, man. I know it just looks like a shack. I know it just looks like a shack to you guys, but it's a life savings, man. This property is a life savings. I got a place to sleep, you know? The property's still here. It's undamaged. I don't know. I feel bad because I feel good. I know a lot of people lost a lot of things, but I can't. Right now, I'm just rejoicing because my house is here. It's not a mansion. It's my house, and it's here. And I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful. Oh. Thank you, Lord! Oh!
At 60 years old, John Tripp feels like a kid again. He knows now that he has his home to go back to. A little bit of good news amidst so much bad. In Berry Creek, California, Justin Michaels, the Weather Channel.
We just kind of feel his joy, don't you? Great news for him, that is for sure, amongst so much tragedy. We know that the threat is still there. It is not relenting at all, folks. And you can see that the elevated risk area is going to be through Nevada, Northern California, portions of Southern Oregon as well. We've got poor air quality again as these fires continue to burn, continue to smolder. You're certainly smelling it across the west where you've got surface smoke that's happening for you right now. And then as the winds pick that up and then push it off to the east. You know, if you're living in the plains, if you're living in the eastern half of the country, you're not actually smelling the smoke. You're seeing the smoke. You're not smelling it. It's because it's more of a mid and upper level transport of that smoke. So we're talking, you know, smoke at 20,000 feet or so. You're never going to smell that, but you're seeing these vivid sunsets. You're seeing milky sky, stuff like that. But it truly is working coast to coast. Mark?
And that smoke gets kind of ingested behind Sally. And as we continue on Weather Underground, we're going to continue to track Hurricane Sally, including more live coverage from the Gulf Coast as this dangerous system slowly, and I mean slowly, closes in on landfall. We'll be right back.
Is that net carbs or total? Not enough fiber. Chocolate would be good.
Snacking should be sweet and simple. The delicious taste of Glucerna gives you the sweetness you crave while helping you manage your blood sugar with nutrients to help support immune health.
Every morning at 4:30, you hear the cooks hop on the floor. It's hard times in the mill, my love, hard times in the mill. Every morning right at 6, don't that old bell make you sick? Hard times in the mill, my love, hard times.
Gene, did you know Geico is now offering an extra 15% credit on car and motorcycle policies?
That's great.
That's 15% on top of what Geico could already save you. So what are you waiting for? John Stamos to knit you a scarf?
All finished, Gene. Enjoy.
Thank you.
I give.
The stitch work is impeccable.
That's just a double fleck pattern with a reverse garter stitch. No big deal.
Is your hair this soft?
Softer.
Geico. Save an extra 15% when you switch by October 7th.
This is Hal. This is Hal's heart. It's been broken and put back together. This is Hal's relief, knowing he's covered by Medicare from Blue Cross Blue Shield. And with coverage you can trust, backed by over 80 years of healthcare expertise, we'll be there when it matters most. This is Medicare from Blue Cross Blue Shield. This is the benefit of Blue.
Still your best friend, and now your co-pilot. Still a father, but now a friend. Still an electric car, just more electrifying. Still a night out, but everything fits in. Still hard work, just a little easier. Still a legend, just more legendary. Chevrolet, making life's journey just better.
I may not be able to tell time, but I know what time it is. It's grilled cheese o'clock.
Today I'm talking to small business owners about their internet and phone provider. So Ruben, how's it going?
I'm fed up. I need internet that can keep up with my caseload. The speeds I'm getting now are pathetic.
With Spectrum Business, you get fast internet at a great low price. 200 megabits per second for $49.99 a month and a business phone for $19.99 a month.
That's half what I pay now.
That's what I'm saying. Call 888-388-0203 and get 1 month free. Andrea.
I'm trying to stream my classes, but it's impossible when my internet keeps dropping.
Okay, breathe. Spectrum Business has over 99.9% network reliability.
I need to keep expenses low, but my phone and internet bill is packed with fees I wasn't expecting.
Spectrum Business doesn't have extra fees or contracts, so what you see is what you pay.
I can work with that.
Call Spectrum Business to get 200 megs and business phone for $69.98 a month. Plus, get 1 month free when you call 888-388-0203 today.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 66 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, mainly clear skies. Low 58. Winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Wednesday, a mainly sunny sky. High 76. Winds south-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Wednesday night, a few clouds overnight. Low 65. Winds south-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Get your daily dose of everything weather on Quibi. From the viral
now to the weather video that we cannot stop watching.
To the vital.
Get ready because we are in for another wet week.
And all the wonderful weather in between.
Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
Welcome back to Weather Underground. I'm meteorologist Paul Goodlow. Live in Gulf Shores, Alabama. We're getting buffeted by some of the strongest wind bands and bands of rain we've been dealing with all day long here. And I got to tell you, some of these winds are well over 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts here, whipping the rain as well as some of the sand. And yes, even wet sand can be picked up by winds this strong. I can't even look towards the camera's direction even with goggles on because it's just stinging my face and threatening to grab my hat and fling it this way as well. But look past me on towards the Gulf and you can see how agitated it is. And the amazing thing is these waves, some of them are getting over 20 feet, which are lashing at the very end of this pier here. And this boardwalk, which they have here at the lodge at Gulf State Park, takes us out over these precious dunes and on towards the beach. They've already lost about at least 30 feet of the boardwalk, which takes you actually down towards the sand. And that happened earlier this morning. Yeah, we had high tide just after 11 a.m. We have another one coming up late tonight, but that was even before the tide was its highest. We had lost a good 10 yards of that pier. We have some video we're bringing to you later on that we shot. But that's the relentless wave action. And that's also without the full brunt of the storm surge with Sally. Again, it's Sally's winds, which are predominantly east right now, as they shift more towards the southeast and more to the south, will have that surge come in even faster. Then you have the push of the wind pushing those waves, which will most likely will start breaching some of these dunes. Already noticing some erosion of the dunes right by the water's edge. And here's the thing, typically the water's edge is easily 10, 15 yards farther out from the end of this boardwalk. So we've been seeing the water increase and encroach in this area since yesterday. And we're still hours upon hours, if not maybe a day from actual landfall at center point. And then once that finally makes landfall, then we have the back edge of the storms to still deal with. So, you know, I kind of equate this like a marathon. we're in this for the long haul. I guess it's 26.2 miles, Mike. You're a runner, or used to be a runner. This might be a 26.2-hour event here. Let's talk about that landfall. I know latest models have it coming uncomfortably close here to Gulf Shores.
Yeah, it really does, Paul, and I think that your shot is very interesting, and maybe for viewers to kind of note that your winds haven't necessarily been perpendicular to coastline there, and if this makes landfall where we anticipate it to near Mobile, that puts you in a right front quadrant, perpendicular winds to the coastline there. The waves and the surge you have now is only going to get worse.
Right, and that's a big concern. Although fortunately here, this new lodge, which opened 2 years ago, they built it farther back from the coastline. The old lodge used to be right here, but Ivan wiped it out back in 2004. The ironic thing is the anniversary date of the destruction of Ivan making landfall here is tomorrow, and that could be lost the landfall date of Sally. But they built the lodge at least 200 yards, if not 200 feet, if not more, off the coastline. So they're sitting pretty, not to mention it's a well-built structure. I've got no concern staying here. But these dunes, they're definitely going to take the brunt of the surge, which is what they're designed to do. So that's some good news. But the bad news is it always takes time to rebuild the dunes. And then again, they're here to protect things farther off the coastline. So they're going to do what they're built to do. And we expect not too much damage to the building. But the concern is even 60, 70 mile per hour winds over 20 hours, Mike, that's going to challenge even most well-built structures.
It really is. And those dunes, they may slow it down, but I don't think they're going to stop it. Paul, thank you so much. Boy, a dramatically different scene there from Paul than what we had yesterday, that's for sure. And want to get to a question from a viewer, this one from Tammy. What defines landfall of a hurricane? Tammy, thank you so much for that. Really what it is where the center of circulation intersects with land. So I'm going to show you a model depiction here is where Sally sits right now, and then fast forward to its intersection center of the storm intersecting with land, which according to this model would be right here at around Dolphin Island, Alabama at 5 o'clock in the morning. By the way, you're wondering where Paul Goodloe is? I'm going to circle it. He's right there. You know what that is? Right front quadrant hit. The pictures you see of him right now are nothing compared to what you'll see in the morning. We're back after this.
This hurricane coverage brought to you by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Wish you were here to see how bright the human spirit can shine. To see that no matter what nature does, people will do more. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave. To help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Can you believe all the Ings we fit under one roof? We're here to help your small business any way we can. Every ink for small business, all in one place.
The UPS store.
Brushing only reaches 25% of your mouth. Listerine cleans virtually 100%, helping to prevent gum disease and bad breath. Never settle for 25%. Always go for 100. Bring out the bold.
Think you're managing your moderate to severe ulcerative colitis or Crohn's disease?
Are you okay?
I did. I was there, but I never knew when my symptoms would keep us apart. So I talked to my doctor and learned Humira is for people who still have UC or Crohn's symptoms after trying other medications. And Humira helps people achieve remission that can last, so you can experience few or no symptoms.
Humira can lower your ability to fight infections. Serious and sometimes fatal infections, including tuberculosis and cancers, including lymphoma, have happened, as have blood, liver, and nervous system problems, serious allergic reactions, and new or worsening heart failure. Tell your doctor if you've been to areas where certain fungal infections are common, and if you've had TB, hepatitis B, are prone to infections, or have flu-like symptoms or sores. Don't start Humira if you have an infection.
Be there for you and them. Ask your doctor about Humira. With Humira, remission is possible.
If you can't afford your medicine, AbbVie may be able to help.
At Domino's, we're delivery experts. So when it comes to carry-out, our team members had a few thoughts on how to make it even safer and more convenient.
Deliver it. Deliver it.
Deliver it. Frisbee it. So we went with what we do best. Delivery to your car. Introducing Domino's Carside Delivery.
Yep, truck's perfect.
We do the carrying out for you, contact-free, while you conveniently stay in your car.
Thank you.
Just pull up at the store, check in online, and we bring your food to you. Try Domino's Carside Delivery next time you carry out 3-topping pizzas for $7.99 each.
As business moves forward, we're all changing the way things get done. Like how we redefine collaboration, how we come up with new ways to serve our customers, and deliver our products.
This one is cheddar. It's delicious. Oh, you look so healthy.
But no matter how things change, one thing never will. You can rely on the people and the network of AT&T to help keep your business connected.
Clean is a feeling. It's the simple joy of washing your hands without ever touching a faucet. It's the little things that matter. That's why we create moments to feel Kohler clean every day.
Next on Weather Underground, Hurricane Sally, still a dangerous, slow-moving hurricane threatening the Gulf Coast with storm surge and historic rainfall. We have live coverage from areas in the path of the storm, and we're going to break down for you the timing for prolonged impacts, not just at the coast, but across Alabama, Mississippi, Florida, and Georgia, not to mention the Carolinas. So a lot to dive into in the coming hours as Hurricane Sally edges closer and closer to the coastline. I'm Mike Bettis.
And I'm Mark Elliott, and gosh, we've been following this storm ever so slowly marching in, but the conditions have already started going downhill. So we want to get right into meteorologist Paul Goodlow. He's live in Gulf Shores, Alabama tonight. And Paul, the winds are now picking up. My goodness, getting battered around out there now.
Oh, Mark, I'm having a hard time hearing you, but as you can see why. We're in one of the heavier rain bands, and this is where some of the strongest winds lie with these tropical systems, and we're easily getting sustained winds now, probably closer to 40 miles per hour, and every now and then a gust to 60 to 70, because that is enough to knock me around here, which we're dealing with. So you can see that the visibility is decreasing as well. I'm not quite sure how well you can see it, but I'm not going to walk too far down because part of this boardwalk here at the lodge at Gulf State Park has already been claimed by the Gulf of Mexico. We have video we shot just around noon this morning or this afternoon, which is right after high tide, and even before then, about 30 foot, easily a 30-foot section of this pier, of this boardwalk, I should say, was ripped out and kind of pushed down the coast here towards the west, towards the other pier, which is still standing there. That's just from the earlier wave action, and that was as the tide was coming in. Tide is slowly coming out, but the waves, you can't really tell a difference. It's been agitated and aggravated since yesterday, but the wave height has now doubled. Easily 20-foot plus waves now crashing at the end of the pier, which you can no longer see in this heavier rain band, which is pummeling the area. And about midday, we already picked up more than 4 inches of rain just here in Gulf Shores. It's been raining ever since. So another issue, not only here at the coast, but for much of the Florida Panhandle, even lower Alabama, not just at the coast, even the Mobile area, is the rainfall. Some of the forecasts now from the National Weather Service Mobile office, they're saying maybe 15 to 20 inches of rain, and they can't rule out 25 plus inches of rain. That's going to be catastrophic rain, not here at the coast, but really inland when areas are not going to drain as quickly as maybe some of the sandy soils here. So this is going to be an ongoing concern, and it's not going to quite be a Harvey, but for many it's going to be a record type rain event, which is going to cause some widespread flooding. And with many tropical systems, it's that in-water, freshwater flooding, which is the biggest killer. You got to remember, turn around, don't drown, with these winds being so persistent. And here's the thing, they will continue to last here as Sally slowly, kind of a slow walk on shore here. So power outages, something else we'll be dealing with. You also got to remember your generator rules. If you lose power, got a generator, great, but make sure you use it outside. Don't bring it inside the house, even a carport. It's just too dangerous. We lost too many people in the Lake Charles area with their generators just from carbon monoxide. They survived the storm, but they didn't survive the misuse of the generator. So right now we still have power where we are, but if we continue to go through the night this way, which we probably will, and into tomorrow, most likely we'll see widespread power outages start to spread in this area, as well as the ongoing flood concern. We were talking yesterday about our friends over in Dolphin Island to the west of us, the Barrier Island. They're now literally on an island. They can no longer get on or get off that island because the causeway is closed, because with winds like this, especially from the east, there's already been overwash, and most likely that roadway has been underwater. And water is the main thing we've been dealing with all day long here with this rain and with those stronger winds. And people say, oh, it's just a Category 1 hurricane. Well, we've been talking about this for days now. Don't get caught up on two things. Don't get caught up on the center, and don't get caught up on the category. Get caught up on the weather. And the weather is going to be a long duration wind event and also a very long duration rain event, which we're dealing with. And again, specifically here at the coast, we also have to worry about that surge coming in and the wave action, which continues to be quite impressive. And we're still hours, if not maybe a day, from landfall with this system. So I'm going to try to catch my breath here while we're seeing a little bit lighter winds. I say lighter as the stronger gust comes up, and head back to the studio. I think I'm tossing back in there to Mike.
All right. Hey, Paul, I know you're battling out there, my friend. I appreciate that. I don't want to take advantage of you here, but do want to ask you about, the high tide that comes in later tonight. It's going to happen between 11 and midnight here at the coastline here. How much, and then the winds are likely going to increase as well as the right front quadrant approaches you. We could still see significantly higher waves and higher surge. What could that mean for where you are?
Well, from where I am, this is kind of one of the highest points of this great dune system they have here. There's probably going to be, as long as the winds don't turn to more southerly, I think we'll be okay. We might have some more dune erosion, but once those winds turn towards the south, we'll probably have some breaching of that storm surge in the Gulf coming up and over some of the slots in here, some of the breaks, and then kind of filling in this area, which is a little bit lower. So I think as long as the winds stay parallel, we'll be okay with the next high tide. But as if the system does speed up, that's the sooner we get into the southerly winds and that right front quadrant with the forward motion and with the southerly winds. And then we'll start seeing a much more and closer waves crashing in and over this initial high part of the dune. So that definitely is a concern. But again, the lodge here at Gulf State Park is set back so far where it would have to be a much larger, it would have to be maybe an Ivan type storm surge to really threaten the lodge here. But the dunes, they're going to take a beating from this storm because of the long duration that will have all the wave action and the surge coming in here with landfall.
Hey, Paul, I want to ask you about that pier behind you. Have you been on that pier? It looks like it has those concrete pilings, but it does have those. Is it made out of wood? Does it have those wood blowout panels? Because I see the water coming up underneath. So is that designed to give way?
Yes, they're very similar to the Bob Hall Pier in Corpus Christi. And unfortunately, when I was there for Hannah, we lost the end of that pier in Corpus Christi. It's built the similar way, a lot of concrete all the way out there, and it has the removable, but they're concrete slabs. You can take a front end loader and they can remove it, which they probably would if Sally was going to be a 3, 4, or 5 in the forecast. They'd probably remove that, and you just have the concrete kind of skeleton of the pier. To my knowledge, they have not taken those out there. But again, Hannah was a Category 1, and it actually destroyed the T end of the Bob Hall Pier and kind of disrupted quite a few of those, the flooring panels. So I have been shocked by the power and destruction of just a Category 1 hurricane. So I'm hoping that my luck with piers this season will not continue. I hope I'll be 1 for 2 through this event. I don't want to be 2 for 2 because literally, Mike, this is a brand new pier. They literally just days ago cut the ribbon and reopened it. Again, this was also a victim of a prior hurricane.
Yeah, it's a wild scene, Paul. Thank you so much for the reports this evening. We're going to get Back with Paul here in just a moment. Do want to give you an update on the meteorology that's happening with Hurricane Sally right now. It's a Category 1 hurricane. Look at Paul's pictures like, that's Category 1. It hasn't even hit him yet. It's still offshore here. It's about 85 miles south of Mobile, Alabama, according to the 5 o'clock Eastern Time or 4 o'clock Central Time advisory from the Hurricane Center. North movement is very, very slow at 2 right now. We are anticipating a little bit of increased forward speed here, so that's what we think a landfall that happens for us probably tomorrow morning at this point. Could be early morning, could be late morning. It's just going to all depend exactly what the forward speed ends up becoming here. But the hurricane warning is starting to narrow now as it gets closer and closer to the coastline here. And you can see that it's anywhere between Gulfport and Pensacola with the most likely location here through Alabama. Potentially, I think, coming somewhere near Dolphin Island, maybe right up through Mobile Bay. That puts where Paul is over closer toward Pensacola in the right front quadrant. There's a look at the visible satellite. Not as much thunderstorm activity near the center as there was even yesterday. So some signs there that might be some weakening going on, or just maintaining at least. We're not strengthening, it doesn't appear at this point. And the white cloud tops, there aren't a ton to them anymore. There's a little bit, especially here on the north and the west side, but the really intense storms are on the north and mostly the east side. There's a little bit wrapping around in that western eye wall, but Mobile, we've got gusts to 48. In Panama City, our gusts are at 31 miles per hour. Ultimately, it's the really heavy rain that's coming in for us right now. All along the Florida Panhandle right now, we're getting hammered with rain, and the flash flood warnings are coming fast and furious at this point, including in Bay County. Flash flood warning for us here, including Panama City Beach over toward Freeport, including Walton County. We're under a flash flood warning. Miramar Beach, that includes us. Destin up toward Crestview and across I-10. We have a flash flood warning here. Okaloosa and Santa Rosa counties. Then you get over toward Pensacola and Escambia County. We have at Baldwin County as well. We have a flash flood warning. Paul sits right down here in Gulf Shores, Alabama, and you can just see the slug of rain that's coming in right now. This will also contain some really gusty winds. So watch Paul's location here over the next, say, 45 minutes to an hour. It's going to be worse than it is right now even. Some of the heavy rain we've had has been mostly off the coast, but look at this. Near Panama City, radar estimate of close to 14 inches of rain has already fallen in the last 12 hours. And near Pensacola Beach, about 6 inches of rain has fallen for us, and this is obviously leading to the flash flood warnings. Where is it going? Again, we're starting to narrow it down because it's so close to the coast at this point. But if you follow the center track of that, at this point, it looks to be Alabama. I know that we have hurricane warnings that extend back into Mississippi, more for the hurricane force winds, not necessarily the landfall. But what that means is the effects go beyond the cone. Always important to keep that in mind. Storm surge certainly is a concern, and you can see this entire area in pink. Can see the surge. North side surge here, south side surge here on the right front quadrant of that. But a lot of different locations here, Mark, that are under the gun. The amount of rain that we're getting right now is incredibly intense.
Yeah, and always important to remember that it's not a coastal-only impact. People say, oh, hurricanes, they're here at the beach, right? That's where you see Paul standing. He's right at the water. Well, this one's going to be ever so slowly moving inland. And look how far away the flood watches have been put in place. We're talking about portions of Tennessee, North Carolina, and then, of course, all the way back down towards the Gulf of Mexico for where we will be seeing that flood potential. Look at the amount of rain. In the short term, we're talking about, Gulf Shores to Mobile to Pensacola, where a foot of rain additionally is not out of the question. That'll bring storm totals for some of you that could approach that 20 to 30 inch category. It is going to be an extreme rainfall event. This is the precipitable water, all of the amount of water vapor in the atmosphere if you were to wring it all out, and this system is pretty efficient at doing that. Look how slowly this is going. This is now the core of that precipitable water, that high moisture at Thursday overnight. Now eventually getting kicked up by a front towards Friday morning, but it really will take until Friday to just go 2 or 3 states over. This is a long duration event. In fact, the European model keeps the center over the Gulf of Mexico through the night and maybe even into tomorrow morning. By overnight, Wednesday into Thursday, it's basically just getting into southern Alabama, north of the Florida Panhandle. Excruciatingly slow. And that also brings very heavy rain into the far inland areas. Atlanta, Columbia, Charlotte, Raleigh could all be included in that potential. Rivers are going to be really hit hard on this. With all that rain coming down, the rivers want to take that out to the Gulf. But the Gulf is still getting pushed the other way because of the storm surge and the wind from Sally. And so they back up and forecast for major flooding from Mississippi into Alabama and portions of the Florida Panhandle So obviously the flash flood potential is high. We've already seen some flash flood warnings, no flash flood emergencies yet. Hopefully we don't get there, but it's something that we will be watching for. By tomorrow into Thursday morning, look how far away it is likely to be seeing flash flooding through Birmingham, through Atlanta, all the way towards, say, the southern mountains of the Appalachian chain, getting into western portions of South Carolina. And that's because of this. Look at how much rain is on the way. Mike, this is new. This corridor in our forecast of 5 to 8 south side of Atlanta through much of southern Alabama.
Yeah, that's not a good forecast. That's going to cause some urban flooding. And now you're talking serious population of 6 million people in the Atlanta metro area. I want to also now talk about the wind that we'll end up seeing from this. It's Category 1 hurricane right now, and we think that 75 to 80 mile per hour gusts are very likely for us here. Max wind potential highlighted in this red area. That'll include Pascagoula, Mobile, Gulf Shores, Pensacola. And then 60 mile per hour winds will extend inland from there. We've got a lot of pine forest in there, trees that could go down. And then 40 mile per hour winds in the yellow area here. That extends up towards, say, Montgomery. And so you could get some gust of 40, maybe even slightly higher. Some tree branches could come down as a result. So I want you to be very, very careful of that risk. And if you have trees around your home, maybe it's not a great place for you to be right now. Maybe consider someone else's home where they don't have as many trees and a little bit safer for you. Just don't want trees coming down on homes. There's a look, by the way, at the wind gust forecast and the projected eye coming in through Mobile Bay here. Here we are tomorrow morning, right front quadrant hit here near Gulf Shores, Alabama, or in Pensacola. But a perpendicular hit here is going to maximize your surge here. But the winds will also be maximized in that eastern side. But also the north side, I think you're going to see some really intense winds there. Weakening as it comes inland here. That is always good news, but still gusty the entire time it rides up I-85 here from Montgomery into Atlanta. The power outages are going to be there. Widespread in the purple area here that goes Pensacola up towards, say, Evergreen, Mobile. We're in that as well. If you have a generator, make sure you know how to operate it properly. We don't want anyone dying here of carbon monoxide poisoning. Happened way too many times in Hurricane Laura. Outside only, exhaust pointed away from your home, and never ever operate it indoors or inside a garage. We want you to stay with us here on Weather Underground. We're going to head back to our Paul Goodloe. He has taken a beating there in Gulf Shores, Alabama, as we track Sally for you tonight. Live coverage from the Gulf Coast with this dangerous system closing in on landfall.
I like Liberty Mutual. They get that no two people are alike. And customize your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. What do you think?
I don't see it. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Power outages can be unpredictable, inconvenient, and disruptive to your life, posing a real threat to your comfort and safety. When the power goes out, you have no lights, no refrigeration, no heating or air conditioning. Your well or sump pump won't work. Your modern daily electronics are rendered useless. And what if the power's out for days or weeks? Are you prepared? You can be with a Generac home standby generator.
24 days we were without power. I had water, I had ice, I had coffee, I had air conditioner. I was able to stay here because of Generac.
When an outage occurs, your Generac home standby generator automatically powers up, so your life goes on without disruption. You and your family are comfortable, safe, and secure. Generac generators run on your home's existing natural gas or propane. And Generac's standard Mobile Link remote monitoring system keeps you posted on operating status, maintenance updates, and more. Generac generators are designed, engineered, and purpose-built in the USA. Generac is the #1 manufacturer of home standby generators in the world. 8 out of 10 home generators are Generac, with thousands of satisfied customers.
Very good product, very, very good reviews from everybody.
Prices start at just $19.99, and special financing is available with surprisingly affordable monthly payments. Call now to schedule your free in-home assessment with one of Generac's 6,000 nationwide dealers. The call is free, the assessment is free, and there's no obligation to buy. Plus, if you act now, you'll receive a 7-year extended warranty absolutely free. That's a $695 value. Call now, so the next time there's a power outage, your home powers up. Power your life with Generac. Call or go online to schedule your free in-home assessment today.
We got no free pass. Everything we have, we've earned. The unmistakable Lexus IS.
Get 0% financing on the 2020 IS 300.
Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
This is an important message for all current and former Boy Scouts.
The Boy Scouts of America has declared bankruptcy.
If you were sexually abused in scouting, you could receive compensation.
But you must file a claim in the bankruptcy case by November 16th, 2020.
You may file a sexual abuse claim regardless of your current age or the year the sexual abuse occurred.
For more information, visit officialbsaclaims.com
or call 866-907-2721.
We believe health care should be a given, not just given to those who can afford it. That's why Emblem Health's Medicare plans start with no premiums and no referrals. We believe healthcare should be easy to use, so we have a phone service where a real human picks up, more virtual doctor's visits, and free classes. Because we believe doing more for people makes New York better for every age. Emblem Health, healthcare for all of us.
To get this far in the Stanley Cup playoffs, you need epic performances under pressure and a flair for the dramatic. We're one step closer to the Cup. There's nothing like playoff hockey. The conference finals on the networks of NBC.
Brought to you by BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 64 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy skies, low 58, winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Wednesday, mainly sunny, high 76, winds south-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Wednesday night, partly cloudy, low 65, winds south-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Hurricane season doesn't stop for a pandemic, and neither do we.
From this point forward, conditions will continue to deteriorate.
Don't let COVID-19 take your eye off the tropics. This year's threat is more complex and dangerous than ever before.
Remain vigilant, pay close attention to the Weather Channel.
No one can cover this historic hurricane season better than the Weather Channel. Get the information you need to stay safe every day. Storm safety in a pandemic, all season long, right here on the Weather Channel.
Welcome back to Weather Underground. I'm meteorologist Paul Goodlow in Gulf Shores, Alabama, where the Gulf of Mexico keeps pounding these dunes I'm standing over here on this boardwalk. And it continues as long as Hurricane Sally continues to approach the coast. It's only going at 2 miles per hour, so this is going to be kind of a very painful, long duration landfall event. And some models have it making landfall tomorrow morning, others perhaps not until tomorrow afternoon. So that's a big concern in terms of how long they'll be in the thick of all the weather. Now, we have video we shot earlier today, right around noon, which is right after high tide, of what this area looked like, including some of the already eroded dune line here. Now, it's hard to imagine this, but typically there's another maybe 10 yards of open sand here before you get to the surf line. But all that has been covered up by the Gulf of Mexico. So typically this boardwalk is over some more dunes and then on some more beach. But the tail end of the boardwalk was ripped up, and that was even before high tide came in this morning. So I'm looking at easily maybe some areas a 2 foot plus already erosion of these dunes. And some of these dunes were actually, they were helped built by old Christmas trees. So after the holidays, they would put some of the trees here, the old Christmas trees, and they would catch the sand in the wind and build up these dunes naturally. And then you got the seagrasses and sea oats, which help stabilize these dunes. The dunes are basically built here to take the brunt of ocean storms, including hurricanes and tropical storms. And let me tell you, we're still hours away from landfall, most likely at least minimum 12 hours, if not maybe longer than that from landfall. So they're going to continue to take the brunt of this. I'm not going to go too far closer to the end of this because we already had some structural issues here. Even this part I'm feeling is rocking and rolling, but it's a big concern of what's not only going to happen here, but all up and down this Gulf Coast, from the Florida Panhandle on even towards the coast of Mississippi and Louisiana with the storm surge. We're under a storm surge warning 4 to 7 feet. That could be perhaps worst case scenario, which is about half of the storm surge we had here almost 16 years ago to the date. It was September 16th, 2004, where Hurricane Ivan, Category 3 hurricane, basically made landfall right here in Gulf Shores, Alabama. And the original lodge at Gulf State Park was basically right here. Multiple buildings here destroyed by that hurricane, Category 3 hurricane, and a 12-foot storm surge in this area. So even half that storm surge is going to do some damage to the dunes, but the new lodge at Gulf State Park has been built farther back off the coastline here because they knew this is the Gulf Coast. We can have hurricanes make landfall here, and not to mention that the buildings here are built to withstand 150-mile-per-hour winds. We don't expect that, but when you have even 60, 70, 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts for multiple hours, Mike, it's kind of like saving for retirement, nickels and dimes. They will add up to some damage, and power outages will be slowly growing as we head on through tomorrow. But even after landfall, we're still going to have some surge as well as more heavy rain, and the winds continue well into this time tomorrow afternoon. Mike?
Yeah, we're going to be in this for a while here, Paul, and we talk about these dunes, how they help hold back the water some, right? But you get that wave action, Paul, on top of the surge, and that just is what ends up eating away these dunes. And I know maybe it's a little bit more economical to build dunes than it is a big, concrete structure or seawall or anything like that, but inevitably they'll just have to go back and do this all again.
I was losing the last end of that, Mike, but I think we're saying they build it back again. Of course, that's the purpose of these dunes, is to take the brunt of wave action and storm surge, and even in winter storms that can come through here and kick up the waves as well. So the more natural dune protection you have, the better off you are, because they do fare a lot better and a lot cheaper than building a seawall, which is just a man-made barrier. Mother Nature protects things a lot better than we can in terms of doing it efficiently and doing it easily as well. Mike?
Well, thank you so much. Great stuff from Paul tonight as you see how bad the weather is right now for us in Gulf Shores, Alabama. And I suspect that the trajectory that this could be headed on, that might be a right front quadrant, full-blown eye wall hit for Paul there in Alabama. We've got an 80-mile-per-hour hurricane right now. A north movement is crawling right now at just 2 miles per hour. We're anticipating a landfall coming in tomorrow morning, likely going to be somewhere in Alabama, potentially even a place like Florida. So please, as this goes inland, be aware of all the threats from high winds to surge to flooding rain. We're back after this.
This hurricane coverage brought to you by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Wish you were here to see how bright the human spirit can shine. To see that no matter what nature does, people will do more. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave, to help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
We believe in good we can all afford. From coffee that opens more eyes to black business to 100 shades of beautiful.
As a real estate agent, I've learned it's excess moisture that causes musty odors. Pro tip, use Damp Rid.
Damp Rid drop-in tabs attract and trap excess moisture out of the air, eliminating musty odors.
Works every time.
Get rid of dampness.
Damp Rid.
America's biopharmaceutical companies have one very important thing in common:
a common enemy.
We're making great progress because we're collaborating in ways that we've never done before.
In a matter of weeks, we've progressed from potential treatments
to antibodies and antivirals that have shown positive results.
To several promising vaccine candidates.
Because science
is how we get back to normal.
Tuck, you want to walk?
Come on, Tucker, let's go.
Tuck, want to walk, boy?
Tucker, you want to go out?
When the whole family needs an excuse to get out, Nutro's Clean Recipe will help your dog keep up.
Here?
Nah.
Here. Nope. Here.
When the middle of nowhere is somewhere. The all-new Chevy Trailblazer.
Freezing cold. Blazing heat. Rain-X premium silicone wiper blades are engineered to withstand the most extreme conditions. They last 2 times longer than traditional wipers. If Rain-X premium silicone wipers survive these conditions, clearly they'll last in yours. Rain-X, outsmart the elements. Find Rain-X silicone wipers at these retailers.
A smile has the power to get you feeling all right. At Aspen Dental, we're making every day a little brighter with our Smile Wide, Smile Safe promise. We've got you covered in every way, giving deep cleaning a whole new meaning. And if you don't have insurance, we'll give you an extra safety net too, with a free new patient exam and x-rays. At Aspen Dental, we're making it all right to feel safe and get smiling. We promise. Call 1-800-ASPEN-DENTAL.
3 weeks and still no sign of our elusive subject. Courteous, carnivorous devourers. He only comes out for devour.
Look how he rips in that buffalo chicken mac and cheese.
Eat like an animal. Devour.
At Olive Garden, it's easier than ever to enjoy what you love from us in the comfort of your own home. Order and pay online. Choose from all your favorites. Then bring it all home with Carside Pickup. Only at Olive Garden.
We're concerned about the water, sometimes in the wind, whether it's rain or the surge.
There's so many restaurants on the beach that can be ruined just from the wind, and it's just really sad.
With COVID, it's going to be kind of difficult because we have to keep them apart. And we just don't know how many we're going to have. We don't know what the numbers are going to look like.
Hurricane Sally is not to be taken for granted.
The sights and sounds so far from Sally's approach, and yet we know it's going to go downhill from here. So we want to go to Gulf Shores, Alabama, where meteorologist Paul Goodloe standing by. Paul, the weather's already turned, and it's only going to continue to get more damaging over the next several hours.
Yeah, that's the concern here, Mark, as we still have some of those heavier rain bands come in. And if you look at the radar, if you know where you are, if you see those reds, yellows, and oranges, those are the intense rain bands. And within that, you have some of the strongest wind gusts, at times perhaps closing in 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts. And the thing is, it's not just, for 2 or 3 hours. This could be for about maybe 10 hours as we have that slow march of Sally on shore here. And with that heavy rain, I think about midday, around noon or so, we already picked up close to 5 inches of rain, and we can see perhaps another 5 today, maybe another 5 tomorrow. So that's problematic. And again, that's not just going to happen here along the coast. That's going to happen farther inland, up through and even past and north of the I-10 corridor here, and across lower Alabama, and eventually even places like Montgomery will see some very heavy rain, and as you guys are talking about, even up towards Atlanta. So what happens here at the coast is not going to stay here at the coast. It's going to slowly progress. The good news is eventually, as you see the rain up towards Atlanta, it's going to, the system will be moving a lot faster than it is right now. 2 miles per hour. I put a video on Instagram and Twitter and Facebook. This is basically the 2 mile per hour pace, which is a very comfortable pace if you really don't have anywhere to go to quickly. You're not breaking any speed records walking at 2 miles per hour, and that's what that system is doing. That's a problem because the center is still 50 miles from where we are here in Gulf Shores. So you do the simple math, that's, what, 25 hours before the center could get here. The good news is it should eventually speed up some, but the problem is we have several hours of that 2 mile per hour kind of saunter of Sally approaching the coast, which means multiple hours of some of the strongest rain bands with the strongest winds will be lashing here. And eventually, as our winds change from the east to the southeast and south, Mark, we're going to see a bigger push of that storm surge and a bigger wave action, which will definitely most likely even bring water where we are, breaching the initial part, the high part of this dune structure. Mark?
Any sense on the height of those waves behind you? Gosh, we'll get back to that in just a second. Those waves still building in behind Paul. They're going to continue to build. So let's talk about what else we know with Hurricane Sally right now. 2 large casino boats broke loose from a dock where they were undergoing construction in the Alabama area. U.S. Post Office, USPS, suspending operations at 60 Alabama post offices because of the weather. Mississippi Emergency Management has shelters open in the following counties: George, Hancock, Harrison, Jackson, Pearl River, and Stone. So, Mike, this is really just the beginning. The wind's building in, the swell still building in. In some cases, the surge is still marching in, although luckily with the winds a little lower, I think the surge might be the lesser of the impacts. But gosh, this is still the beginning phase.
You know, and to think about, what Paul's going through right now, and we've seen those shots, it's really awful there. It's about to get worse. Unfortunately, I think he's just on the cusp of the northern eye wall of this hurricane. It's an 80-mile-per-hour hurricane, Category 1, technically, with a very slow movement north at 2, although I think it is going to start to increase its forward speed here, and that's why we're anticipating landfall coming in tomorrow morning. But you can see where the heavy rain is for us right now. It's northern eye, it's eastern. The whole eastern side of this thing has got a ton of thunderstorms with it. There's a look at the radar. We'll just take out all the clouds here. You can see where the center of circulation sits right in here. Panama City at Apalachicola, heavy rain. This really heavy batch of rain is going to last for a long time for us here. So where's Paul? Paul is sitting right here in Gulf Shores, Alabama. He's going to get hammered. And I'm feeling for you there, folks, in Gulf Shores. Going to get hammered here for hours. Already picked up close to 10 inches of rain. More is to come. And I'm going to show you the velocities. Some really intense winds within that as well. So the wind and the rain will be hand in hand here. Numerous flash flood warnings from Panama City to Destin to Pensacola for us tonight. Not as much lightning as previous, so maybe at least some signs of maintaining or even weakening as this thing comes inland. That would be a positive for us, that's for sure. Water temperatures are still warm. I don't think, again, necessarily at this point, it matters how much it goes up or down. I think all the impacts are just baked in at this point. But you can see where the track takes this with the potential landfall. At least best center track comes into Alabama with a lot of surge on the center track and the eastern side. We're back after this.
This program brought to you by Modelo, brewed for those with a fighting spirit.
The fighting spirit is one we all share. For Eduardo Perez, it drove him to thrive in his search for a better life. Immigrating from Guatemala at 18, he found work as a dishwasher, a line cook, sous chef, and eventually fought to the top of one of the most challenging professions in the world, proving that there is no challenge that can hold back a fighting spirit. Since 1925, we've proved that it doesn't matter where you come from, it matters what you're made of. Modelo, brewed for those with a fighting spirit.
You've saved me so much on my insurance with that Russell rate. You become my muse.
Russell, State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
I feel like I captured your kind eyes.
You want the real deal? Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Visit your local Acura dealer for attractive offers on the MDX.
This is an important message for all current and former Boy Scouts.
The Boy Scouts of America has declared bankruptcy.
If you were sexually abused in scouting, you could receive compensation.
But you must file a claim in the bankruptcy case by November 16th, 2020.
You may file a sexual abuse claim regardless of your current age or the year the sexual abuse occurred.
For more information, visit officialbsaclaims.com
or call 866-907-2721.
Age-related macular degeneration may lead to severe vision loss.
So the National Eye Institute did 20 years of clinical studies on a formula only found in PreserVision.
If it were my vision, I'd ask my doctor about PreserVision.
It's the most studied eye vitamin brand.
If it were my vision, I'd look into PreserVision.
Only PreserVision AREDS 2 contains the exact nutrient formula recommended by the NEI to help reduce the risk of moderate to advanced AMD progression.
I have AMD. It is my vision, so my plan includes PreserVision.
When it's especially important to keep skin clean, keep reaching for Cetaphil. Recommended by dermatologists. Awarded by Allure. And most of all, loved by skin. Cetaphil, the cleanser sensitive skin loves. Breakfast wants you back. Try Just Crack an Egg, packed with real potatoes, veggies, meat, and cheese. Just add a fresh egg for a hot scramble in less than 2 minutes to get those warm, fuzzy feelings again. Take breakfast back. Find it in the egg aisle.
At Domino's, we're delivery experts. So when it comes to carry-out, our team members had a few thoughts on how to make it even safer and more convenient.
Deliver it. Deliver it.
Deliver it.
Frisbee it.
So we went with what we do best. Delivery. To your car. Introducing Domino's Carside Delivery.
Yep, truck's perfect.
We do the carrying out for you, contact-free, while you conveniently stay in your car.
Thank you.
Just pull up at the store, check in online, and we bring your food to you. Try Domino's Carside Delivery next time you carry out 3-topping pizzas for $7.99 each.
So Dish lets you share your TV with your family on multiple devices. Why?
Sweetie, I forgot something.
Thank you.
Because we know one thing's for sure. It's a little less scary leaving home when you can take a little bit of it with you.
Share your TV on 5 devices, no extra charge. Dish, tuned in to you.
Get your daily dose of everything weather on Quibi. From the viral
now to the weather video that we cannot stop watching.
To the vital.
Get ready because we are in for another wet week.
And all the wonderful weather in between.
Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
Check this out. We are taking a live look now towards Gulf Shores, Alabama. Hard to tell what that building was. Maybe under construction. As you can see, there's some big openings on the kind of the right side of your screen, and the wind can come right through, knocked the outside wall off. Not sure if there was a roof to this structure, but it's not there now. Gosh, a very damaging scene, and one of many that is potential to occur because the winds are still picking up, the rain is still picking up, the soils are getting looser because of all that rain. It is going to be a very difficult couple of nights here, a couple of hours here, through the night, I should say. Let's go way inland now, all the way to Atlanta, and you're like, okay, it's fine, some clouds, right? Well, it's not going to stay that way. 3 to 5, maybe 5 to 8 inches of rain on the way for portions of the Atlanta metro area because of Sally. So we've got a long way to go as this storm slowly makes its way inland. It is going to just be crawling, and that allows those rainfall totals to get that much higher because of that slow motion. So that really controls everything. Here's the wide view of the radar for you right now, and you can see the center of our storm barely budging. Look at all this deep tropical moisture that is spiraling on through. Quick look at some of the flood warnings, including the Pensacola area, Baldwin, Escambia. We can slide over towards the Destin to Crestview, flash flood warnings there. Bay County, Florida has seen flash flooding. 911 calls started a couple hours ago because of flooding in this area right here. West Beach Drive being flooded, and reports from the 911 call. So that's just the coastal impacts. There's a long way to go. And if you take just a small fraction of what already occurred off the coast over the past 12 hours, over 20 inches of rain just off the coast, gosh, you bend that inland and suddenly you've got a long duration rainfall flood event that doesn't just hang out at the coast. Look at how it stretches across Alabama into Georgia. We're talking extreme rainfall potential here. Again, it's worse at the coast because that's where the storm's been stalled. But look at that orange color and how far inland it has stretched now, getting all the way into Georgia through, say, Macon, through the south side of Atlanta with that kind of intense rain. And it's, again, all tied to this slow-moving nature. The center of Sally by Thursday in the overnight hours, Wednesday into Thursday, is just then exiting the Florida Panhandle. By the time we start picking up speed, and everything's relative, we're picking up speed into Thursday. Look at the Atlanta metro area with the amount of rain that could occur sometime starting Wednesday, going all the way through Thursday, ending relatively early Friday. We should have a great weekend behind the storm throughout the southeast. It gets cooler, it gets drier. I think a lot of you are going to be cleaning up, though, in that cooler, drier air. Very likely that we'll continue to see flooding. Flash flood warnings have already begun, as I showed you near the coast. They're going to just march farther inland from there. So very likely to see more flooding through the night. That's not the end of the story. We wind up looking towards almost the rest of Alabama as in its entirety. Then going into North Georgia, there's elevation here. That means there's low-lying areas, so all that water flows downhill. And there's urban areas, so the underpasses, the paved-over areas could see flooding. Then that doesn't even begin to talk about the river flooding. All of these rivers that you're seeing here are listed, forecast to get into major flood stage. Major flood stage, that's into homes, into businesses. Mike, a very damaging, slow-moving rainmaker on the way through the southeast.
You know, boy, could we just take some of that rain and put it in the west where it is so desperately needed? What an eerie scene this is in the town of Talent, Oregon. Blocks and blocks of homes burned to the ground. The Alameda fires here left ash and debris throughout the city streets. And you can see how the fire retardant goes right down the middle of the street. Not sure that it actually did all that much good. Well placed, but not sure that it helped. By the way, 36 people now have died from the wildfires across Washington, Oregon, and California. I mean, just a scene that is apocalyptic. It is so sad. And you look at what the forecast is, still elevated fire danger in portions of Northern California, Southern Oregon, and then extreme northwestern Nevada through the remainder of the day. That'll likely come back for us again tomorrow. By the way, in Oregon, around 900,000 acres have burned in the state alone. Some of these fires have been absolutely huge. The Santiam fire, 377,000 acres have been scorched here. In California, now more than 3 million acres have been burned. A lot of them in Northern California, the really big ones. The August Fire Complex now, which combined with another fire, the Elkhorn Fire, it has now burned 877,000 acres, the largest fire in state history. The CSU Lightning Complex Fire, the LNU Lightning Fire, number 3 and number 4 all time for acreage burned in California. Dense smoke advisories, air quality alerts, and in fact for us all of Washington and Oregon, almost all of Idaho as well. Look at this smoke. It's just been prevalent throughout the day. It's going to be there again tomorrow. Surface smoke is going to cause huge air quality issues for us here. The high-level smoke then pushes its way east across the country. You won't smell it, but you'll see a milky sky, and you'll certainly see vivid sunrises and sunsets. Well, a lot more to come here on Weather Underground. We'll continue to track Hurricane Sally, including more live coverage from the Gulf Coast with our Paul Goodlow in Gulf Shores, Alabama.
Allergy Tracker, brought to you by IBM. Let's put smart to work.
The first ingredient in this Cliff Bar is brown rice syrup, which is another name for sugar. In this Kind Bar, it's heart-healthy almonds with the taste of dark chocolate and 75% less sugar than the leading Cliff Bar. Be kind to yourself.
Thank you for taking me home. It's so far.
Don't worry about it, Grandma. This will be fun. 2 chocolate milkshakes, please.
Make it 3.
3?
Did you get his number?
No, Grandma. Grandma!
Excuse me.
Some relationships get better with time. That's why I got a Crosstrek.
97% of Subaru vehicles sold in the last 10 years are still on the road.
I'm so glad you got a Subaru.
I wonder who gave me the idea.
Oh. Love. It's what makes Subaru, Subaru.
Finding inner flex with Duluth Double Flex Denim. Look deep. Deeper. 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 Too deep. Find your inner flex with Duluth Double Flex Ballroom Denim. Only at Duluth Trading.
With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave, to help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
With Oscar Mayer Deli Fresh, it's not just a sandwich. Far from it. It's a reason to come together. It's a taste of something good. A taste we could all use right now. So let's make the most of it and make every sandwich count with Oscar Mayer Deli Fresh.
Age is just a number, and mine's unlisted.
Try Boost High Protein with 20 grams of protein for muscle health versus only 16 grams in Ensure High Protein. And now enjoy Boost High Protein in new Cafe Mocha flavor.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. Donate your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pick up quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. Mama.
Why do I keep falling asleep during the day? What's making me so tired? I kept asking myself these questions. It felt like I was more than tired. Then I was diagnosed with narcolepsy. There are 5 major symptoms. I waited too long to take action, but you don't have to. Visit morethantired.com now. Take the narcolepsy symptom screener and find a sleep specialist to share your results. Don't wait. Visit morethantired.com today.
Everything weather.
Wow! Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
Currently in our area, 64 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy skies, low 58, winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Wednesday, mainly sunny, high 76, winds south-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Wednesday night, partly cloudy, low 65, winds south-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back to Weather Underground. I'm meteorologist Plugger live in Gulf Shores, Alabama, here at the Lodge at Gulf State Park. And beautiful lodge, beautiful boardwalk leading down to the beach. Already earlier we had at least a 30-foot section of the boardwalk has disappeared because of the wave action. Another 5 to 6 foot section of the boardwalk now is also a victim of Hurricane Sally here and the relentless waves. I mean, take a look at the wave heights. As far as you can see white caps. You can only see maybe a third of a mile at the most, and we're still seeing very strong winds coming in from the east. Nearby stations reporting 55-mile-per-hour winds, so we're well in that tropical storm force wind, but we have those heavier rain bands coming through, and we're kind of in that right now. That's where some of the strongest winds are embedded, and we're still seeing them kind of lash the coastline. So this hurricane has been churning up the waves, but as it starts to make landfall, as we head towards tomorrow, we can see that surge approach. Already seeing a water rise already abnormally high here, but it's going to get even higher. And then you have the winds changing direction. When they come out of the south, they're going to push even more water up and over parts of these dunes. So we could even lose more of this section of the boardwalk. There's also a pier farther off behind me, which just opened a couple of days ago. That is far better built than this. This is a wood structure. That is mainly a concrete structure. So hopefully won't have damage to that pier, but there's a lot of damage that will probably happen to this wood boardwalk here. And there's a second one a little farther east on this beach here. So already witnessing some damage here along the coast, but It's what you're seeing kind of wave between me and the camera, the sheets of rain coming on through here. Reports of some areas already picking up 10+ inches of rain, and that could be about half of what some areas will see here. So a 20-inch rain event, maybe a 24, 25-inch rain event, not out of the question at all with the approach here and landfall of Hurricane Sally. So that's going to be a big concern, even miles and miles away from here, even up towards the I-10 corridor. If you're within, say, an hour drive of the coast in Alabama and points eastward, you have the potential of dealing with flash flooding with Hurricane Sally. It's amazing what we're going through here. And this storm really just popped up a few days ago. And we're still going to be dealing with this for a few more days with this slow jaunt on shore. I think I've lost connection back with the studio, so I'm going to toss it back to Mike. I know he's checking more things in the tropics, including the risk of severe weather. Again, Mike, another concern is tornadoes as we have the approach and landfall of Sally.
It's amazing to think of all the different hazards that we encounter when it comes to a hurricane. And not that it isn't awful where Paul is, but my goodness, now we have at least an opportunity for tornadoes to be spawned by this. And a lot of times when you get a landfalling tropical system, it will do that. At least brief spin-ups can occur. All right. Ron asked this, can we get more updates on the tornadoes for tonight and tomorrow? Of course we can, Ron. Let's do that exactly right now. Tornado watch, by the way, that's been extended. It was until 7 o'clock. It's now until 6 o'clock in the morning. This entire area highlighted in red around St. Marks, Florida, all the way over to Mobile, Alabama. This is going to be the area of right front quadrant. I know we talk about that term a lot. What that is exactly what it sounds like. The right front quadrant of the storm. In this essence, it's going to be this side right here. And so that's why those are the locations where you're going to end up getting the greatest risk for severe storms. You're going to have high winds on the north side and the east side in particular, but then just enough dynamics in the atmosphere to create the opportunity for tornadoes. This area that's highlighted in the red color, a torcon of 3. Again, it's not a high chance of tornadoes, but there is a chance at least. And it seems like every single system makes landfall brings us that opportunity. Wind shear in the atmosphere is something hurricanes don't like. They like low wind shear. That allows them to grow. But to make tornadoes, you want wind shear to happen. It's a change in wind speed, direction, and intensity with height, all right? So what I'm going to show you here is the wind shear today. And at the lower levels, this is generally the direction that the winds are moving, all right? And then you talk about what happens a little bit higher up in the atmosphere. Can we get that turn? Yes, you can. Now notice the direction, the general direction here of the winds. And so maybe enough to support some surface or mid-level rotation here and an opportunity for tornadoes to spin. Tomorrow, similar locations could see severe weather. Panama City over to Tallahassee here, I-10 corridor does get affected here. And tomorrow, similar, look at the wind shear that we have. We'll be making landfall tomorrow. And then similar, we're going to have wind shear that's maybe a little bit more displaced off to the east, but it's still there. Mark?
Yeah, far-reaching impacts for that severe weather. And coming up next, we're going to continue our live coverage of Hurricane Sally from the Gulf and well inland over the next couple days.
This hurricane coverage brought to you by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Wish you were here to see how bright the human spirit can shine. To see that no matter what nature does, people will do more. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave. To help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Here? Nah. Here? Nope. Here.
When the middle of nowhere is somewhere. The all-new Chevy Trailblazer.
Power outages can be unpredictable, inconvenient, and disruptive to your life, posing a real threat to your comfort and safety. When the power goes out, you have no lights, no refrigeration, no heating or air conditioning. Your well or sump pump won't work. Your modern daily electronics are rendered useless. And what if the power's out for days or weeks? Are you prepared? You can be with a Generac home standby generator.
24 days we were without power. I had water, I had ice, I had coffee, I had air conditioner. I was able to stay here because of Generac.
When an outage occurs, your Generac home standby generator automatically powers up, so your life goes on without disruption. You and your family are comfortable, safe, and secure. Generac generators run on your home's existing natural gas or propane. And Generac's standard Mobile Link remote monitoring system keeps you posted on operating status, maintenance updates, and more. Generac generators are designed, engineered, and purpose-built in the USA. Generac is the #1 manufacturer of home standby generators in the world. 8 out of 10 home generators are Generac, with thousands of satisfied customers.
Very good product, very, very good reviews from everybody.
Prices start at just $19.99, and special financing is available with surprisingly affordable monthly payments. Call now to schedule your free in-home assessment with one of Generac's 6,000 nationwide dealers. The call is free, the assessment is free, and there's no obligation to buy. Plus, if you act now, you'll receive a 7-year extended warranty absolutely free. That's a $695 value. Call now, so the next time there's a power outage, your home powers up. Power your life with Generac. Call or go online to schedule your free in-home assessment today.
Every morning at 4:30, you hear the cooks hop on the floor. It's hard times in the mill, my love, hard times in the mill. Every morning right at 6, don't that old bell make you sick? Hard times in the mill, my love, hard times.
Next on Weather Underground, Hurricane Sally still a dangerous, slow-moving system threatening the Gulf Coast with storm surge and potentially historic rainfall. We have live coverage from areas in the path of this hurricane and break down the timing for prolonged impacts, not just at the coast, but across Alabama, Florida, Georgia, and into the Carolinas. So a lot to get to here in the coming hours. Hurricane Sally edges ever so close here, Mark, to the Gulf Coast.
Yeah, that's right. Mike, we're continuing to cover this hurricane as it moves through. It is such a slow go. I mean, it is staggering the amount of rain that will fall. If you were to somehow capture all of it, 20 million Olympic-sized swimming pools worth of rain is going to fall from basically this afternoon throughout Friday.
It's nuts. And the thing about it is we're already now starting to feel the effects of what some of that heavy rain is doing to us, and numerous flash flood warnings in effect, not to mention now the surge is coming up, not to mention the winds are starting to pick up as the system is creeping toward the coastline here. With the last advisory at 5 o'clock Eastern time, 4 o'clock Central time, we have a Category 1, 80-mile-per-hour hurricane. It's so slow moving right now at just 2 miles per hour, but we are anticipating maybe a little bit faster forward speed and a landfall at some point tomorrow morning. 85 miles south of Mobile, Alabama, and it could be headed right in to Mobile, Alabama. That's a look at the forecast track, okay? Either maintaining or bringing down the wind speed now through landfall. Again, I don't think that matters all that much at this point. I don't think it matters if it goes up a little bit or down a little bit. I think it's all going to end up being pretty much the same. But you follow the central cone on that, and you could see coming in around Mobile for us with some pretty significant surge that should happen on the eastern side. Not to mention, we're getting a very strong push of just water in general up into Mobile Bay here. That'll include Dolphin Island. That'll include Gulf Shores in Orange Beach, Perdido Key, Panama City, Pensacola Beach, I should say. Hurricane warnings have narrowed quite a bit. And you can see from Gulfport to just past Pensacola, we have hurricane warnings in effect here. You'll get a north wind here in Mississippi. You're likely going to get an east and eventually a south wind in Alabama and then in the panhandle of Florida. You take a look at that storm, and it is just scary looking when you see how it just hovers off the coast here and just lashes us and lashes us and lashes us. Boy, we really wish this thing had more significant forward speed. It just doesn't. So it means we're in this for a long time. We'll be in this all night long. Really heavy rain in the northern eyewall right now, with Mobile gusting to 56 now. So the winds are really now starting to pick up as we're increasing the rain and just the wind itself from the eye and the outer eyewall from this. Panama City, 14 miles per hour, gusting to 22. Pensacola, we're now gusting to 30 miles per hour, and you can see where the center of circulation is. As I was alluding to, so much rain. We're getting numerous flash flood warnings right now. Panama City, including Bay County, we have a flash flood warning. In Freeport, this will include a place like Walton County. We're under a flash flood warning. Destin, that's going to include Crestview as well, and I-10. Okaloosa, Santa Rosa counties are under flash flood warning. Escambia County, Baldwin County, we're under a flash flood warning. That's Pensacola, Pensacola Beach. That's Gulf Shores, Alabama, and we are just absolutely getting lit up right now in Gulf Shores, Alabama, and over towards, say, Dauphin Island as well. So the heavy rain, as some of the places here have picked up more than 18 inches of rain just offshore, but some spots here near Panama City, we're pushing now 14 inches of rain. Around Pensacola, about 6 inches of rain has fallen for us. Not to mention now we're getting a huge surge of Gulf of Mexico water coming on shore now. Storm surge warnings still remain in effect here. Some of the highest numbers will be at the eyewall location, and that's going to include probably Mobile over toward Pensacola, that narrow corridor of some of the highest surge. It's all a matter of the trajectory of those waves. And again, a push in this direction pushes the Gulf of Mexico onto land. But look at this on the backside here. We've got northerly winds, and at Shell Beach, where we're exposed, we have 4.3 feet of water rise right now. And so we're going underwater here at Shell Beach. Look at this forecast. It's come down a little bit since yesterday, but it's still significant. 4 to 7 feet here, not to mention the wave action that comes on top of that just chews away the coastline here, marks significant beach erosion. Dunes will be compromised. Water intrusion will happen.
And you mentioned Gulf Shores there a couple of times. We know that the rain is increasing steadily, the wave action increasing steadily as well, and that's where we find our own meteorologist Paul Goodlow this evening. Paul, real tough to tell the height of the waves behind you. We can't tell how tall that other pier is. Any sense from you being right there how tall the waves have gotten now?
Huge. That's how tall, Mark. I don't mean to make light of it, but I mean, these are really big waves. Now, it's hard to see now because the heavy rain band coming through, but typically there's probably minimum 15 to 20 feet from the bottom of the pier to the top of the water. And we're seeing waves smash into the end of the pier every now and then. They're not constant, but we've seen waves smash up into the end of it and then fly up. So that's part of some of the deepest, tallest part of the pier out there, and easily 20-foot plus waves at the end of that pier, and even closer into shore, 15 to 20-foot waves we've witnessed here. And it's that type of wave action which has been eating away at the end of this boardwalk here. Again, this is made of wood, and this entire length has been shaking. Even closer to the lodge here at Gulf State Park, this entire boardwalk has been shaking because of the winds here. Closer to the Gulf, you got the wave action pounding this end of the boardwalk as well. It is taking a beating here. And so I can imagine what it feels like on this concrete and steel pier. It's a brand new pier. The previous hurricane wiped it out, just reopened, and they have the removable kind of walkway, these concrete flooring that lines that pier there, but it's a good probably at least a quarter mile long. So that's out there in the brunt of it. Again, the farther away from land you get, the higher up you get, the stronger the winds. So the wind gusts here have easily been in that 50 to 60 mile per hour range. I'm pretty sure the add maybe another 10 or even 15 miles per hour to some of the winds they're getting at the end of that pier. Again, the pier is closed, there's no one out there, and we're not getting too close to the end of this pier because we've seen parts of the pier disappear throughout the rest of earlier today here. But right now, as these winds are basically east, kind of almost a northeast component to them, they're not giving us the biggest waves yet or the biggest push of surge. We'll see that as we head overnight and tomorrow, as the winds have a little bit more of a southerly component. It's going to help push these waves up and over this high part of the dune system. So it's going to be a long duration event. And you know, you're talking about the forward speed, 2 miles per hour. That's a slow walk. 3 miles per hour is a typical walk. 2 miles per hour is even slower, and that's the speed of this system. So we're going to be in that strong part of the hurricane, that right front quadrant, for at least another 12 hours or so as this thing continues to make landfall. Hopefully it continues to strengthen up. Some models are saying it's going to speed up, come on shore, and then move on to the north and more towards the northeast. But there are other models are saying that 2 miles per hour, well, it could be slowing down and then maybe meandering and then slowly making a landfall, and that could drag it out for maybe 24 hours. So we were hoping it's on that shorter time frame because, you know, people think, oh, it's just a Category 1. You don't want to have 24 hours of even Category 1 hurricane force wind gusts, because that's going to do cumulative damage. It's going to add up, just like this rainfall is adding up here. So we're probably closing in just where we are, closing in on double-digit rainfall here in Gulf Shore.
And obviously having some transmission difficulty from Paul there. Hey, as he mentioned, you nickel and dime your way to the heavy rainfall totals, the wind. It takes a toll on everything, including the broadcast equipment. So we'll fix that. We'll get back to Paul in just a second. Let's talk about the rainfall. The rainfall potential here is staggering and just unbelievable, the amount of water that's about to fall. How could there not be flood alerts, okay? We're talking flash flood watches. Sure, at the coast, you'd expect that with a landfalling tropical system, but would you expect it in Birmingham, in Atlanta, along the Tennessee-North Carolina border? That's how far these flood alerts have gotten. At the coastline, this is rain still to come. Not just the rain that's already fallen or a storm total, but on top of what has already fallen. We're talking about an additional 12 to 18 inches around Pensacola, an additional 5 to 8 around Mobile. And look at that stretch of orange going through Columbus towards Macon. We'll follow that farther north. Here's that stretch through Macon. Maybe the north side of Macon, the south side of Atlanta could have 5 to 8 inches of rain, 3 to 5 inches of rain through Charlotte, through Raleigh, through Norfolk. It's so much water that it's hard to put your mind around it. If you were to somehow crack open the Empire State Building and pour in all of the water that's falling from this storm, you would need, roughly 49,000 of them to capture all of this water. It is a huge, huge amount of rain that is falling down. Part of that is because of high levels of atmospheric moisture, right? The mid and upper levels of the atmosphere are primed and ready to go. It's a warmer world and it's holding more moisture. But the real factor is the slow motion of the storm, because then it's able to tap into that higher amounts of moisture for hours. Look at the center go. From where we're at now to where we'll be Thursday at midnight is what? I don't know, 30 miles? That's nothing. It's barely budging. Then that center finally gets its act together Thursday into Friday and starts moving through the Carolinas. But it's still slow enough to give you some really, really heavy totals. Here's a look at the European model. This is one of the more reliable global models. And again, we'll just put this circle on the map for where we're at now with our center, rolling that forward all the way until Thursday overnight. Gosh. That is not a far enough distance, okay? And then going all the way through Atlanta and through the Carolinas Thursday into Friday. Mike, when you saturate these grounds and you add just a little bit of wind, well, then now the trees aren't holding on the same way, and so power outages are going to ramp up.
It's going to be a tough scenario. You know, think about how many trees there are across the south, too. It's just so heavily forested. There could be some real issues there. In places where you've got, you know, in urban areas where you have above-ground power lines, too. Let's talk about those winds, all right, because that's the other aspect of this that we need to focus on. Winds are already gusty. Pascagoula, we have gusts of 41. Mobile's really cranked up here lately. 56-mile-per-hour gusts here downtown. In Pensacola, we've got winds at 40 miles per hour right now. Take it over toward Panama City, 22, Destin at 35, and in Apalachicola, we have gusts at 30. Apalachicola is a fairly long way away from where the center of this is. So where do we expect the core of the winds? You know, we've got the hurricane force winds that extend out about 40 miles from the center of this, and so you're talking about, you know, an area from, you know, maybe Pascagoula to Pensacola that could really get the core of the wind here. Hurricane force winds. Then 60-mile-per-hour winds could extend in either side, more to the east side and more to the north side than the west, but could still get some very gusty winds in Biloxi and then up into Montgomery. Then I think following a trajectory of this up by I-85, Montgomery to Atlanta is going to have some issues. When does it happen, though? When does the landfall happen? When does the center of circulation intersect with land? According to the models, again, this is going to vary, all right? Don't say, you know, bet you told me 4 in the morning and it didn't happen till 8. Take it with a grain of salt because we don't know exactly how the forward speed is going to progress with this. But sometime tomorrow morning, hitting somewhere, in the barrier islands here in Alabama. It could be at Dauphin Island, could be out there toward Fort Morgan. And then the right front quadrant hit happens around Gulf Shores, Alabama, and Pensacola, where you're really going to get a strong push of water. That's going to happen more toward low tide, thank goodness, but I don't know if it matters all that much, though. You get a difference of a foot or so of tide. I don't think it matters that much when you've got this huge surge and wave action. Then you watch the system come up into a Montgomery, big wind event for us. The winds start to back off some as the system starts to dissipate and widen out, but still gusty winds along I-20, I-75 for you, then maybe continuing up I-85 from Atlanta into the upstate of South Carolina. Widespread power outages are possible for us as a result of the intense winds, especially near the coast. So I say especially, I-10 and south, but even maybe a little bit north of I-10 as well. A lot of trees down here that could come down. Likely power outages extend up towards, say, Montgomery. What I would say about that is make sure you've got everything charged up tonight. Make sure your car's got a full tank of gas. Make sure you have extra batteries for your phones, laptops, stuff like that. And then if you're going to operate a generator, make sure you do it properly. Outside only. Operate it outdoors, never inside your home or in a garage. Do not plug it into the walls to avoid the backfeeding there. Use heavy-duty extension cords. You buy those when you buy your generator. And turn the generator on before plugging the appliances into it. Mark, during Hurricane Laura that hit in Louisiana, we had more people die to carbon monoxide poisoning than the actual storm effects themselves. So let's not have that repeat during Hurricane Sally.
Yeah, we don't want that again at all, that's for sure. Dauphin Island here continues to see the rainfall coming through, but if the rain and the power outages weren't enough of a problem for you, well, how about the severe weather that's starting to become more likely? We've got a tornado watch that has been issued. That's a long-duration tornado watch, mind you, goes all the way through the overnight to tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. Central Time. Here's a look at the storm, and you can see that spin, right? The center's hanging out off the coast, and that spin is working its way on through. Flood warnings, no severe warnings yet, but a little bit of a shear line is starting to crank up. You see this area right in here outside of Gulf Shores, and that area where the blues and greens meet up, I think there are some signs off the coast that we're now starting to see a little bit more in the way of shear and spin, and that will march its way inland slowly as the center moves its way inland and increase that tornado threat. So it's a 3 out of 10 as we go through the rest of the night. And again, it's all about the different wind directions. At the surface, you look at these blue lines. These are the surface winds across the Florida Panhandle, southern Alabama, even into southern Mississippi, and they're going almost due east to west, almost maybe even a little bit of a southerly component. You go 5,000 feet up, and now these winds are coming in from the Gulf. They're going south to north. Very different wind direction with height, and that is going to contribute to that chance for more storms that could be rotating and the chance for tornadoes. Tomorrow, it's a very similar zone. If anything, we stretch it out a little bit more. So, Mike, from the Florida Panhandle all the way through South Georgia, maybe to the Carolinas by the end of the day, tornado risk will be increasing.
All right, Mark, thank you for that. And we have a lot more to show you tonight on Weather Underground as we track, excuse me, Sally. We've got live coverage from the Gulf Coast, including with Paul Goodlow, Gulf Shores, Alabama, next.
With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave, to help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Water?
Incoming! Water tastes like water, so we fixed it. Mio.
Visit your local Acura dealer for attractive offers on the MDX.
Okay, everyone. Our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Great tasting Ensure with 9 grams of protein, 27 vitamins and minerals, and nutrients to support immune health.
My turn.
It shows up at the end of the year.
Coffee Mate seasonal flavors.
It really makes the season.
Oh, peppermint mocha.
It's related to nature.
Pumpkin spice.
This is gonna be a while.
Yeah.
Try Coffee Mate seasonal flavors. Coffee's perfect holiday mate.
At Harry and David, we know that a gift is more than a beautiful box. It's a lifetime of love, the joy of friendship, the moments together, big and small. We make it easy to celebrate the ones you love. Life is a gift. Share more.
Introducing new Life Cuisine for your lifestyle. High protein, meatless, gluten-free, or low-carb lifestyle. Power up your day with new Life Cuisine. Delicious your way.
I suffered with psoriasis for so long. It was kind of a shock after I started Cosentix. I'm still clear. 5 years now.
Cosentix works fast to give you clear skin that can last. Real people with psoriasis look and feel better with Cosentix. Don't use if you're allergic to Cosentix. Before starting, get checked for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections and lowered ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor about an infection or symptoms. If your inflammatory bowel disease symptoms develop or worsen, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to, serious allergic reactions may occur.
I look and feel so much better. See me.
Ask your dermatologist if Cosentix can help you move past the pain of psoriasis.
So Dish lets you share your TV with your family on multiple devices. Why?
Sweetie, forgot something.
Thank you. Because we know one thing's for sure. It's a little less scary leaving home when you can take a little bit of it with you.
Share your TV on 5 devices, no extra charge. Dish, tuned in to you.
I know many of you are concerned about reopening school buildings, and I understand. Reopening doesn't just affect students and educators. It affects all your loved ones and every New Yorker. That's why safety is our top priority. From ventilation to daily disinfection, from PPE to COVID testing, we're taking every precaution to keep schools safe and deliver a great education to our students. Learn more at schools.nyc.gov/Return to School 2020 or call 311.
Carmela's cheaper to the airport. That's right. Cheaper than Uber and Lyft to and from all New York airports. JFK, Newark, LaGuardia. Carmela's cheaper. App, phone, or online, all the time. Check for yourself. Did I mention Carmela's cheaper to the airport? Well, it is. Use it. It's cheaper.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 63 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy skies, low 58, winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Wednesday, mainly sunny, high 76, winds south-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Wednesday night, clear to partly cloudy, low 65, winds south-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Hurricane season doesn't stop for a pandemic, and neither do we.
From this point forward, conditions will continue to deteriorate.
Don't let COVID-19 take your eye off the tropics. This year's threat is more complex and dangerous than ever before.
Remain vigilant, pay close attention to the Weather Channel.
No one can cover this historic hurricane season better than the Weather Channel. Get the information you need to stay safe every day. Storm safety in a pandemic, all season long, right here on the Weather Channel.
Welcome back to Weather Underground. I'm meteorologist Paul Goodler here in Gulf Shores, Alabama, and we can perhaps see the center of Hurricane Sally come here or come pretty close here as we head throughout the day tomorrow. Right now, we're hoping the landfall will be in the morning, but it could be a long duration landfall of the strongest part of the hurricane coming on shore here in coastal Alabama. Again, this is a Category 1 hurricane in terms of the stats, but in terms of the weather, pretty ferocious weather so far. Local wind gusts have been 55 plus miles per hour, but that rain It's been relentless this afternoon, now into this evening, and we've seen easily 10 inches of rain reported in the area, and we could see another 10 before all the weather impacts with Sally starts to move on out of here. We're in this for quite some time, and with the heavier rain bands is where some of the strongest winds are, and already 55+ mile-per-hour wind gusts. We've been dealing with easily wind gusts closer to 60 miles per hour from time to time. Here at the coast, we're also watching until when our winds shift more toward the south, we'll see a bigger push of the ocean and the waves from the surge, most likely reaching some of these dunes as well. We're going to be in this for the long haul throughout the duration. Round-the-clock coverage continues as we're tracking Hurricane Sally. Mike?
Paul Goodlow for us tonight in Alabama. Paul, thank you for that. Let's talk a little bit more about Florida now. Joining us is Jared Moskowitz, Director of Florida's Division of Emergency Management. Jared, good to see you. Obviously, you're looking at what's happening here with the hurricane, and it squarely puts the panhandle of Florida at risk. Tell us about your strategy of contending with this in Pensacola, Panama City.
Sure. Thank you again for the opportunity. Thank you for everything the Weather Channel does, especially as these storms, especially this year, seem to change direction on us pretty quickly. So, we're well prepared here in the state and in the Western Panhandle. These flood type events are always a little tricky. I mean, we learned, some hard lessons, obviously, after Harvey. A lot of those lessons learned we're applying in the Panhandle. But we have several swift water rescue teams ready and deployed on standby in Tallahassee, waiting to get into the area. Obviously, we'll have air operations if necessary. We've activated the National Guard here with high water vehicles as well. And so, obviously with COVID-19, we want to make sure that the shelters that are opening, that there's PPE in the area, which we moved into the area earlier on. We got non-congregate shelters up, 2 of them, taking people in. Obviously, the counties are utilizing those. And so, these storms are a little trickier. You need things, you need them a little quicker. Pumps to get the water out if you can. You're dealing with a lot of rural areas that can flood. A lot of people probably did not evacuate because of the wind intensity. And so, and it's not just the initial rains that'll come. It's obviously in the days later watching those rivers. So, we're prepared here in the state. We've dealt with this before. This area dealt with the 2014 floods. And so, we know what they need.
So, Jared, kind of along the lines you were just talking about, we started to hear some of the chatter on social media. Oh, it's only a Category 1. How do you phrase your messaging a little bit differently, since the categories really only speak to the wind event and don't touch the water event that could be coming at all?
Well, I mean, we just reiterate what you guys have been doing over the years, and I know Ken Graham at the National Hurricane Center. We remind people that while it's sensational to talk about the wind, water kills more people after hurricanes than wind, and it's not even a close statistic. And so, in these events, obviously people that stayed that might see rising water in their house, we don't want them to go out in their vehicle and drive in floodwaters. We know that's very dangerous, and so we message that. So do the local county emergency managers. Messaging, especially, in these times, is extremely important to break in to make sure that we're getting people information accurately and on time.
Jared, we know this is a long duration type of event. How long will it take your teams to do assessments of what the damage is or what the beaches look like in places like the Panhandle?
Yeah, well, look, I mean, obviously we're not dealing with a significant storm surge in comparison to other storms that we've had. But what's different here is the beaches are going to get battered, for 2 days basically. And so we'll have to see what that looks like. Obviously, we'll go out and we'll do damage assessments fairly quickly as soon as the probably on Thursday, we'll start, trying to help the counties with their damage assessments. But, right now, my biggest concern isn't the beaches. My biggest concern, obviously, is a lot of this inland flooding that we could see from 20+ inches of rain and, seeing rivers crest and all the complications that happen with that. So we're watching all of that. We're monitoring it. We have all the equipment pre-staged, ready to go. We've talked to the power companies for power restoration. We got generators on standby for any of our health facilities that might lose power. Obviously, potable water, drinking water is always a big deal in floods. And so we want to make sure we have that ready. We have that already pre-staged in Tallahassee up from our warehouse in Orlando.
Yeah, Jared Moskowitz, as ready as you're going to be. So thanks so much for joining us and letting us know how Florida is preparing for yet another onslaught in the 2020 onslaught that never seems to end. And for more tropical coverage, stay here. Plus, check out Pattern Storm Break on Snapchat. They'll have updates not only on the tropics, but also the wildfires.
This hurricane coverage brought to you by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Wish you were here.
To see how bright the human spirit can shine. To see that no matter what nature does, people will do more. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave. To help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Owners of select competitive vehicles can get $500 toward a new Acura ILX.
The first ingredient in this Cliff Bar is brown rice syrup, which is another name for sugar. In this Kind Bar, it's heart-healthy almonds with the taste of dark chocolate and 75% less sugar than the leading Cliff Bar. Be kind to yourself.
Introducing new Life Cuisine for your lifestyle. High protein, meatless, gluten-free, or low-carb lifestyle. Power up your day with new Life Cuisine. Delicious your way.
Freezing cold. Blazing heat. Rain-X premium silicone wiper blades are engineered to withstand the most extreme conditions. They last 2 times longer than traditional wipers. If Rain-X premium silicone wipers survive these conditions, clearly they'll last in yours. Rain-X, outsmart the elements. Find Rain-X silicone wipers at these retailers.
Here? Nah. Here. Nope. Here.
When the middle of nowhere is somewhere. The all-new Chevy Trailblazer.
Domino's knows a thing or two about delivery. So when we saw people were getting tacos and burgers delivered like these, we had to step in. Introducing our new chicken taco and cheeseburger pizzas.
What?
Oh my. Now the best way to get a taco or burger delivered is to get a Domino's pizza.
It's grilled cheese time, yeah, it's time for grilled cheese. After we make a grilled cheese, then we're eating grilled cheese because it's time. Yeah, time for grilled cheese.
This is my body of proof.
Proof I can fight moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis.
Proof I can fight psoriatic arthritis. With Humira.
Proof of less joint pain.
And clearer skin in PSA.
Humira targets and blocks a source of inflammation that contributes to joint pain and irreversible damage.
Humira can lower your ability to fight infections. Serious and sometimes fatal infections, including tuberculosis and cancers, including lymphoma, have happened, as have blood, liver, and nervous system problems, serious allergic reactions, and new or worsening heart failure. Tell your doctor if you've been to areas where certain fungal infections are common, and if you've had TB, hepatitis B, are prone to infections, or have flu-like symptoms or sores. Don't start Humira if you have an infection.
Humira is proven to help stop further joint damage.
Want more proof? Ask your rheumatologist about Humira citrate-free.
If you can't afford your medicine, AbbVie may be able to help.
Hurricane season doesn't stop for a pandemic, and neither do we.
From this point forward, conditions will continue to deteriorate.
Don't let COVID-19 take your eye off the tropics. This year's threat is more complex and dangerous than ever before.
Remain vigilant, pay close attention to the Weather Channel.
No one can cover this historic hurricane season better than the Weather Channel. Get the information you need to stay safe every day. Storm safety in a pandemic, all season long, right here on the Weather Channel.
We're concerned about the water, sometimes in the wind, whether it's rain or the surge.
There's so many restaurants on the beach that can be ruined just from the wind, and it's just really sad.
With COVID, it's going to be kind of difficult because we have to keep them apart, and we just don't know how many we're going to have. We don't know what the number's going to look like.
Hurricane Sally is not to be taken for granted.
Closing it at 6:30 Central Time here. Welcome back to Weather Underground. I'm meteorologist Paul Goodler live in Gulf Shores, Alabama, in one of the stronger rain and wind bands.
And as you can see, that strong wind band, as he was just talking about, just knocked out that signal. So we'll get that back as soon as we can, and we'll hear from Paul. It is quite the intense line coming right towards Paul right now. At least 60-mile-per-hour winds, but likely gusts that are higher than that as that next rain band approaches. So let's talk about what else we know right now as Hurricane Sally is moving in. We know that 2 large casino boats broke loose from a dock where they were undergoing construction in Alabama and started drifting. They had to be rescued. USPS suspended operations at 60 Alabama post offices, and Mississippi Emergency Management has shelters open across many counties: George, Hancock, Harrison, Jackson, Pearl River, and Stone. Want to go back out to Paul? We'll hope the signal stays on because, Paul, that is quite the line of rain marching through your location.
Yeah, Mark, just when I think it's getting pretty bad, it then gets worse here. And when you have the heavier rain bands, that's where the stronger winds are embedded in those lines, just lashing the coastline here. And for those of you wondering, am I safe? Yes, in terms of with this easterly wind, what's upwind for me is basically sand. I'm actually feeling at times wet sand kind of slamming my face with these kind of small tropical raindrops, which kind of sting as well here. So there's nothing in terms of any type of debris that I could be in danger of. And when I can, trust me, I get out of this. I'm not staying out here for an entire hour at a time, not at all. But that's the concern. This is going to keep pounding this area of the coast for hours upon hours. As we start losing the sun here, we're coming up to about close to just before 7 o'clock is the sunset. You can still see the huge waves now. This one crashing at the end of the pier out there, and that pier is at least maybe probably a third of a mile from where I'm standing out here. It is pushing up over the end of that pier, which is easily 20 foot plus over where the top of the water should be to the bottom of that pier, because we're dealing with waves like that one is huge, probably at least 20 feet, if not more. And that's what's lashing the pier. That's what's lashing this entire boardwalk, which comes over the dunes from the lodge at Gulf State Park out to the beach. We've lost easily 30 feet of the end of this boardwalk. I'm not going to get any closer to it because it's just not safe to do that right now. I want to stay out here while I can while the sun is up. But once the sun goes down, we're still going to have the rain bands, the wind lashing this area, and the rain, double-digit rainfall already, and maybe another double-digit to come before this entire thing is over. And the concern is this is not going to be one and done, people. This is a marathon. This thing is moving so slowly at a casual walking pace. We're going to be in this overnight, so hopefully you're in your safe place and ride this one out. We're here at the lodge at Gulf State Park. These buildings here can withstand 150-mile-per-hour winds, so we do have a safe place to ride this one out here as the approach of Hurricane Sally will last well into tomorrow. Mike?
Incredible stuff there already in Gulf Shores, Alabama. It's going to stay like that and not let up. It's just going to keep going. It may even get worse for Paul, as he's basically at this point on the fringes of the northern eye wall of this hurricane. It's an 80-mile-per-hour hurricane with a north movement at 2. Paul was talking about it. It's like walking speed. You can generally walk a mile at just a moderate pace in 20 minutes. So it's even slower than you would walk. You do 3 miles in an hour. There's where Paul sits. He's about right in here. That's Gulf Shores, Alabama. You see where the eye is. It's about 55 miles away. And the hurricane force winds extend out from the center 40 miles. So he's really very, very close, but just getting hammered right now. The heavy rain is going to stay there. That's when the highest winds will also be peaking for him here. But I think about right here is about where the hurricane force winds begin for him. So it's not that far away. Pensacola, we're also on the receiving end of this. And you can see that we're getting some pretty intense winds here on that eastern side and northern side. Numerous areas where flash flooding is happening. Bay County is under a flash warning. They extend all the way back toward Escambia and Baldwin counties. Impressive looking on the satellite. We don't expect much, if any, intensification from this point going forward, Mark, and that's a good thing.
Absolutely, although it's strong enough as it slowly marches through, and we're going to bring you the latest on this ongoing crisis, both from the tropics and in the western United States, where destructive wildfires are ongoing. We'll be right back.
Did you know Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need?
I should get a quote.
Do it.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Here's Candace, who works from home and then works from home. But she can handle pickup even when her bladder makes a little drop off. Because Candace has poise. Poise under pressure and poise in her pants. It takes poise.
As a real estate agent, I've learned it's excess moisture that causes musty odors. Pro tip, use Damp Rid.
Damp Rid drop-in tabs attract and trap excess moisture out of the air, eliminating musty odors.
Works every time.
Get rid of dampness.
Damp Rid.
Stay restless with the icon that does the same. The RX, crafted by Lexus.
Lease the 2020 RX 350 for $409 a month for 36 months.
Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Domino's knows a thing or two about delivery. So when we saw people were getting tacos and burgers delivered like these, we had to step in. Introducing our new chicken taco and cheeseburger pizzas.
What? Oh my.
Now the best way to get a taco or burger delivered is to get a Domino's pizza.
Power outages can be unpredictable, inconvenient, and disruptive to your life, posing a real threat to your comfort and safety. When the power goes out, you have no lights, no refrigeration, no heating or air conditioning. Your well or sump pump won't work. Your modern daily electronics are rendered useless. And what if the power's out for days or weeks? Are you prepared? You can be with a Generac home standby generator.
24 days we were without power. I had water, I had ice, I had coffee, I had air conditioner. I was able to stay here because of the Generac.
When an outage occurs, your Generac home standby generator automatically powers up, so your life goes on without disruption. You and your family are comfortable, safe, and secure. Generac generators run on your home's existing natural gas or propane. And Generac's standard Mobile Link remote monitoring system keeps you posted on operating status, maintenance updates, and more. Generac generators are designed, engineered, and purpose-built in the USA. Generac is the #1 manufacturer of home standby generators in the world. 8 out of 10 home generators are Generac, with thousands of satisfied customers.
Very good product. Very, very good reviews from everybody.
Prices start at just $19.99, and special financing is available with surprisingly affordable monthly payments. Call now to schedule your free in-home assessment with one of Generac's 6,000 nationwide dealers. The call is free, the assessment is free, and there's no obligation to buy. Plus, if you act now, you'll receive a 7-year extended warranty absolutely free. That's a $695 value. Call now, so the next time there's a power outage, your home powers up. Power your life with Generac. Call or go online to schedule your free in-home assessment today.
They say carnivorous devourus inhabits these waters. If he's here, this devour white cheddar mac and cheese with bacon will lure him out.
Eat like an animal. Devour.
Get your daily dose of everything weather on Quibi. From the viral
Now to the weather video that we cannot stop watching.
to the vital
Get ready because we are in for another wet week.
and all the wonderful weather in between.
Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
Taking a live look here at Gulf Shores, Alabama, where, gosh, the rain is really coming down. You can barely see out that front window, right? The windshield wiper's having a tough time keeping up. It looks very much like it is a tropical system, right? All those raindrops are just getting obliterated by the wind. It lowers the visibility. It makes seeing down the road that much harder. What's lucky, I suppose, is that all the lights are on, right? The street lights are up. There's no power outages in this area, and there's no water covering this road, although the rain is pretty intense. Speaking of the intense rain, we've been watching the rain increasing for our own Paul Goodlow in Gulf Shores, Alabama right now. Paul, gosh, between the rain hitting you and the sand hitting you, it's a free microdermabrasion out there tonight.
Yeah, I guess some people call it a spot treatment, but this is, I guess, just work for us in this wild, crazy year of 2020. You mentioned power outages. As I can see here, at least this part of Gulf Shores, all the power is on as far as I can see, but it doesn't mean we don't have power outages. That's going to continue. A lot of people are hopefully taking this storm seriously because, yes, it's a Category 1 hurricane, but we say this time and time again, don't get caught up in the category and don't get caught up in that center point. Get caught up in this, which is the weather. It's the weather that's going to impact even away from that center. And it's the weather we've been dealing with really since last night here in Gulf Shores. We're in one of the heavier rain bands where some of the strongest winds are, which at times have been gusting well over 60 miles per hour sustained, closer to 40. So that's tropical storm force winds. But the weather, the impact is going to be this heavy rain and strong winds, even Category 1 hurricane winds, even tropical storm force wind gusts. If you have them for 20, 24, 26 hours, they're going to cause some damage to even well-built structures. It's about the duration of having these strong winds and different weather impacts as well. So you definitely got to be prepared for even things that you think are well-built to have some damage to the duration of this, because again, the hurricane is moving like this. That's a 2-mile-per-hour pace, not very fast, but it's going to be for hours and hours, kind of like a marathon. 26.2 miles, you could see 26.2 hours of tropical storm plus force wind gusts, not to mention the rain. The rain already 10 plus inches in this area, and it's not just here at the coast. That's going to move inland, and that's a huge threat. I know, Mark, you have more on that inland flood threat from Sally.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a far-reaching impact. That rain is not staying at the coast. Looking live now towards Atlanta. Doesn't scream out, oh, tropical system coming, right? It's Atlanta. It takes hours to get to the beach. But unfortunately, the tropical rains are headed your way. And with a paved-over megalopolis like Atlanta, we certainly could have some flood concerns. The flood concerns have already started to pile up if you look towards the coastline. The coast is seeing that rain really picking up in earnest. You can also see that slow motion of the center, right? It's barely budging. Also to point out, one thing of note, this orange box, that is a marine advisory. There's some rotation starting to crank, so we may start to see more of those fast-moving tornado warnings. But for now, it's flood warnings from, let's say, Pascagoula to Gulf Shores, back through the Pensacola area. Then you get to Destin to Crestview, flash flood warnings there. We continue eastbound through, let's say the Panama City area, where there's been lots of reports of flooding. Many roads here with standing water on them, including West Beach Drive being flooded in that area. That report from a 911 call. How could there not be flooding? Look at some of these numbers just off the coast, but that pink color stretching now up towards the Panama City area. Again, this all goes inland, and goes inland in a big way. Flash flood watches are up all the way to the Tennessee-North Carolina border. Look at the rain. That's still to come rain, not stuff that's already occurred, but rain that's still to come. And gosh, this modeling is, if anything, still slowing down. You look at the European model here. This is now Thursday at 3 a.m., just outside the Florida Panhandle. In the Alabama side for that center by overnight Wednesday into Thursday. Mike, we follow this towards Atlanta. By Thursday evening, I think the rainfall rates in the Atlanta metro area could still be in that 1 to even 3 inch per hour rainfall rate at times. Gosh, it's going to be a big event inland.
Amazing to think how many days we'll be dealing with this even far from the coastline. And then you talk about opposites. It's so dry in the west, and look at the apocalyptic scenes in the town of Talent, Oregon here, where the fire retardant was laid down on the city. It didn't do hardly any good at all, did it? Literally left in ashes. 36 people have died from wildfires in Washington, Oregon, and California over the last few months. The forecast still does not bode well. It stays warm. It stays dry. We have elevated fire danger in southern Oregon, northern California, northwest Nevada through the day today, tomorrow, likely going to just come right back. The acreage consumed has been just almost unbelievable. 900,000 acres in Oregon. This big Santiam fire pushing almost 400,000 acres. Then you talk about California. 3 million acres have been scorched here. A lot of that has been focused in northern California with the largest fire in state history, the August fire that combined with the Elkhorn fire. Now almost 900,000 acres has burned. We'll talk more about the fires, more about Hurricane Sally when we come back.
Owners of select competitive vehicles can get $500 toward a new Acura ILX.
When the Murrays started using Gain Ultra Flings, they fell in love with its irresistible scent. Looks like their dog Michelangelo did too. Gain Ultra Flings with 2 times Oxy Boost and Febreze.
What do we want for dinner?
Burgers! I want a sugar cookie! I want a bucket of chicken! I want...
It's the easiest because it's the cheesiest. Kraft, for the win-win.
Okay, I'm up. 5 more minutes. Break me off a piece of that Kit Kat bar.
Daddy, what's that big moving house thing?
It's a motorhome, Junior. Modern invention.
Modern invention? We carried our homes with us since, like, forever.
Yeah, but humans have Geico to protect them. Something goes wrong, they're covered. What do we have?
What could go wrong? Ooh, a feather.
A feather. Duck, Junior!
That's no duck, Daddy. That's a vulture.
Geico for RVs. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
This is Ava. These are Ava's shoulders. They square off and bear it all. But now Ava's shoulders are stronger than ever. This is what Medicare from Blue Cross Blue Shield does for Ava. And with plans that fit your life and budget, you can count on us when it matters most. This is Medicare from Blue Cross Blue Shield. This is the benefit of blue.
Real people are realizing there's a better way to mobile.
My carrier probably has a lot of fees I don't even know are there. Basic phone line access, federal universal service charge, I don't even know what that is. Why am I paying these fees?
At Spectrum Mobile, there are no added taxes and fees. What you see is what you pay. $45 a line with our unlimited data plan or $14 a gig with our Buy the Gig plan.
The calculator said that we would save $600 a year. We've actually saved $612 in half a year.
With Spectrum Mobile, I'm saving over $350 a year.
$650 a year. It's true. Most customers who use our calculator find they could save hundreds every year. Don't wait. Find your savings at SpectrumMobile.com or call 844-258-8115 and get it all with free nationwide talk and text and no contracts.
I'm ready to switch.
Get more for less with our unlimited data plan for $45 a line or our Buy the Gig plan for $14 a gig. Plus, get the flexibility to mix and match plans. Visit a Spectrum store. Go to SpectrumMobile.com or call 844-258-8115.
Everything weather.
Wow! Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
Currently in our area, 62 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy skies, low 58, winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Wednesday, mainly sunny, high 76, winds south-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Wednesday night, clear to partly cloudy, low 65, winds south-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Thank you for staying with us tonight as we track Hurricane Sally, Category 1 hurricane just sitting off the northern Gulf Coast tonight and taking aim. Likely it's somewhere between, say, Mobile, Alabama and Pensacola, Florida. It's going to deal a pretty hefty blow to us, and one of the reasons is because it's so slow. It's not a really strong hurricane, but typically they move pretty fast, or they move in and they move out, right? This one's going at a snail's pace, nearly stationary, moving at just 2 miles per hour right now. We do anticipate a little bit quicker forward speed here, but still, we're going to be in this all night long and most of the day tomorrow as well. You take a look where this thing is headed. This is the Hurricane Center's forecast track, and if you just go right down the center of that, that'll put it around Mobile or between Mobile and Pensacola for the center at least, with the effects going well beyond the cone. We know that, and a lot of storm surge could happen, especially on the east side of this system. We're not anticipating much in the way of increased intensity, so we don't think the winds are going to go up at this point. They may maintain, or they may even come down just a little bit before landfall, but the scope of the hurricane warnings has narrowed quite a bit as we're getting closer to landfall now, with hurricane winds that could go as far west as Gulfport and as far east as Pensacola, or maybe over toward, maybe in Navarre or Walton Beach. Storm surge warnings, in effect, does still include, because of a north wind, surge effects in Louisiana, but then through Mississippi as the concave coastline catches all that water, and in particular, some of the highest surge likely to happen in Alabama and in the panhandle of Florida, where we could see 4 to 7 feet there. North side surge flooding here in Louisiana, south side surge flooding here in Alabama and in Florida. But that could go all the way over towards Cedar Key in the Big Bend of Florida. That's just nuts to think about that. As far as the storm goes, as far as the satellite presentation, not a lot has changed today. We've actually never seen an eye with this hurricane, but you could certainly pick out where the center is on the radar. And right now in coastal Alabama and coastal Florida, we're basically in the northern eye wall of this, or just the outskirts of the northern eye wall. The hurricane force winds extend out about 40 miles from the center, and the coastline is about 55 miles away. So we're not that far away. Gusts are nearly 60 in Mobile, 20 in Pensacola, 22 in Panama City. Numerous flash flood warnings for us right now. Bay County is under a flash flood warning. That's Panama City. Freeport, we're under a flash flood warning. That's Walton County. Destin and Crestview and I-10 under a flash flood warnings. That's Okaloosa, Santa Rosa counties. And then around Pensacola, including Escambia and Baldwin counties, we're under a flash flood warning. The amount of rain that we have picked up is incredible. Off the coast here, with the radar estimate, just in the heart of this thing, about 23 inches has already fallen. Near Panama City, about 13 inches of rain has already come down in the last 12 hours. And between Gulf Shores and Pensacola, about 10 inches of rain in the last 12 hours. We could easily double that. And look, the rain still to come. Still to come. Another 12 to 18 inches. Pensacola's in the heart of that. Not to mention how much rain goes inland. 5 to 8 goes all the way up into Georgia, so inland flooding will also be a concern here, Mark. Not only flash flooding, but then it's all got to drain, so creeks and streams and rivers will also come out of their banks as well.
Gosh, a lot of attention being placed on Sally, and for good reason, but it is an extremely active period in what has already been an active year. You look behind me here, and my goodness, we've got circles on the map everywhere, and even a couple of swirls that don't have the circles, including that little swirl that's near Spain, mostly subtropical, but can't rule out at least some development there. So gosh, a lot to follow across the tropics. Let's start out by looking at Tropical Storm Teddy. This was what we thought, many of you thought was going to be Sally, right? But the one near Florida developed first. And so now Teddy is taking the long drag across the tropical Atlantic, starting to have a little bit of a northerly turn, still a tropical storm, but look at the modeling here. Widespread agreement that this will get not only to hurricane force winds, but many of the models go to major hurricane, would only be the second one of the year. But it's on the way, okay? So I think the most damaging part of this is that you look at this path and it is aiming squarely at Bermuda again. Let's hope there's a turn away, but wouldn't that be a 2020 thing to have another well-formed hurricane come right at that very small dot in a very big ocean? Then we've got Tropical Storm Vicky. Not really going to have much legs left for Vicky. This one is dissolving there in the Atlantic and going away quickly. But I do want you to carefully monitor the couple of features that are coming off the coast of Africa. 70% chance of development for this over the next 5 days. Almost a due west motion, and it should stay reasonably weak as you watch that swirl go, which means that it could get underneath the ridge and get all the way to, say, the islands of the Caribbean, something that we're watching. Of course, we want you to stick around here as our coverage continues here on Weather Underground. Live coverage, including from the field, from Sally.
This hurricane coverage brought to you by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Wish you were here. To see how bright the human spirit can shine. To see that no matter what nature does, people will do more. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave. To help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
3 weeks and still no sign of our elusive subject. So yes, carnivorous devourers. He only comes out for devour.
Look how he rips in that buffalo chicken mac and cheese.
Eat like an animal. Devour.
Owners of select competitive vehicles can get $500 toward a new Acura ILX.
Can you believe all the Ings we fit under one roof? We're here to help your small business any way we can. Every ink for small business, all in one place.
The UPS store.
America's biopharmaceutical companies have one very important thing in common.
A common enemy.
We're making great progress because we're collaborating in ways that we've never done before.
In a matter of weeks, we've progressed from potential treatments
to antibodies and antivirals that have shown positive results.
To several promising vaccine candidates.
Because science
is how we get back to normal.
So Dish lets you share your TV with your family on multiple devices. Why?
Sweetie, forgot something.
Thank you. Because we know one thing's for sure. It's a little less scary leaving home when you can take a little bit of it with you.
Share your TV on 5 devices, no extra charge. Dish, tuned in to you.
Here?
Nah.
Here. Nope. Here.
When the middle of nowhere is somewhere. The all-new Chevy Trailblazer.
Next on Weather Underground, Hurricane Sally. Still a dangerous, slow-moving hurricane threatening the Gulf Coast with storm surge and potentially historic rainfall. We have live coverage for you in the areas in the path of the storm. We're breaking down the timing for prolonged impacts, and not just at the coast, but also across Alabama, Florida, and Georgia, also into the Carolinas. So a lot to get into here in the coming hours as Hurricane Sally gets closer and closer to the coast here. I'm Mike Bettis.
And I'm Mark Elliott, and my goodness, it has been a slow go to get to this point, hasn't it? Forward motion of 2 to 3 miles per hour, but it's brought those impacts all the way in. So we want to get right into meteorologist Paul Goodlow. He is live in Gulf Shores, Alabama, where those rain bands have been steadily marching in. Paul, a difficult night for sure.
Yeah, for sure, Mark, because again, it's not just a couple hours. It's going to be all night long. And as Sally approaches the coastline, we're going to see more of those intense rain bands rotate on in here with the heavier rain, with the stronger winds, which have been pounding this area for hours and hours. And even though it's just a Category 1 in terms of on the scale, which goes up to 5, we're still going to have some significant impacts here because of the long duration it's going to take to come on shore and then move past this area here. And definitely as the wind shift here at the coast, we're gonna have a bigger push of the waves of the ocean. Take a look at video we shot earlier today when the sun was up of the waves crashing at the end of the pier, which also just opened a couple of days ago here. We're talking huge waves. The end of that pier, the bottom of the top of the pier versus the top of the water should be easily 20 feet. So waves were even bigger than that, crashing at the end of that pier there. So easily 15 to 20 plus foot waves have been rolling on shore all day long here in Gulf Shores. In fact, at the end of the boardwalk I'm standing on, one end goes down to stairs to the beach, the other end goes on a ramp that goes down, and about at least 30 feet now of that ramp has been a victim of Hurricane Sally. That's gone. You can see the video we shot earlier as well of that's just gone. More damage to this pier here, but that's made of, or the boardwalk I should say, that the boardwalk's made of wood pilings driven the sand, but the boardwalk, I mean the pier over here is made of concrete, and they have the flooring, which is removable. I don't think they did remove it, but we're going to see how that pier holds up to maybe 24 to 36 hours of huge waves and the wind kind of crashing against it, because that's the deal with Hurricane Sally. It might be just a Cat 1 thinking, oh, we've been through worse storms here, but we're talking about the duration of this is going to give you a lot of impacts, a lot of weather for maybe a day to a day and a half. So it's a marathon of the landfall of Hurricane Sally. Mike?
All right, Paul, I'll take it from here. We're in Pensacola, and I know you've been getting a beating there in Gulf Shores, Alabama. That's not too far away, okay? You're a little bit closer to the core of the strongest winds. Again, even the eye wall is just, 15, 20 miles off the coast, okay? It's not very far, and it hasn't made a lot of forward progress. It's moving at between 1 to 2 miles per hour. You can walk faster than that, okay? So we've got to deal with a situation like this through the overnight, into the morning, and even into the afternoon hours tomorrow. It's not necessarily the intensity that's really going to be the big factor here with Sally. It's going to be the duration and the rainfall totals, guys. The winds will be a problem, and people will lose power. We know that, and down trees, and there will be some structural damage. But it is going to be a water storm, meaning we have already had some significant surge in some locations, especially docks. They have just been taking a beating. And the rainfall totals here, even in northwest Florida, extreme southern Alabama, they've been extreme. We've already are approaching a foot of rainfall, guys, just to our south near Gulf Breeze and at Pensacola Beach. And we've seen similar totals in Pensacola Beach and also over towards Gulf Shores, Alabama. Okay, so a foot. And we're just beginning to get into the worst of the rain. And because it's such a slow-moving storm, you have rainfall rates like we're seeing right now. I'm going to step out just a little bit in this direction just to give you a full glimpse of what it's like here in Pensacola, okay? It's persistent at tropical storm force gusts at probably 35 to 40 miles per hour, gusting over 50. The highest gust we have had here in Pensacola Beach, Florida has been about 62 miles per hour. That was at the Naval Station, and a 61 mile per hour gust. But those are over the bridge right on the ocean side. Here in Pensacola, they're a little bit less because you got a little bit of that friction slowing down the wind. So again, winds are strong, but this is not going to be known for its winds. It's going to be known for its duration. We're talking the rainfall. When you get 1 to 2 inch per rainfall rates hour after hour after hour after hour, we've already seen nearly a foot of rain to our south here in downtown Pensacola. Totals are now anywhere from 6 to even 7 inches of rain. All right, that's already this early in the game. So we've got some significant issues here when it comes to flash flooding, and that's what's going to be the most notable life-threatening concern going forward. Just torrential downpours, even from just driving around the downtown core. We're in downtown Pensacola, not far from where the local baseball team plays, by the way. We're right on the water, and I don't know if you can even see the water, but it is angry. We've seen a lot of docks, even just from Destin earlier today all the way here to Pensacola, that have been completely submerged, and they have just been getting whipped all afternoon and now all evening and all night long with the waves crashing over. We've already had reports of docks being torn apart and piers being ripped up. So that's essentially the extent of the worst of the situation so far. A lot of low-lying areas right at the bay and also near the coast have seen a lot of overwash, and the beaches have been taking a huge beating. But it's the rainfall that gets me most concerned going forward, because when you have rain just like this, I mean, guys, it's relentless. It's nonstop. And we're just now getting into the evening hours. It's about dinner time here locally, and it stings. It's got salt water mixed in with it, and it comes down so hard and heavy it's really hard to see at all. So hopefully no one's out on the roads. Bridges have been totally shut down. The Pensacola 3-mile bridge, which is the one usually you'd be able to see it. You can't see it now with visibility being as low as it is. But that one was shut down earlier today because of sustained winds over 39 miles per hour, and also construction bars had kind of banged in to some of the pilings. It's under construction, so there's a lot of these barges kind of locked in place, and they've been stationary. But the waves and the choppy waters that Sally is bringing has been causing some structural issues. So they shut it down for the duration. The bypass route Garson Point Bridge, that one also just now shut down as of the last hour or two. All right, so between Pensacola Beach, Pensacola, you really have no way in or out except going all the way down to the east. And it starts getting, much more dangerous, especially given how close Highway 98 can get overwashed. We've seen that with so many storms. We're likely going to see it with this one. And that's the problem we're going to see. So look at this, guys. It is Tuesday evening. We have not even had a landfall. We're still about, 6 to even 10 hours away, potentially, or longer from the official landfall. That's the landfall. You still have to go another 5, 6, 7 hours after that before it finally starts getting more momentum and getting out of here. But we're still looking at another 12 to nearly 24, even 30 hours of heavy rainfall, gusty winds over tropical storm force, and we're already going into that time slot with a half foot to a foot of rain, because that's how much rain we've already picked up today in so many locations here in northwestern Florida and also coastal Alabama. So Gulf Shores, Mobile, Pensacola, Mike, and even areas farther east, this is finally going to get moving to the northeast, and it's going to bring all that rain with it into southern Alabama, getting into places like Albany, Georgia, Columbus, Georgia, Montgomery, even Atlanta. So we got the heavy rainfall. I mean, looking at the totals, double digit already, Mike. It's less of a wind event, even though the winds will be an issue. It is really going to be that rainfall that has been just non-stop because of the slow motion of this storm.
Well, Chris, and I love that you're there. I love this picture because I think it should be eye-opening to a lot of people when it comes to the rain, because you are absolutely getting hammered with the rain. But one of the other dangers, and I want you to tell me what your thoughts are on this, one of the other dangers of some of these outer bands that come through is that risk for severe weather, especially in these kind of bands where you could get tornadoes. So it just goes hand in hand with the flooding risk, with the surge risk, with the general winds from the hurricane.
Yeah, that's a good point, Mike, and that's something I totally forgot to even talk about, the tornado risk. And remember, we're under that tornado watch. That has been extended to the overnight into the early morning hours, so we will likely see, as we often do with tropical systems, that risk for tornadoes, and they're going to be quick-moving. They'll be very isolated, but they can pack a real, damage potential and really cause, shingles to fly around and tear apart mobile homes and weak structures. So that's really going to be one of those things. And remember, too, with the heavy rainfall, they're going to be totally rain-wrapped. It's going to be in the overnight hours. You're not going to get barely any sort of warning, but just know that going ahead, especially if you're in town, you're residing, know your lot, where trees are, where they can fall in the house, and it's just dangerous if you're able to even get some sleep tonight.
Chris, the rainfall rates right now in some of these storms that you're in, this northern part of the storm, the eastern part of the storm, 2 to 3 inches per hour. These numbers are so intense, and then you think about the duration that this could last for. Rainfall rates like this could last for another 5 to 10 hours.
Mike, I believe it. I mean, I'm going to step out just a little bit. I start to lose the wind situation, but you can kind of get an idea of the wind-driven rain, and then the real force of the water power here, the heavy rainfall. I mean, visibility, we've got a little waterway over here. Y'all won't be able to see it, but I can. And it's about, I would say about the equivalent of 3 blocks. And it's hard to even see the lights at that distance. It's because of how heavy the rainfall. Typically, if this were a daytime on a clear day, you would see all the way to Pensacola Beach, which is about 5-6 miles over the bay. You would be able to see that on a clear evening, but certainly not tonight. And just driving around in situations like this, Mike, gnarly. And roads have already taken on water just from the heavy rainfall alone, let alone the areas near low-lying spots, bodies of water that have taken on the surge, which has been another landfall impact here in northwest Florida.
You know, we could have a right front quadrant there from Gulf Shores to Pensacola Beach there, Chris, but you mentioned there you're on the bay, all right, so you're away from the Gulf of Mexico by a couple of miles. You can still get some surge even on the bay. I think during Hurricane Ivan, we even had portions of I-10 taken out because of surge on the bay, so this is a pretty vulnerable coastline.
Very much so. I mean, there were several locations we wanted to be live from because we wanted to show you that aspect, but it was too dangerous in the fact that the surge, if it continues to rise, then we get trapped. So we picked this spot. It's elevated. There's actually a seawall just over here, and then it drops about 3 or 4 feet. But the waves, they're not quite reaching that high just yet, but it just gives you an idea. We don't think it's going to get that high, but it shows you at least we have that idea. Know that if you don't have a seawall or a higher, blockage, concrete barrier to protect you, you're likely taking water. I mean, driving really like from Destin this morning all the way to Pensacola. Now, this was this morning before the worst of it really started to come in. All of the water on the north side driving that 40-mile stretch, all of the docks, when you would go over the bridges, they were all submerged. So it tells me a lot of people are going to have lost docks. Hopefully they move their boats to safer spots, but I've seen a lot of it, and it hasn't gone down really any time since.
Chris, here we are now. Landfall expected, maybe early tomorrow morning. For folks that are there right now, your advice for them with all these different factors that we have to follow, what your advice for folks that are living in harm's way this evening?
I would say really be mindful. You may not have ever flooded before, but this storm may change that just because of the rainfall rates we're already getting. We've already seen nearly a foot of rain in so many occasions. So if you have flooded and you are in a vulnerable spot and you did not leave, you may want to think about going to a neighbor because it's kind of late to be heading out on the roads or anything like that. And I will say it's been very quiet. But note that the flooding is going to get you, and that's what's going to be so problem. And the water can rise. We saw it in past storms. It happens quickly, especially when you get just persistent hour after hour of 2 to even 3 inch per hour rainfall rates on in. Especially at night, you go to bed, wake up 3 hours later, kind of check on everything, and you start to look at the waters, getting close to your doorway, and it starts to become a real issue there. So, I don't think we're going to get a lot of extreme hurricane force winds here in Pensacola, but I do think we're going to get just persistent rain, and we're still getting that easterly to even southeasterly fetch off of the water, and that's still pushing that water. So when we go into high tide tomorrow morning, we're still looking at storm surge issues and even into tomorrow evening. So we've got that whole aspect. That water then can't drain like it needs to, and it just really has nowhere to go. So we're going to see a lot of rising waters, and we've already got those flash flood warnings and mounting here in northwest Florida.
Chris Bruin is our paid wet dog tonight. He's taking one on the chin for us. Chris, incredible stuff there, I think, and maybe an eye-opening view of what's happening with Hurricane Sally. Keep in mind that Chris is, I'd say roughly 80 miles from the center of this hurricane. I do want to update you on what's happening. We've got the new advisory in from the Hurricane Center. They came in at the top of the hour. No changes in wind speed here. Pressure dropped. Northerly movement 2, that didn't change either. It's about 75 miles now south of Mobile, Alabama, but only about 45 miles to the south of, say, Gulf Shores, Alabama. So that could be a place that gets hit first. If you're going to take this right up the center cone here, it's come maybe up through Mobile Bay, but I think it's going to hit some of those barrier islands first and hit us pretty hard. Hurricane warnings Gulfport to just past Pensacola for us tonight, with tropical storm warnings going farther north. Storm surge is going to be an issue, as Chris was alluding to. Lately, we've had more of an east wind, but as the system comes in, you'll end up getting a south wind. You'll push a lot of the Gulf of Mexico into coastal Alabama and coastal Florida. Could see as much as 4 to 7 feet of water rise and wave action on top of that. More with our crews in the field with Paul Goodlow and Chris Bruin when we come back.
Did you know that your clothes can actually attract pet hair?
With new Bounce Pet Hair and Lint Guard, your clothes can repel pet hair.
Look how the shirt on the left attracts pet hair like a magnet. Pet hair is no match for Bounce.
With Bounce, you can love your pets and lint roll less.
The Lexus ES. Every curve, every innovation, every feeling. A product of mastery.
Lease the 2020 ES350 for $359 a month for 36 months.
Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
These fudge brownie M&Ms are really fudgy.
Yes, they are.
To put a fudge brownie center in an M&M's is...
genius.
I know.
I was going to say hard.
Why won't you? Why won't you go in?
New Fudge Brownie M&Ms.
Introducing new Life Cuisine for your lifestyle. High protein, meatless, gluten-free, or low-carb lifestyle. Power up your day with new Life Cuisine. Delicious your way.
The shift has begun. The ante's been upped. To lead the charge, good had to be amazing. And amazing had to become the expectation. The power has shifted.
Now with Ram Power Days bonus cash, get $7,300 in total values on the 2020 Ram 1500.
Can't wait to tell everyone about AT&T's big 5G news.
AT&T has nationwide 5G?
Yep.
And that's faster?
Faster, yeah.
But is it reliable?
Uh-huh, and secure.
You should consider making a big deal about it.
Bigger?
I said bigger.
Oh, bigger deal, bigger than what I'm doing.
It's not complicated. A 5G network needs a 5G device. Now everyone, including existing customers, can get a free Samsung Galaxy Note 20 after trade-in.
Age-related macular degeneration may lead to severe vision loss.
So the National Eye Institute did 20 years of clinical studies on a formula only found in PreserVision.
If it were my vision, I'd ask my doctor about PreserVision.
It's the most studied eye vitamin brand.
If it were my vision, I'd look into PreserVision.
Only PreserVision AREDS 2 contains the exact nutrient formula recommended by the NEI to help reduce the risk of moderate to advanced AMD progression.
I have AMD. It is my vision, so my plan includes PreserVision.
Back to school. For some, it means back to the classroom. For many, learning from home. And for others, a combination of both. But for every child in a New York public school, it means teachers putting students first, making sure they have a safe, healthy place to learn, something to eat, and the tools they need for remote learning. So no matter what back to school looks like for your child, we'll take good care of them. It's what we do.
I didn't want to talk. She just sat with me. That was all I really needed.
We got back. One day he called me out of the blue. And it's comforting to know that I always can count on him to have my back.
She called me from time to time. I really didn't think I needed any help.
It took me from being really depressed to feeling like somebody cared. It gave me some hope. Just that one text.
Be there. Your call, your presence, your words, your support. Be there and help save a life.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 62 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy, low 58. Winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Wednesday, mainly sunny, high 76. Winds south-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Wednesday night, mainly clear early, then a few clouds later on, low 64. Winds south-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Hurricane season doesn't stop for a pandemic, and neither do we.
From this point forward, conditions will continue to deteriorate.
Don't let COVID-19 take your eye off the tropics. This year's threat is more complex and dangerous than ever before.
Remain vigilant, pay close attention to the Weather Channel.
No one can cover this historic hurricane season better than the Weather Channel. Get the information you need to stay safe every day. Storm safety in a pandemic, all season long, right here on the Weather Channel.
Taking a live look right now at Destin. Destin got the shortest of short breaks from the intense rain. Well, as you can see here on this live picture, that rain has filled back in. The big drops collecting on the side of the camera and then blowing across. And gosh, it feels really tropical out there. Looks like snow, but that is just conglomerates of big raindrops moving in. Now, I want to go to Pensacola, Florida, just down the road off to the west, where our own Chris Bruin is tonight. And Chris, there are several storms just off the coast that are now showing signs of rotation. The rainfall rates coming up. All that to say is that weather's going from bad to worse where you are.
Yeah, and you mentioned tropical rains. I mean, this is the epitome of tropical storms and hurricanes. I mean, you're getting this is what they are known for. The problem is the rainfall rates. Typically, if you get a fast-moving storm system, guys, you can really limit your overall rainfall. Even then, it's still impressive. But when you slow a storm down like what we have right now, with Sally, you run into big problems, and that's what we're seeing. We've already gotten over a foot of rain in places like Gulf Breeze and Gulf Shores. Gulf Breeze is just outside of Pensacola Beach and also near Pensacola Beach. Here in Pensacola, I would say totals are now quickly adding up to about 8-9 inches, and we're getting close to double-digit totals already, and we're only about 18 hours into the worst of Sally. We still got another 15 to nearly 30 hours more to go, okay? And it's going to be the majority of it is going to be like what you see right here, because we're going to be on that right front quadrant. We're going to be on that right side. And Paul, you know, winds have been manageable. I'm looking around and I see a lot of power. In fact, the city light just came on right here on this little dock that we're on. So winds have been manageable, certainly nothing that's taken me off my feet, but the rain, I would say, has been unmanageable. I mean, literally, it just gets in every little nook and cranny. And, you know, some people, unfortunately, when you have rainfall rates like this, Paul, that water finds a way into the building. And somehow, I've even seen it come in through lights and air vents.
Yeah, that's what we have to deal with out here, Chris. When it's not just, you know, a gentle rain falling, got the umbrella, and it's wind blowing sideways. So even waterproof clothing, you know, the wind drives that rain in there, and it's rough. Even well-built structures, even homes will probably have the wind forcing that water inside the homes. And it was just a couple of hours, you could probably get by. But this is going to be maybe another 24 hours of wind-driven rain as Sally makes that slow approach. We keep watching and waiting for this thing to speed up, but it's still a slow, relentless jog on towards the coast, and we're still getting those rain bands where Chris Bruin is rotating counterclockwise right down the Alabama coast. And looking at the latest model, we're going to see the center and that eye structure, whatever left of it, hopefully as it weakens rapidly, make landfall sometime between now and tomorrow afternoon, perhaps sometime in the late morning hours here, which means we're going to still see even stronger winds, heavier rain coming on through, and then also a storm surge as that center approaches. So we cannot wait to see the backside of this thing and see Sally in our rearview mirror, but we're going to have yet another landfall on September 16th here in Gulf Shores. Back in 2004, that's when Hurricane Ivan, as a Category 3 hurricane, made landfall here with a 12-foot storm surge. Right now, the storm surge warning is for a 4 to 7-foot storm surge, and hopefully that's worst case in a few isolated areas. But that's our concern, is we're going to have definitely some more breaching of the dunes here and more beach erosion with this, already seeing the water far higher than it normally is on a normal given day here in Gulf Shores. But it's not just here at the coast, it's all this rain. 10 plus inches has already fallen here in Gulf Shores, and we have still the center to make landfall and the backside of this hurricane to still bring those rain bands on through here and inundate not only here but areas inland with heavy rain. If you're even up towards I-10 and maybe even 50 miles north of I-10, you're probably dealing with this rain right now and for several hours, and you'll still see that rain come through. So this is going to be a kind of a push of heavy rain, a swath kind of pushing northward into central Alabama, then kind of pivoting eastward into areas of Georgia before everything is all said and done. At the same time, we're still getting that rain here in Alabama, still getting it over towards Dauphin Island, and even in parts of Mississippi, we'll see the heavy rain and then inland flood concern as well. As Chris was mentioning earlier, the wind also coming on through. The farther out I go, the stronger the winds are closer to the Gulf. I don't want to go too far because as night has fallen, we know the end of this boardwalk here succumbed to the winds and the wave action earlier. Lost easily 30 feet of this boardwalk out there, and that is still kind of shaky right now. So we're curious to see tomorrow morning when the sun comes up around 6 a.m. any more damage to this boardwalk. But at that point, we could be dealing with the imminent landfall of Sally here, and probably a bigger push of the Gulf, and maybe even some storm surge as well. So we got you covered all across the Gulf Coast, all through the night, all through tomorrow, the landfall of Hurricane Sally here on the Weather Channel.
Find your inner flex. With Double Flex Ballroom Denim. Only at Duluth Trading.
Everyone is at risk for enamel loss. When you drink or eat something that's acidic, it sucks the minerals out of the tooth surface. Pronamel is formulated to help deliver minerals to the tooth surface to help reharden and strengthen your enamel.
I didn't order a pizza.
I know, but that Parker promo saved me so much on my insurance. Brought you a little something special.
Parker, State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
You're the man.
And you want the real deal? Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
The first ingredient in this Cliff Bar is brown rice syrup, which is another name for sugar. In this Kind Bar, it's heart-healthy almonds with the taste of dark chocolate and 75% less sugar than the leading Cliff Bar. Be kind to yourself.
At Cracker Barrel, there's comfort in every bite. With new favorites like our fresh-baked chicken pot pie, filled with chicken and vegetables. Come on home to Cracker Barrel. Dine in, curbside, or delivery.
Owners of select competitive vehicles can get $500 toward a new Acura ILX.
Still your best friend, and now your co-pilot. Still a father, but now a friend. Still an electric car, just more electrifying. Still a night out, but everything fits in. Still hard work, just a little easier. Still a legend, just more legendary. Chevrolet, making life's journey just better.
Freezing cold, blazing heat. Rain-X premium silicone wiper blades are engineered to withstand the most extreme conditions. They last 2 times longer than traditional wipers. If Rain-X premium silicone wipers survive these conditions, clearly they'll last in yours. Rain-X, outsmart the elements. Find Rain-X silicone wipers at these retailers.
As your uncle, I want you to know that on the road to life, there will be rough spots, and they will chew up your tires. I recently took a road trip to Greensville to attend a chili cook-off. Rough roads all the way down. I drove there on these Cooper Discoverer and Duramax tires. You know, they're made with the durability of off-road tires, but for on-road driving. Without them, we might never know the winning bean-to-meat ratio of a good chili. And those are the things in life, my friend, worth driving towards. So go with the Coopers. Cooper! I'm hungry now.
America's biopharmaceutical companies have one very important thing in common.
A common enemy.
We're making great progress because we're collaborating in ways that we've never done before.
In a matter of weeks, we've progressed from potential treatments
to antibodies and antivirals that have shown positive results.
To several promising vaccine candidates.
Because science
is how we get back to normal.
Breakfast wants you back. Try Just Crack an Egg, packed with real potatoes, veggies, meat, and cheese. Just add a fresh egg for a hot scramble in less than 2 minutes to get those warm, fuzzy feelings again. Take breakfast back. Find it in the egg aisle.
Hey, welcome back into the Weather Channel's continuing live coverage here from Pensacola, Florida. We're right downtown Pensacola. We are just getting creamed by the beginnings. Guys, we're only in the beginnings of Hurricane Sally. Now, I know Sally is weekended. We are thankful that You know, we're not dealing with the 100-mile-per-hour storm that we were dealing with this time last night. However, we're not in any better situation when it comes to the rain. In fact, in some cases, we may have more than 20 inches, I think, in spots. I highly think that is a very possible outcome here because of the rainfall rates and the slow-moving nature of these storms. I mean, it just gets in everywhere. It has been relentless, especially in the last 3 hours. You look at some of these more intense bands and just how slowly they're moving first, but also the way that a tropical system re-energizes and continues to feed in that moisture from all levels of the atmosphere. So you don't get your typical thunderstorm and then it stabilizes the atmosphere and it cools down. You don't have that type of situation. So it just reinvigorates and it's pulling the moisture right off the ocean. All right, and this is, you know, the eye has been kind of parked all day. Hasn't really moved a whole lot. So it looks similar to where it was this time last night if you're checking in, you know, periodically. And so we haven't seen a lot of movement, and that's the hugest danger here with Hurricane Sally. It is absolutely by far going to be the rainfall rates and the flash flood potential, which will be life-threatening. Storm surge levels have come down. However, that is another big issue, and that is something that we have seen here big time, even around Pensacola, and not just at the beaches. I know the beaches have been taking a huge beating, but even on the bay side, when you get that huge push of water, you're getting big-time rises, and we're seeing that filling up the bays, filling up the inlets, and I've noticed a huge swath of coastline here. Really, anybody who lives right on the water, who has a dock, unless you had a floating ability with your dock likely went underwater. It is impaired in some way, especially with the lashing of the waves and the constant beating nature of the rain, because you think, I was out driving earlier today and I noticed a lot of the docks were already buried underwater because of the surge that had come in on the bay. That was in Destin, where they haven't been having nearly the type of weather that we have seen here in Pensacola. So that whole stretch in Northwest Florida, same could be said there in Gulf Shores and Orange Beach, Alabama, since this afternoon has been submerged and taking a beating, and we got to go through this overnight tonight. We got to go through it into the morning, and really the majority of the day tomorrow. I think by tomorrow night we finally start to see things calm down. So will we see hurricane force winds? I think here in Pensacola we could gust over 70 miles per hour. I think right now the majority of the city is still in fairly good shape, Mike, with power, and we haven't seen a lot of even limbs down. That's changing now since we lost sunlight, and I think the winds have gotten a bit stronger since the last 2 hours. So we will see, you know, tree limbs down. We'll have power outages, but it's going to be that flash flood potential. When you look at the totals already, Mike, I mean, over a foot in some areas between Gulf Shores and right at the beaches between Gulf Breeze and also Pensacola Beach. So we're seeing that, and we're getting close to double-digit totals even here in Pensacola, and same can be said even for Mobile and other places just inland.
All right, Chris, I'm glad you mentioned the power outages, because literally just in the last, say, half an hour, power outages are now starting to go up, especially right there where you are in the Pensacola area. Chris, thanks so much. I want to keep people updated on what's happening, because, you know, throughout the day you've been watching the wind start to pick up gradually, but now it's really starting to blow for us there in the Panhandle through Alabama as well. Again, about 22,000 without power in Florida. Most of those are right here in the Pensacola area tonight. Escambia County has the most currently. In Alabama, same thing. In the last hour and a half or so, the power outages are now starting to go up, and it's right around Mobile tonight. Mobile County has 17,000 customers currently without power. It makes sense, because now we're starting to feel the northern intensity of this. The northern Iowa is getting close to us at this point, so the winds are really going to start to pick up. We've got an 80-mile-per-hour hurricane moving very slowly at just 2 miles per hour and sits 75 miles south of Mobile, about 45 miles south of, say, Gulf Shores, Alabama. So we anticipate a landfall that comes in tomorrow morning. We've got a track that goes all the way through the southeast, hurricane warnings that are in effect for us right now. And there's the surge. Some of the worst surge from this point going forward likely to be Mobile over towards, say, Destin, a very vulnerable coastline here. Again, this is where all the action is right now, mostly on the north side that Chris and Paul are showing us this evening. Mobile, we've got gusts of 53, and I'm sure we'll see gusts well in excess of 70 miles an hour tonight. Not to mention all that rain. Another foot to foot and a half to go. Localized areas could see more than that. We've already had numerous areas reporting double-digit rainfall totals, and it only gets worse from here. More on Hurricane Sally with our crews in Alabama and in Florida tonight. We're back. Stay safe.
I'm Jimmy Dean, and sausage is a great deal like life. You get out of it about what you put into it. You put in quality, and you're going to get out quality, and that's what we do with Jimmy Dean. You have a wonderful day, all right?
Is that net carbs or total? Not enough fiber. Chocolate would be good.
Snacking should be sweet and simple. The delicious taste of Glucerna gives you the sweetness you crave while helping you manage your blood sugar with nutrients to help support immune health.
With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave, to help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Whether holding down the fort or bouncing back to school, childhood is always in session. So keep feeding us right with Sun-Made snacks. Just like when you were a kid. Delicious, made with whole fruit. Sun-Made.
Here, opinions are something you form after watching the news, not something you hear from us during the news. It's not how it used to be. It's how it should be. Now, it's the way it is. News, not talk. Facts, not opinions. In prime time 7 nights a week. News Nation, every night at 8, 7 Central on WGN America. Your news, your nation.
Can you believe all the Ings we fit under one roof? We're here to help your small business any way we can. Every ink for small business, all in one place.
The UPS store. At Olive Garden, it's easier than ever to enjoy what you love from us in the comfort of your own home. Order and pay online. Choose from all your favorites. Then bring it all home with Carside Pickup. Only at Olive Garden.
Incomparable design makes it beautiful. State-of-the-art technology makes it brilliant. The visionary Lexus NX.
Lease the 2020 NX 300 for $339 a month for 36 months.
Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Domino's knows a thing or two about delivery. So when we saw people were getting tacos and burgers delivered like these, we had to step in. Introducing our new chicken taco and cheeseburger pizzas.
What?
Oh my. Now the best way to get a taco or burger delivered is to get a Domino's pizza.
Age is just a number. And mine's unlisted.
Try Boost High Protein with 20 grams of protein for muscle health versus only 16 grams in Ensure High Protein. And now enjoy Boost High Protein in new Cafe Mocha flavor.
Get your daily dose of everything weather on Quibi. From the viral
now to the weather video that we cannot stop watching.
To the vital.
Get ready because we are in for another wet week.
And all the wonderful weather in between.
Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
All right, welcome back into the Weather Channel's continuing live coverage here of Hurricane Sally. Still hours away, believe it or not, from landfall because of the slow-moving nature of Sally as it approaches northwest Florida and southern Alabama. So Mobile, Dolphin Island, Gulf Shores, right on into Pensacola Beach, even a little bit farther east. We gotta worry about cities like Navarre Beach and areas around Destin because this is eventually going to be moving back to the northeast once it starts to pick up speed, and that's when you're going to get in on some of those heavier winds and certainly the heavier rains and that continued push of water. Some of the people have said the water has never been this high in some areas because of just how long lasting. So this is less about the intensity of the storm and more about the duration. That's what we're going to remember Sally by, just because of its beating impact. You know, we can handle stuff like this for a few hours, yes. And winds, they've been manageable. Power outages are starting to mount, but we haven't seen a lot of structural damage, and I don't think we're going to get a lot of that. Certainly nothing like what we had with Laura because the wind speeds are so much lighter. What we will have are the rainfall rates. That is something we did not have with Laura, and really the first so far for this year. This is going to be our heaviest rainfall producing tropical system up through this point. and it's something that you can't take lightly. Flash flooding is huge and one of the biggest and most dangerous leading causes of death when it comes to tropical systems alone. And then you factor in the surge aspect, and while the surge totals have come down a little bit because of the weakening storm overall, we are still seeing surge flooding, and we will continue to see surge flooding. I can tell you the majority of Bayfront coastline here, especially on the north side of Pensacola Bay, is experiencing flooding on the order of a couple of feet, if not higher, especially as we see those tides rise and fall. Next high tide will be tomorrow morning. That's going to be another crucial one, especially with we could be in a much stronger core of the storm, so we could have higher wind speeds and a continual push of water in from the Gulf of Mexico. That then pushes the water not just to the beaches, but it comes in through the inlets, it fills in the bays, it goes into the inlets, the rivers, and it goes up pretty far. So places like Mobile Bay, we had some serious flooding with Cristobal, and Cristobal is a lot weaker and a lot farther away. We could have much worse conditions this time, and we know even parts of I-10 get shut down, along with Highway 90 and 98. Those are all going to be vulnerable highways, and a lot of bridges right now at the moment are closed, including the Pensacola 3 Mile Bay Bridge. That's the one that connects downtown Pensacola to the Pensacola Beach. And your alternative was Garcon Point, but now that conditions have worsened, that bridge has also closed. So a lot of in and out access has been shut down until winds subside, just because those bridges, you got to remember, they go up a bit into, they sit about 50 plus feet above the water, okay? So when you get that high, you accelerate those winds even harder, and it makes it very difficult to drive. You throw in visibility, and you're just asking for a disaster waiting to happen. So that's something that we're continuing to watch for very closely here. So again, that's the latest in Pensacola. We go about 30 miles off to my west, and right on the beach, we're going to compare situations. It's really been the heavy rainfall. We've had winds, Paul, but what do you see? You're a little bit closer to the core of strongest winds. How high would you say the winds have gotten there in Gulf Shores?
Earlier, Chris, they were easily gusting 60 to 70 miles per hour here, with at times during some of the heavier rain bands. Some of the sustained winds were easily 30 to 40 miles per hour coming on through here. I want to take you back to the magic of video earlier today. In fact, right around high tide, just before noon today, we were kind of out here surveying what was going on. We were seeing these huge waves rolling on. In fact, they were already doing some damage. At the end of this boardwalk I'm standing on, it goes down to the beach, but the beach, by the way, since yesterday has been covered with more water. The wave action from Sally, the wave action and the water rise seems have already eaten away at least 30 feet of the end of this boardwalk down here, which should lead to the sand. That's gone now. Also, there's a pier off behind me to the left. You can't see it now with the sun down. But waves are crashing at the end of that pier, and normally there should be easily a 20-foot clearance between the bottom, I guess the top of the ocean, top of the Gulf, and the bottom of that pier. And we're seeing waves crashing at the end of that pier, which is at least maybe a quarter to a third of a mile long there. So all the waves are hitting the pier, then coming on shore, and also eating away at this boardwalk. And here, in terms of power outages, we've had just the last maybe 5 minutes or so, a pretty long kind of power outage. Lasted maybe about 4 or 5 seconds, and the power came back on. But that's going to be the long impact throughout the night, because as you mentioned, Chris, we're 45 miles from that center, but we have 45 miles, okay, give or take 2 or 3 miles, 45 miles, 40 miles of weather we have to get through as Sally slowly comes on shore. So more of this, more of that rain, more of that wind-driven rain, more even tropical storm to hurricane force wind gusts coming on, and that's going to keep slowly but surely knocking out power as we try to have a good night's sleep this evening before landfall sometime tomorrow morning. So over the next 12 hours to maybe even 18 hours, we do expect landfall pretty close to here in Gulf Shores. Again, from the center, 45 miles. From the edge of that center circulation, maybe just 40, 42 miles. So there's a lot of weather. You see there on the radar, a lot of the reds and the orange and yellows that we have to get through, which is rotating this way. And it's not just here, points west of here on towards Dolphin Island. We're also going to see a big surge of the Gulf coming in as well. So we have a long stormy night to get through as Sally slowly makes its saunter on shore. And it's not from there. We still have this ongoing flood threat here and, well, inland as we head throughout tonight, tomorrow, and definitely into Thursday. We got live team coverage here in the Weather Channel all night long.
What getting fueled with one protein feels like. What getting fueled with 3 energy-packed proteins feels like. Meat, cheese, and nuts. Pay 3, because 3 is better than 1.
Is that net carbs or total? Not enough fiber. Chocolate would be good.
Snacking should be sweet and simple. The delicious taste of Glucerna gives you the sweetness you crave while helping you manage your blood sugar with nutrients to help support immune health.
Clean is a feeling. It's the simple joy of washing your hands without ever touching a faucet. It's the little things that matter. That's why we create moments to feel Kohler clean every day.
People were afraid I was contagious. I felt gross.
It was kind of a shock after I started Cosentyx. 4 years clear.
Real people with psoriasis look and feel better with Cosentyx. Don't use if you're allergic to Cosentyx. Before starting, get checked for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections and lowered ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor about an infection or symptoms. If your inflammatory bowel disease symptoms develop or worsen, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to, serious allergic reactions may occur. Learn more at Cosentyx.com.
We promise, Incognito's plant-based burger won't bite. Moo. But you should. Introducing Incognito. Looks, cooks, and tastes like meat, but it's made from plants. Incognito. What? Afraid you might like it?
You've saved me so much on my insurance with that Russell rate. You become my muse.
Russell, State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
I feel like I captured your kind eyes.
You want the real deal? Like a good neighbor? State Farm is there.
We got no free pass. Everything we have, we've earned. The unmistakable Lexus IS.
Get 0% financing on the 2020 IS 300.
Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
To talk to you about your civic duties in 2020. Your community's future is in your hands, not just for the next 4 years, but for the next decade. The 2020 census decides how much power, money, and respect our city gets. In past censuses, Black and brown communities have been undercounted and unseen. The census is for everyone regardless of immigration status. Mi gente presente. Go to my2020census.gov now and fill out 10 simple questions to get counted.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 62 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy, low 58. Winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Wednesday, mainly sunny, high 76. Winds south-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Wednesday night, mainly clear early, then a few clouds later on, low 64. Winds south-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back to Weather Underground and meteorologist Paul Goodlow here in Gulf Shores, Alabama. The sun is down and the rain continues to come down, driven by the wind. The good news is Hurricane Sally now has started moving towards the north now, and that's good news. So we're starting to see it approach the coast. Once it comes here, hopefully it picks up speed and moves on out of here. We've already picked up 10 inches of rain here in Gulf Shores and the surrounding area. So parts of Baldwin County, Mobile County, flash flood warning, 10 plus inches of rain. And that could be maybe just half of the rain we're getting. Remember, as the storm is moving north now, moving towards land at 2 miles per hour, it could still be another maybe 12 hours or even more before it finally makes landfall and hopefully speeds up and pulls on out of here. But in that time, we're going to have more of this, more of the weather coming on through. So don't be confused that, oh, this is just a Category 1. It's not about Category 1. It's not about categories. It's not about landfall points. It's about the weather that's wrapped around this center and well to the east and even west of the center, that people will be dealing with this weather all night long and into tomorrow. Again, once daybreak comes, you're not going to see the sun shining here in coastal Alabama, even towards the Florida Panhandle. We're going to still be in this tomorrow, but that's after an overnight of rain, which was preceded by this, the rain we're dealing with during the evening and also during today, and even rain last night and early this morning. So it's a long duration rain and wind event. And here at the coast, we also have the storm surge and Gulf waves kind of crashing on shore. And again, with our wind shifting around as it approaches land, we're going to have that push of the Gulf of Mexico waters a little closer in and probably through some of the dunes we have here in coastal Alabama. So we've been saying this for days now. It's going to be the rain, which will be the biggest threat, bringing the most people in harm's way as this kind of shield of heavy rain, 10 to 20 inches of rain, starts pushing inland as we head tonight and throughout the day into tomorrow. But of course, Mike, we got team coverage of this. We'll be here throughout the duration of Sally. Mike?
Thank you very much, Paul. Great stuff there from Gulf Shores, Alabama. Paul's really been showing us what's going on there. And how about this? You got I think he's got a pillow in one hand, the baby in the other hand, trudging through the knee-deep water in Pensacola Beach, Florida. We've had heavy rain here that's caused some flooding. We're going to get some surge that's going to cause some flooding, and we urge all of you to just hunker down this evening and be prepared to just ride this thing out. It's going to be a long slug, as Paul was talking about there. We've got an 80-mile-per-hour Category 1, so it's not an extreme hurricane, but it's the duration more than anything that's going to get us here. North movement here at 2 miles per hour, 75 miles south of Mobile, only about 45 miles south of the Barrier Islands there. Maintaining strength, could potentially even come down just a little bit before landfall, but as of right now, tomorrow morning, still 80 miles per hour. Tomorrow afternoon, about 70 miles per hour. And I want to show you the forecast for when it comes in, what it could be doing for us here. So tomorrow, watch this thing slowly approach now, coming up through Mobile, and you can see that we've got really strong winds on the eastern side of that. That's where we have the strongest storm surge with now a perpendicular push of water that comes in. That's 7 o'clock in the morning. That's about 11 hours from now or so. So it's only moved a very short distance here. And then coming inland, the winds start to back down, but we don't really see the winds really back off until sometime probably later on Thursday, but could be very gusty. Atlanta, Macon, Birmingham going into Thursday. Wave heights are impressive, 21 footers right now. And all the action has generally been on north and east side. Numerous areas where we have flash flood warnings. You saw the pictures from Chris and Paul, just how bad it's gotten for us here at Pensacola Naval Air Station. 54-mile-per-hour gusts, 55 at Gulf Breeze here. So those winds are going to start to pick up through the night tonight. And how about that rain? My goodness, the impressive total so far. 12 inches is estimated by the radar. That could double before we are done with this thing, maybe even more in some spots. But numerous areas along the coastline under flash flood warnings. In fact, all the coastal counties are under flash flood warnings, not to mention tornado watches as well. And when you look at that footprint of rain that's still to come, Mark, it is scary when you think that locally some spots could pick up as much as 30 inches of rain.
Yeah, gosh, it is a lot of rain that's still to come. And we're obviously spending a lot of time on Sally, but that's just one of the many swirls in a very active tropical year, a very active tropical pattern right now across the Atlantic. So let's talk about a couple of the others that are still kind of making their way across the tropical Atlantic waters. We'll start out by looking at a tropical storm, Teddy. Remember a week ago, we were like, okay, this swirl coming off Africa might become Sally. And then we had Sally develop first, coming off of Florida and across into the Gulf. Well, Teddy is still out there, 65-mile-per-hour winds, forecast to get much stronger than that. Very reliable and consistent tropical guidance here that will get into hurricane sooner rather than later, and maybe major hurricane along its path. That's a problem because look at this beeline towards Bermuda. What else would 2020 bring other than two significant hurricanes hitting the tiny island of Bermuda and what is otherwise a giant ocean? We'll have to watch that one carefully. Tropical Storm Vicky is on its last leg, 65-mile-per-hour winds right now, but falling apart. It's going to be a quick demise here over the next couple of days. By Friday, this will be just a remnant low. We're also again watching Africa because there's a couple of tropical waves here with good chances for development, 70% chance of development for this swirl that's just exiting the coast, working its way westbound, and you can follow that west through the tropical Atlantic over the next several days. So maybe that'll be the next one to watch for the Caribbean. Of course, our coverage continues right here. Dr. Nab and Alex Wilson, plus live coverage in the field.
Is that net carbs are total? Not enough fiber. Chocolate would be good.
Snacking should be sweet and simple. The delicious taste of Glucerna gives you the sweetness you crave while helping you manage your blood sugar with nutrients to help support immune health.
So Dish lets you share your TV with your family on multiple devices. Why?
Sweetie, forgot something.
Thank you.
Because we know one thing's for sure. It's a little less scary leaving home when you can take a little bit of it with you.
Share your TV on 5 devices, no extra charge. Dish, tuned in to you.
When you set out to redefine what a truck can be, you push the limits. You defy convention. You turn every ask into an answer. Because those who set the standard reserve the right to raise it. The Ram Rebel, Ram Power Wagon, and the all-new Ram 1500 TRX. Why more Ford and Chevy owners are switching to Ram than ever before. The power has shifted.
So I'm gonna hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you? Wait, what? The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there. Nope. Watch this. Breathe. Rear automatic braking. So if this Nissan Sentra isn't gonna compromise, why should you? You're right. Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
Can't wait to tell everyone about AT&T's big 5G news.
AT&T has nationwide 5G?
Yep.
And that's faster?
Faster, yeah.
But is it reliable?
Uh-huh, and secure.
You should consider making a big deal about it.
Bigger?
I said bigger.
Oh, bigger deal, bigger than what I'm doing.
It's not complicated. A 5G network needs a 5G device. Now everyone, including existing customers, can get a free Samsung Galaxy Note 20 after trade-in.
We believe in good we can all afford. From coffee that opens more eyes to black business to 100 shades of beautiful.
Thanks for
for joining us this evening here on the Weather Channel, continuing live coverage of Hurricane Sally all night and all day long. We are going to be with you round the clock, covering all aspects here in the north central Gulf Coast, really from New Orleans, Louisiana. Thankfully, we have been spared from some of the worst, all the way to Tallahassee, Florida, and then we got to go inland as we go into Wednesday evening and then heading into Thursday and Friday, because this will not just be at the coast. It's going to stretch into places like southeastern Alabama, Dothan, up towards Eufaula, Columbus, Auburn, Atlanta, Georgia, getting into Athens and Augusta, eventually Greenville, Charlotte, North Carolina. You're all in play for very heavy rainfall. At times, rainfall rates that could be as heavy as what we're seeing here in Pensacola this evening. Now, this is the lightest the rain has been, believe it or not, since we have started a little over an hour ago. So the last 2 to 3 hours have just been persistent, and we have been in that band that has just been stuck over parts of Pensacola. At times, the rainfall rates were as high as 2 to nearly 3 inches per hour. So Pensacola picked up 2.7 inches in less than an hour's time, guys. We've already seen over 7-8 inches of rain here in Pensacola officially. That puts us into double-digit territory. We've already had higher totals than that to our south. So let me get you a bearing. Let me get you your bearings as to where I am and where we are here with the Weather Channel. We're in Pensacola proper. So downtown Pensacola, you got the port of Pensacola right over here. And then behind the camera, you won't be able to see it, but about a mile down the way is where you start the base of the 3-mile bridge. That's what locals call it. It's the Pensacola Bay Bridge. It goes from downtown Pensacola, crosses over Pensacola Bay, which the bay is right here, guys. So I just want to quickly step over here and let's see if my photographer Mark Whaley can pan off. I don't know if you can see the waves, but boy, are there white caps. We are protected by a seawall, so we haven't seen the waves get high enough to crash over, which is good. But I will tell you, it is gnarly out there, and it has been that way all day. We have had quite the push of water. So when we talk about storm surge, while we won't have, prolific amounts of storm surge, we are going to have significant coastal flooding. The beaches have taken a toll. We've even had piers that have been ripped out. Numerous docks have been ripped out. And it's not just at the ocean, the beach side, but we're talking bayside too. And that whole stretch from really Destin, even to the west of Panama City, especially in low-lying, vulnerable areas, you're getting that total push of water. We are on the east side of the circulation, and you're building up that whole push of water. And that's going to continue until we see a shift in our winds. And that's not going to happen until the center makes landfall and starts to pull to our north. So we still got to endure this type of event. While we're not going to have extremely high winds, we are going to have that prolific rainfall and that constant push of water, which is going to flood numerous low-lying areas. We went to parks down here where numerous houses are, and the water is starting to continue to creep up. We've seen the docks, the benches, the bayside and waterside parks that have completely submerged in water because of the surge. Then you've got the flooding, and we've already had some intense rainfall rates. Not only that, totals from extreme southern Baldwin County getting into Gulf Shores and also there around Orange Beach, Alabama. Totals have been upwards of 10, 11, and 12 inches and counting. That was at last check, which probably is much higher by now with the rainfall rates we've seen. Same can be said here around Pensacola Beach to our south and also around Gulf Breeze. But even here in Pensacola, totals are now mounting closer to 9, 10, and even 11 plus inches. And this is still only the real beginnings of the heart of Sally. And we've got to get through a pretty tough night tonight, dangerous night, and then going into the morning when we expect a landfall somewhere between Gulf Shores and Pensacola, or maybe one of those communities proper. So that's something that we're following and continuing to watch. On top of all of that, we've got the severe weather potential, and I want to bring in our hurricane expert. New information right now, I'm being told, Dr. Knabb. What is the latest here with Hurricane Sally?
Well, Sally has gotten a little bit stronger again. Last night at this time, it was 100-mile-an-hour Category 2, weakened a bit during the day today, but now it's getting a little bit more oomph again. Max winds up 5 miles an an hour according to Hurricane Hunter, so 85-mile-per-hour maximum sustained winds, Category 1. Now, this pressure is down to 972. Last night, around this time, it was 988 millibars. It's dropped 16 millibars, and the wind field has expanded since last night. Last night, hurricane-force winds went out about 25 miles from the center. Now they extend out about 40 miles, so it's gone through some structural changes, but generally, none of these changes have been great news at all. It has not weakened. We're going to have a very dangerous hurricane coming ashore. Now, the center of circulation is, about 35 to 40 miles away from the outermost land areas there in southern Alabama, around Gulf Shores, for example. But it's around 75 miles or so around from Mobile, Alabama. So moving to the north, still at only 2 miles per hour. Category slow hurricane, and the winds are going to be a big part of this, but the rainfall and the flooding are going to be the bigger part of this. Now, I know you're interested in when landfall might occur. It's probably not going to be until tomorrow morning sometime, depending upon exactly how fast it decides to move. But it's going to be a slow process. The northern eye wall is going to be lashing southern Alabama, and the eastern eye wall may be getting into the western Florida panhandle here over the next many hours. The big story is the flooding that will extend all the way into Georgia. So look at all these areas under a flash flood watch, but especially down in here, this is not your everyday flash flood watch. Look at these rainfall totals that radar estimates offshore over the last 12 hours exceed 20, 21, maybe even 22 inches. And over a large area, the footprint is greater than a foot. Now, some of that has eked on shore. It's been a rough day already in the Florida Panhandle. Look at all of these flash flood warnings. We will detail those in a little bit. But look at that northern eye wall getting closer and closer to Dauphin Island and Gulf Shores and Orange Beach. Eastern eye wall is probably where the strongest winds are. And we zoom in a little bit, we can see what the winds are doing on land, gusting as high as 70 miles an hour on some of these islands. The buoys gusting to 70 offshore. Pensacola gust to 53. Mobile gusting to 49. So it's already tropical storm conditions, Chris Bruin. Horizontal rain, and in the community around you, the conditions are getting worse and worse on the roads with flooding.
Oh, yeah, and even before the sun set, Dr. Nab, there were numerous roads, even just in downtown Pensacola, that have closed because they are the first to flood. And we've already seen standing water on streets like Main Street and several of the local streets here in downtown. I can imagine the majority have now probably taken on water because you're dealing with rainfall rates that are so heavy, the drainage system just can't keep up. On top of that, you've got the water coming in from the ocean and from the bay. The ocean fills up the bay and then it continues to work its way inland, right? Well, typically when you get rainfall, that then drains out, okay? When you block that, you reverse that whole process, it just backlogs everything. So you're really in a worst case scenario when you talk about a flood situation here in a community like Pensacola and really the neighboring towns. I mean, this goes up towards, even places along I-10, even farther inland. That's when you have a very different type of topography. You start getting into some rolling hills, the sand hills, and you can really see rivers extremely flood very quickly. And so that is what we're going to be following. Numerous rivers, too, by the way, in southern Alabama and northwestern Florida are likely to go in major flood stage, and some could rival records that have been set back in previous tropical systems over the last many years. So as far as conditions go, I want to show you what it looks like here in Pensacola because people did evacuate. There's a couple of shelters open. But if you're home tonight, or maybe you're away, or maybe this is one of your vacation spots, this is a popular spot, especially every summer with people getting down to Pensacola and even over towards the Bar Beach, Destin, the beach of the 30A. Here in Escambia County, where we are, what you see right now is going to get worse. We know the winds are even higher. We've gusted to about 52, 53 miles per hour officially here in downtown Pensacola. Sustained winds getting closer to that tropical storm force, and we've seen that pick up, especially in the last hour or two. but we're going to continue to watch this increase. We will see gusts over 60, and at times I think we may clock in at 70 plus miles per hour into the late night, overnight hours, and by sunrise tomorrow morning, that's when we expect potentially the worst, that core, to be here. The problem is it's going to take 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hours for that to really push through because of how slow moving the storm is. So we've got to deal with this, we got to deal with the worst to come, and then we got to deal with the backside, which will likely take us through much of the day tomorrow. So we got a long way to go. You got to brace yourselves, and it's really going to be one to endure. We're not just following the storm here in Northwest Florida, here in Pensacola. I want to bring in meteorologist Reynolds Wolf. Reynolds, you know, what we see here in Pensacola, it's coming your way. I know the rain's already started. Talk about Mobile and areas, you know, near downtown. We know how easily that area can flood. Have you noticed any water rise earlier this afternoon? The wind direction, what has the rain been like? What's the conditions? What's the latest update there?
Rain has been constant since the early morning. When the sun came up, well, at least when we saw it through the cloud cover, we had the rain that was a constant companion throughout much of the morning hours, the midday, the afternoon, and sure enough, we still have it now. The other feature that we've seen that's been on the uptick has been the wind, and with it, if you spend any time in Mobile, you know very well that one of the reasons that the 190,000 people that love the city so much, one of the things that's so great about it is it's beautiful. You see these trees behind me. You've got tree-lined streets all across the region with winds that are just relentless at times. You know that eventually things are going to topple. There's tree branches, you get power lines going out, and right now the number of customers that power across parts of Mobile County, up to 17,000 customers, you know those are going to be in the uptick. Take a look at the imagery that you see here. Just one wave after another. It's almost like it's a giant organism that is breathing. You've got, again, just the surplus of rain that comes in, the wind picks up also, and you got to think that this is just going to be you've got this confluence of water coming in from 77,000 miles of waterways across the state of Alabama that is trying to make its way down through the Tombigbee and Alabama rivers and flush out into the Gulf of Mexico through Mobile Bay. Now, with the system, you've got just the opposite. You've got, again, the water piling up and moving in the opposite direction. So a collision course, and with it, we can expect some widespread flooding. You know, it's one thing when you see water that's collecting on the streets or in some of the parks. It's something altogether different when it's moving through your living room. So certainly some big concern. You see the timeline there, long duration event, slow moving system. It's something we're going to have to contend with, and the real muscle of the wind's coming in tomorrow morning. So many of you trying to sleep in, trying to get some rest, you're going to have the windows rattling as things begin to intensify, and that is certainly what we anticipate during the overnight hours and into the very early mornings. That is the latest we have. Let's send it back to Chris Bruin in Pensacola. Chris, take it away.
Hey, Reynolds. Yeah, this is something that we're continuing to watch. So, you know, expect the conditions to be like what we're seeing here in Pensacola coming to Mobile probably in the next couple of hours, if not sooner, okay? And flooding is going to be a huge ordeal there, too. That's something we're continuing to watch. Totals. I want to talk about totals because already we have seen over a foot of rain, and that was over an hour ago, and I'm sure those totals have been even higher because of it hasn't stopped, and it's only gotten heavier, and it has stayed the same. You know, think about the heaviest thunderstorm and you get in the summertime, and typically that lasts about 15, 20 minutes. Well, in a tropical system like a hurricane, you have those type of rainfall rates, but they just don't stop, especially in those bands that then form, and they pull in moisture at all levels of the atmosphere and also right off the Gulf of Mexico, which is an open hose, and that's what we're dealing with tonight. So we're going to continue with 2 to 3 plus inches per hour rainfall rates on top of what we've already seen, and we've still got several hours to go. So totals near Pensacola Beach have been nearly a foot. In fact, in some areas even higher than that around Gulf Breeze, not to be confused with Gulf Shores, Alabama, which Gulf Shores similar totals, 11, 12 inches. Here in Pensacola proper, we're closing in on 10, even 11 inches, and totals are continuing to climb. Once I dry off for a second, I'll be able to check the latest observations, but overall, already going into the heart of what Sally will bring here overnight is really concerning, especially with that flash flood potential. On top of that, you've got storm surge that will continue to be a problem, and we have seen it every park that we have went to, Dr. Nab, on the bay side, so the north side of Pensacola Bay, so downtown Pensacola, all the way over towards Destin. I was driving that 40-mile stretch, and most properties on the north side, docks were completely submerged. And that was earlier this afternoon, and it really hasn't let up. Of course, it's fluctuated now that we've headed into low tide, but we got high tide returning in the morning, and that rise may be even higher, especially with the stronger winds expected to push in and that greater push of water, which will continue to be ongoing until we get a major shift in our wind direction.
Yeah, Chris, the onshore push of the salt water is going to prevent the fresh water from all this rain from draining very quickly. So a combination of factors. Big problems on the shores of Fort Morgan, Alabama, as the winds of Sally reach the coast. Terrible conditions. It's only going to get worse as the evening goes on. Now look at all these flash flood warnings, and we've also got a tornado warning in Panama City Beach. So let's kind of break all these down. And by the way, in these yellow areas, it's raining more than 3 inches per hour. Oh my goodness. Flash flood warning here, Gulf Shores into Pensacola until 11:15. That'll probably get extended. Destin and Fort Walton Beach and Crestview in Okaloosa County, that warning till 11:30 local time. And over here in the Freeport area in Miramar Beach, you've got problems on the roads big time. These are community-wide flooding problems. And here is the tornado warning for Panama City Beach. This will be going over Panama City Beach around 8:15 local time. It's in effect till 8:30. Lowest level, lowest dry level, most interior rooms where you want to be.
Hush, hush, baby, nobody will break you.
The calming scent of lavender by Downy Infusions Calm. Laundry isn't done until it's done with Downy.
When it's especially important to keep skin clean, keep reaching for Cetaphil. Recommended by dermatologists. Awarded by Allure. And most of all, loved by skin. Cetaphil, the cleanser sensitive skin loves.
Introducing new Life Cuisine for your lifestyle. High protein, meatless, gluten-free, or low-carb lifestyle. Power up your day with new Life Cuisine. Delicious your way.
All right, I brought in Ensure Max Protein to give you the protein you need with less of the sugar you don't. I'll take that.
30 grams of protein and 1 gram of sugar. Ensure Max Protein with nutrients to support immune health.
Geico's been helping people save money for over 75 years. They've really stood the test of time, much like these majestic Rocky Mountains, which must be named after the Rocky...
That would be Rocky the Flying Squirrel, Mr. Gecko, sir. Obviously.
Come on, Bullwinkle. They're named after...
First President George Rockington.
That doesn't even make any sense, Mr. Winkle.
Geico, over 75 years of savings and service.
I'm a performer. Always have been and always will be. Never letting anything get in my way. Not the doubts, distractions, or voice in my head. And certainly not arthritis. New Voltaren provides powerful arthritis pain relief to help me keep moving. And it can help you too. Feel the joy of movement with Voltaren.
We promise, Incognito's plant-based burger won't bite. Moo. But you should. Introducing Incognito. Looks, cooks, and tastes like meat, but it's made from plants. Incognito. What? Afraid you might like it?
Owners of select competitive vehicles can get $500 toward a new Acura ILX.
When I found out I had HIV, it was difficult for me to accept. I decided HIV doesn't define me. My name's Dimitri, and I'm on Biktarvy.
Biktarvy is a complete one-pill, once-a-day treatment used for HIV in certain adults. It's not a cure, but with one small pill, Biktarvy fights HIV to help you get to and stay undetectable. That's when the amount of virus is so low, it cannot be measured by a lab test. Serious side effects can occur, including kidney problems and kidney failure. Rare life-threatening side effects include a buildup of lactic acid and liver problems. Do not take Biktarvy if you take dofetilide or rifampin. Tell your doctor about all the medicines and supplements you take if you are pregnant or breastfeeding, or if you have kidney or liver problems, including hepatitis. If you have hepatitis B, do not stop taking Biktarvy without talking to your doctor. Common side effects were diarrhea, nausea, and headache. If you're living with HIV, keep loving who you are. And ask your doctor if Biktarvy is right for you.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 62 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy, low 58. Winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Wednesday, mainly sunny, high 76. Winds south-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Wednesday night, a few clouds overnight, low 65. Winds south-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Hello, America. Welcome back to continued coverage here on the Weather Channel. It is all about Hurricane Sally. Sally, a Category 1 hurricane, but still poses a massive threat in terms of wind and in terms of rain. It is the rain coming down and piling up that is going to be the key thing to watch as we roll over the next several hours and certainly the next several days. Now, I'm coming to you from Mobile, Alabama, and I'll tell you, right now we've seen some potting on the roadways, the trees beginning to sway considerably. And if you have any experience of times here in Mobile, you know that one of the signatures of this beautiful port city happen to be these trees. They're just timeless. They've been around forever. But I'll tell you, despite their strength and resilience, they're going to be put to the test with these relentless winds that we can expect to really ramp up over the next several days. Perhaps you've been tuning in earlier and seeing what Paul Goodlow and his crew were enduring. Also, Chris Bruin just lashing with wind and rain, the combination. And where we happen to be in Mobile County, we've had widespread issues in terms of power outages. In fact, over 17,000. I spoke with Jess Arnold, our great weather producer, back at our Mission Control, and she was telling me that we've got wind gusts ranging anywhere from 45 approaching 50 miles an hour. That's not going to change. In fact, I think we could see them actually strengthen as we roll forward in time, and with it, again, back to the rain. The thing you got to remember is Mobile, well, it doesn't take a great deal to cause flooding here in the city. Roughly a year ago, they had 7 inches of rainfall, and you had over 60 swiftwater rescues. Now, Governor Kay Ivey in the state of Alabama has, again, had his 2 swiftwater rescue teams that are at the ready. National Guard is ready to be deployed at a moment's notice to render aid to those who need it. And I'll tell you, as we know, this is going to be more of a not quick hit, but a duration event. A lot of help will be needed as we roll forward in time. There it is. You see the pinwheel on the map. The areas of the light green and the yellow show some of the light to moderate rainfall. But where you have more of the orange and the reds, well, that's where it's going to be pretty dramatic. Now, one thing you notice that by the time you get to 2 o'clock in the morning, looks like conditions will be better in places like Citronelle, back into Mobile, Spanish Fort. But then you've got all that water that's going to be draining its way through the extensive watershed that you have in South Alabama, eventually coming back out to Mobile Bay. So a lot to consider. All right, you see some of the numbers there. We're going to be talking more about the system for minute by minute, hour by hour, second by second updates. Keep it here at the Weather Channel. Now let's send it back into the studio with Alex Wilson.
Yeah, hey, Reynolds. We got you covered on everything and anything you need to know on this system, including more locations out there along the coast. Want to get to one of our storm trackers, Scott Peak. He is in Orange Beach, Alabama. Scott, you've been driving around. Let us know what it's like and what you've seen out there.
Well, the roads are mostly clear. There are patches of road underwater at intermittent. They did close the Perdido Pass on 182 going eastbound out of Orange Beach. So that is completely blocked by Highway Patrol and the city. So there's no way to go over that bridge.
And looking at your camera, it looks like there is very little in the way of people out. Has it seemed like everybody's kind of hunkering down now?
Absolutely. From what I heard, there was a curfew as well. So there seems to not be anybody out. Might see an occasional police vehicle or an emergency vehicle like a fire truck. But other than that, there's absolutely no one out.
Yeah, some reports that winds are gusting over 50 miles an hour at times. How difficult is that making it just to drive around? Have you seen any downed trees?
We've only seen one structure damage, and it was a building that was still being built, but the walls had collapsed, and it was pretty bad. So, but other than that, we're still waiting for the highest winds to come through. The winds are whipping the trees really good, and I know once they've gotten weighed down with the rain, those bigger branches will start collapsing and coming down. It'll be a hazard.
Rainfall, I got to imagine at times it's just about blinding.
Oh, absolutely, yes. When those rain bands come in, it's like sheets of water coming up on the windshield, and it does make it very hazardous traveling down the road.
Scott, what's the plan for you here moving forward?
Well, we're going to keep driving around and streaming and try to get some more content, but we're trying to obviously trying to stay safe while we're doing this. But we're just going to keep going around and streaming and get what we can get. So there's right in the stream now, you can see where the bridge is closed. They have the vehicles blocking the roadway.
Absolutely. Well, you got to play it safe. Got to keep people off. So glad they're blocking that. Scott, you stay safe. Thanks for bringing us those updates, and we'll continue to check in with you throughout the evening. I want to take you live to Perdido Key in Florida. Yeah, this is Perdido Key. You're like, I can't really see much of anything except raindrops blowing sideways. That's the deal. Dr. Nab, that rain has begun to move in. And as you mentioned, the slow motion means these areas are going to get pounded by that heavy rainfall and strong winds over a really prolonged period of time.
Yeah, so Alex, who says a Category 1 hurricane is any picnic?
Right?
I mean, that doesn't look too fun.
No.
And the rainfall totals that are piling up offshore are an indication of what is going to happen on land. Yes, we've had some over 12-inch reports already on land, but more than 20 inches offshore in the last 12 hours. That is coming onshore. Flash flood warnings all the way from just south of Mobile, all the way around to Panama City. Off the roads. Do not be out on the roads tonight. And the northern eye wall is about to come onto the islands here south of Mobile, down in Gulf Shores and Dauphin Island. It's gusting to 51 at Fairhope, just a little bit inland. That buoy offshore gusting to 69. Now, one of the problems with the winds already getting multiple trees down and tree damage in the Daphne, Alabama area just across the bay from Mobile. And we've got some storm surge and coastal flooding down on the coastline. We'll keep you updated on what is happening as we get new reports in. All right, now let's take a look at, oh my gosh, Perdido Key. Look at that horizontal rain, and it is piling up on the roads. Very serious flooding ongoing.
Okay, everyone. Our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Great tasting Ensure with 9 grams of protein, 27 vitamins and minerals, and nutrients to support immune health.
With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave, to help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Thank you for taking me home. It's so far.
Don't worry about it, Grandma. This will be fun. 2 chocolate milkshakes, please.
Make it 3.
3? Did you get his number? No, Grandma. Grandma!
Excuse me?
Some relationships get better with time. That's why I got a Crosstrek.
97% of Subaru vehicles sold in the last 10 years are still on the road.
I'm so glad you got a Subaru.
I wonder who gave me the idea.
Oh.
Love. It's what makes Subaru, Subaru.
Age-related macular degeneration may lead to severe vision loss.
So the National Eye Institute did 20 years of clinical studies on a formula only found in PreserVision.
If it were my vision, I'd ask my doctor about PreserVision.
It's the most studied eye vitamin brand.
If it were my vision, I'd look into PreserVision.
Only PreserVision AREDS 2 contains the exact nutrient formula recommended by the NEI to help reduce the risk of moderate to advanced AMD progression.
I have AMD. It is my vision, so my plan includes PreserVision.
So Dish lets you share your TV with your family on multiple devices. Why?
Sweetie, forgot something.
Thank you.
Because we know one thing's for sure. It's a little less scary leaving home when you can take a little bit of it with you.
Share your TV on 5 devices, no extra charge. Dish, tuned in to you.
We promise, Incognito's plant-based burger won't bite. But you should. Introducing Incognito. Looks, cooks, and tastes like meat, but it's made from plants. Incognito. What? Afraid you might like it?
Was that your grandfather, leading armies to battle?
Was that your great aunt, keeping armies alive?
Drafting the plans.
Taking the pictures.
Was it your family members who flew?
Who fixed?
Who fought?
Who rose to the occasion
when the world needed them most.
Find and honor your ancestors who served in World War II. Their stories live on at Ancestry.
Still your best friend, and now your co-pilot. Still a father, but now a friend. Still an electric car, just more electrifying. Still a night out, but everything fits in. Still hard work, just a little easier. Still a legend, just more legendary. Chevrolet, making life's journey just better.
Freezing cold. Blazing heat. Rain-X premium silicone wiper blades are engineered to withstand the most extreme conditions. They last 2 times longer than traditional wipers. If Rain-X premium silicone wipers survive these conditions, clearly they'll last in yours. Rain-X, outsmart the elements. Find Rain-X silicone wipers at these retailers.
All right, welcome back into the Weather Channel. Thanks for joining us here this evening, and we got you covered here from Mobile to Pascagoula to Gulf Shores, Alabama, right here to Pensacola, Florida, where I am tonight. We are getting hammered by rainfall. Winds, they've been tropical storm force, and the latest tallies right now, as far as gusts go, we have had a hurricane force wind measurement on Dauphin Island. That's just to the west of Gulf Shores, Alabama, south of Mobile, and an 82-mile-per-hour gust at Fort Morgan. That's also on Dauphin Island there on the eastern shores of Dauphin Island, just as it just into Mobile Bay. Gusts haven't been that strong here yet in Pensacola, but it's not to say that it won't be. And you can see the heavy rainfall threat that we are dealing with. And we just can't catch a break here, Dr. Nab, at Pensacola. Rainfall rates continuing to be well over 2 to nearly 3+ inches per hour.
You know, a lot of people, after many hours of this over the next couple of days, are really going to be wanting a break, but there just isn't going to be much of one. It's going to be a very long-duration wind and water event from what is a Category 1 hurricane with max winds of 85 miles per hour, but north at 2 miles per hour. Category slow and in a very, very bad, dangerous, life-threatening way, mainly because of the rain-induced flooding. Landfall of the center of circulation probably won't happen until sometime tomorrow morning, and then it won't get very far inland during the day tomorrow. So it's going to continue to rain along the Gulf Coast. This is just through around breakfast time tomorrow, where very serious, life-threatening, community-wide damaging flooding could occur, but it continues and extends farther inland tomorrow night into Thursday morning, even as the winds of this system come down. Now, if you look at these model forecasts from this point forward, still kicking out 1.5 feet of rain from the European model from this point forward. Same thing with the GFS model, and look at 1 foot or more extending way inland. Now, if you don't believe those totals, look at what has already happened offshore, where just in the last 12 hours, the radar has estimated more than 21, nearly 22 inches of rain. That's in 12 hours. So if a couple spots could get unlucky, those 30-inch isolated total forecasts could absolutely come true. And we've had values over 1 foot here, some portions of the Florida Panhandle area. So with that much rain having already fallen and a lot more to go, it is definitely going to get worse before it gets better. Flash flood warnings from just south of Mobile all the way over to the Panama City area, pretty much the entire western 2/3 of the Florida Panhandle under a flash flood warning. The northern eye wall of the hurricane is just on the doorstep doorstep of Dauphin Island and Gulf Shores, and the eastern eye wall, where the strongest winds are, will be coming in just near the Alabama-Florida border. But we've got nasty gusts. We've gusted as high as 70 on some of these outer islands. We've had sustained winds up to 55, near 60 miles an hour. Reports of trees coming down in Daphne, Alabama, not far from Mobile. So a lot of wind hazards, but water is the one that's going to affect most of you. Pensacola, you're under a flash flood warning till 11:15 Central Time, and that is probably going to be extended. This is a live look in Pensacola where you've got horizontal rain, and it is going to not let up all night long tonight and probably not all day long tomorrow. And there's a good chance you're not going to get the eye, so you're not going to get much of a break. You'll be on the eastern, stronger, wetter side of this system, Chris Bruin. So I wish I could say you're going to get a little bit of a break, but you won't. Yeah, so Chris is out there, and we'll talk to him again in a little bit, but there are two main hazards that I'm concerned about in a place like Pensacola. One would be what could be historic, catastrophic, life-threatening, damaging flooding that could eventually get into some homes. But also, we can't forget this is a hurricane, and you're going to be on the stronger side of the hurricane in Pensacola. And as these strong winds come in, and let me back out again to show you where you are relative to the center, this eastern eye wall could come very close to Pensacola. And that's where the strongest winds are. We could absolutely see power outages and see downed trees. So you want to be, number one, not out on the roads. And number two, especially when the strongest winds come in, I would shelter like you would for a tornado. Too much chance of trees coming down and coming onto homes. So many things to be concerned about. So the flash flooding is ongoing in Pensacola, but it's a big problem pretty far east of there. You're not going to have to get the eye wall to have big problems. Destin and Crestview is under a flash flood warning. So is Panama City, where we've got a lot of reports of problems on the roads. Now here's a live look at Orange Beach, Alabama. Look at those nasty waves crashing ashore. We are getting storm surge into the coastlines of Alabama and the Florida Panhandle. That push is going to prevent the rainfall flooding from draining into the Gulf.
So I'm going to hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you?
Wait, what?
The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there.
Nope.
Watch this.
Breathe.
Rear automatic braking.
So if this Nissan Sentra isn't going to compromise, why should you? You're right.
Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra, with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
Whether holding down the fort or bouncing back to school, childhood is always in session. So keep feeding us right with Sun-Made snacks. Just like when you were a kid. Delicious, made with whole fruit. Sun-Made.
Finding Inner Flex with Duluth Double Flex Denim. Look deep. Deeper. 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 Too deep. Find your inner flex with Duluth Double Flex Ballroom Denim. Only at Duluth Trading.
It's about the humans. These humans, those humans, groovin' and golden. It's about getting more than health insurance and a partner who listens and acts. Humana calls it human care. It's talking to a doctor from your couch or helping you find a cheaper prescription before you ask. It's helping you fix the rugs so you don't fall and keeping you social, online or off. It's getting to know you so you can be your healthiest. That's our superpower. That's human care from Humana.
Where can a healthier heart lead you? For people with heart failure taking Entresto, it may lead to a world of possibilities. Entresto helps people stay alive and out of the hospital. Don't take Entresto if pregnant. It can cause harm or death to an unborn baby. Don't take Entresto with an ACE inhibitor or aliskiren, or if you've had angioedema with an ACE or ARB. The most serious side effects are angioedema, low blood pressure, kidney problems, or high blood potassium. Ask your doctor about Entresto.
Can you believe all the Ings we fit under one roof? here to help your small business any way we can. Every ink for small business, all in one place.
The UPS store.
We promise, Incognito's plant-based burger won't bite. But you should. Introducing Incognito. Looks, cooks, and tastes like meat, but it's made from plants. Incognito. What? Afraid you might like it?
I want to get you back out to one of our Storm Trackers cameras. Scott Peak is in Orange Beach, Alabama. If you were watching Paul Goodloe earlier today, it's been all about the waves. So this storm, the winds have been kicking up some really rough surf, and that is going to be pounding some of these piers, some of these beaches for a really prolonged period of time. Right now at Orange Beach, they're gusting to 53 miles an hour. Scott actually mentioned the bridge shut down there because of the winds. But Dr. Nab, we got to talk about that persistent wave action on some of these areas.
Yeah, so Orange Beach, just on the other side of the entrance to Mobile Bay from Dauphin Island, so they're a little farther east than Dauphin, and they're in kind of the beginnings of the northern to northeastern eye wall, and that's why you're getting a tremendous push of the waves. So here's Mobile Bay, here's Dauphin Island, Orange Beach is in here, so you can see how they're kind of getting into that northern eye wall, and they might get the strongest winds that this hurricane has to offer on that northeast side. And we've got quite a bit of push of a storm surge, Alex. I mean, it's not like there's no storm surge and no waves. I mean, you're getting a couple feet of flooding there, and the roads are certainly going to be covered there.
And this is something that we anticipate is going to last a long time. And Dr. Knapp, this could come into play for a few tide cycles too, correct?
Oh my gosh, yes. I mean, this, another thing about these really slow-moving hurricanes is you're guaranteed to get at least one, if not two or three, high tide cycles. And that just adds a little bit more to the surge flooding. And again, it's so important to remember, Alex, that this onshore push that we're seeing here, you think any water is going to drain from the state of Alabama into the Gulf of Mexico from that rainfall with that pushing ashore?
Absolutely not. Paul Goodloe was talking about earlier today that some of the structures have been rebuilt from past storms. When they rebuild something, do they take into account the duration of a storm like Sally? Is this something that maybe eventually will we just see these things go, all right, I was able to hang in there for 24 hours, but longer than that, it's just too much?
Well, yeah, they don't necessarily just build it to a certain wind speed or a certain wave height because I think they realize, though, that some long duration storms can make the damage worse because the longer the waves pound and the longer the wind blows, the more something is susceptible. That looks like, though, a pretty stout pier right there, and if it can handle what's happening now without seemingly having too much trouble, maybe it'll make it through. But because if this was going to be a higher storm surge event, then the waves maybe would go over the top of that pier. But maybe that won't happen in this case.
So in Orange Beach, not necessarily seeing some of the heaviest of rainfall right now, but Scott did mention when it comes down, it's coming down in buckets, and it's coming.
Yeah, and I think the winds are going to get stronger here. The rain's going to get heavier here, and if the hurricane goes just far enough to the west, they could catch the eastern eye wall and not get a break. So we might see from this camera, the worst conditions that the hurricane has to offer.
And we've got to watch out for the severe threat, too. We've begun to see some storms here, some severe warned storms. Tornadoes could be we've got a long duration watch out for that possibility. So I know if you're on that eastern eye wall, too, you're really getting no breaks from anything. Yeah, and, so many hurricanes, not all of this exact strength, but that have come ashore in this neck of the woods. You think of like Ivan 2004, that was a prolific tornado producer in the southeastern U.S. So that's definitely going to be a problem, not just at the coast like Panama City, where we had that tornado warning a little bit ago, but going way inland. Absolutely. Want to get it back out to Reynolds Wolf. He's there in Mobile, Alabama, one of the areas that, as we mentioned, things will ramp up for you, Reynolds. Still no slouch right now.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That pier you were just showing us a short moment ago in Orange Beach, if I'm not mistaken, that is actually a replacement for a pier that was destroyed back in 2004 with Ivan. The reason why I bring that up is that, remember, folks, Alabama, really no stranger when it comes to severe weather, certainly when it comes to landfalling tropical systems. And Alabama is doing all that it can to be ready for what may unfold over the next several minutes, hours, and days. Where we happen to be in Mobile, Alabama, the port city, we've got something that is coming into port report. That, of course, happens to be Sally, moving with winds of 2 miles an hour. That, for the time being, that's practically stationary, all things considered. And the wind has not been stationary. Now, obviously, you can't see it, but you can sure see the stuff that it moves around, the leaves off in the distance. We hear the ripping of some flags off in the distance, too. But the rain has really been the constant. We've had that from sunrise all the way to present time, and we expect no let-up in terms of that precipitation as we go forward. Now, one thing you have to mention about the state of Alabama, in full disclosure, I grew up in the state of Alabama. Alabama is my home, and I spoke with a childhood friend of mine. He is a police chief in Calera, Alabama, Chief Sean Kendrick. And what Sean was telling me on social media a short while ago is that his swift water rescue teams are ready in central Alabama. Now, I want you to think about that. We are very close in Mobile to the water's edge, to the Gulf of Mexico. You've got, of course, Mobile Bay. Now, Calera, Alabama, farther to the north, they are getting not only his teams ready, but they're also getting additional resources from North Alabama coming into the center part of the state. This drives home the point that Alabama's readiness is not just limited to the Gulf Coast, but well inland, and the same will be followed in spots like Georgia and the Carolinas as we roll forward in time. That is something you got to consider. Something else that's happening as we speak, the power outages. We've had upwards of 17,000 people without power. Just since the morning time to present time, we expect those numbers to be on the uptick. But know that when this system continues to march its way inland and eventually into spots, if it validates, moving into parts of Georgia into the Carolinas, we can see more of the same. Look at this trail. Now, this trail also indicates the amount of precipitation that we could be seeing. This is all subject to change. Nothing is in concrete. Nothing is set in stone for the time being. But something else to consider is how the land changes in a very, very drastic way. Along the coastal plain, everything is relatively flat. Once you make your way through central Alabama into northern Alabama, central Georgia, northern Georgia, everything changes. We've got hills, we've got mountains, and you'll have a feature that we refer to as orographic lift, which will enhance the rainfall. So we are dealing with this for days to come. Let's go to Orange Beach one more time as we go to commercial break, and we've got, again, a rollicking Gulf of Mexico on display this evening. Full coverage continues coming up. You're watching the Weather Channel. Be safe, and stay dry, folks. We'll see you in a few.
Facing leaks takes strength. So here's to the strong who trust in our performance and comfortable, long-lasting protection. Because your strength is supported by ours. Depend. The only thing stronger than us is you.
Is that net carbs or total? Not enough fiber. Chocolate would be good.
Snacking should be sweet and simple. The delicious taste of Glucerna gives you the sweetness you crave while helping you manage your blood sugar with nutrients to help support immune health.
We promise, Incognito's plant-based burger won't bite. Moo. But you should. Introducing Incognito. Looks, cooks, and tastes like meat, but it's made from plants. Incognito. What? Afraid you might like it?
Whether holding down the fort or bouncing back to school, childhood is always in session. So keep feeding us right with Sun-Made snacks. Just like when you were a kid. Delicious, made with whole fruit. Sun-Made.
At Physicians Mutual, we know that planning for retirement can feel scary.
Heard you're retiring soon. My husband just retired. Figuring out how to stay covered was a real doozy.
Hey, look, Leonard's premiums are showing.
He doesn't even have a Medigap.
We're gonna say to him all.
Anyways, we found Physicians Mutual. They made it really easy.
I'll give him a call.
Retire with confidence. We'll listen and find you the coverage you need.
Physicians Mutual, Physicians Mutual.
The Spectrum TV Sports Pack gives you over 10 sports channels.
Intentional ugly pants?
Channels like NFL Network, ESPN News, tennis, golf, and it's the only place to get NFL Red Zone.
Unsportsmanlike hairstyle.
You can even watch it outside using the Spectrum TV app.
Flagrant use of a beard. Personal foul, ate all the cheesy snacks. Double personal foul.
How many of those flags did you buy?
All of them.
The Spectrum TV Sports Pack for only $5 more a month. Upgrade now at channel 2495.
Hey, Luke, wake up. You fell asleep again.
Why do I always fall asleep on the bus after school? Why am I so tired?
That's what we always wondered. But then he was diagnosed with narcolepsy, so he was more than tired. Narcolepsy can affect anyone, children and adults. We waited too long to take action, but you don't have to.
Visit morethantired.com now. Learn about the 5 symptoms of narcolepsy, take the narcolepsy symptom screener, and find a sleep specialist. Don't wait. Visit morethantired.com today.
Of everything weather.
Wow! Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
Currently in our area, 62 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy, low 58. Winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Wednesday, mainly sunny, high 76. Winds south-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Wednesday night, a few clouds overnight, low 65. Winds south-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
You had that one. Let me get through this.
Of Hurricane Sally, we are looking live at Pensacola, Florida. That is Chris Bruin shot. And you can see, it kind of looks like the inside of a washing machine, right? The plants, the trees, they're moving every which way as those winds have been gusty, but the rain has really been the story. We have seen rainfall rates over 1, even 2 inches an hour. So that absolute torrential rainfall looks to be one of the greatest threats of Sally moving forward. Absolutely has been so far this evening. I think things are going to get much worse for many communities before they get better. Let's take you now to Orange Beach, Alabama. We are looking at storm tracker Scott Peak's shot. Scott, we've been looking at this pier just get battered by these waves. Do you know anything about it? It seems pretty structurally sound, but looking at some major wave action, and this is going to stick around.
Yeah, I believe it's going to stick around. It's a concrete pier. We're actually sitting right next to the Cotton Bayou Public Beach Access, so we're right next to that. And I'm not sure what the name of this pier is, but it's definitely some type of concrete structure. I know they have it closed to the public, but the ocean is definitely very angry and smashing up against the pier. That's for sure.
Yeah, maybe a restaurant or something. What has it been like here since we talked? We talked about 20 minutes ago. What have been any notable changes, if any?
Well, we've gotten out of the rain, but I know there's still a lot of driving rain, and we just noticed a power flash. So the winds have definitely picked up a little bit, and we have noticed a couple power flashes right behind us from the transformers and the power lines exploding. But we're definitely in a safe place here in the parking garage, but I know there's a lot of driving rain out there, making it really difficult to see.
Yeah, you made a great point about the power outages. Those numbers already starting to go up across some of the states. In your travels this evening, had you gone through any areas that looked to be already without power?
Yes, actually, there were some areas west of Orange Beach, as a matter of fact, that didn't have any power. And then there were some other places where it looked like the condominiums had their the flashing going off from the fire things going off, but which showed they didn't have any power at all. But other than that, we've had power so far, especially in this part of Orange Beach.
All right, hopefully we keep it that way. Scott Peak, thank you so much. We're going to get back to you, Scott. We really appreciate your visuals, giving us a sense of what's happening there in coastal Alabama. Want to take it back over to Pensacola, Florida. That's where Chris Bruin is this evening. And Chris, you have been getting drenched. The rainfall rates have been really you say impressive, but we also know what that's going to do in terms of flash flooding, not just for places like Pensacola.
No, they've been disorienting. I think that's a good word to describe it. I mean, I just imagine just being out in the elements, and I just think, when is it going to end? And it really isn't going to be anytime soon. We've got to endure scenes like this all night long and all morning, even into the afternoon. So we got a long way to go. We're already getting reports now. Pensacola Police is saying there are numerous limbs and even small trees down that are blocking roads, and they're not going to be able to get out and remove any of that until the weather's safe to do so. So if people are out, they're trying to get the word out, please don't, because these are going to be huge hazards that you're not going to be able to see, even only going 20 miles per hour. The visibility, the darkness, a lot of people are starting to slowly lose power, especially as those winds have picked up, and that is something that we have seen pick up, especially in the last, I would say, 20 minutes. We're noticing those winds really starting to howl. They're starting to get a little bit of that whistling sound through the crannies and alleyways and corners here around the city of Pensacola. As far as I see, I still see a lot of lights on, so we're in good shape, at least at our location. Again, we're right downtown. You got Pensacola Bay right here. I want to briefly, as I bring in Dr. Nab, I want to briefly check in over at the water. Y'all aren't going to be able to see it, but boy, it is just a gnarly scene here on Pensacola Bay. Again, the surge is continuing to come up. Now, we've got a concrete seawall, and that's protecting us at our location, but there's numerous parks here, even on the north side of Pensacola Bay, that have already gone underwater, and they're just too dangerous because of the low-lying streets. Or even this afternoon, I mean, at times the water, salt water, by the way, has gotten up to, the doors of many cars that were out observing the scenes at daylight. So already a dangerous situation unfolding, and the rainfall rates, I can just imagine what it looks like here across Pensacola, all as a whole. So many areas, so many roads probably shut down because of high water, and we're only going to see scenes like that get worse. We've even gotten reports of water rescues in Gulf Shores, Alabama. Guys, people are still venturing out, even at this late in the game, and it's really one of those situations you kind of need to stay put. Stay put. Ride this out in your home and your safety. If you feel threatened, you need to get to a neighbor or somebody's safe haven, because that water is not going to stop, and the rain is going to only get worse, especially since we haven't even gotten into that core intense eye wall. We've got continuing live coverage right here on the Weather Channel, not only here in Pensacola, but in Mobile, Alabama, where Reynolds Wolf is standing live tonight. Tevin Woot will be coming up later on into the overnight hours from Navarre Beach, Florida, and we've got Jim Cantori, Stephanie Abrams, and a full team of meteorologists with you.
Okay, everyone. Our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Great tasting Ensure with 9 grams of protein, 27 vitamins and minerals, and nutrients to support immune health.
The shift has begun. The ante's been upped. To lead the charge, good had to be amazing. And amazing had to become the expectation. The drivers feel it every time they get in. The power has shifted.
Can't wait to tell everyone about AT&T's big 5G news.
AT&T has nationwide 5G?
Yep.
And that's faster?
Faster, yeah.
But is it reliable?
Uh-huh, and secure.
You should consider making a big deal about it.
Bigger?
I said bigger.
Oh, bigger deal, bigger than what I'm doing.
It's not complicated. A 5G network needs a 5G device. Now everyone, including existing customers, can get a free Samsung Galaxy Note 20 after trade-in.
COPD makes it hard to breathe. So to breathe better, I started Once Daily Anoro.
COPD tries to say go this way. I say I'll go my own way with Anoro.
Once Daily Anoro contains 2 medicines called bronchodilators that work together to significantly improve lung function all day and all night. Do not use Anoro if you have asthma. Anoro won't replace rescue inhalers for sudden symptoms and should not be used more than once a day. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition, high blood pressure, glaucoma, prostate, bladder, or urinary problems. These may worsen with Anoro. Call your doctor if you have worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain while taking Anoro. The most common side effects are sore throat, diarrhea, and pain in the arms and legs.
Ask your doctor about Once Daily Anoro to start treating your COPD.
We're here for you during this challenging time, and always find support at Anoro.com.
Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything. Like pizza, your coworker's lunch, whatever this is. Astronaut food.
And astronauts?
Everything.
Yum.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. I put that on everything.
So Dish lets you share your TV with your family on multiple devices. Why?
Sweetie, forgot something.
Thank you. Because we know one thing's for sure. It's a little less scary leaving home when you can take a little bit of it with you.
Share your TV on 5 devices, no extra charge. Dish, tuned in to you.
We are coming to you live from Pensacola, Florida tonight, where we are just getting beaten by Hurricane Sally. Again, wind gusts have now topped hurricane force in Dauphin Island, Alabama, and also there near Gulf Shores, where we're starting to get into the outermost parts of that inner eye wall, and that's something that we're going to continue to follow here overnight. Again, the storm, Sally, is moving so slowly, we're going to have to endure hours upon hours of that worst that Sally will bring here to the northern Gulf Coast. Thanks for joining us here on the Weather Channel. We've got continuing live coverage all night long and throughout the day on Wednesday as Sally continues just to churn right off the coast. Now, we expect a landfall sometime over the next 6 to, I would say, anywhere from 4 to 8 hours, somewhere in that ballpark. It depends if it starts to get picked up. Again, it's kind of just in a situation where there's nothing really steering it. Now, we know it's going to eventually get pulled up into the northeast, and that will pull it through the southeastern part of the U.S. But until that happens, it's really just going to kind of park itself and slowly meander and then start to pick up speed. That will happen sometime throughout the day tomorrow. And remember, too, given where we are, even if we get a landfall in Gulf Shores, south of Mobile, we're going to be on that eastern eye wall for hours. This is a worst-case scenario when we talk about not necessarily a wind standpoint. We will have those strong damaging winds. But from a rain standpoint, where totals, I haven't had really a time to chance to check the latest tallies. But, I mean, we've had 1 to 2 inch per hour rainfall rates now for 5-6 hours straight. And that hasn't stopped. And so a couple of hours ago when I checked, we were upwards of 7-8 inches here in Pensacola. That has since changed. I wouldn't be surprised if areas near downtown are nearing a foot. Some areas out towards Pensacola Beach, probably getting upwards of 13, 14, even 15 inches of rain. Some pockets already. And we've got another 7, 8, 9, 10, and in some cases another foot more of rain to go on top of what we've already seen. Then you bring in the 30, 40 mile per hour winds like we're seeing right now and the surge, and you're going to set yourself up for quite a disaster here in some pockets, okay? So we know power outages are continuing to increase here around northwestern Florida and also southern Alabama. A lot of people on Gulf Shore starting to lose power. And as far as travel goes, a lot of bridges are closed here from Alabama into the Florida Panhandle. We've got pretty much all of the bridges in Santa Rosa County and also here in Escambia County closed. And how about Gulf Shores, the parkway there, the bridge that connects Gulf Shores, Alabama to the mainland, that is now closed, and that doesn't usually happen. So big time ordeal. If you are on these islands like Pensacola Beach, Okaloosa Island, also getting into Gulf Shores, Alabama, you're pretty much stuck there till this improves, because the bridges aren't going to open until weather improves, and we don't see that happening for another 10, 12 hours. Okay, so we expect the landfall sometime right around sunrise, maybe a little before. Either way, the worst of the weather still has yet to arrive. It's starting to slowly nudge into Gulf Shores and areas around Dolphin Island. That will also be the case here in Pensacola, Perdido Key, Pensacola Beach, getting in towards I-10. That whole 60-mile stretch from Mobile to Pensacola is really going to be a crucial zone here over the next 12 hours as we continue with scenes just like this. I mean, the winds, this isn't really telling because you got the winds kind of coming in, but it's picking up in steam. We've had the highest wind report I've seen here in Pensacola proper, a little over 50 miles per hour. But we are getting word by the Pensacola police that there are some trees that have fallen down, and there's also limbs that have become hazards and debris in the roads. So if for people who think they want to go check it out, that's not a good idea, because you're driving, you can barely see. The windshield wipers can't even keep up with the rainfall rates that we're seeing. And then you got the wind and the obstacles flying into the road, and so it's a real danger, and they're not going to be able to get out and remove any of that stuff until the weather improves. So another 6 to 12 inches of rain could be expected on top of what we've already picked up. And in some cases, we may get more than that. So the rainfall is really going to be the biggest issue. And Dr. Nab, I know we are forecasting anywhere from 10 to 20 inches, but given the current totals and the fact that we still got, at least another 4 to 6 hours of very heavy rainfall to go, if not more. I mean, some areas it wouldn't surprise me, and tell me if you think so too, if we picked up much more than that.
Absolutely. I would not be shocked if a number of spots in southern Alabama, western Florida Panhandle pick up more than 20 inches and get around that isolated 30 peak. We've seen 12-hour totals estimated by radar offshore over 20 inches. So it's really going to be a rough couple of days. And I want to show you what's going on in other parts of the coastline. I want to show you Orange Beach, Alabama right now. You're starting to get into the northeastern eye wall before too much longer. And you could, depending on what wobbles the hurricane makes, could end up getting into the strongest part of the hurricane. Now, let's just go just a little bit to the west, a little closer to Mobile Bay, and this is Gulf Shores, Alabama. Very similarly, you're not too far from getting into the northeastern part of the eye wall, so it will get worse before it gets better. Now, I want to show you the latest information from the Hurricane Center, just updating us on the position and the motion, and every little bit of wobble is interesting, and you wonder if it portends a permanent change, because exactly where the center goes and where the eastern eye wall goes, that will determine who gets the worst winds and the greatest onshore push, and maybe the longest duration of rainfall as well. It's moving north-northeast at 2 miles an hour. So is that a permanent change in the heading from due north to a little bit east of north? Hard to tell, and it could stall and meander, who knows. But let's just say, for example, it was to stay on a north-northeastward heading. That could make all the difference for a place like Pensacola. That could, along that heading, bring the eastern eye wall right over you. But if it wobbles back to the left, then Orange Beach and Gulf Shores would end up getting the worst anyway. But the maximum sustained winds of 85 miles an hour are likely somewhere here in the northeastern to eastern part of the circulation. Gusts to 74 at the buoy just offshore. Frequent gusts over 50 miles an hour. We've had reports of trees down in a number of areas. So the winds are going to be a problem all by themselves, but they're producing the onshore push of the storm surge, which is going to lessen the ability for all of this water that's falling in these flash flood warning areas to drain. So we're going to have a combination in many places of saltwater flooding and freshwater flooding. Now I want to show you this report in the Gulf Shores area. You're very near the southeastern part of Mobile Bay, and there's a river and there's a bay that feeds into there. This is where we've had the report of water entering the first floor of a building, Colonial Parkway, County Road 6. They had to rescue someone, and the rest of the building was evacuated. Now again, don't know for sure if this was primarily caused by saltwater flooding from the storm surge, or they've had more than 8 inches of rain, freshwater flooding, or a little bit of both. But they are in that flash flood warning. They're in the storm surge warning. So this is a place where if you are caught and water's coming into your structure, Chris Bruin, this is the situation where it might not just be a problem on the roads. It could come into people's homes. So you got to go to the highest level of your building and call 911 if they're even able to come out and get you in conditions like that.
Yeah, and then you got to stay out in this weather if that came to it, because being in your home will become a danger, and it really is exhausting. It can really turn a situation into a very dangerous one. So that's something we're going to continue to follow. Of course, power slowly starting to increase in outages. The number of outages is rising, given the fact that winds have picked up, and we just had a stronger gust come through even our location. So winds are steadily increasing. Still, between 50 and 60 miles per hour, not sustained, but gusting. And the rain, it's just disorienting. It's really hard to see. I mean, these little safety glasses is similar to your windshield wipers. It just fills up so much. It's really blinding at times. And then it's the horizontal rain. It gets in every nook and cranny. People may not have flooding in their homes, but they may get water seeping in through cracks in the window. Water will find a way in, especially in tropical systems. It's mind-boggling to see where water starts spewing out of. So that's always a huge danger. And even if you don't have flooding, but you get rainwater leaking into your home, then you still have to treat it necessary and remove the drywall that gets wet. So that's going to be another whole hazard that a lot of people here in the northwest part of Florida and southern Alabama are going to have to contend with. All right, so here's the latest conditions here in Pensacola, Florida. I want to go up the ways a little bit. About a 45-minute drive on a good day, not tonight, to Mobile, Alabama. And let's check back in with our meteorologist, Reynolds. Well, Reynolds, how have things changed since we last talked? Winds have picked up here notably, and the rain has been steady this whole time. What have you experienced?
Chris, what we've had more than anything is that classic pattern where you'll have a band that'll come through and you have the wind that intensifies. The rain has been really the constant we've had through a good part of the day. I'm going to step back for just a moment here, and you'll definitely see there's some ponding here or there on the roadways. This is something that is not uncommon here in Mobile. And as I step back towards the camera, I got to tell you that when it comes to water, it does not take a great deal to cause havoc here in Mobile. In fact, it was just less than a year ago, just barely less than a year ago, that you had 7 inches of rainfall here in the greater downtown area, and you had 60 water rescues, swift water rescues. So it does not take much, but one thing we are going to get much of will be a great deal of rainfall. In fact, models indicate we could see anywhere from, say, a foot of rainfall, perhaps even more. So I think it's going to be really some trying times as we roll into the next several hours and days. Governor Kay Ivey has gotten the National Guard ready. At the same time, there's swift water rescue crews that are not only in this area, but across parts of the state. I mentioned earlier that I spoke with a childhood friend of mine. He is actually a fire chief up in Calera, Alabama, which is right in the heart of central Alabama. And you have a lot of crews from North Alabama coming down ready for some of the water that could be rising. When you think about Alabama and its totality, we're talking some 77,000 miles of moving water in terms of streams, creeks, rivers, and every bit of it in the state of Alabama flows out into the Gulf of Mexico. Now, think about this. Mobile Bay is going to be the conduit when you have the Alabama and the Tombigbee rivers that flow in together, and it pushes out to the Gulf. At the same time, you've got this system, Sally, moving water in the opposite direction. So a collision course, and that water has got to go someplace, and unfortunately could be headed into spots like, well, into cities, into neighborhoods, into homes. So certainly there is some concern. Shelters have been set up across parts of Mobile County and Baldwin also in this story, not just staying here in the counties that are touching the coastline, but eventually we could see these problems in the state capital, from Montgomery moving up into places like Auburn, Alabama, into Georgia, and even into the Carolinas. So this system has got some long-reaching ramifications in terms of distance, but also in terms of time. You'll notice that we're not stopping as we get into Thursday or Friday. In fact, the story could continue all the way into the weekend. On Sunday, we could still be saying today and Sally. But then the thing to consider, too, is that once the wind will die down, and it will eventually die down, and the rain begins to subside, and the waters begin to drop back, then the cleanup begins. And what a huge story that's going to be. Power crews have been out and about right now. They're in a staging situation. So when the wind does begin to drop, they can go out there and restore those services that are so vital, so crucial, so important to so many people. But again, they've got quite a bit of a job, Alex. First thing they got to do is clear out the debris. Then the tough work really gets underway. Back to you, Alex.
Yeah, and we think there could be quite a bit of cleanup after this storm. But as you mentioned, Reynolds, we could still be saying the name Sally well into the weekend. Let's talk about some of those inland threats that we are going to see out of this storm, because this is going to be an issue for a long time. We are looking at parts of Atlanta area, metro area, parts of the upstate of South Carolina, parts of North Carolina, getting in on some huge totals. Where you see the red, that is 8 to 12 inches. So south and east of Atlanta, I think, hold the greatest possibility of that huge rainfall footprint. But just about the entire metro area there in Atlanta, in Greenville, South Carolina, and getting up to Charlotte in that 5 to 8 inch range. So when you get into metro areas, that kind of rain is going to trigger flash flooding. So unfortunately, that looks like it's going to be a threat well off to the east. Look at some of those 8 to 12 inch totals, much more isolated into North Carolina, but still a possibility into the state of North Carolina. That's the European model. USGFS model, obviously painting a smaller footprint, but a similar story coming out of this. That stripe right up 85 from Atlanta to Greenville, Spartanburg, Charlotte, and then even up to Raleigh and Norfolk, where we could be seeing totals in that 5 to 8+ inch range, with 3 to 5 inches, a good bet for many of these areas. So as Sally moves northward, there's our dip in the jet stream off to the west, our tropical moisture pumping northward. That dip helps to carry this off to the east, but leaving a lot of soaking rainfall in its path. And Chris Bruin is out there getting in on that soaking rainfall tonight in Pensacola, Florida.
Hey, Alex, yeah, it just does not stop. We keep checking back in, and we're not in the squally weather that we're seeing in Mobile and over towards Panama City. We're in the core, not quite the eye wall, but we are in the heart of Hurricane Sally, and it's relentless. It just beats on end, hour after hour. Torrential rain, and some of the heaviest rain that I've seen, especially this year alone when it comes to tropical systems. We're already seeing flash flood warnings mounting. That will continue, and the rain is not expected to stop until tomorrow night at the earliest, okay? So we got a long way to go. We're going to be with you around the clock. We are going to battle this together safely. Of course, we've got crews round the clock covering all aspects of the storm from Mobile, Alabama to Pensacola, Florida, Navarre Beach, over towards coastal Mississippi. Keep it right here to the Weather Channel. We'll be right back with continuing live updates all along the Gulf Coast as Hurricane Sally bears down.
Stay restless with the icon that does the same. The RX, crafted by Lexus.
Lease the 2020 RX 350 for $409 a month for 36 months.
Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Today we say so long summer and hello fall with the new DQ Fall Blizzard menu. There's festive pumpkin pie, tasty new caramel apple pie, and more. Craving fall? Find it at DQ. Happy tastes good.
That feeling when, yep, they've eaten everything. Keep them full with Hot Pockets. Premium pepperoni, real cheese, and that buttery garlic crust. Literally built to satisfy.
Hot Pockets! All right, I brought in Ensure Max Protein to give you the protein you need with less of the sugar you don't. I'll take that.
30 grams of protein and 1 gram of sugar. Ensure Max Protein with nutrients to support immune health.
People were afraid I was contagious. I felt gross.
It was kind of a shock after I started Cosentyx. 4 years clear.
Real people with psoriasis look and feel better with Cosentyx. Don't use if you're allergic to Cosentyx. Before starting, get checked for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections and lowered ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor about an infection or symptoms. If your inflammatory bowel disease symptoms develop or worsen, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to, serious allergic reactions may occur. Learn more at Cosentyx.com.
Families are reeling right now, enduring illness, losing their employers' plans in droves. They need lifelines now. My plan lowers healthcare costs, gets us universal coverage quickly when Americans desperately need it. This is my promise to you. When I'm president, I will take care of your health care coverage and your family the same way I would my own. I'm Joe Biden, and I approve this message.
What does Domino's know about tacos and burgers? As delivery experts, we know they shouldn't be delivered like this.
Thanks for the soggy tacos spread across the bottom of my delivery bag.
The burger was wilted.
We hate to see anything delivered poorly.
We wanted to give you a burger that is designed to be delivered.
A taco that was made to deliver right.
A taco from Domino's? What?
Oh my.
The new Domino's cheeseburger pizza.
This is our new chicken taco pizza.
Now the best way to get a taco or burger delivered is to get a Domino's pizza.
That is not a soggy taco.
Are you a victim of mesothelioma? If so, call the number on your screen right now and receive your free miso book.
Free book? They really think anybody cares about that. There are so many mesothelioma firms, but we need a serious one that really understands New Yorkers for our lawsuit. No gimmicks.
I understand, honey, but I don't know who we can trust.
Hi, I'm Erin Brockovich. Thousands of families have gone through this same difficult decision. If you've been diagnosed with mesothelioma, you should be focusing on your medical treatment. I urge you to call the New York law firm of Weiss & Luxembourg. They have achieved the highest mesothelioma verdicts in New York and represent thousands of your neighbors and co-workers for their mesothelioma and lung cancer claims.
Call 1-800-299-6100. That's 1-800-299-6100.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat. Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 62 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy skies, low 58, winds light and variable. Wednesday, sunny skies, high 76, winds south-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Wednesday night, a few clouds overnight, low 65, winds south-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back into our continuing coverage of Hurricane Sally. We are looking live at a camera coming to us from Orange Beach, Alabama. If you've been with us throughout the hour, we have been watching this concrete structure just get slammed by the big waves. One of the factors that we're watching out of a prolonged event from Sally. This storm very, very slowly moving closer to the coast. We're talking about the speed that, we would walk a mall, not even walk to exercise. Orange Beach, Alabama, by the way, gusting over 50 miles per hour right now. Those gusty winds have allowed that surf to really kick up throughout the day. And this isn't the only coastal location that's seen some big waves. We look at what's happening in Perdido Key, Florida as well. Some very heavy rain coming down there at this point. And we've got big problems all along the coast. Dr. Nab, we look at this wave action. We look at the heavy rainfall. Actually, Perdido Key looks better, I dare to say, than it did last hour. Still not good. We've got the rain going horizontal, but maybe getting a little break in the rainfall. At times, people are saying it's backing off, but when it's coming down, it is coming down as if you've just got the faucet fully open.
Well, enjoy that break in Perdido Key while you got it, because it's going to be short-lived, and then the next round is going to be worse than the previous one, and then the one after that will be even worse, because 2 bands from now is the northeastern eye wall. And Alex, the big question is, here's the Gulf Shores, Orange Beach, Perdido Key area. The big question is, will this hurricane, the center of it, will it continue on this northeastward path to maybe have those areas that we just showed go through the eye and take the eastern eye wall over Pensacola, or will it stall, meander around? So we'll have to see. But
that's kind of been the theme of this thing so far, right? Stalling, meandering, kind of truly wobbling.
Yeah, so I don't trust that this northeastward motion at 2 miles an hour is going to stay consistent. But these little details, Alex, really do end up determining who gets the strongest winds for the longest period of time. Because if you don't get a break during the eye, you buy yourself how many hours more? I mean, that eye is big enough to give you several hours break with a hurricane only going 2 miles an hour.
Heck yeah. Whereas if you find yourself on the eastern eye wall of a storm moving only 2 miles an hour, you're in it for the long haul. Yeah, and if I'm in Pensacola, I'm thinking my chances aren't so great of getting this eye to go over us. It doesn't mean it can't, but it would have to hang a right a little more quickly than currently forecast. But this hasn't gone right down the middle of the cone at any time in its life. Yeah, this one's been a tricky one. You pointed out those bands, though. Within those, the rainfall rates have been truly epic, and so we're picking up some huge totals. And then we've got problems along the coast because of the coastal flooding, too. Yeah, we've got the recent gust at Fort Morgan just across from Dauphin Island, a gust to 82 miles an hour. So that northern eye wall is starting to show its might there, and we've had reports of downed trees just south of Mobile, a gust to 58 not all that long ago. And if you look at, you talk about the rain rates, here's all those flash flood warnings, and you haven't even gotten the heaviest rain yet. I mean, look at this. This is the last 12 hours where places just offshore have eclipsed 18 inches, and we haven't gotten the worst of it onshore yet, where we've in some places gotten to a foot, but we could have another foot, maybe 2 more. Oh my gosh. Weather Prediction Center, they don't issue those high-risk zones for flash flooding often. Unfortunately, when they do, that tends to translate to some really serious situations, which, as you just pointed out, if we've got double-digit rainfall now we add another foot, we're looking at 20-plus inches in spots. Yeah, and those cameras we just looked at in Orange Beach and Gulf Shores, Perdido Key, all of those areas are in these coastal regions that are perhaps experiencing some storm surge in some places, but they're also getting numerous inches of rainfall. Some places could get a combination of storm surge flooding and freshwater flooding. And the Weather Service, Alex, has just put the considerable damage tag on this flash flood warning. It's alerting wireless emergency alerts. This is really life-threatening. Some places, water getting into some structures now. Yeah, I don't want you to think like, oh, okay, flash flood alert. It's okay, I'm at home. It's just, going to be the roads. This is getting into structures now. And Chris Bruin is in Pensacola. Chris, we look at those rainfall amounts that have come in your area. We look at the rainfall coming down right now, and we understand why we've got the problems.
Yeah, I saw a report on social. Somebody in Perdido Key is saying in their backyard there's nearly 2 feet of water. Now, it's hard to tell if that's fresh water or salt water or a mixture of both. Probably a mixture of both, because the surge has been high, and that's something else that we haven't had a chance to really talk about a lot, because we've got a little bit of a seawall here. But if I were to have a flashlight and show you what it looks like, or if it were daylight, you would be amazed just by how high the waves are. And again, this is just the bay. This is Pensacola Bay, and we've seen some significant water rise because of that surge and that onshore push. Now, winds are continuing to come up, and we have seen power outages continuing to climb. The latest tally right now, over 22,000 customers here in Northwest Florida without power. And then in Alabama, that number is even higher. It's actually nearly double, about 43,000 customers or so without power. Remember, customers is a whole household, so that could, population-wise, that could be a lot higher. And these are likely going to top out much higher than that. So expect many more people to lose power, especially as we get into those strongest core winds. And remember, this is going to be a beating here. It is an endurance event. It is something we have to watch very closely. We got to take it minute by minute, and we're giving you the latest updates safely from the Gulf Coast. We'll be back.
Domino's knows delivery, so when we asked our team members how to make carry-out more convenient, they had thoughts.
Frisbee.
That's a thought.
Deliver it.
Even better. Introducing Domino's Carside Delivery. Just pull up, check in online, and we bring your food to you. It's carry-out delivered.
Okay, everyone. Our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Great tasting Ensure with 9 grams of protein, 27 vitamins and minerals, and nutrients to support immune health.
Can't wait to tell everyone about AT&T's big 5G news.
AT&T has nationwide 5G?
Yep.
And that's faster?
Faster, yeah.
But is it reliable?
Uh-huh, and secure.
You should consider making a big deal about it.
Bigger?
I said bigger.
Oh, bigger deal, bigger than what I'm doing.
It's not complicated. A 5G network needs a 5G device. Now everyone, including existing customers, can get a free Samsung Galaxy Note 20 after trade-in.
I didn't order a pizza.
I know, but that Parker promo saved me so much on my insurance. Brought you a little something special.
Parker, State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
You're the man.
And you want the real deal? Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
I wanted more from my COPD medicine. That's why I've got the power of 1, 2, 3 medicines with Trelegy.
The only FDA-approved once daily 3-in-1 COPD treatment.
Trelegy, the power of 1, 2, 3. Trelegy, 1, 2, 3. Trelegy.
With Trelegy and the power of 1, 2, 3, I'm breathing better. Trelegy works 3 ways to open airways, keep them open, and reduce inflammation for 24 hours of better breathing.
Trelegy won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. Trelegy is not for asthma. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Do not take Trelegy more than prescribed. Trelegy may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur.
Think your COPD medicine is doing enough? Maybe you should think again.
Ask your doctor about once daily Trelegy. We know times are hard, and we're here for you. Find support at Trelegy.com.
We promise, Incognito's plant-based burger won't bite. Ooh. But you should. Introducing Incognito. Looks, cooks, and tastes like meat, but it's made from plants. Incognito. What? Afraid you might like it?
They say carnivorous devourus inhabits these waters. If he's here, this devour white cheddar mac and cheese with bacon will lure him out.
Eat like an animal. Devour.
At Cracker Barrel, there's comfort in every bite. With new favorites like our fresh-baked chicken pot pie, filled with chicken and vegetables. Come on home to Cracker Barrel. Dine in, curbside, or delivery.
My turn. It shows up at the end of the year. Coffee Mate seasonal flavors.
It really makes the season.
Oh, peppermint mocha.
It's related to nature.
Pumpkin spice.
This is gonna be a while.
Yeah.
Try Coffee Mate seasonal flavors. Coffee's perfect holiday mate.
Every morning at 4:30, you hear the cooks hop on the floor. It's hard times in the mill, my love. Hard times in the mill. Every morning right at 6, don't that old bell make you sick? Hard times in the mill, my love. Hard times.
And welcome back in. We are live here in Pensacola, Florida, where the rain, the wind are continuing to pick up. The rain actually is coming in at such a force with those tropical storm force winds that we've been seeing here across Escambia County, that's in northwest Florida, that it hurts. It's almost like getting sandblasted, but we don't have sand because we're not right on the beach. Again, the beach is about 6 or 7 miles across the bay. Again, the bridges are closed. Not a safe spot to be at, especially with the overwash that we're seeing at times because of the surge. You got that whole onshore push, and then you've got the wind and the rain, all right? And the rain is mounting. It's really picking up. I want to show you a camera here, Perdido Key. That's not too far away. That's if you go across the 3-mile bridge into Pensacola Beach. You go you go west, and you run into Perdido Key, okay? People there are saying water is filling up the backyards, and it's concerning because we're nowhere near being done yet, all right? And we are not even into the worst of this, and we may be on the rainy side. We're likely not going to get the eye here in Pensacola, so that means we're going to be in the rain the whole time. We won't catch a break at all, and that will really be a problem for wherever that east side of the eye wall gets in, and that's what we're seeing here in Pensacola. We're starting to see a slow shift in the wind direction too. They had been coming pretty much due east, maybe east-southeast, but now we're starting to get a little bit of a southeasterly wind, and these are certainly the strongest winds we've had, at least at our location here in downtown Pensacola. Remember too, there's something else that we haven't talked about is we lost our lights, so we may have a little less lighting there, but the winds have really picked up. Power outages, though, from my vantage point, I still see a lot of lights on here across the city, so that's encouraging news. We know totals are upwards of 22,000 here in northwestern Florida, and then 43,000 and counting there in Alabama, especially southern Alabama near Gulf Shores, where water is covering numerous roads. We know flooding from surge, so saltwater flooding, and then freshwater flooding. Totals, guys, have been in the double digits, and we may get another 12 inches of rain or more. On top of that, I took a walk over here on the grass. If I do so, I may step out of the way, but I did when we were off, and the grass is so wet, it's completely covered in water, just because it can't hold any more water, and the rain's not stopping anytime soon. We're in this for the long haul. Now, I want to bring in our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knabb. Dr. Knabb, one thing we haven't really talked about a lot was the tornado aspect, and we know that's a threat, and the National Weather Service extending the tornado watch through the morning hours. Have we had any tornado warnings so far today with this system, and where do you think we have the greatest likelihood of those tornadoes?
Yeah, we absolutely have seen those tornado warnings. Got one that's still in effect down near Port St. Joe in Apalachicola, and that's typical, Chris, for them to happen far away from the center of circulation, and that tornado threat is going to spread way inland as we go through tonight and tomorrow, especially out in here in this sector of the storm as it comes ashore. So definitely for the Florida Panhandle and southern Alabama, tonight and tomorrow, a tornado risk, and you don't have to be anywhere near the center of circulation. The center of the hurricane is only moving north-northeast at 2 miles an hour. The pressure is down about 16 millibars from 24 hours ago, and that hasn't resulted in strengthening of the hurricane, but the hurricane wind field has expanded. It's become a little bit larger of a system, so it's moving slow and it's kind of large, so that means it's going to be pushing a lot of water ashore, and it's going to be a long duration event with tremendous rainfall totals. The gusts are on the increase on land areas, and it's only going to be getting worse as the northern eye wall starts to come ashore here in the next few hours before landfall of the center sometime tomorrow morning, we think. Some recent reports, Oriole Beach over here southeast of Pensacola, gusting to 62 miles an hour. Pensacola Naval Air Station right down in here, they've actually measured nearly 12 3/4 inches of rain so far. Now, let's take a look at that particular area, see what the radar estimates are. Pretty close to that 12, 13-inch rain. So this is a pretty good indication of what has happened so far. And offshore, we've had more than 18 inches of rain in some places. So, Chris, this flash flood warning in the Pensacola area means business. This is considerable damage that could happen from this warning, not just covering the roads.
And we know even 5 hours ago, Dr. Knabb, the roads downtown were already taking on water because of that heavy rain that we had already had. I can only imagine what it's like out there right now. And again, it's night, it's dark, hard to see, and conditions are only going to be going downhill through the next several hours into sunrise tomorrow morning. Really quickly, I want to take you to Pensacola Bay. Look at how churned up the water is, guys. Those waves are howling, and the surge continues. Remember, we go into high tide early in the morning. We've got more continuing live coverage from Pensacola next.
Water?
Water tastes like water, so we fixed it. Mio.
With my hepatitis C, I felt I couldn't be at my best for my family. In only 8 weeks with Maverit, I was cured.
I faced reminders of my hep C every day.
I worried about my hep C.
But in only 8 weeks with Maverit, I was cured.
Maverit is the only 8-week cure for all types of hep C. Before starting Maverick, your doctor will test if you've had hepatitis B, which may flare up and cause serious liver problems during and after treatment. Tell your doctor if you've had hepatitis B, a liver or kidney transplant, other liver problems, HIV-1, or other medical conditions, and all medicines you take. Don't take Maverick with anazanavir or rifampin, or if you've had certain liver problems. If you've had or have serious liver problems other than Hep C, there's a rare chance they may worsen. Signs of serious liver problems may include yellowing of the skin, abdominal pain or swelling, confusion, and unexplained bleeding or bruising. Tell your doctor if you develop symptoms of liver disease. Common side effects include headache and tiredness.
With Hep C behind me, I feel free.
Fearless, because I am cured. If you can't afford your medicine, AbbVie may be able to help.
It's about the humans. These humans, those humans, Groovin and Golden. It's about getting more than health insurance and a partner who listens and acts. Humana calls it human care. It's talking to a doctor from your couch or helping you find a cheaper prescription before you ask. It's helping you fix the rugs so you don't fall and keeping you social, online or off. It's getting to know you so you can be your healthiest. That's our superpower. That's human care from Humana.
The shift has begun. The ante's been upped. To lead the charge, good had to be amazing. And amazing had to become the expectation. The power has shifted.
Now with Ram Power Days bonus cash, get $7,300 in total values on the 2020 Ram 1500.
So I'm going to hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you?
Wait, what?
The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there.
Nope. Watch this.
Brake. Rear automatic braking. So if this Nissan Sentra isn't going to compromise, why should you? You're right. Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
Whether holding down the fort or bouncing back to school, childhood is always in session. So keep feeding us right with Sun-Made snacks. Just like when you were a kid. Delicious, made with whole fruit. Sun-Made.
All right, just now joining us back after the break. Thanks for watching the Weather Channel. We're starting to see the winds really now cranking here, enough to at least, start to get you a wave in a little bit. All right, and I did notice about 10 seconds ago a power flash off in the distance, a bright flash. We haven't seen any lightning strikes, but that was some sort of transformer that blew in the distance. So it tells me, okay, we're starting to see now enough to take out power lines, trees maybe knocking down some power lines. So power starting to go out here, at least in the downtown core. Still see several lights on, so that's good. But expect the winds to get worse, and that's what we're going to continue to see here, especially as we go towards midnight and then into the wee morning hours. So remember, too, that outer eye wall really starting to nudge in now towards Gulf Shores. Conditions are even worse there than what we're seeing here. But they may actually get the eye, and if you get the eye, it's not a good thing. But it allows the rain to ease up a little bit and give some time for that water to subside before the back edge comes through. The back edge of this storm not nearly as intense as what we've been dealing with on the front edge, but it's something that's going to be a long time to get through because it's such a slow-moving storm. However, here in Pensacola, we may be on the eastern eye wall the whole time, and that could mean even worse situations for folks. Excuse me. The water gets in my mouth and chokes you at times because it's just relentless. But that could mean an even worse case scenario for northwestern Florida, for parts of Santa Rosa and Escambia counties, even over towards Okaloosa. We got to watch out in Destin and Navarre Beach. We're going to have Tevin Wooten come up in a couple of hours. He's going to have live updates there to our east because even though right now it's not nearly as bad there, gusting closer to 40 miles per hour where we're in the 60-plus mile per hour range, we will see those winds pick up because this is going to be taking a northeasterly turn. And that's something we're going to be watching as well, especially throughout the day tomorrow. So where do we go from here? We've already seen estimations on the radar of over 13, 14 inches out towards Gulf Shores, out towards Pensacola Beach. And offshore, we've had total levels as high as 18 inches, at least by radar estimation. So we know those rainfall rates are going to continue to plow through southern Alabama and northwest Florida. And even as we go into inland sections like southeastern Alabama and also into Georgia. I want to go to Alabama now. That's where we find our own meteorologist, Reynolds Wolf. And Reynolds, starting to see some transformers starting to pop. You can see a little bit of an explosion in the sky. Winds have really picked up here. The rain has been the same ever since, which is just as hard as heavy as you can imagine. What's the latest update there in Mobile?
Right now, we still have those power outages, around 17,000 customers without power, and I think those are going to be on the uptick as this system continues to crawl its way on shore. Folks, I got to tell you, that is an eerie thing to see those transformers go out. It was back during Hurricane Harvey, was in Texas for that one, in Victoria, Texas, was with a photographer who had actually served in the Gulf War, and off on the horizon, we could see all those pops, the converters just exploding off in the distance. And he said it was very similar to what he had seen in Baghdad some years before. So it can get quite scary, to say the very least. Situation that we have now with everything being dark, dangerous times across much of South Alabama. The reason why is because obviously it's hard to see. So if you're driving down the roadway, a place that's not well lit, you could move into an area where there's standing water. And remember, only 6 inches of water can pick up a large vehicle and move it downstream. So that is certainly something to consider. If you're in a safe spot, the best place is, well, really just to stay there. That's the best mindset, because we're going to see changes come in a very big way. When you think about what's happening in terms of the center of circulation, you see the movement of it. You think about Mobile Bay. It's 413 square miles. It's relatively shallow, and with it, you've got that wind that's going to be causing that water to really pile up in places like, Battleship Park, rather, where you have the USS Alabama and the USS Drum. You can see water definitely pile up in there. Any communities that you have along the shores of Mobile County that touches water, you'll see the effects of it. But eventually, this system is going to continue to march its way onshore. And when it does, notice that we could see it in places like Atmore, Alabama, in Bruton, Montgomery, Alabama. So this is a system that's going to have some big ramifications for a lot of people. You see the flash flood warnings out there. And notice in some of these spots, you could have only 2 to 3, maybe 4 inches of rain compared to what you'll have along parts of the Panhandle. Doesn't matter. That's more than enough to cause some flooding. So, Alex, again, all eyes on the system, which is moving so excruciatingly slow. It's almost one of those things you wish it would actually ramp up, at least in terms of speed, and get it out of there. But
right.
Slow mover, that is not a good thing for us.
Yeah, we'd love to rip off the Band-Aid. This is not going to be one of those ones.
Absolutely.
Yeah, as you know, it's much more painful when you take it off and it grabs each and every little hair, right? Reynolds, thank you. We're going to get back to Reynolds. I want to break down a few city forecasts for you so you know the timing for your community, where you live. And we start with Gulf Shores, Alabama. So Gulf Shores, Alabama, one of the spots that's beginning to see that wind and rain now. Yeah, you've got some heavy rain across coastal sections of Alabama. And when we look at the region, in addition to getting swamped by heavy rain, you've got a flash flood warning. So Baldwin, Escambia, and Santa Rosa counties under this flash flood warning until 11:15 Central Time. Gulf Shores now until later tomorrow is when we can expect to see those 35+ mile per hour gusts. The gusts greater than 65 miles an hour, those are going to be coming tomorrow morning. So really in the intense intense winds tomorrow closer to landfall. And the rainfall forecast will be 8 to 12 inches. Then we look at Panama City, Florida, 77 degrees right now. You can see the big waves coming in. So rough surf continues to be an issue. Let's look at your timing so you know when you can expect the worst of the wind for your area. And this is another spot, by the way, that's going to be seeing some huge rainfall totals in the Panama City area. You know, we've seen Pensacola. They've been getting drenched, unfortunately. Panama City, another spot. By the way, under a flash flood warning already there in Bay County. That includes Panama City Beach. And when we look at the future radar, we're going to be watching some of these heavy bands work through. So that's why we look at those big rainfall totals around the Panama City area moving forward. By the way, we are going to get you back out to our live reporters in the field, and we've got crews stationed all across the south and southeast to bring you the latest on Sally.
Whether holding down the fort or bouncing back to school, childhood is always in session. So keep feeding us right with Sun-Made snacks. Just like when you were a kid. Delicious, made with whole fruit. Sun-Made.
I recently took a road trip to Greensville to attend a chili cook-off. Rough roads all the way down. I drove there on these Cooper Discoverer and Duramax tires. Without them, we might never know the winning bean-to-meat ratio of a good chili. So go with the Coopers. Cooper!
People were afraid I was contagious. I felt gross.
It was kind of a shock after I started Cosentyx.
4 years clear.
Real people with psoriasis look and feel better with Cosentyx. Don't use if you're allergic to Cosentyx. Before starting, get checked for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections and lowered ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor about an infection or symptoms. If your inflammatory bowel disease symptoms develop or worsen, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to, serious allergic reactions may occur. Learn more at Cosentyx.com.
Owners of select competitive vehicles can get $500 toward a new Acura ILX.
Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything. Like pizza, your coworker's lunch, whatever this is. Astronaut food.
And astronauts?
Everything.
Yum.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. I put that on everything.
Spectrum Mobile is the fastest growing provider out there. They're growing faster than AT&T, Verizon, and T-Mobile.
Must be using Magic Grow Mix.
What?
Makes things grow faster.
No, they're the fastest growing because thousands of people are switching every day. Because they have the fastest overall speeds and it's the most reliable.
It's probably Magic Grow Mix.
It's not. You can save up to 40% on your monthly bill. Magic Grow Mix isn't even a thing.
It is, I have it, and you might want to stand back.
Join Spectrum Mobile today. Find out why they're the fastest growing provider out there.
I can taste the pineapples already.
Mama, Mama.
Why do I keep falling asleep during the day? What's making me so tired? I kept asking myself these questions. It felt like I was more than tired. Then I was diagnosed with narcolepsy. There are 5 major symptoms. I waited too long to take action, but you don't have to. Visit morethantired.com now. Take the narcolepsy symptom screener and find a sleep specialist to share your results. Don't wait. Visit morethantired.com today.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 61 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy skies, low 58, winds light and variable. Wednesday, sunny skies, high 76, winds south-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Wednesday night, a few clouds overnight, low 65, winds south-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Well, thanks for staying with us here on the Weather Channel as we track very slow-moving Hurricane Sally. Want to get you out to Orange Beach, Alabama, where we have been watching some huge waves crashing along this structure. And you can see things haven't changed here in Orange Beach. The slow movement of Sally is going to lead to persistent waves, persistent surge, and persistent heavy rainfall. Don't forget about the winds either. Right now, gusting over 50 miles an hour at spots along the beach. Right now, your wind at Orange Beach is 38 miles an hour, and you're one of those spots, gusting currently 53 miles per hour. Now, our storm tracker, Scott Peak, is out there giving us this view. Scott's been out on the road. Scott, what have you seen over the last half hour or so in terms of the rainfall?
Well, it's the bands are intermittent, but it's starting to really pick up as the ice slowly comes on shore. And like you mentioned, those waves are persistent and crashing hard, especially on the pier that you have on the screen. It's just crashing right in.
That one seems to be holding up pretty well. Have you noticed any other areas there on the coast a bit more vulnerable, maybe becoming susceptible to those big waves?
Well, we saw a pier earlier down the road, and it definitely was cut off from the beach, and it was a wooden one. But this one that we're looking at is a solid concrete. But the waves are just crashing right on it.
And those winds have been pretty steady at 50-plus mile-per-hour gusts since we've been talking here for about 2 hours. That's not going to change, as you mentioned, as that eye wall moves in. I got to imagine that becomes tough to drive around. You're in a parking garage, but you get that funneling, too, in spots.
Oh, yes, absolutely. We have the luxury of being protected by the parking garage. But, yes, once we go out onto the road, we've noticed that our truck rocks around a lot, and we have seen some construction damage, buildings that haven't been fully constructed that have fallen apart or fallen over. So those winds are very strong and powerful, even if they're only about 50 miles an hour. They can still cause damage.
Yeah, and you mentioned seeing some downed trees. Have you noticed any more in your travels here in the last few minutes?
No, not the last few minutes. We've been kind of playing it safe right now, and
staying in that garage.
Yeah, because of the storm surge, we don't want to risk getting in the high water and stalling out or getting ourselves in trouble.
Totally makes perfect sense. And you said earlier, a lot of people seem to have taken the warnings and in some cases the mandates to stay in. There were not many people out on the roads.
Yes, absolutely. It's a ghost town out there now. We only see maybe one or two passing emergency vehicles, but other than that, that is it. There's nobody on the road.
Yeah, you got to be careful. And as Scott just mentioned, some of the local roads inundated. So stay safe, Scott. Thank you. Glad you are staying safe and smart and continuing to give us these views. We'll be checking back in with Scott in a moment. I want to look now at Pensacola, Florida. This is Chris Bruin shot. And just imagine Chris out there in it. I think he's taken a second. His fingers, Dr. Nab, are already raisined. I mean, he has just been getting drenched over the last 2+ hours he's been out there. And we're in it for the long haul now. This is something that's going to continue for hours.
Yeah, isn't it hard to imagine, Alex, that 2 to 3 hours, when this is all over, might sound like a blip?
Right.
Because it might be like 20 to 30 hours of heavy rainfall and strong winds for places like Pensacola, because you aren't even into the northeastern and eastern eye wall yet. And that is probably what is coming. You're probably going to get this part of the storm coming near or over you. Now, if it wobbles to the right, maybe you get into the eye. If it wobbles left, maybe the eye goes over Mobile. But in any event, it's going to be a long duration event. And the winds aren't even as strong as they're going to be. I know it's been bad. We've got some power outages. We've got some downed trees. We've been gusting over 50 miles an hour at a number of spots. Last few hours, we've gusted as high as 70 or 75 miles an hour in a few spots. That buoy in the northeastern eye wall starting to get winds like that. But we've also got the winds to deal with in tornadoes. We've got a tornado warning over in Panama City. So here's Mexico Beach that got hit by Michael. Here's Panama City. And you're in a tornado warning there in Bay County. It includes Callaway until 10:30 local time. So it might be about 10 minutes after the hour when the tornado, if it stays together, might get into Panama City. Here comes that velocity signature right in there, going right up along the coast. It was just offshore of Mexico Beach, now about to come on shore near Tyndall Air Force Base, and then maybe head up into the Panama City area. So lowest level, most interior room. And since we've had flooding in the area, we need to be saying lowest dry level, most interior room. And we've had over a foot of rainfall reported on the ground in Pensacola. The radar estimates are similar, over a foot of rain out between Pensacola and Panama City. And the 12-hour rates that are in the 18 to 20 to 22 inch range are just offshore. So we're going to get that 1, 2, maybe 2.5 feet of rain in some spots when this is all over. This is a very serious, life-threatening situation with this flash flood warning, as you heard from our Scott Peak, confirmed by emergency management, relayed through NWS chat, that we've got a number of roads underwater and impassable down there in the Gulf Shores area in Orange Beach. This is a good thing that we've heard that there's nobody on the roads. But this is the advice to live by to get through this event near the coast and inland. Don't drive on any water-covered roads, and don't walk on any water-covered roads. You don't know what's in the water. Keep the kids out of there. And, of course, we've started to get reports of water getting into structures. So if you are in your home and water's coming into your home and you feel like your life is threatened, go to the highest level and call 911. Of course, we don't know when the authorities will be able to get out there and get you. Again, Orange Beach about to get the northeastern eye wall.
What kind of value are you looking for with your next new vehicle? With Subaru, you get Kelley Blue Book's 2020 Best Resale Value brand, 2020 Lowest 5-Year Cost to Own brand, and Most Trusted brand for 6 consecutive years. No wonder Kelley Blue Book also picked Subaru as their 2020 Best Overall brand. A trusted brand and a proven value. It's easy to love a Subaru.
Get 0% APR financing for 63 months on select Subaru models now through September 30th.
When you've got auto glass damage, Safe Flight can come to you.
And you'll get a text when we're on our way. Just leave your keys on the dash, and we'll replace your windshield with safe, no-contact service. Schedule at safeflight.com.
Safe like repair, safe like replace.
We promise. Incognito's plant-based burger won't bite. Ooh. But you should. Introducing Incognito. Looks, cooks, and tastes like meat, but it's made from plants. Incognito. What? Afraid you might like it?
Motorcycle riders love the open road, and Geico loves helping riders get to where they're going. So to help even more, Geico is giving new and current customers a 15% credit on their motorcycle policies with the Geico Give Back. And because we're committed for the long haul, the credit lasts your full policy term. The Geico Give Back, helping riders focus on the road ahead.
So Dish lets you share your TV with your family on multiple devices. Why?
Sweetie, forgot something.
Thank you. Because we know one thing's for sure. It's a little less scary leaving home when you can take a little bit of it with you.
Share your TV on 5 devices, no extra charge. Dish, tuned in to you.
Did you know that your clothes can actually attract pet hair? With new Bounce Pet Hair and Lint Guard, your clothes can repel pet hair. Look how the shirt on the left attracts pet hair like a magnet. Pet hair is no match for Bounce. With Bounce, you can love your pets and lint roll less.
The first ingredient in this Cliff Bar is brown rice syrup, which is another name for sugar. In this Kind Bar, it's heart-healthy almonds with the taste of dark chocolate and 75% less sugar than the leading Cliff Bar. Be kind to yourself.
At Cracker Barrel, there's comfort in every bite. With new favorites like our fresh-baked chicken pot pie, filled with chicken and vegetables. Come on home to Cracker Barrel. Dine in, curbside, or delivery.
When you have diabetes, managing your blood sugar is crucial. Try Boost Glucose Control. The patented blend is clinically shown to help manage blood sugar levels. It provides 60% more protein than the leading diabetes nutrition shake. Try Boost Glucose Control.
To our live continuing coverage of Hurricane Sally. We have a new advisory in from the National Hurricane Center. There are some changes, but not to the intensity or the pressure. It's still an 85-mile-per-hour Category 1 hurricane. Now, of course, that's not good news. It hasn't weakened, and again, it got a little stronger in the last few hours, so we still have a very strong and dangerous hurricane that is inching at 2 miles an hour on a north-northeastward trajectory. Now, that does have some implications because it looks like the Hurricane Center has become a little more confident in a jog that's east of due north. And so that will change some things with the warnings. You don't see it on this map, but it will update soon. The hurricane warning has been extended another county eastward to the Okaloosa-Walton County line. So that will now include Fort Walton Beach and Destin will now be in the hurricane warning. So that's been extended eastward. You're already in a tropical storm warning. Now it's been extended eastward one more county. So Destin, Fort Walton Beach now in the hurricane warning. Same goes for the storm surge warning. And let me confirm what that was saying. The storm surge warning has been extended. Okay, I'm glad I checked that. The storm surge warning had already gone to Destin, Fort Walton Beach, and now it's going to go another county eastward, and that will now go to the Walton Bay County line. So not all the way to Panama City, but into places like Miramar Beach. So things are getting inched a little bit farther to the east. So Destin, Fort Walton Beach, you were already in a storm surge warning. You're now also in a hurricane warning. Miramar Beach now also in the storm surge warning. Now, again, let's take a look at what's going on with this thing in terms of the next several days. This is the new track and intensity forecast. Look at the intensity forecast. Because of the Substantial drop in pressure in the last 24 hours. 988 last evening, down to 972 now. This thing has held together quite well, and now that it's gotten a little bit stronger in the last several hours, Hurricane Center forecasting possibility of a little bit more intensification by the time it comes ashore. Now, this forecast point would be valid at 8 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Central Time tomorrow morning, and that might be about the time when it's coming ashore, plus or minus. So, sometime tomorrow morning, maybe as a 90-mile-an-hour hurricane, so maybe a little bit stronger. Then it will follow a similar path as was shown earlier. And of course, that will continue to bring the heavy rainfall and the potentially disastrous flooding way inland. Look at how much rain has already fallen, more than a foot in some places. Chris Bruin in Pensacola, we've already verified near 13 inches of rain has fallen near you. And that is just the beginning. Could exceed a foot, 2 feet in some places. My goodness.
Yeah, I mean, you look at that official observation there at the Naval Air Station here in Pensacola. We're closing in on 13 inches, and we haven't even gotten into the worst part of this storm yet, which is still hours away. We may be getting close to a direct hit here, either between maybe around Perdido Key. Either way, we're going to be on that hardcore east eye wall, and that is going to be a problem. If this trek eastward could happen a little farther, it would be better news here for Pensacola, which is one of the hardest hit cities, along with so many from Gulf Shores down to Pensacola Beach. And again, those hurricane warnings now extend all the way east to Destin and Fort Walton Beach, where water levels have already rose this evening and are continuing to rise tonight. So that will be a big concern, I think, by high tide tomorrow. We're going to have to watch that because you're getting that constant southerly and southeasterly push off of the Gulf of Mexico, and that's causing all of the water from the beach to wash ashore, to fill up the bays, to fill up the inlets, and really cause that water to rise anywhere from 4 to maybe 6 feet in some cases. A lot of docks have been submerged and are really going to take a beating. So if you have a boat dock, maybe you left your vacation home and are wondering, okay, what's happening, or maybe your residence. A lot of docks have been ripped up because of just the action we have had all day and all night long, and we will continue to have into the day tomorrow. In fact, winds are expected to get upwards of hurricane force strength here in Pensacola Beach, over towards Ferry Pass, and then getting eastward into Niceville, Fort Walton Beach, and places in between, even including Navarre Beach, where we'll have live updates here in about a little over an hour or so. Power outages are continuing to climb. We know we're in the several thousands across northwest Florida and also over towards southern Alabama. Nearly 20,000 customers in Mobile alone, and then that mounting also to the south. Winds have really picked up. You're starting to hear it. It feels we got a gust coming through. It kind of wraps around. If you're not familiar with our location, we're downtown Pensacola. We're not on Pensacola Beach. Again, the bridges are closed. You really can't travel at all to the barrier islands. It's way too dangerous. Of course, it's nighttime too. And remember, those bridges go up. They go up high, some cases higher than 50 feet, 100 feet in some cases. And what happens is your winds get accelerated. So that 82-mile-per-hour wind gust, which is the highest that we have seen here on land with Hurricane Sally, that was at an altitude of about a little over 100 feet above the ground level at Fort Morgan. So that's slightly not what you would expect at the surface. We did have a 75-mile-per-hour gust there at Dolphin Island. So that was our first hurricane force gust, and we're probably gusting close to that around Gulf Shores right now. And Perdido Key, you're going to be next. Pensacola Beach, you're going to see hurricane force winds. And we already know now, police reports across the area saying a lot of trees down. Social media, folks posting on social media of the trees down in their yard. So we're seeing a lot of that type of situation. And Dr. Nad, this is definitely some of the highest of winds I have noticed. Just hearing it, it really sounds... It's really making a much louder sound. I could definitely tell the winds are really starting to get cranking now here around Pensacola, right on the bay, on the north side of Pensacola Bay, across from Pensacola Beach.
Yeah, and this northeastward motion, Chris, as you've been talking about, is important for a number of reasons, because it has prompted these eastward extensions of the hurricane and storm surge warnings. But it's really important to reiterate here, with a slow-moving hurricane at only 2 miles an hour, this means that if you go through the eye, there is the benefit of having a few to several hours, depending on how fast it's going at landfall, of no rain or a lot less rain. However, if you go through the eastern eye wall or just outside of it, you stay in the rainfall the entire time. And that could make a big difference in who gets the worst rainfall totals, in addition to who gets the strongest onshore push with the storm surge, which of course are going to combine to cause freshwater and saltwater flooding in some places, a combination of the two, and you get the strongest winds. So these little details in the path of a slow-moving hurricane are definitely important in terms of who gets what. But we just, it's hard to pinpoint where all of these things are going to happen. Again, here's this new track and intensity forecast. It is once again shifted to the right. Sally just has not behaved. It keeps edging to the right more and more. Now, landfall would be sometime tomorrow morning, maybe as a little bit stronger hurricane. And if it follows the middle of the cone, maybe it would come ashore with the center very close to the Alabama-Florida border. But that doesn't mean it can't jog back to the left or go farther to the right. But in any event, it's getting harder and harder for places like Pensacola and for Fort Walton Beach to avoid being on the right-hand side in most of the scenarios. So that's why the hurricane warning has been extended one more county eastward to include Fort Walton Beach and Destin, and the storm surge warning has been extended all the way here to the Bay County line, so it now includes Miramar Beach as well as Destin and Fort Walton Beach that were already in it. Now, look at Pensacola. You're getting that water rise now up to 3 feet above normally dry ground right there at the coast. So now that storm surge flooding all by itself is getting into that life-threatening threshold. And we've got the rain and the flash flood warning going on in that same area. And again, here is that really nasty northeastern eye wall that if it continues this northeastward path, that is going to hammer places like Pensacola. So this is going to be a really, really bad hit to the western Florida panhandle one way or the other, regardless of all the details. I want to take a look also at the winds gusting recently. 53 at Pensacola, 32 all the way in Panama City, 54 up in Mobile. And again, we're having a lot of reports of downed trees, not just right there at the coast, but happening well inland as well. Here are some of the recent reports going on in terms of trees coming down in the Mobile area. So this is a situation in which I really would shelter like you would for a tornado as these winds increase. If you've got trees in your yard, realize that trees falling on homes have killed people in Laura and Isaias this year. You don't want to be one of those during this system. And we've still got our tornado warning in Panama City. So obviously, you would shelter for a tornado here. Lowest level, most interior room. Unless you got flooding coming in, you don't want to go to the lowest wet level, you go to the lowest dry level. So, Chris Broom, we've got so many hazards to deal with, and I'm just really concerned that you are going to be in one of those places that might not be fortunate enough to get the eye and get the break in the rain and the wind.
You have, you may have mentioned this, Dr. Knapp, really quickly, though. I may have missed out. Is there a chance, I know it's not likely, but is there a chance we could see a little bit more of an eastward jog that would bring maybe the eye or part of the eye over, Pensacola Beach, Perdido Key, and downtown Pensacola to at least kind of stop the heavy rain for a couple of hours?
Yeah. That is at least possible. We don't know where this is going to wobble. So if it wobbles a little bit back to the left and goes right around in this area, then Pensacola would certainly get the eastern eye wall and not get a break. If it goes a little bit more to the right, then you could get the eye. So we just don't know yet, Chris. So I imagine folks there, if you're really concerned about the flooding, and I would be too, and if you're concerned about the strongest winds, and I would be too, you really want to get that eye, I think. And you might, Chris, but I can't guarantee it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping for it because just a break from the torrential downpours. You know, there weren't a lot of mandatory evacuations here in Northwest Florida. So a lot of people are at home and they feel safe for the most part, but they're looking out their window and they're seeing water in their yard getting higher. And they're starting to get concerned, especially since we haven't even had a landfall yet, and we still got hours upon hours of this to go. So this is something we're going to continue to follow here very closely. Again, hoping that we can at least get into the eye. That would lower our rainfall rates at least for a little bit. Otherwise, we're going to be stuck in this here likely through sunrise and beyond. It may be before lunchtime before we see anything really kind of subside. When I taste the rain, I taste a little bit of spray, which this is Pensacola Bay right here, just beyond this fence. What happens is there's a bit of a seawall and it drops off about 6 feet. Now, the water's about 3 feet below that because the waves are crashing, but it's still well below where we're not getting any overwash, at least here. Now, all of the other parks nearby, they are flooded. They are completely submerged with the surge that came in. And again, you heard Dr. Knapp say about 3-foot surge in and around Pensacola. Now remember, we're still coming off a low tide right now. 7 o'clock in the morning is the next high tide, and that's going to be another defining moment here, especially across northwestern Florida. I'd be concerned all the way over to Destin, even beyond that to the beach of the 38. We're going to have some significant water rise, especially given the fact that we're going to get that northeastward forward motion. You're going to be picking up that speed, and you're going to be getting that whole onshore push. All right, so that's the latest here in Pensacola. I want to bring in my good buddy, Dr. Reynolds Wolf, meteorologist Reynolds Wolf. On a scale of 1 to 10, how wet are you, Reynolds? Because right now, I can't even put into words how soaked I am. Just to be dry for 10 minutes sounds really nice right about now.
Different world altogether. Go get dry for a bit, buddy. Let me tell you right now, we have it still coming in on sheets. Every now and again, you'll have just a blast, a torrent of it, where it really just tends to lower visibility. But really, it's just been light to moderate showers, but all of it adds up. It is a mathematical equation, right? And when it comes to numbers, by the way, remember, it was about a year ago, actually less than a year ago, you had 7 inches of rainfall that happened, that fell here in the Mobile area, and with it, you had widespread flooding. You had again, a lot of rescues out there and about. Guys, I'm just giving you a little bit of inside baseball. Having some issues hearing back in the control room, so I may have to get some additional guidance. But I'll tell you, what we have in terms of what we have in guidance for the time being is that we have more of this onslaught of rain that is coming on through. The power outages, that's one thing I mentioned too. We have over 50,000 customers that power at this time, and I guarantee you that by the time I finish this sentence, there'll be a bit more. The reason why happens to be the rain. You see right there the number of outages. So this is why so many of you across parts of the Florida Panhandle or in South Alabama have been seeing a lot of power crews out and about. They are staging this night. And then for tomorrow, when the winds begin to die down, Alex, what we anticipate is that we can expect conditions to, be better, more favorable for them to get out. But it's going to take a bit. We got to wait for the system to move up and move out. And, Alex, that is really the most frustrating thing of all is how slow this happens to be. Let's wrap it up and send it back to Alex in the studio.
All right. Thank you so much, Reynolds. Got to talk about the inland flooding threat because the threat of the heavy rainfall does not end at the coast. Instead, it works its way well into Georgia, the Carolinas, northern Alabama. Take a look at the European model. Footprint of 8 to 12-inch totals, perhaps some even higher amounts there in parts of northeast Georgia, getting into the upstate of South Carolina, sections of North Carolina, also seeing some of those huge amounts. Now, the USGFS model, the flavor generally the same, the amounts a little on the lower end, but still looking at that footprint of really heavy rain to almost track right along Interstate 85 from Atlanta to Greenville and Spartanburg up to Charlotte, eventually heading into places like Raleigh. So tomorrow and into early Thursday, likelihood of flash flooding from Pensacola, Apalachicola, all the way into North Georgia. So we'll be watching the Atlanta metro area very closely. Then Thursday into early Friday, we get Greenville and Charlotte in on the mix. We're back after this.
We know to wash our hands. Here's a reminder from Cetaphil to wash your face, too. Dermatologist recommended Cetaphil washes away germs in 20 seconds and leaves skin moisturized and healthy. Show your sensitive skin some love with Cetaphil.
Introducing new Life Cuisine for your lifestyle. High protein, meatless, gluten-free, or low-carb lifestyle. Power up your day with new Life Cuisine. Delicious your way.
All right, I brought in Ensure Max Protein to give you the protein you need with less of the sugar you don't. I'll take that.
30 grams of protein and 1 gram of sugar. Ensure Max Protein with nutrients to support immune health.
Clean is a feeling. It's the simple joy of washing your hands without ever touching a faucet. It's the little things that matter. That's why we create moments to feel Kohler clean every day.
The shift has begun. The ante's been upped. To lead the charge, good had to be amazing. And amazing had to become the expectation. The power has shifted.
Now during Ram Power Days, get $1,250 bonus cash on the 2020 Ram 3500.
So I'm going to hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you? Wait, what? The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there. Nope.
Watch this.
Rear automatic braking. So if this Nissan Sentra isn't going to compromise, why should you? You're right. Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
We promise, Incognito's plant-based burger won't bite. Ooh. But you should. Introducing Incognito. Looks, cooks, and tastes like meat, but it's made from plants. Incognito. What? Afraid you might like it?
We believe in good we can all afford.
Sing it.
From coffee that opens more eyes to black business to 100 shades of beautiful.
We believe healthcare should be a given, not just given to those who can afford it. That's why Emblem Health's Medicare plans start with no premiums and no referrals. We believe healthcare should be easy to use, so we have a phone service where a real human picks up, more virtual doctor's visits, and free classes. Because we believe doing more for people makes New York better for every age. Emblem Health, healthcare for all of us.
Did your job give you mesothelioma or lung cancer? If you had occupational asbestos exposure and now have mesothelioma or lung cancer, you may be entitled to claim some of the $30 billion in asbestos bankruptcy funds, even if you smoked. Call Whites & Luxembourg today. They are the New York law firm who's won the state's highest verdicts for your colleagues and neighbors in their asbestos cases.
Mesothelioma or lung cancer victims, call 800-299-5600. That's 800-299-5600.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 61 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, some clouds, low 58. Winds southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Wednesday, mainly sunny, high 75. Winds south-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Wednesday night, clear skies with a few passing clouds, low 64. Winds southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
All eyes on Hurricane Sally, 85-mile-per-hour Category 1 hurricane, but the slow movement, 2 miles an hour, really the headliner with this one. So we're in it in terms of the wind, the waves, the rainfall for a long way to go, but won't make landfall until tomorrow. Yeah, we've been watching this thing just hang out near the coast. I know, kind of frustrating. As Reynolds said, we'd love to just see this thing get out of here and get it over with. This is Orange Beach, Alabama, where they have been gusting over 50 miles an hour over the past few hours. Those waves have just been battering this structure. Now, Scott and his team are in a parking structure, so we've begun to see some of the local roadways covered with water as well, he mentioned, so they're safely hanging out here in this structure, but it's going to be a long haul for places like Orange Beach. You're not alone. Perdido Key, Florida, we have seen rounds of heavy rain there. Last check, not quite as heavy of rain, but as Dr. Knabb promised, that is back. You've got gusts to 48 miles an hour with a wind steady at 28 miles an hour. That wind blowing that rain absolutely sideways. And when we talk about soaking rain, we have to talk about Chris Bruin. Chris, you have just been getting hammered with the rainfall. Huge, huge totals. In fact, over a foot nearby.
Yeah, some of the totals, Alex, have been more than that. And the National Weather Service here out of Mobile, that's the local office. First off, they've been gusting now to 62 miles per hour over the last hour, all right? And they just issued a statement saying that this is going to be a historic, with all capitals, life-threatening flash flood situation here along the coast. That is not something that is issued very often, guys. It's really going to be a huge ordeal and one that many are going to benchmark for future storms. And looking back, remember what Sally did? This is going to be one of those when it comes to the flash flooding. That is what's going to be so crucial here, and unfortunately, that's what's going to be so damaging and destructive. It's hard to get a grasp on what's actually happening all around Pensacola because you can't even see yet just, 100 yards ahead of you. You can barely make out anything. It's so disorienting. The rain's coming down so heavy, and it has not stopped, and it hurts. The rain hits you with those tropical storm force gusts that we have seen, and it really just eats away at, structures in your home and your plants. A lot of trees down. We have already seen that, but we're getting word that 11% of customers now in Escambia County, Florida, are without power. That number will likely increase, especially given the forecast track now shifting more towards the Florida line and extreme, the Florida, Alabama line, and more so looking more and more likely it'll be here in Florida. Gulf Shores, by the way, latest measurement, sustained winds now over 60 miles per hour with gusts that have been over 80 miles per hour. That is why they closed the road into and out of Gulf Shores, Alabama. That rarely closes, so it's extremely dangerous. A lot of roads now are becoming so dangerous and impassable, they're just shutting them down completely. That's what we're seeing there in Gulf Shores. That is what's headed for us here in Pensacola and Pensacola Beach, Gulf Breeze over towards Ferry Pass, getting into Navarre Beach and areas there in south central Santa Rosa County. Remember that hurricane warning has now been extended eastward, so it includes parts of Okaloosa County, Fort Walton Beach, and also Destin. You are all under now hurricane warnings where we could see winds in excess of 74 miles per hour or stronger as we go into the overnight hours. So rainfall totals here, when you have the wording like that from the National Weather Service out of Mobile, a historic life-threatening flash flood situation expected and going to happen here at the coast, it's really concerning, especially given the totals we have already seen, the rainfall rates that have been over 2 inches per hour now for hours on end. This is something you do not see with even tropical systems all that often. It's just because of that forward speed. And again, this is going to be less about the intensity of Sally and more about the duration that this is going to last, because I think, Dr. Knabb, you put it in lamest terms, 2 to 3 hours is going to be like a blip in the big scheme of things. I mean, we've been enduring this for 7-8 hours now, and it is still far from over.
Yeah, this is going to be not just annoying, but, really testing everybody's patience, because you're going to want to go outside and check the damage. You're going to want to, not have to be confined in your safe place. but we're talking more than a day, and maybe some folks might deal with the winds and the rain for 2 days when you back up to when it started until when it ends. Now, I want to take a look at the big picture here in terms of what the winds are. Gusting to 60 miles an hour recently in Mobile, Alabama. The buoy just offshore in that northeastern eye wall, getting to 81 miles an hour in terms of the gust. Just a couple recent reports up here in Mobile. Large tree down on a home and home damage at Robert Street. This is why, as the winds increase, I highly recommend if you've got trees in your yard, you want to shelter like you would for a tornado, because we've lost lives in Isaias and Laura this year with trees falling on homes. We don't want that to happen to you. So shelter like you would for a tornado during this storm. If you've got trees in your yard, especially. Look at up here. Here's Jackson, Mississippi, way inland. Tree down on a road, causing a road closure. This is just the beginning. And that's another one of the life-threatening aspects of hurricanes. They knock down trees, and then if you get out on the road, you go around a curve, you run right into the tree. People have died that way too. So you got to stay off the roads during this event. Over a foot of rain in a number of places, and we've got that flash flood warning continuing here in Pensacola, Florida. A combination of fresh water and saltwater flooding.
When you've got auto glass damage, Safe Light can come to you.
And you'll get a text when we're on our way. Just leave your keys on the dash, and we'll replace your windshield with safe, no-contact service. Schedule at safelight.com.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
Whether holding down the fort or bouncing back to school, childhood is always in session. So keep feeding us right with Sun-Made snacks. Just like when you were a kid. Delicious, made with whole fruit, Sun-Made.
Still your best friend, and now your co-pilot. Still a father, but now a friend. Still an electric car, just more electrifying. Still a night out, but everything fits in. Still hard work, just a little easier. Still a legend, just more legendary. Chevrolet, making life's journey just better.
Look at that scuffed up wall. I'm staring at you. Embarrassing you in front of your in-laws. Spreading rumors about you at work. That wall is your Everest, but not anymore. Today, let's paint. That wall never knew what hit it. Today, let's paint. Fair, exclusively at the Home Depot.
Okay, everyone. Our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Great tasting Ensure with 9 grams of protein, 27 vitamins and minerals, and nutrients to support immune health.
Owners of select competitive vehicles can get $500 toward a new Acura ILX.
Hi, I'm Pat, and I'm 75 years old. We live in the mountains, so I like to walk. I'm really busy in my life. I'm always doing something. I'm not a person that's going to sit too long. In the morning, I wake up, and the first thing I do is go to my art studio. A couple came up and handed me a brochure on Prevagen. I've been taking Prevagen for about 4 years. I feel a little bit brighter, and my mind just feels sharper. I would recommend it to anyone. It absolutely works.
Prevagen, healthier brain, better life.
It's about the humans. These humans, those humans, Grooven and Golden. It's about getting more than health insurance and a partner who listens and acts. Humana calls it human care. It's talking to a doctor from your couch or helping you find a cheaper prescription before you ask. It's helping you fix the rugs so you don't fall and keeping you social, online or off. It's getting to know you so you can be your healthiest. That's our superpower. That's human care from Humana.
We promise, Incognito's plant-based burger won't bite. But you should. Introducing Incognito. Looks, cooks, and tastes like meat, but it's made from plants. Incognito. What? Afraid you might like it?
All right, you are looking at scenes here from Hurricane Sally. Really beating down parts of Alabama and northwest Florida right now, from Perdido Key to Gulf Shores, Alabama, all the way to Gulf Breeze, and right here into Pensacola, Florida, where winds continue to increase. We're getting winds easily over 50 and at times over 60 miles per hour. All right, you're starting to see power outages climb quickly now, especially given how saturated the grounds are and how wet everything is. This is going to be remembered by its flash flooding. Hands down, no questions asked. National Weather Service Mobile indicating that this is already going to be a historic, life-threatening flash flood event here across the coast of northwest Florida and southern Alabama. We're going to see rainfall totals that may haven't been seen in either recorded history or in quite some time. All right, and it may not rival some of the tropical records we have for the state records, but for local areas, this is really going to be quite the ordeal, especially when given the seriousness of how much rain has already fallen. Now, official reports, again, some of the observation stations aren't even working at the moment, so we don't even have a full grasp on what's going on. It's nighttime. We're not seeing visuals because we're only isolated to our area. You don't know what's going on around you, around the town. I will say, before the sun set, we already had numerous streets in downtown Pensacola that had been flooded, at least had ponding on the roads. That was this afternoon. Imagine what that looks like out there right now. Serious flooding is ongoing. We're also getting word right now that there has been a significant water main break in Pensacola Beach, and they had to force the shutoff of the water, but the crews are not going to be able to get out to that until conditions are safe, and who knows when that's going to be. That's going to be sometime tomorrow late morning, likely afternoon, before crews are going to be able to assess that. And until the surge and the flooding goes down, we're not going to be able to fix that problem. And so we've got a significant water main break in Pensacola Beach right now. That is the latest word, and that's going to cause some serious issues. So everybody there likely is without water at the moment and will likely be for the next several hours. This is why it's always good to do your preparations, because it's expected things like this are going to happen, and we're not going to be able to get them fixed as quickly as you would on okay weather days. So significant issue here falling through. We're starting to see reports now of some issues coming in, like a significant water main break and also numerous power outages, a lot of trees down and a lot of roads closed. At least that was the case earlier when we had daylight, Dr. Nab. Imagine what that scene looks like out there right now. It's really hard to see, as I mentioned, because you can only see so far. We'll have a much better view once you have daylight, but I can imagine a lot of these roads, especially low-lying streets, just completely flooded just from the rainwater alone, not even given the surge.
Yeah, and I hope nobody is tempted to go out on the roads, because when roads are flooding, it's even harder to tell what's going on at night. We've gotten a lot of reports that the roads are deserted along the Panhandle, but hopefully it stays that way. Let me show you the latest advisory information that came in within the last half hour. It's a Category 1 hurricane. Max winds at 85 miles an hour, north-northeast at 2 miles an hour. So that is going to be really critical for determining who gets the center, who goes through the eye and gets a break from the rain and the wind, which will be beneficial, but who gets the worst eastern eye wall and the endless rain. That is all determined by where the center exactly goes, and we just don't know how much wobbling is going to happen. A place like Pensacola might get in the eye if it goes a little farther right, might catch the eastern eye wall the whole time if it wobbles back to the left. So, this is one of those cases where you really do want to get the eye so you can get that break. Gusting 60 miles an hour at Mobile, 53 at Pensacola. Destiny, you're now under hurricane warning, recently gusting to 39. Look at all these flash flood warnings. These are life-threatening, community-wide type of flooding events that might not just put water on the roads, but could put water into structures. You definitely don't want to drive onto any water-covered road roadway or drive around any barricade, and don't let the kids play in the water. But here's the situation where if you're in your home and you are trapped by floodwaters, you want to go to the highest level and call 911. And we're not just talking to people on the coast. This is going to be a problem for much of the state of Alabama, Chris, because these heavy rainfall totals that are going to exceed a foot or two in some places are headed inland.
Yeah, we're going to see that in Dothan. We're going to see that up towards Eufaula and Columbus, Georgia, getting to Auburn, Atlanta, LaGrange, Macon. All those inland communities and so many more are going to be impacted here. I have noticed a wind shift in Pensacola a couple of hours ago. One thing I am starting to see now is waves crashing over. Coming up, we're going to show you how things have changed. We had winds coming from this direction when we started. Now they're coming more from this direction. That's going to bring more water on land. We'll break down details more.
These fudge brownie M&Ms are really fudgy.
Yes, they are.
To put a fudge brownie center in an M&M's is...
Genius. I know.
I was going to say hard.
Why won't you? Ah! Why won't you go in?
New fudge brownie M&Ms.
Can you believe all the Ings we fit under one roof? We're here to help your small business any way we can. Every ink for small business, all in one place.
The UPS store.
Whether holding down the fort or bouncing back to school, childhood is always in session. So keep feeding us right with Sun-Made snacks. Just like when you were a kid. Delicious, made with whole fruit. Sun-Made.
With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave, to help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Thank you for taking me home. It's so far.
Don't worry about it, Grandma. This will be fun. 2 chocolate milkshakes, please.
Make it 3.
3?
Did you get his number?
Oh, Grandma. Grandma!
Excuse me.
Some relationships get better with time. That's why I got a Crosstrek.
97% of Subaru vehicles sold in the last 10 years are still on the road.
I'm so glad you got a Subaru.
I wonder who gave me the idea.
Oh. Love. It's what makes Subaru, Subaru.
So Dish lets you share your TV on multiple devices. Why?
Forgot something.
Thank you. Because we know it's a little less scary leaving home when you can take a little bit of it with you.
Dish, tuned in to you. Tremfya helps adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis uncover clearer skin that can last. In fact, Tremfya was proven superior to Humira in providing significantly clearer skin.
Tremfya may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, or if you had a vaccine or plan to. Serious allergic reactions may occur.
Tremfya, uncover clearer skin that can last. Janssen can help you explore cost support options.
We promise, Incognito's plant-based burger won't bite. Moo. But you should. Introducing Incognito. Looks, cooks, and tastes like meat, but it's made from plants. Incognito. What? Afraid you might like it?
Age is just a number, and mine's unlisted.
Try Boost High Protein with 20 grams of protein for muscle health versus only 16 grams in Ensure High Protein. And now enjoy Boost High Protein in new Cafe Mocha flavor.
And welcome back into the Weather Channel's continuing live coverage here of Hurricane Sally. Again, changing conditions here. If you've been watching for even just a few hours, you've noticed some things in our shot. One thing, if you've been seeing these palms behind me, they were moving more to my left, okay, if I'm facing this way. So my right in this direction. Now they're moving more this way. So we've had winds come from literally right in front of me, come from pretty much due east and even east-southeast. Now we're starting to get that southeasterly to even south wind. And we're starting to see that in another way too, because there's the Pensacola Bay is right here to my right. You see that whole fence? That it's hard to see the water because it's night, but you may see a little bit of the whitecap action just with some of the lights that we have going on. So even some of these lamps that have lighted up the promenade here, you can see the whitecaps. First off, the water's angry. Wow. If you were to see it in person, it is roaring. It's high. Now, this is a seawall, so we're protected, but we're starting to see some waves crash over. That tells me, wow, have things changed? Because that hasn't happened since we've been here. So conditions are continuing to worsen. We're seeing a lot of the rise in the water. And keep in mind, too, we haven't even gotten close to high tide. High tide will happen again this in the morning near sunrise. There's another one of those crashes, and look at it spill water right onto the promenade. And we've seen it kind of up and down this little promenade. Not extreme, but it's just one of those things that you're like, okay, things are changing, and it happens quickly. You know, it happens within, 5 minutes. You start noticing these waves crashing, and it starts filling everything up with water. So that's what we're looking at. I can only imagine what the low-lying parks are looking like right now, and even just the downtown streets. We've got kind of a 1-2 punch when it comes to the flooding. We've got the onshore push that's been relentless all day. It'll continue to be like that all night, and then last through much of the day tomorrow, especially here across the Florida Panhandle. That's where we've gotten that push of water. If you're on the west side of the circulation, you're still going to have the strong winds, but you're getting that wind to come offshore, and that's pushing the water out to sea. So you're getting more bayside flooding than anything else. All right, so that's the latest here in Pensacola, where winds, again, are gusting likely over 60 miles per hour. It's hard to get official observation because the measuring station is down at the moment. No surprise, given how strong the winds have been, but it's really been the rainfall that's been most notable, and that is something that we're going to continue to watch. However, we may still get upwards of hurricane-force winds as we head into the late night hours. We're talking over the next 4 to 5 hours. We're going to have some of the extreme winds come through, and we're already seeing them in Gulf Shores, Alabama. I want to bring in meteorologist Reynolds Wolf. Hey, Reynolds, how have things changed there in Mobile? Are you noticing an increase in winds at all? Have you seen the rain pick up, or are you still dealing with the squalls?
Well, let's deal with the wind first. Just some reports out of Mobile across parts of the area. Winds ranging anywhere from the 50s to some low 60s at this hour. We expect that to intensify over the next several hours. But rain has really been the thing where you'll have a band that will come through where it's incredibly intense, and then you have really like a light shower, which is, again, what you would expect part and parcel when it comes to a landfalling tropical system. Something else to contend with. I know we're throwing a lot of stimuli at you folks in terms of weather data, but something else you have to think about that Dr. Knapp was talking about is you have an issue with landfalling tropical systems with spawning tornadic activity. It can't happen. Tornadoes can form. Now, when you have tornadoes that do form with a landfalling tropical system, they can be somewhat weak, and they can be very short-lasting, but the thing is, they're rain-wrapped. They're often hard to see, and they can still cause plenty of damage. They can cause loss of life. In fact, we saw that with Hurricane Isaias, Tropical Storm Isaias at the time, when it made its way into the Carolinas. So that is another feature to contend with. Another part of the story has to do with movement. When I'm talking about movement, I want you to think about water in its various forms. First, the river system you have in Alabama, some 77,000 miles of water around the state where we've had a crazy spring, summer in terms of surplus of moisture. A lot of water is trying to make its way down to the Gulf of Mexico. To get there, it's going to go through the Alabama and through the Tombigbee rivers where it feeds into Mobile Bay. At the same time, you have all the surge moving in the opposite direction. On top of those sources of water, you've got precipitation. Over a foot expected here in the Mobile area. So rising water is going to be an issue. Mobile, in terms of elevation, 10 feet above sea level. 10 feet above sea level, but still you can have flooding. Certainly it happened about a year or so ago. Alex, we had 7 inches of rainfall that fell back on September 20th of last year, Alex. And with that, you had 60 water rescues. And I can tell you right now, Alex, they've got teams at the ready. They may have to, again, engage in those life-saving jobs as we roll forward in the next several days. Back to you.
So true, Reynolds. You know,
know, every official that we have talked to has said the water is our concern and we are ready to act should we need to. We look at the forecast models for what Sally is going to bring away from the coast. This is going to be an issue well inland into parts of eastern Alabama, North Georgia, upstate South Carolina, much of North Carolina before it eventually moves off the coast. But look at this rainfall footprint now. According to the European model, could be looking at 8 to 12 inches plus around the Atlanta metro area and a few localized spots there into North Carolina. The GFS, the overall look is pretty similar with that footprint across parts of eastern Alabama, North Georgia, upstate South Carolina. However, the totals are a little bit lower here, looking at 5 to 8 inch totals as the higher amounts coming out of this one. Either way, we think flooding very likely here well inland out of Sally. Tomorrow into early Thursday, the areas to watch will be along the Gulf Coast, but through a good chunk of Alabama, even into North Georgia. And again, the Atlanta metro area is a spot we're watching. A lot of pavement, a lot of roadways, so we could see some of those spots filling up with water. When you get heavy rain in these urban areas, that water is just not able to drain as quickly. Then Thursday into early Friday, it's not just North Georgia, but now upstate South Carolina, western North Carolina into the mix. So Atlanta, Greenville, and Charlotte all under the risk of flash flooding as we head towards the end of the week. Don't forget, we've got live crews to keep you posted on Sally throughout the storm.
Is that net carbs or total? Not enough fiber. Chocolate would be good.
Snacking should be sweet and simple. The delicious taste of Glucerna gives you the sweetness you crave while helping you manage your blood sugar with nutrients to help support immune health.
A smile has the power to get you feeling all right. At Aspen Dental, we're making every day a little brighter with our Smile Wide, Smile Safe promise. We've got you covered in every way, giving deep cleaning a whole new meaning. And if you don't have insurance, we'll give you an extra safety net too, with a free new patient exam and x-rays. At Aspen Dental, we're making it all right to feel safe and get smiling. We promise. Call 1-800-ASPEN-DENTAL.
What does Domino's know about tacos and burgers? As delivery experts, we know they shouldn't be delivered like this.
Thanks for the soggy taco spread across the bottom of my delivery bag.
The burger was wilted.
We hate to see anything delivered poorly.
We wanted to give you a burger that is designed to be delivered.
A taco that was made to deliver right.
A taco from Domino's? What?
Oh my.
The new Domino's cheeseburger pizza.
This is our new chicken taco pizza.
Now the best way to get a taco or burger delivered is to get a Domino's pizza.
That is not a soggy taco.
Clean is a feeling. It's the satisfaction of upgrading to a bidet seat just like that. And the simple joy of washing your hands without ever touching a faucet. We think it's the little things that matter. And we know you do too. That's why we create moments to feel Kohler clean every day.
The first ingredient in this Cliff Bar is brown rice syrup, which is another name for sugar. In this Kind Bar, it's heart-healthy almonds with the taste of dark chocolate and 75% less sugar than the leading Cliff Bar. Be kind to yourself.
Drew, heard you've been auditing your business expenses.
Yeah, it's my internet and phone bill. It just doesn't add up. I'm paying hundreds more per year than what I signed up for.
It's all the hidden fees.
No one ever told me that.
Classic. Spectrum Business doesn't have any of that nonsense. No hidden fees, no contracts.
Wow.
Yeah.
That sounds great, but I'm stuck in my contract, so...
No. Spectrum Business will buy you out.
Really?
Really.
Great! Man, I feel like it's April 16th.
Daily dose of everything weather.
Wow! Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
Currently in our area, 61 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, some clouds, low 58. Winds southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Wednesday, mainly sunny, high 75. Winds south-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Wednesday night, clear skies with a few passing clouds, low 64. Winds southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Well, we continue to track Hurricane Sally as we flip from Tuesday into Wednesday. Not much changing, though. The slow motion of this storm means that we are in it for the long haul. Orange Beach, Alabama, one of the locations that we've been watching here over the last few hours, and we have seen things just continue to worsen. You know, still have the wind and still have the big surf, but now we've got much heavier rain. Winds around 37 miles an hour. They have been gusting over 50 miles an hour, and that surf just battering some of the structures and the beaches here in the area. I want to bring in Scott Peak. He is actually bringing us this view. And Scott, Dr. Knapp actually had a great point. You mentioned that water was beginning to come up over some of those roads. There aren't many roads in and out of this area. So are you planning to stay here in this safe parking structure through the duration of the event?
Yes, absolutely. He's right. A lot of the roads are starting to really flood now. And of course, it's very dangerous at night because you cannot see the road itself. So there's no telling where you could put your car, you know. And so we're definitely keeping it safe here in the parking garage. And it's a multi-level parking garage. It's concrete. And so we're playing it safe. And it's starting to get really intense out there now as well.
Yeah, it seems like the winds are going up, and looking at the camera view, the rain, I really can notice a big uptick in that rainfall.
Oh, absolutely. We're starting to get on the eye wall is getting closer and closer. Every time I talk to you, it just gets closer. The winds are getting more intense, and the rainfall is definitely starting to get a lot more heavy.
Scott, you've done this for a while. Storms that move like this pose an extra danger. So have you prepared different for this one?
Well, we always try to keep in mind that there's a possibility of coastal flooding. So we always research the area we're going to be chasing in. We're always looking for parking garages that are 2 stories or taller. But we want to take extra caution, especially at night. And that goes for anybody, really. When there's a lot of flooding, there's a lot of danger in getting high water and possibly stalling out, floating away. So nighttime is especially dangerous. So we try definitely to use extra caution for nighttime landfalls.
That makes a lot of sense. And I've got to imagine that night already with the lowered visibility just due to nighttime. Now when the rain's coming in heavier, it becomes even more problematic.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And I wanted to also mention that you can have down power lines that you can't see that are in the water, or tree branches, too. Mm-hmm. And that can be very dangerous if you hit one of those, you know. It's just part of the danger, especially with any nighttime event like this.
Yeah, hopefully people are listening to your advice, heeding those words. Scott, looking at those waves crash on this structure, and at times you really can't make out where the ocean ends and the structure itself or even the skyline begins.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. We've lost sight of land here. I know the water's coming up pretty high. It's still not making it to the dunes just yet. But, yes, absolutely. That rain is coming down very hard, and it's just making things very treacherous trying to get outside the parking structure. So we're definitely playing it safe, and I've noticed that no one's out on the roads anymore either. So there are a lot of residents, and everybody's taking it safe as well around here.
That is great to hear. Scott, thank you so much for this view. Thank you for joining us. We'll be checking back in with you. I would imagine here within the next hour, things are going to get even more intense for Scott Peak. You know, Dr. Knapp, he talked about that water beginning to come up and what could be in the water. So important that you are in a safe spot, you stay where you are. But if you've been told to go, Time to go, because we're already beginning to see some reports of structures taking on water.
Yeah, and this is best done in consultation with local officials if they tell you to evacuate, or if you're stuck in your home and there's flooding around your home. What you don't want to do is get in the car and try to escape that way. You go up to the high level you can and call 911 if they can come get you. Boy, these are such dangerous situations. It's just really, really about water for the most part, but we've got strong winds that are taking down trees and causing power outages. So here is the center of the hurricane, and here is Orange Beach and Perdido Key and Gulf Shores. You're getting into the northern eye wall, and it's going to last for a while, hours. And some of you will get into the eye, but those of you out in here will not. It depends on where it wobbles. And look at all those flash flood warnings, including in Pensacola. That warning goes to 11:15 local time, and this has that considerable damage tag attached to it, so they sent out the wireless emergency alerts. This is a high-end flash flood warning, not just covering roads, but could be getting into structures. So that's why you want to call 911 if your life is threatened and water's coming into your home. This is an area where we're getting 3-inch per hour rain rates. It's not happening everywhere all the time, but boy, for periods of time in some of these nasty bands, it comes down in buckets really fast. And these are 12-hour rainfall amounts are estimated by radar, been verified by observations near Pensacola, some offshore exceeding 18 inches. So if you think 1.5 feet maybe in some spots, then with maybe 1.5 feet more to go in some spots, you start to realize how this 20 isolated 30 inches storm total could actually come true. And we've also got tornado warning out in the Panama City area. This is still in effect for Panama City until 11 p.m. local time. Lowest level, most interior room. These quick spin-ups are really hard to keep track of, but they can cause damage in a short amount of time.
Whether holding down the fort or bouncing back to school, childhood is always in session. So keep feeding us right with Sun-Made snacks. Just like when you were a kid. Delicious, made with whole fruit. Sun-Made.
Here? Now. Here. Nope. Here.
When the middle of nowhere is somewhere. The all-new Chevy Trailblazer.
Tara, did you know Geico is now offering an extra 15% credit on car and motorcycle policies?
Wow, okay.
That's 15% on top of what Geico could already save you. So what are you waiting for? Idina Menzel to sing your own theme song?
Tara, Tara, look at her go with a fresh cup of joe, getting down to work early, following her dreams into taxidermy.
It's tax attorney.
I read that wrong, oh yeah!
Geico. Save an extra 15% when you switch by October 7th.
Can't wait to tell everyone about AT&T's big 5G news.
AT&T has nationwide 5G?
Yep.
And that's faster?
Faster, yeah.
But is it reliable?
Uh-huh, and secure.
You should consider making a big deal about it.
Bigger?
I said bigger.
Oh, bigger deal, bigger than what I'm doing.
It's not complicated. A 5G network needs a 5G device. Now everyone, including existing customers, can get a free Samsung Galaxy Note 20 after trade-in.
Flex left, flex right, and double flex. Find your inner flex with Duluth Double Flex Ballroom Denim. Only at Duluth Trading.
We promise, Incognito's plant-based burger won't bite. Moo. But you should. Introducing Incognito. Looks, cooks, and tastes like meat, but it's made from plants. Incognito. What? Afraid you might like it?
Start your day with Secret. Secret stops sweat 3 times more than ordinary antiperspirants. With Secret, you're unstoppable. No sweat. Try it and love it or get your money back. Secret.
No sweat.
Max. No. Max! Max! Max!
Dogs don't know what's good for them. Luckily, you do. Greenie's Dental Treats.
At Cracker Barrel, there's comfort in every bite.
with new favorites like our fresh-baked chicken pot pie, filled with chicken and vegetables. Come on home to Cracker Barrel. Dine in, curbside, or delivery.
All right, thanks for joining us this early morning here on the Eastern Seaboard, late night Central Time. Still nighttime on the Pacific Coast. Thanks for joining us here on the Weather Channel. Of course, we've got you covered round the clock on Hurricane Sally as we are nearing landfall. Still a couple of hours away, but we are getting into that eye wall now in Gulf Shores, Alabama. I'm live here in Pensacola, Florida, where we're going to likely not get in the center of the eye, but be in the eye wall for the duration of this event. That means from now through breakfast, even heading into late morning, we're going to continue to be battered with scenes just as you are seeing right now. Winds continuing to steadily increase, and we're already seeing that off to our southwest. Gulf Shores, for instance, sustained winds now well over tropical storm force into the 60-plus mile-per-hour range, gusting now over hurricane force strength. We're seeing 80-mile-per-hour gusts there in Gulf Shores, Alabama. Perdido Key, you'll be next, and we're likely going to see that Orange Beach, Alabama as well, and then getting into Pensacola Beach. Now, over here is Pensacola Bay. One of the things that we've been watching is the water that has been coming up. And it's been interesting just to see the shift in the wind direction, because we were having a more easterly wind, and now we're getting a more southeasterly wind. Now, water, at times, you'll see it kind of crash up here on this huge seawall. You know, typically it sits about 6 feet above the actual water, but because the rise in the surge, it's about 3 feet below, but then the waves are coming on top of that, and crashing. Let me catch my breath there for a second. There's so much rain, you take a breath and the rain gets back in your throat because it's horizontal, and it gets into any opening, any crevice at once. And that's what we're seeing in people's homes. So you may not have any flood damage in your home at all, but you may have water damage because of the rain. And we've seen that with so many hurricanes, and it really is unfathomable to see what hurricane force winds and even tropical storm force winds, what they will do with the rain and get in. Water will find its way in wherever it can, because everything is so saturated, it just can't hold any more water. And we haven't seen a break in the rainfall rates. That's the other issue. We've been up for almost 5 hours now, and we haven't seen the rainfall rates let up. And on a good 30 minutes, we see it drop down to maybe 1 inch per hour. But for the majority of this time, really since sunset, we've been dealing with 2 plus, even 3 plus inch per hour. That's inch per hour rainfall rates. Official observations now at the Pensacola Naval Air Station now over 14 inches. Guys, 14 inches, and we haven't even had a landfall yet, and we still have the heaviest rain to still get through, along with the strongest winds that could then put the highest surge on our bodies of water. So we've got a long way to go, and the National Weather Service out of Mobile is saying, using pretty rare wording, a historic, life-threatening flood event occurring and will continue here along the coast of Alabama and northwest Florida. That's what we're going to see, especially at the coast, but even, up towards I-10, we've got flash flood warnings now, pretty much almost the whole western half of the Florida Panhandle. Just about everybody under a flash flood warning from Panama City to Alabama. And those will expand. Those will expand inland. All right? You can see it on the radar. You can see the heavy rain. I mean, I keep checking the radar and nothing's changing. And the rainfall rates you can hear just pelting you. And we're not near any sand. It's the water itself that just hurts when it hits you. And as far as safety goes, we're really safe. We just have open body of water, nothing that can come and kind of fly our way. Winds have been anywhere from 50 to 60 plus miles per hour. We haven't seen hurricane force gusts yet here in Florida, but that will likely change. Remember, hurricane warnings remain in effect and have been extended eastward now to include Okaloosa County. That includes you in Destin, as well as Fort Walton Beach, even Navarre Beach. You're under that hurricane warning. All right, so we're continuing to watch the winds pick up. Where do we go from here? Heading into the late night hours and again into early in the morning. That's when the worst of the weather will be here in Pensacola. It will continue into the late morning hours, but at that point, we'll finally get some movement. We'll get winds to shift, and once we get that offshore push, that will help take that water back out. But we're still, 8 hours away from that potentially happening. So we got a long way to go, and I know a lot of people who stayed and are at their homes kind of having a hard time sleeping at night. Don't blame you. It's loud. It's obnoxious. It's kind of nerve-wracking because your yard is now covered in water, and you're wondering, okay, when's the rain going to stop? And it's really hard to get a kind of a full picture on what's going on right now just because it's night. It's hard to see. Visibility is down so low. I can see several places that still have their lights. So again, that tells me that I would say a good bit of people still have power at the moment. And we know there has been a significant water main break on Pensacola Beach, okay? Crews aren't going to be able to get out there and repair it until the weather improves. And that's not going to happen anytime soon. So a lot of people are without water tonight as well. So that's why it's always good to have those preparations on hand. We always say stock up. You need water for 3 days, food for 3 days. You're probably not going to have power. The essentials, those are what you're going to need to eat. All right, so another whole aspect of this storm that we don't want to forget about is the severe weather potential. We've been seeing that in Panama City with numerous tornado warnings. That band that's set up near the Big Bend of Florida, that's going to be the one to watch. And that may then spread into southwestern Georgia. So Bainbridge over towards Cairo and also Thomasville, even Valdosta, those are going to be spots to watch for some twisting supercells with these quick rotating bands that come through, all thanks to Hurricane Sally. All right, I want to bring in our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knabb. You've seen the conditions here. We've got some new information. And when are we expecting first off, a potential landfall? How far out would you say? And what's the latest information telling us? I hear we have a strengthening hurricane on our hands.
Yeah, we're still several hours away from landfall of the center, but we might have a stronger hurricane by that time, and it's a little bit stronger yet. 90 mile per hour maximum sustained winds, according to Air Force hurricane hunters. So if you go 10 miles an hour more, we'd be talking Cat 2. I'm not going to rule that out, okay? It is a strengthening hurricane, not rapidly, but it is strengthening. Pressure now down to 971 millibars. This hurricane has been misbehaving the entire time of its existence, has never gone down the center of the cone, and it has gone through these big ups and downs in intensity. But like seemingly every hurricane landfall we've had this year, it's on the upswing as it approaches the coast in the last few hours. So it could get a little bit stronger. It's got several more hours before the center comes ashore. And even when the exact center makes landfall, half the circulation will stay over water for a little while after that because it's moving so slowly, still north-northeast at just 2 miles per hour. This buoy out here, not all that long ago, gusted to 85 miles an hour in the northeastern eye wall, and Pensacola now gusting to 62. Mobile still gusting to 51. Panama City, all the way over to the east there, gusting to 43, and they've had tornado warnings in the area. Now, looky here. Look at on the infrared, you're starting to see the eye take shape a little bit more consistently, and look at those really cold tops in the northeastern eye wall right there. And when you have the convection interacting with land, you get some blow-ups of the cold cloud tops. So a very, very dangerous hurricane. We've talked a lot about the water, and we should, because that will be the most life-threatening aspect of this and the most damaging aspect of this, we think, for the most people overall. But the wind is no slouch either. We've got to be taking shelter like we would for a tornado when we're in these hurricane winds and even some tropical storm force winds. This is the forecast for where the center would be sometime around 7 a.m. Central Time. So if it goes right down the middle of that cone, we'll see, and along that time, then that would be close to the time of landfall, plus or minus. But a little bit farther to the left, comes ashore sooner, a little bit farther to right, maybe takes a little longer. But where that center goes exactly after some wobbling over the next several hours will determine who gets a a break in the eye and who gets the strongest winds. Again, that hurricane warning is extended farther to the east, and look at how many of you could be expecting power outages. Generators outdoors away from windows, don't have open flames. Stay away from down power lines. Chris Bruin, we've got a lot to endure for hours and hours and hours.
Yeah, the fact that it's still strengthening, that's just so concerning given the fact that I don't know how much more of this I could handle, let alone Pensacola as a whole. I mean, we're getting a beating, and it's just now starting to steadily pick up. We still have the worst to go. Latest gusts now, over 62 miles per hour here in Pensacola officially. Of course, some pockets, it really depends on where exactly you are. I'm sure we've had some gusts higher than that, but I'm really starting to feel the force of the wind now. This is the first time really all night. It's starting to, you gotta get your footing. We're getting to that point of the storm, and if you look at the radar, you can see where that outer eye wall is. It's starting to approach. In fact, you're starting to feel it. All right, here's one of those waves coming to crash in as I was talking. But back to Gulf Shores really quickly. That's where we're seeing those 80-plus mile per hour gusts, okay? Winds will continue to pick up from there. That goes then to Perdido Key. That gets into Pensacola Beach and Gulf Breeze, and eventually here into Pensacola, where we will continue to see those winds increase, and also a shift in the wind direction, all right? And we're going to continue to watch this all night long here right on the Weather Channel. Now, I want to head up the road just a little bit. Let's head up to Mobile, Alabama, another big spot that we've been focusing in on. We know we're going to have a heavy rainfall. We've had over 14 inches of rain so far here in Pensacola, Reynolds, and the one thing I'm noticing now, the rain, we don't have sand nearby, so I'm not getting pelted with sand, but the rain, it hurts. It feels like I'm being pelted with sand. It hurts so bad because the wind is picked up and the rain hasn't stopped, and it's coming down. It's so heavy, it hurts. I mean, even just opening my mouth, if one of those drops hits one of my teeth, it really packs a punch. Are you feeling that there?
I'll tell you, I mean, the differences you'll have just by being, again, just a short distance of miles going from where our present location is to yours, it's a world difference. I mean, right now we've got light to moderate rain, some heavier downpours that'll come through, but nothing in comparison with just the abuse that you're taking there along parts of the coast. The situation is, though, that this is a very slow mover, and it eventually is going to migrate north, and when it does, we can expect all hell to break loose during the late night hours into tomorrow morning. I think that's when we're going to catch more of the brunt of it. Let's talk winds for a moment. We have had some that have been in the 50 to 60 mile per hour range. We anticipate those will intensify. Now, bear with me. Please forgive me on this. The numbers are changing a little bit, but power outages were exceeding 50,000 for parts of Baldwin and into Mobile counties. I think those are also going to be on the uptick. A couple things to consider. We mentioned this last night. Bears mentioning again if you're just joining us around America. These huge trees that you see right here behind me, think about the water coming down, the soil being saturated, the wind, which is going to pick up, is really going to bring a lot of threat to some of these incredible behemoths. And you have to think back in time to Hurricane Frederick that struck here, this area, which caused widespread tree damage across Mobile, and with it, those power outages. So I think those numbers are going to be on the increase. And it doesn't stop just there. The issue is we could see this be more of a problem into other parts of South Alabama, Central Alabama, into Georgia and even the Carolinas. So let's say, for example, you're tuning in this evening here in Charlotte, North Carolina, right there in the heart of Mecklenburg County. You might be thinking, this is a world away. This is not a concern for us. It will become a concern as it makes that trek eventually north, then east, then northeast. So this story is going to be one we're going to deal with all the way into the weekend. You'll notice the traffic, occasionally cars coming through. A lot of people curious about what's happening in their communities. Perhaps those of you coming in, not only things you see, but things you hear. You might hear some flapping. That is way off in the distance in a high-rise building. You've got an American flag and you have a state of Alabama flag. I would not be surprised when the sunlight greets us in the morning that we see both banners in shreds. Makes perfect sense with the wind that's going to only increase, as we mentioned, intensity. Intensity is one thing. The other component is going to be duration. One thing Alex mentioned a short while ago, and wisely so, that great analogy is that we almost wish this could be like a bandage, like a Band-Aid you could rip off. Painful, yes, but a quick mover, and you can recover quickly. But Alex, again, as you wisely mentioned, this is just the opposite. This is going to move like a tortoise, very, very slowly. However, what is going to go up quickly, like the hair, well, that's going to be the moisture. And again, certainly possible. And it may become a reality that we could have a foot of rain or perhaps even more piling up across much of the port city. Let's send it back to you, Alex.
You're so right, though. The ripping off the Band-Aid is the way you want to do it. Unfortunately, we don't. I had to get blood drawn a couple weeks ago, and I made the poor mistake of pulling slowly. You feel every single hair. And unfortunately, this is what we've got with Sally. It is just going to crawl. And so heavy rain, very, very likely for parts of the Gulf Coast. The problem is it's also going to offer up very heavy rainfall into portions of Alabama, then into North Georgia. At least as it gets a little farther to the north, it'll start to speed up a little bit more quickly. But flash flooding will be a real threat. That, of course, was Wednesday into early Thursday. Now we look at Thursday into early Friday. Atlanta metro area, Greenville, Spartanburg, South Carolina metro area, Charlotte metro area, all of these under the risk of flash flooding. So we could be looking at some big problems, not just for the coastal locations, but for some of the more urban populated areas across the southeast. Here's the European model precip. Watch as it does begin to eventually speed up, but still very heavy rainfall likely into the day Thursday and even Friday. We're back after this.
The shift has begun. The ante's been upped. To lead the charge, good had to be amazing, and amazing had to become the expectation. The power has shifted.
Now with Ram Power Days bonus cash, get $7,300 in total values on the 2020 Ram 1500.
We got no free pass. Everything we have, we've owned. The unmistakable Lexus IS.
Get 0% financing on the 2020 IS 300.
Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
We promise, Incognito's plant-based burger won't bite. Moo. But you should. Introducing Incognito. Looks, cooks, and tastes like meat, but it's made from plants. Incognito. What? Afraid you might like it?
COPD makes it hard to breathe. So to breathe better, I started Once Daily Anoro.
COPD tries to say go this way. I say I'll go my own way with Anoro.
Once Daily Anoro contains 2 medicines called bronchodilators that work together to significantly improve lung function all day and all night. Do not use Anoro if you have asthma. Anoro won't replace rescue inhalers for sudden symptoms and should not be used more than once a day. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition, high blood pressure, glaucoma, prostate, bladder, or urinary problems. These may worsen with Anoro. Call your doctor if you have worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain while taking Anoro. The most common side effects are sore throat, diarrhea, and pain in the arms and legs.
Ask your doctor about Once Daily Anoro to start treating your COPD.
We're here for you during this challenging time, and always find support at Anoro.com.
So Dish lets you share your TV with your family on multiple devices. Why?
Sweetie, forgot something.
Thank you. Because we know one thing's for sure. It's a little less scary leaving home when you can take a little bit of it with you.
Share your TV on 5 devices, no extra charge. Dish, tuned in to
Mama, Mama.
Why do I keep falling asleep during the day? What's making me so tired?
Why does it feel like I'm still dreaming when I wake up? What could be causing this?
Hey, Luke, wake up. You fell asleep again.
Why do I always fall asleep on the bus after school? Why am I so tired?
It turns out we're more than tired. We have symptoms of narcolepsy, like the uncontrollable urge to sleep during the day, sudden muscle weakness during laughter or emotions.
Dreamlike hallucinations, or feeling paralyzed when falling asleep or waking up.
Or waking up frequently during the night.
If you or your child has any of these symptoms, it's time to do something about it. I waited too long to take action, but you don't have to. Learn more at morethantired.com. Take the narcolepsy symptom screener now and find a sleep specialist to share your results. Visit morethantired.com today. Don't wait any longer to take action.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 61 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy skies, low 58. Winds southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Wednesday, generally sunny, high 76. Winds south-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Wednesday night, mostly clear skies, low 64. Winds southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Hurricane season doesn't stop for a pandemic, and neither do we. Get the information you need to stay safe every day, right here on the Weather Channel.
We are looking live at Orange Beach, Alabama. The wind and the waves, you know, at times it's really difficult to distinguish which you're looking at. All has kind of become one as the winds have ramped up, the rainfall has ramped up, and water has begun to move into the town as well. Some of those roadways already flooded in Orange Beach, gusting over 50 miles an hour. We take you to Perdido Key, Florida, where we've also seen this. You're like, this has got to be the inside of a washing machine, right? Nope. This is a live look at Florida, where the rain is going up, down, horizontal. That wind is gusting near 50 miles an hour, and the torrential rain. We've been in it now for hours, including our Chris Bruin in Pensacola, Florida. Chris, you have been up against some soaking rainfall, and more is to come. This is going to be likely some astronomical totals we're looking at.
Yeah, I mean, it's not out of the question now. I think it's looking very likely. We're going to get over 30 inches in some pockets here outside of Pensacola, maybe in Pensacola, northwest Florida, getting into southeastern parts of Alabama, especially right along the coast. That is where we are just going to get inundated, guys, with historic rainfall that this part of the country has not seen in quite some time, if at all. Okay, and it's really going to be something we're going to have to watch it, and life-threatening. This is what we term. This is what Sally's going to be remembered by. Yes, we have the storm surge, not astronomical amounts, but still dangerous enough to trap people, take out cars, and even flood buildings. And that may even get worse. The surge may get worse, by the way, as we head into tomorrow morning's high tide. Keep in mind, we're still hours from landfall. High tide at 7 a.m. Do the math. We're going to be around high tide or approaching high tide as that highest surge comes in on that east side of the center. That's going to be somewhere around Pensacola Beach, Pensacola, getting in towards Navarre Beach. So those are going to be spots to watch in that whole coast east of there too. Destin, you're not out of the woods. Fort Walton Beach, we're going to be getting in on those strong tropical storm force, even hurricane force gusts at times. And we have really started to see the winds here pick up. Even the last hour, it's been notable. Also quite the shift. I look out towards the water, and you may be able to see this too, just with the way our lights are. Those little white glips that you see out in that black abyss, those are white caps. Those are waves. And I'm trying to just get a picture as to what it looks like. And it's just eerie. The water has come up. Now we have a seawall right here, okay? And it sits generally about 6 feet above what you would expect the water to be. Now with the surge coming in as it has, it's only about 2 or 3 feet higher now. And then the waves are now starting to crash on top of it. We see it kind of overwash at times onto the promenade here where we are. All right, here's a gust. The hardest thing is that the rain hits your face so hard it hurts. And you're trying to catch your breath, but you're swallowing a mouthful of spray, which has some salt in it because it's salt water. And then rainwater. It takes takes your breath away having to be out here in scenes like this, hours on end. But we do it to show you guys what the conditions are like. And of course, we do it in the safety. We are not concerned by any debris because all we have is water out there on the horizon. And anything that were to come that way would just be water and waves. So we're in a safe spot right up against this auditorium here outside of our hotel. And again, it really shows you the changing conditions here, especially with the wind shift. That is one thing I have seen, and we're going to continue. Eventually, we're going to get a shift coming in pretty much due south. That will happen here probably late overnight tonight. And once that happens, you're just going to get that water to come crashing in, and you get that whole fetch here off of Pensacola Bay, which is a pretty large, significant body of water. All right, Dr. Knapp, those winds are really starting to crank, and it's concerning to think that Sally is intensifying and that some areas may end up with 90-mile-per-hour gusts, if not sustained winds over hurricane force strength. So we know we got that aspect. Numerous trees down already. I mean, we're talking, it's not going to be surprising, and you may even think so yourself, to see totals over 30 inches, given the fact that we've already had over 16 inches, and that was over an hour ago here in Pensacola.
Yeah, and Chris, just to give you an idea of how this rainfall-induced flooding disaster is escalating, let me show you what's going on in terms of flash flood warnings, okay? You got all those winds gusting to 94 at that buoy, and here are the last 12 hours of rainfall totals exceeding 1.5 feet, 2 feet in some spots. And now look at this area of flash flood warnings. Goes from near Apalachicola all the way to Mobile. And now they've just made one huge, ginormous flash flood warning area that it goes from Mobile all the way over to Destin, includes Pensacola, and it goes till 6:45 in the morning Central Time. And you read the wording of this, you could tell how the alarm bells are really going off in the National Weather Service. They are really talking about considerable damage, extreme life-threatening situation. This is kicking off the wireless emergency alerts. Off the roads, lowest, you want to be as high as you can, and call 911 if your life is threatened. Inside look at how the Gulf Coast is bracing for this storm is now on the new mobile streaming service Quibi. Follow and share the show Weather Today to get the science behind the tropics, in addition to what you get here on the Weather Channel. The Quibi app available for both Apple and Android.
Incomparable design makes it beautiful. State-of-the-art technology makes it brilliant. The visionary Lexus NX.
Lease the 2020 NX 300 for $339 a month for 36 months.
Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
The calming scent of lavender by Downy Infusions Calm. Laundry isn't done until it's done with Downy.
At Cracker Barrel, there's comfort in every bite. With new favorites like our fresh-baked chicken pot pie, filled with chicken and vegetables. Come on home to Cracker Barrel. Dine in, curbside, or delivery.
With my hepatitis C, I felt I couldn't be at my best for my family. In only 8 weeks with Mavyret, I was cured.
I faced reminders of my hep C every day.
I worried about my hep C. But in only 8 weeks with Mavyret, I was cured.
Mavyret is the only 8-week cure for all types of hep C. Before starting Mavyret, your doctor will test if you've had hepatitis B, which may flare up and cause serious liver problems during and after treatment. Tell your doctor if you've had hepatitis B, a liver or kidney transplant, other liver problems, HIV-1, or other medical conditions, and all medicines you take. Don't take Mavyret with anazanavir or rifampin, or if you've had certain liver problems. If you've had or have serious liver problems other than hep C, there's a rare chance they may worsen. Signs of serious liver problems may include yellowing of the skin, abdominal pain or swelling, confusion, and unexplained bleeding or bruising. Tell your doctor if you develop symptoms of liver disease. Common side effects include headache and tiredness.
With hep C behind me, I feel free.
Fearless.
Because I am cured.
If you can't afford your medicine, AbbVie may be able to help.
It's about the humans. These humans, those humans, Groovin and Golden. It's about getting more than health insurance and a partner who listens and acts. Humana calls it human care. It's talking to a doctor from your couch or helping you find a cheaper prescription before you ask. It's helping you fix the rugs so you don't fall and keeping you social, online or off. It's getting to know you so you can be your healthiest. That's our superpower. That's human care from Humana.
Whether holding down the fort or bouncing back to school, childhood is always in session. So keep feeding us right with Sun-Made snacks. Just like when you were a kid. Delicious, made with whole fruit. Sun-Made.
Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything. Like pizza, your coworker's lunch, whatever this is. Astronaut food.
And astronauts?
Everything. Yum. It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. I put that on everything.
The first ingredient in this Cliff Bar is brown rice syrup, which is another name for sugar. In this Kind Bar, it's heart-healthy almonds with the taste of dark chocolate and 75% less sugar than the leading Cliff Bar. Be kind to yourself.
Flex left. Flex right. And double flex. Find your inner flex with Duluth Double Flex Ballroom Denim. Only at Duluth Trading.
All right, we want to take you out to Orange Beach, Alabama right now, where you are looking at live conditions as Hurricane Sally really beating up our coastline. Beaches are taking a heavy hit, especially after some significant renourishment projects, new piers, new docks. Look at the wave action here. I mean, at times these waves are crashing on the beach side, probably over 15 feet. I mean, in some cases as high as the piers. Okay, and then from Orange Beach, Alabama, I want to take you to Perdido Key, Florida. You're about ready to get into that eye wall there, and that has a lot of wind energy with it, guys. We're talking winds on Gulf Shores, Alabama, Orange Beach, topping over 80 at times at Gus, Perdido Key. You're going to be up in that if you aren't already in the next hour or two. Eventually, Pensacola Beach, you'll be next in line, as well as here in Pensacola. That's where we are live tonight. Thanks for joining us here on the Weather Channel. Of course, we've got continuing live coverage all night long to keep you and your family informed on the latest information here on this beautiful stretch of coastline. I mean, we're talking from the Mississippi state line all the way back through the Big Bend of Florida. And boy, are conditions changing. Winds have really started to pick up here, and the shift in direction is really notable. Again, I just wish you guys could be here from my perspective, looking at the water. It is just, I mean, it really is mind-boggling to see how high the water has gotten and how high it has stayed there for really the last 2 days. And we've got high tide coming in the morning, along with the strongest winds. So this is a dangerous situation kind of unfolding. We've got a new flash flood warning that has encompassed essentially everyone in the Florida Panhandle west of Panama City, all the way back towards southern Alabama, including you and Mobile, and the coastal regions towards Dauphin Island, Gulf Shores, parts of Fairhope and Daphne, all those locations, okay? And with it, they're saying do not leave your home unless you are evacuating to higher ground. All right, just because of how dangerous it is, keep in mind it's nighttime. There are reports of downed trees everywhere. We've gotten reports of U.S. Highway, I think it's 90, that had a report of a tree down it. The road getting into Gulf Shores, there's been a report of downed trees, and those trees are large and blocking the road. So crews can't get out and chain it up and, clear it up until conditions are safe to do so. And that's not going to be anytime soon. In fact, keep in mind, Hurricane Sally is strengthening. All right? And so I'm going to bring in Dr. Nab into the discussion. Winds have notably picked up here in Pensacola. We've seen totals now, likely, hard to believe, over 17 inches in many spots here between Pensacola Beach, and Gulf Shores, right at the coastline. When you look at the radar, what timing are we looking at? Some of the worst of the weather to push in, and how high could this surge get?
Well, the surge is definitely going to get above that life-threatening 3-foot threshold, especially when we get to sunrise, when you get the maximum onshore push, and that's about when the center will be coming ashore. Now in Pensacola, you'll get the northeastern eye wall even in advance of that time frame, and then it could be a very, very long duration event. So, you know, it's already bad, and it's just going to be a long, long duration event. So you already need to be in your safe place and off the road. Just got to hunker down because it's going to be a long, long time, well into the day Wednesday. Category 1 hurricane strengthening now at 90 miles an hour, still only moving north-northeast at 2 miles an hour. Now, let's take a look at where we have the strongest winds. This buoy in the northeastern eye wall gusting to 94. Pensacola recently gusting to 62 miles per hour. And you've gotten totals near 16 inches in this corridor from Mobile to Destin that is now in this ginormous flash flood warning. And this is because of what has already fallen. But look at what is looming. These 3 to 4 inch per hour rain rates that are likely going to be occurring in that northeastern eye wall. The only part of this warning that will get a break from the rain is the part that goes through the eye, but that's not going to save you from a flooding disaster. Everybody in this flash flood warning area needs to stay off the roads. Do not leave your home. Just like Chris Bruin said, the only reason that you would leave your home is if you have water coming into your home and you go to the highest level in your home and you call 911 and they can come get you. Do not venture out in your car to escape floodwaters that are coming into your home. You just drive to your death. It is that widespread of a flooding event. And this goes from Mobile all the way to Destin, but we've also got new flash flood warnings all the way farther to the east. The rainfall is coming down at 3 or 4 inches per hour.
Introducing new Life Cuisine for your lifestyle. High protein, meatless, gluten-free, or low-carb lifestyle. Power up your day with new Life Cuisine. Delicious your way.
Age-related macular degeneration may lead to severe vision loss.
So the National Eye Institute did 20 years of clinical studies on a formula only found in PreserVision.
If it were my vision, I'd ask my doctor about PreserVision.
It's the most studied eye vitamin brand.
If it were my vision, I'd look into PreserVision.
Only PreserVision AREDS 2 contains the exact nutrient formula recommended by the NEI to help reduce the risk of moderate to advanced AMD progression.
I have AMD. It is my vision, so my plan includes PreserVision.
Find your inner flex. With Double Flex Ballroom Denim. Only at Duluth Trading.
We promise, Incognito's plant-based burger won't bite. Ooh. But you should. Introducing Incognito. Looks, cooks, and tastes like meat, but it's made from plants. Incognito. What? Afraid you might like it?
People were afraid I was contagious. I felt gross.
It was kind of a shock after I started Cosentyx. 4 years clear.
Real people with psoriasis look and feel better with Cosentyx. Don't use if you're allergic to Cosentyx. Before starting, get checked for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections and lowered ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor about an infection or symptoms. If your inflammatory bowel disease symptoms develop or worsen, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to, serious allergic reactions may occur. Learn more at Cosentyx.com.
My turn.
It shows up at the end of the year.
Coffee Mate seasonal flavors.
It really makes the season.
Oh, peppermint mocha.
It's related to nature.
Pumpkin spice.
This is gonna be a while.
Yeah.
Try Coffee Mate seasonal flavors. Coffee's perfect holiday mate.
Look at that scuffed up wall. I'm staring at you. Embarrassing you in front of your in-laws. Spreading rumors about you at work. That wall is your Everest, but not anymore. Today, let's paint. That wall never knew what hit it. Today, let's paint. Fair, exclusively at the Home Depot.
Hi, I'm Pat, and I'm 75 years old. We live in the mountains, so I like to walk. I'm really busy in my life. I'm always doing something. I'm not a person that's going to sit too long. In the morning, I wake up, and the first thing I do is go to my art studio. A couple came up and handed me a brochure on PreserVision. I've been taking PreserVision for about 4 years. I feel a little bit brighter, and my mind just feels sharper. I would recommend it to anyone. It absolutely works.
Prevagen, healthier brain, better life.
Very dangerous and slow-moving and strengthening Hurricane Sally. Max sustained winds up to 90 miles an hour. Got the hurricane hunters out there and the National Hurricane Center updating us every hour on their assessment of the intensity. We've measured from buoys, gusts that are stronger than that, and it could get a little bit stronger before making landfall in several hours there, somewhere near the border between Florida and Alabama, and it's still moving only at 2 miles an hour. But what is significant in terms of the motion, in addition to the fact that it's a Category slow hurricane, and that brings all kinds of bad things with it, including this looming historic flood disaster. But it's moving northeastward at 2 miles an hour. So it earlier was moving just a little bit west of due north, and now looks like it's a relatively persistent, as best you can characterize it for something moving this slowly, motion that's east of due north. And that puts it, if you look at where the center is, that is east of the longitude of Mobile. So it would have to wobble back to the left and go a little bit west of north for the center to go right over Mobile. So it looks more likely that the center would pass east of Mobile. Now the question is, in a place like Pensacola, will you get the eye if it continues to bend around enough to the right? Or will you get the eastern eye wall if it stays on this kind of north-northeastward path? That will be significant. Who gets the eye versus who gets the eastern eye wall has a lot of ramifications. Who gets the eye, you'll get a break in the rainfall. Now, I still think even if you get the eye, you're going to get so much rain before the eye comes ashore that it's still going to flood like crazy. But if you get the eastern eye wall, then you just ramp up the rainfall totals even more. You maximize the onshore push, and you get the strongest winds from what could be close to Category 2 strength when it comes ashore. We've had over a foot of rain in many places in extreme southeastern Alabama around to Panama City, Florida, and with much more rain to come, where we could get 20 to 30 inches in some spots. We've got this really large flash flood warning that has triggered the wireless emergency alerts to tell people to stay off the roads and stay indoors. Only would you leave your home if water's coming into your home and you call 911 and if they can come get you. And we've got a tornado warning in the Pensacola area too, Chris Bruin. So you've got multiple hazards that are ramping up as that northeastern eye wall gets closer and closer to you.
Yeah, I feel it, and I believe it, Dr. Knabb. That's something we're monitoring here very closely. Winds continue to steadily increase, and I say that because every 20 minutes they're picking up even farther, and we're getting closer and closer to that outer eye wall, but we're still a couple of hours away from those hardcore winds. And keep in mind, landfall is still hours away. So we are in it for the long haul, guys, and you got to brace yourselves. You got to pace yourselves. This is a long event. Hopefully you are prepared. You are staying safe. That's what you need to do. There have been a lot of power flashes here around downtown Pensacola. You're not going to be able to see them because we're facing opposite. We're facing out towards Pensacola Bay. Look at the white caps, though, off there. The camera's set a little bit higher. You might be able to pick them out, but man, the bay is just angry, and the waves are coming up against this huge seawall and now starting to crash because of the wind shifts. Latest observation at the Pensacola Naval Air Station, 62-mile-per-hour wind gusts and over 16 inches of rain. That was almost a couple of hours ago. So things have even progressed even farther, and I'm not going to be shocked if some local spots have seen over 20 inches of rain already, and we've got the eye wall to get through. This is something we're going to have to monitor here very closely. Unfortunately, a very dangerous situation kind of unfolding overnight, and in the morning it's going to be very eerie and scary to see because we're still going to be enduring scenes like what I'm dealing with tonight when you wake up in the morning. And on top of that, it's going to be raining pretty much nonstop from now till then. So we're going to continue to monitor the latest coverage here from Pensacola. But I want to bring in Alex. You know, it's hard to look up anything that stands out from your perspective there in the studio? Are you noticing anybody, any important information you want to get out to anybody? Because I'm having a hard time keeping up with it, just how wet I am.
Chris, we totally understand that. You got us covered on what's happening out there. We've got you covered on the important information. I do want to get people up to date on some flash flood warnings that are coming in. So we're going to let Chris, I got to tell you, we've all been out there. Well, I mean, all of us here have been out there, and you can't even work your phone. Your phone's in its case. It's just not working. There's no thumbprint reading because Chris's thumbs are raisins. Now, flash flood warning. I did want to walk you through that one, and then we've got a new tornado warning, so I'll get you over to that in just a moment. But this is a huge flash flood warning. Dauphin Island, Gulf Shores, over towards areas around Pensacola under that warning. This is the tornado warning, so we do have that tornado threat here working forward over the next few hours, really for a prolonged period of time. Landfalling tropical systems. So often we look at tornadoes, particularly on that right front quadrant, which is exactly where we are. So this is actually just to the east of where Chris Bruin is, Escambia and Santa Rosa counties under that tornado warning until 12:15 local time, so central time. This is moving off to the northwest, and again, watching for the possibility that we could be seeing a little bit of rotation. Water spouts, tornadoes, they're frequent, and typically they are lower end. We're not talking about particularly long-lasting or particularly strong ones, but obviously even an EF0 tornado is going to cause you damage. So make sure that you are in your safe spot. Keep in mind, if you're at the coast, you may not want to be in that lowest level because we've already seen water begin to rise in some of these areas. So be careful out there. All right, Gulf Shores, Alabama, we've got 35-mile-per-hour gusts now through Wednesday evening, 65-mile-per-hour gusts Wednesday morning. That's going to be the worst of the action for you in Gulf Shores. Rainfall forecast, 8 to 12 inches. So this is what we've got beyond what we've seen. And in Gulf Shores, a graph like that telling you the story. Thunderstorms, wind, rain, gusts exceeding 75 miles an hour into the morning. We're back after this.
When you set out to redefine what a truck can be, you push the limits. You defy convention. You turn every ask into an answer. Because those who set the standard reserve the right to raise it. The Ram Rebel, Ram Power Wagon, and the all-new Ram 1500 TRX. Why more Ford and Chevy owners are switching to Ram than ever before. The power has shifted.
Thank you for taking me home. It's so far.
Don't worry about it, Grandma. This will be fun. 2 chocolate milkshakes, please.
Make it 3.
3?
Did you get his number?
Oh, Grandma. Grandma!
Excuse me?
Some relationships get better with time. That's why I got a Crosstrek.
97% of Subaru vehicles sold in the last 10 years are still on the road.
I'm so glad you got a Subaru.
I wonder who gave me the idea.
Oh.
Love. It's what makes Subaru, Subaru.
Can't wait to tell everyone about AT&T's big 5G news.
AT&T has nationwide 5G?
Yep.
And that's faster?
Faster, yeah.
But is it reliable?
Uh-huh, and secure.
You should consider making a big deal about it.
Bigger?
I said bigger.
Oh, bigger deal, bigger than what I'm doing.
It's not complicated. A 5G network needs a 5G device. Now everyone, including existing customers, can get a free Samsung Galaxy Note 20 after trade-in.
All right, I brought in Ensure Max Protein to give you the protein you need with less of the sugar you don't. I'll take that.
30 grams of protein and 1 gram of sugar. Ensure Max Protein with nutrients to support immune health.
The first ingredient in this Cliff Bar is brown rice syrup, which is another name for sugar. In this Kind Bar, it's heart-healthy almonds with the taste of dark chocolate and 75% less sugar than the leading Cliff Bar. Be kind to yourself.
Spectrum Mobile is the fastest growing provider out there. They're growing faster than AT&T, Verizon, and T-Mobile.
Must be using Magic Grow Mix.
What?
Makes things grow faster.
No, they're the fastest growing because thousands of people are switching every day. Because they have the fastest overall speeds and it's the most reliable.
It's probably Magic Grow Mix.
It's not. You can save up to 40% on your monthly bill. Magic Grow Mix isn't even a thing.
It is, I have it, and you might want to stand back.
Join Spectrum Mobile today. Find out why they're the fastest growing provider out there.
I can taste the pineapples already.
Mama.
Why do I keep falling asleep during the day? What's making me so tired?
I kept asking myself these questions. It felt like I was more than tired. Then I was diagnosed with narcolepsy. There are 5 major symptoms. I waited too long to take action, but you don't have to. Visit morethantired.com now. Take the narcolepsy symptom screener and find a sleep specialist to share your results. Don't wait. Visit morethantired.com today.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 61 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy skies, low 58. Winds southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Wednesday, generally sunny, high 76. Winds south-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Wednesday night, mostly clear skies, low 64. Winds southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Well, we continue to monitor the impacts of very slowly moving Hurricane Sally, including those in coastal parts of Alabama. I want to get you a live look at Orange Beach, Alabama. We have been watching this throughout the show, and boy, it's becoming harder and harder to make out, where the ocean, or the Gulf, I should say, ends and the sky begins, or the structure there, not necessarily a pier. Scott Peak is joining us on the phone. Scott, last hour, or even last half hour, this seemed to have had a little bit more light on it. Did we lose some of the lights?
Well, conditions have definitely deteriorated. As I was waiting for you, I had a couple big, large power flashes, and it knocked out the power here in Orange Beach for about 30 seconds, and then it just came back on. But it also took out half the lights at the pier there. So conditions have definitely deteriorated in the last time, probably about 30 minutes I've talked to you.
What would you say has been the biggest change in that last 30 minutes?
Oh, definitely the wind. The wind has definitely picked up, and the driving rain. It is just almost impossible to go driving out into the surface streets, not just because of the wind and the driving rain, but because of the flooding that's occurring also.
You mentioned all those factors, and now, as you've said, we've started to lose power here in the area. Really important that people would stay off those roadways.
Oh, absolutely, yes. It's absolutely treacherous now, and even for a professional like me, it's dangerous. And so, just imagine what it's like for a regular person that's not a storm chaser to just go out there in these conditions. It's just totally treacherous.
How do you set yourself up? You're going to be riding this out in that parking structure. What are you looking for? What are you making sure you have when you are looking for a safe spot?
Well, definitely a concrete structure, more than 2 stories high to get us away from the surge, and definitely just staying away from any kind of debris that might blow our way. So we've got a nice wall over here that's keeping us sheltered from the easterly winds. So that's one of the ways we're trying to stay safe, and so we can get these live shots for you.
And it seems like the waves have also increased in height here in the last half hour to hour.
Oh, absolutely, and especially in the past the time that I've talked to you, you could see if you can make it out now, the waves have crashed over the pier, and the waves have actually made it to the sand dunes now. So we're starting to get a little bit of coastal flooding starting to occur, and I assume, I definitely know there's going to be more coming as we get closer to the.
Absolutely. Scott, we can kind of make out the roar there of the wind. You're in it for the long haul. How would you describe that wind and what it's like as you find yourself very close to the core of this storm to somebody who's never been in it?
Okay, so imagine this. It's deafening. It's just a constant wind just blasting you, and the rain feels like little needles hitting you if you don't have any protection on your arms or your hands. It just hurts when the rain is hitting you really hard. So it's the roar is deafening, and it doesn't feel good when that rain's hitting you.
Yeah, and you've mentioned you're gonna ride this one out here in Orange Beach. I'm sure we're gonna be talking to you after the fact to see how Sally was different than the others. I think the slow motion's gonna go down probably for you as one of the biggest issues.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, this slow motion is definitely something I'm not used to. Yeah. Most of the hurricanes that we've dealt with make it ashore pretty quick, and then it's done. But with this one, it's slow going, and it's going to be that way through tomorrow as well, especially in the morning.
Absolutely. Well, Scott, thank you so much for joining us, for giving us these images. We're going to be, by the way, staying in touch here with Scott throughout the overnight hours. Of course, we've got coverage here at the Weather Channel for you all night, all day long. So we're going to ride this one out with you. But Dr. Knapp, he mentions we're in it for the long haul. That is something that's a little different about Sally. So many times we see these storms move on shore. Even our recent storms, such as a Michael, it was a few hours of really bad, then it moved out. With Sally, a weaker system, of course, but the fact that you're in it for so long it's going to become a lot for some communities.
Yeah, and I would bet after this, a lot of people say, wow, I didn't think a Category 1 or Category 2 could be this bad, and that's why we've been calling it a Category slow, to get across the point that slow motion really ramps up the life-threatening and damaging aspect of it. 2 miles an hour is the forward speed, 90 miles an hour are the maximum sustained winds, and this has been strengthening during the day today. Multiple times in the last couple of hours, the hurricane hunters from the Air Force have measured that surface wind right around 90 miles an hour, and it could get a little bit stronger before coming ashore several hours from now, and that eastern eye wall could have even stronger than sustained 90-mile-an-hour winds. The gusts are on the increase on land. We've gusted to 96 at that buoy offshore in that northeastern eye wall. I'm sure there are stronger gusts somewhere in there. We've eclipsed a foot of rain in some spots on land, and that's why we've got these huge areas of flash flood warnings that are life-threatening, especially if you get out on the roads. But if you are in your home and water's coming into your home, that could be life-threatening, but please don't get in your car to escape floodwaters in your home. Go to the highest level, call 911. Now, tornado warning, go to your lowest dry level, most interior room, and then look at this. Northeastern eye wall is about to come on shore. Watch all night long. Our live team coverage continues on the Weather Channel all night long and all day on Wednesday.
Domino's knows a thing or two about delivery. So when we saw people were getting tacos and burgers delivered like these, we had to step in. Introducing our new chicken taco and cheeseburger pizzas.
What? Oh my.
Now the best way to get a taco or burger delivered is to get a Domino's pizza.
All right, I brought in Ensure Max Protein to give you the protein you need with less of the sugar you don't. I'll take that.
30 grams of protein and 1 gram of sugar. Ensure Max Protein with nutrients to support immune health.
So I'm going to hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you?
Wait, what?
The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there.
Nope.
Watch this.
Breathe.
Rear automatic braking. So if this Nissan Sentra isn't going to compromise, why should you?
You're right.
Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
When you've got auto glass damage, Safe Flight can come to you.
And you'll get a text when we're on our way. Just leave your keys on the dash, and we'll replace your windshield with safe, no-contact service.
Schedule at safelight.com.
Safe Flight Repair, Safe Flight Replace.
So Dish lets you share your TV with your family on multiple devices. Why?
Sweetie, forgot something.
Thank you.
Because we know one thing's for sure. It's a little less scary leaving home when you can take a little bit of it with you.
Share your TV on 5 devices, no extra charge. Dish, tuned in to you.
Still your best friend, and now your co-pilot. Still a father, but now a friend. Still an electric car, just more electrifying. Still a night out, but everything fits in. Still hard work, just a little easier. Still a legend, just more legendary. Chevrolet, making life's journey just better.
We promise, Incognito's plant-based burger won't bite. Ooh. But you should. Introducing Incognito. Looks, cooks, and tastes like meat, but it's made from plants. Incognito. What? Afraid you might like it?
Breaking right now on the Weather Channel as we are tracking Hurricane Sally. It is now and again a Category 2 hurricane with historic and life-threatening flash flooding, a possibility, in fact, an expectation, as it is slowly crawling toward the Gulf Coast. It is going to dump a lot of rain, again, promising life-threatening flash flooding event here with this slow mover. We're tracking Hurricane Sally around the clock here on the Weather Channel and right now. Welcome to our special coverage of Hurricane Sally. I'm meteorologist Chris Warren.
And I'm meteorologist Ray Stajic. And Chris, you know, this is what we thought about 24 hours ago. We did have a weakening storm. We went down to Cat 2, and with a slow movement, we were wondering if it would get back to maybe Category 2 strength sitting out over the warm water in the northern Gulf of Mexico. And here we are with a 100-mile-per-hour Category 2 hurricane.
And when you look at this, Ray, you would think there's not a lot of time for it to actually strengthen as this storm is moving so slowly. It looks like it's about to make landfall any minute, but it's not a matter of minutes before the center of the storm gets over land. It's likely going to be hours still. And so that's a very bad thing because of all of this very heavy rain. In fact, as Ray and I are with you for the next 4 hours, we are likely to see some of the worst of the weather, at least initially, over the next several hours, I think, that we are going to see out of this with that northern eye wall. Some of the strongest winds and some of the heaviest rain, some of the nastiest weather that we are going to see here in the short term, at least, is going to be happening while Ray and I are with you here. So let's take a look at what has happened over the past couple of hours. And we can see there's Pensacola right here. Here's the Gulf Coast going into the Alabama, the Mississippi coast. But this storm flaring up and actually the eye getting a little bit more obvious here. But it does look like it's losing a little bit on the southern edge of the storms. But regardless, we are seeing right now are multiple threats, including a tornado threat, tornado warning. So tornado either happening or imminent here within this cluster of storms that are moving onshore right now. So there's storms within the big storm within the hurricane. In fact, you look at one of the buoys, and this storm does have a history of measured winds close to 100 miles an hour. And that's what the National Hurricane Center is saying. This is a 970 millibar storm at 100 miles per hour. And it is moving so very slowly right now to the northeast at 2 miles. Now, we want to go right now to meteorologist Tevin Wooten, who is in here in the Panhandle of Florida. Tevin.
Chris, good early morning to you on a Wednesday. We are here in Navarre, Florida, just a mile away from Navarre Beach, by the way, Hurricane Sally, a Category 2 storm, still raging on and in its final hours before landfall. We've seen that uptick to a Category 2 with 100-mile-an-hour winds. Just 4 hours ago, we were talking about winds between 80 and 85 miles an hour. Some of the strongest gusts that we've seen here in Navarre so far, close to 70. If it's not the winds, though, it is the rain. It has been raining for a better part of the morning and latter part of Tuesday, and this is what we get. We've seen so far rainfall amounts between 9 and 12 inches, but some isolated amounts have been higher than that, especially along Pensacola Beach. I want to take you to some of the trees here and just give you a lay of the land. South is that way, so just about, 60 to 70 miles or so to my southwest. That is where Sally lies. Again, a very strong and dangerous storm. The causeway is also beyond me. It's closed right now because winds exceeded tropical storm force here in Navarre. Several other causeways and bridges have been closed preemptively because of the storm as well. And on Pensacola Beach, by the way, which is not far away, they actually had to do a water main broke, so they're telling residents to fill up their tubs with water if they can. Of course, that was closer to 11 p.m., so now we've started to see that water go everywhere. And here's the thing, they can't necessarily shut it off because it's too dangerous for utility workers to go out. So that's just one of the impacts here. The northern side of the storm, by the way, still seeing some of that convection, but the thing that I think will be hard for a lot of people to understand and grasp, Floridians here, they know hurricanes. They are very hurricane savvy, but it's the flooding that will get a lot of people, and the sprinklers just came on here at our live shot location. I'll step out of the way of that, which it doesn't really matter. I mean, of course, I'm waterproofed out everywhere thanks to our friends at Land's End. But here's the thing, it's the flooding that will get a lot of people. Some of the isolated amounts so far, close to 12 inches near the Naval Air Station, that in Pensacola. But unfortunately, we're anticipating perhaps another 10 to 12 more in some spots of the northwestern Florida Panhandle. I know you're hearing perhaps a banging over there. I do want to let you know, my crew and I, we are safe. We sort of scouted out the location hours in advance before we get into these things here as I try to dodge the sprinkler a bit more. The water's warmer than what's coming out of the sky right now, by the way, in case you cared about that. What we're anticipating here in terms of rainfall, again, another foot to a foot and a half is certainly within the realm of possibility. We had a tornado warning that expired, or if it has not expired, it's about to expire perhaps in the next 10 to 12 minutes or so for Santa Rosa County. So we're talking about places like Florida Town, also Ferry Pass, and right here in Navarre as well. But do know that there is a potential for more tornado warnings. We saw them as far east as, Bay County, Florida, and also into Panama City Beach as well. You do get tornado warnings on the eastern side primarily of tropical entities and hurricanes, where we do get those brief spin-ups. Now, here's the thing, because we're in so close proximity to the Gulf of Mexico, those spin-ups can happen in the form of water spouts. Now, of course, it's late at night, so you can't really see anyway, but during the daytime, because we do know that Sally will continue to migrate towards the north and northeast as it is at about 2 miles per hour, so we'll likely see a few more spin-ups here or there. So when the day breaks, do know you may not necessarily be able to see them because they are rain-wrapped, but right now, I would say this is actually some of the calmest conditions I've seen since everything started. It was very difficult to go to sleep last night. We're up at every hour of the day, and of course, as a meteorologist, you don't want to sleep through a Category 1 hurricane because you're just so excited, and the anxiety, everything starts to build up. So it was very difficult for me to sleep last night because the winds were just howling so strong. I could hear them coming through every crack and crevice of my hotel. Ray.
Yeah, and if anything, they're certainly going to get the worst of it here yet to come for you, Kevin, and thanks for staying safe out there. We are going to continue to watch as we go through the coming hours, a very slow-moving system, and we ask ourselves, well, why is that? Why this slow 2-mile-per-hour movement? Well, the atmosphere is a fluid, and things move along and get picked up by the jet stream. I kind of call it like the captain of the atmosphere, right? It kind of steers things around like the captain on the ship, and in this case, we've got the jet stream winds, the strongest winds, where they're seeing the lines closer together to the north, so it's really not able to steer or move Sally anywhere, anytime quickly. So we're going to be in this slow movement here over the next 12, 24 hours, possibly a little bit longer. So as long as that jet stream and that trough or that little dip stays on off toward the west, we can't pick up Sally and move it along. Now, traditionally, in the past, we'd seen as these storms get into further northern latitudes, they get up into the jet stream winds and they accelerate. That will happen eventually, but it's going to be a slow process. I mean, I think it's going to be a long overnight here. Tevin's going to be in for it, and a lot of the areas that are already getting pounded with heavy rainfall approaching almost 15 inches in some spots got a lot more to go here as we go through midweek. That tropical moisture getting to continue to pull north, and eventually that slow movement will pick up in speed, a forward speed, as that tropical moisture moves east and north, and the jet stream will eventually start accelerating what's left of Sally off to the north and the northeast. A forecast where we think the center is going to go somewhere down the center of this cone, but weakening by tomorrow morning, a 35-mile-per-hour tropical depression, but still fairly squally here through southeastern parts of Alabama and right through the heart maybe of central Georgia. Still weakening, but still heavy rain, probably the greatest threat. Flash flood watches are up, so expect heavy rainfall to continue through this morning. Right in here, right in through the panhandle and southwestern parts of the state of Alabama. That's where the heaviest rain is going to be. I mean, a pounding, driving rain with winds exceeding 100 miles per hour and some of the stronger gusts as we go through the early morning hours on Thursday. That's when the European model does have the center coming on shore sometime late Wednesday night, early Thursday, and then heavy rain. Look at this by 11 o'clock Thursday night in and around Atlanta. It is going to be a slow night and a very ugly night with the rain coming down hard, flash flooding possible, if not likely in this scenario. And as we go through Friday, that rain gets into the Carolinas and even on into places like Raleigh and Charlotte. Through Friday evening, we are going to see some pretty hefty rainfalls. It scoots on off toward the east. Hopefully, Chris, as we look ahead toward the upcoming weekend, some drier air settling in.
Yeah, and also coastal flooding is a concern. We've already seen coastal flooding here. Sally, as it was brushing the coast, the water really started rising here. Gulf breeze, Florida. Storm surge warning in effect for the area. And of course, this what we're looking at is a life-threatening situation here. That's why security measures and officials out blocking off roads where needed. But you can't always depend on that, as things can change in a hurry. Avoid flooded areas no matter what you can, even if that is your driveway. Stay inside, avoid the roads at all costs here. The storm, some of the worst of it, again, is getting closer. In fact, starting to move onshore right now. Here is the eye, the center of the storm. And the big story here through the next possibly several days here will be the lingering flooding, because historic and life-threatening flooding is expected out of this. And right now, a huge area seeing the flash flood warnings that are in effect, these green outlined areas. In fact, this includes Panama City, over to Freeport and Destin, going into the Emerald Coast here in Florida. So this right here is for Bay County, and then we move over a bit. And Baldwin, Escambia, and Santa Rosa counties also under flash flood warnings right now. Again, warnings mean that it is either imminent or it is about to happen, getting into that 12 to 18-inch range already for rainfall. So it makes perfect sense why there is currently flash flood warnings up and down the coastal areas. And as we can see on the left, Navarre, Florida, that rain is still coming down. One of the forecast models that we look at, the European model, it gives you just some guidance, a general idea of what to expect. 8 to 12 inches in this darker orange color right here. And notice this also goes up into parts of Georgia, into parts of South Carolina. So this is a long duration event here that's going to last for days, but initially just getting through the next several hours here with some potentially dangerous, and again, can't say it enough, life-threatening flooding. And as far as flash flooding goes, if you're not on the roads, chances are you should be okay. I mean, you use common sense, but avoid the roads if you can. You stay home and wait for things to settle down, because, right, this is a very, very serious situation.
Yeah, it is. And the rain will come down hard and it'll spread north, northeast eventually. And luckily, we will see the forward speed of Sally pick up and the wind speeds come down. So that's kind of part of the piece of the puzzle we won't get. But if you are in this area here in yellow, Atlanta to Greenville, and even near Charlotte, that's where flash flooding is likely. Now, this is especially if you're in areas that are prone to flooding. And you know who you are, those low-lying areas. As you know, you get flooding, you need to prepare for it, whatever you need to do. And if you do get the warnings, that's when you're going to have to take action. But everybody in and around this area in green can expect at least that chance of flash flooding. And it'll come as we go on through later today, tonight, and on into not only Thursday, but maybe lingering into Friday, as it'll run basically from southwest to northeast. Look at some of these spots here in and around the Atlanta metro area, maybe up to double digits in terms of the amount of rain that may come down. That's quite significant. So you're going to erase deficits easily that we have had here for the month of September, and that heavy rain is going to spread into Thursday night and Friday out toward Raleigh and eventually Cape Hatteras and Wilmington. The states of North and South Carolina got areas where we could see localized totals in excess of 6 inches of rainfall. Make sure the wipers are in order. Make sure the car's prepped and prepared for what looks to be a significant rainfall event. GFS model has the heavy rain 5 to 8 inches in the areas in orange. So if you follow that, it takes you through Atlanta and Charlotte. That's the general idea of where the heaviest rain is going to be. And as we watch the center of what we've got now, which is a hurricane weak into a tropical storm Wednesday night, you can see the rain kind of following it along. 4, 6, maybe even 7 inches of rain in and around Montgomery. And it does look like that rain will continue to spread north as we go on through Wednesday night into Thursday. And it doesn't look like we're going to see it end, Chris, not until maybe sometime on Friday and head on off the East Coast.
Yeah, this is an all-week-long sort of a deal here. And some of the strong winds are also already making their way on land as well. We've been seeing some of the buoy reports and some of the winds from the aircraft flying this storm, this hurricane. But you see Mobile Regional Airport measuring a wind at 62 miles an hour here. So some very strong winds getting close to hurricane strength, well away from where the center is right now. So you can sure bet that this area right here in that northern and eastern eye wall, there's going to be some very, very strong winds. And of course, the heavy rain that will continue, even far away from it as well. Apalachicola right now gusting close to 30 miles an hour. And as Ray and I were with you 24 hours ago, the winds didn't in some areas look too much different. So it is staying windy. It has been windy, will continue to be windy. We are going to be getting up into that 40 to 50 mile an hour range for some of these areas where we are right now. Pascagoula, 44 mile an hour wind gust, 53 in Mobile, and it's likely to stay this way for hours, if not get stronger. So hurricane force winds extending way away from the center. Tropical storm force winds in the yellow, hurricane force winds closer to the actual center. But again, a long duration event. It's just how slowly this is going to be moving, and this is now 5 o'clock late Wednesday evening, and you're going to be watching the threat for even some strong winds going into parts of Georgia and South Carolina. We have a team of meteorologists spread out along the Gulf Coast tracking Sally as only the Weather Channel can.
Did you know that your clothes can actually attract pet hair? With new Bounce Pet Hair and Lint Guard, your clothes can repel pet hair. Look how the shirt on the left attracts pet hair like a magnet. Pet hair is no match for Bounce. With Bounce, you can love your pets and lint roll less.
Freezing cold. Blazing heat. Rain-X premium silicone wiper blades are engineered to withstand the most extreme conditions. They last 2 times longer than traditional wipers. If Rain-X premium silicone wipers survive these conditions, clearly, they'll last in yours. Rain-X, outsmart the elements. Find Rain-X silicone wipers at these retailers.
Can you believe all the Ings we fit under one roof? We're here to help your small business any way we can. Every ink for small business, all in one place.
The UPS store.
People were afraid I was contagious. I felt gross. It was kind of a shock after I started Cosentix. 4 years clear.
Real people with psoriasis look and feel better with Cosentix. Don't use if you're allergic to Cosentix. Before starting, get checked for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections and lowered ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor about an infection or symptoms. If your inflammatory bowel disease symptoms develop or worsen, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to, serious allergic reactions may occur. Learn more at Cosentix.com.
We believe in good we can all afford. From coffee that opens more eyes to black business to 100 shades of beautiful.
Okay, everyone. Our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Great tasting Ensure with 9 grams of protein, 27 vitamins and minerals, and nutrients to support immune health.
Owners of select competitive vehicles can get $500 toward a new Acura ILX.
At BMW, we didn't make just one SAV, we made the ultimate range of SAVs. With unmatched power, luxury, and performance, the BMW X-Range is prepared for any road you travel. No matter who you are, no matter where you're going, no matter what's next, there's an X to take you there. Hurry in to lease a 2020 BMW X3 X-Drive 30i for $469 per month.
To get this far in the Stanley Cup playoffs, you need epic performances under pressure and a flair for the dramatic. We're one step closer to the Cup. There's nothing like playoff hockey. The conference finals on the networks of NBC.
Brought to you by BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Dose of everything weather.
Wow! Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
Currently in our area, 60 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Overnight, partly cloudy skies, low 58, winds light and variable. Wednesday, plentiful sunshine, high 76, winds south-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Wednesday night, clear to partly cloudy, low 64, winds southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Hurricane season doesn't stop for a pandemic, and neither do we. Get the information you need to stay safe every day, right here on the Weather Channel.
All right, welcome back into the Weather Channel and our continuing coverage of Hurricane Sally. I'm meteorologist Tevin Wooten live from Navarre, Florida. Just about a mile behind me is Navarre Beach. I do want to just let you know that distinction, because if you're on the beach right now, you are certainly getting hammered. You are getting clobbered with not just the wind, but also the flash flooding as well. You're likely seeing that water rise. I know that we had reports of water rising, not just in Navarre Beach, but also near Pensacola Beach as well. Let me give you a lay of the land. North is this way, south is this way, so guess what? Southwest is that way, and just about 50 miles that direction is where we find Hurricane Sally. Matt, go ahead, pull up the radar right now, because outside of Sally's center to the east, we have these very strong bands coming ashore, bringing in the outer rainfall threat, but also the threat of brief spin-ups, tornadoes, and water spouts. So there's a cell that I'm very concerned about. I'm watching it closely because it's making the line right towards us here in Navarre, Florida, so likely to the south of Fort Walton Beach area right now. As that cell comes ashore, you get these strong spin-ups and perhaps gusty winds at times too, and heavy rainfall. Speaking of rainfall, how much have we seen in the last 12 to 24 hours? A substantial amount. Look at that hot zone. The white, folks, right there, that white zone, right in the northern Gulf of Mexico, just to the south of the Florida and Alabama state line. You're talking about close to 15 or 20 inches of rainfall. And the concern is now this. With this ongoing rain that we're seeing at this moment, the slow movement of Sally, that hot bed of 15 to 20 inches of rain now will move forward towards the north and perhaps northeast as well. So if you couple that with what we've already seen and then bring in the forecast, now you're talking about perhaps 15, 20, maybe even 30 inches of rain. That's why the National Hurricane Center and the National Weather Service has highlighted that threat of life-threatening flash flooding brought about by Hurricane Sally. You see the radar still spinning up right now. I do want to show you the duration of how long we're likely in the moderate to heavy rainfall. This is not a one-and-done scenario. This is something that we'll see for the next 12 hours at time. So think about this. It's midnight right now, Central Time, or just a little bit thereafter. We're going all the way through Wednesday and perhaps hitting the valley by Wednesday night and then eventually into Thursday. But along with the rain, it's also the winds too, primarily out of the east-northeast right now. And Ray, again, those spin-ups that we're seeing, we have to watch those extremely closely. I know that there are plenty of people getting alerts on their cell phones. They're perhaps watching TV. You have to do that. It's so crucial with this overnight threat from Hurricane Sally. Ray?
Yeah, thanks, Tevin. Yeah, certainly, because they spin up quickly. You don't have much time to react, so you're going to have to take your action quickly, too, as the storms spin up on the northeastern side of the storm. Pretty hefty rainfall getting ready to move on in, and I just seen a report come in. Now we're over 18 inches in Pensacola, so 20 inches easily attainable here. This is going to be a rain and a flooding event, one for the books probably, as we could see the center still sitting offshore of Sally, but that very heavy rainfall right where Tevin is, so we'll check back with him in a little bit. So Pensacola and everybody off toward the east, everybody under flash flood warnings, meaning flooding is most likely occurring here. I've got to imagine that there are plenty of places and roadways underwater, as we've heard from earlier, and starting to see some of those wind gusts. Look at this one now in a buoy offshore, 110-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That's on the high end of Category 2 strength, 59-mile-per-hour gust at Fairhope. So now as that north and northeastern side of the eye wall is starting to get closer to the shoreline here, we're going to see these winds increase in intensity and coverage. Most of these now getting in excess of mid-tropical storm force, but offshore, as we said, that's where our hurricane force winds are. Starting to see some of that storm surge flooding at right now below 2 feet in most places, but as we watch that center get closer, we'll see that water continue to rise even back toward the east at New Canal Station, a 3.4-foot water rise, and we'll continue to see some of that water continue to come up. Past 12 hours, this is where the heaviest rain has been. These areas in pink easily exceeding a foot of rain. Just a big area that's going to continue to see more heavy rain offshore. Chris, as we can see, we've seen some totals that have exceeded 2 feet. This is an event where we'll see 20 inches, I think, now easily, and we could approach in some spots possibly 25 or maybe 30 inches of rain.
And right now, Ray, I want to take a closer look at some of the timing of this, kind of walk you through when to expect some of the worst of the weather. And we'll start off right now with a look at where those winds in this part of Florida from Pensacola over to Destin and Panama City sustained stronger than 20 miles an hour, gusting stronger than 30 at times in Destin, with flash flood warnings ongoing at the moment as well. Ray was showing us the bigger picture with the amount of rain that has already come down in the past 12 hours, and you can see getting close to 1.5 feet as we're looking on the left where Tevin is. We'll hear from Tevin just a little bit there in Navarre, Florida. Taking a look all the way over to Apalachicola in that 3 to 5 inch radar estimated range. That's pretty far away from the center of the storm. So here's now getting after daybreak, mid-morning here on Wednesday, and through the evening. Eventually, it could be until late afternoon or early evening before you get an appreciable, any significant relief from the rain. So here's Pensacola, and Pensacola staying in the heavy rain category. Here's the time down here, at least through lunchtime. So this is why we are extremely concerned. Also, by the way, the winds consistently up around 80 miles an hour. So hurricane force winds going for several hours on top of the heavy rain that is expected as well. So another look at Pensacola, 55-mile-an-hour wind gusts will be going through the afternoon here on Wednesday. And then Thursday and Friday, things will eventually be drying out. And of course, because of all this, the Weather Channel has meteorologists spread out covering this hurricane.
Can't wait to tell everyone about AT&T's big 5G news.
AT&T has nationwide 5G?
Yep.
And that's faster?
Faster, yeah.
But is it reliable?
Uh-huh, and secure.
You should consider making a big deal about it.
Bigger?
I said bigger.
Oh, bigger deal, bigger than what I'm doing.
It's not complicated. A 5G network needs a 5G device. Now everyone, including existing customers, can get a free Samsung Galaxy Note 20 after trade-in.
We promise, Incognito's plant-based burger won't bite. But you should. Introducing Incognito. Looks, cooks, and tastes like meat, but it's made from plants. Incognito. What? Afraid you might like it?
Did you know that your clothes can actually attract pet hair? With new Bounce Pet Hair and Lint Guard, your clothes can repel pet hair. Look how the shirt on the left attracts pet hair like a magnet. Pet hair is no match for Bounce.
With Bounce, you can love your pets and lint roll less.
With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave, to help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Age is just a number, and mine's unlisted.
Try Boost High Protein with 20 grams of protein for muscle health versus only 16 grams in Ensure High Protein. And now enjoy Boost High Protein in new Cafe Mocha flavor.
Thank you for taking me home. It's so far.
Don't worry about it, Grandma. This will be fun. 2 chocolate milkshakes, please.
Make it 3.
3?
Did you get his number?
Oh, Grandma. Grandma!
Excuse me.
Some relationships get better with time. That's why I got a Crosstrek.
97% of Subaru vehicles sold in the last 10 years are still on the road.
I'm so glad you got a Subaru.
I wonder who gave me the idea.
Oh.
Love. It's what makes Subaru, Subaru.
Whether holding down the fort or bouncing back to school, childhood is always in session. So keep feeding us right with Sun-Made snacks. Just like when you were a kid. Delicious, made with whole fruit. Sun-Made.
Here? Now. Here. Nope. Here.
When the middle of nowhere is somewhere. The all-new Chevy Trailblazer.
Max. No. Max! Max! Max!
Dogs don't know what's good for them. Luckily, you do. Greenie's Dental Treats.
At Cracker Barrel, there's comfort in every bite. With new favorites like our fresh-baked chicken pot pie, filled with chicken and vegetables. Come on home to Cracker Barrel. Dine in, curbside, or delivery.
Hurricane force winds, storm surge, major flooding, everything that a Category 2 Sally hurricane could bring you, lashing the Gulf Coast. Right now, this slow-moving storm is closing in on landfall. We'll be tracking these threats all around the clock for you. Thanks for joining us for our special Hurricane Sally coverage. I'm meteorologist Ray Stajic here at the Weather Channel.
And I'm meteorologist Chris Warren. We want to get the very latest. Of course, we do have crews spread out across the Gulf Coast and inland as well, because this is going to be a storm here, Tevin. We know that after it hits you, and it certainly is hitting you, it will be making its trek well to the north into parts of even the southeast, including Georgia and South Carolina, Tevin.
Yeah, Chris. Chris, absolutely. We've seen Sally's migration eventually from the west towards the east. And as we were watching this forecast unfold and Sally's DNA become unraveled, we've really seen that overall trek or that migration and track towards the east. So here we are, essentially just hours before landfall, Santa Rosa County, Escambia County, and I would even say Fort Walton County, Florida, still should all remain alert. Initially, we were thinking perhaps a landfall near the Mobile Bay that may now be shifted towards the east into northwestern Florida. Let me tell you what we're seeing right now, because within the last 5 or 10 minutes, the winds have picked up. The rainfall continues to pour down in bucketfuls at times. If you live in Florida, if you've gone through a hurricane, you know that the winds are very strong. But I think the thing that may catch a lot of people off guard, the amount of rainfall and the flash flooding that will come out of Sally. Life-threatening storm surge and life-threatening flash flooding possibility from this storm. Again, every now and then we do get a break. Some of the strongest wind gusts, I was just checking a weather sim station on Navarre Beach, 55 to 60 mile per hour gusts just after midnight, and perhaps sustained winds near 42 or 45 miles per hour. So we verified tropical storm strength already, and now that hurricane strength starts to approach. Here's how this will pan out as we go throughout the next, I would say, 6 to perhaps 12 hours. We do see that overall movement of Sally towards the north and northeast. It is very slow, but albeit it is movement, and we certainly need this thing to hightail it out of here. But as it moves towards the northeast at a crawl at times, that will likely add up or bring in the adding up rainfall, again, on the order of 6, 12, maybe even more than that when we talk about rainfall in inches, of course, half a foot to a foot of rain. The winds periodically do pick up, primarily coming out of the east-northeast right now. Sally's circulation still about, I would say, 60, maybe 55 miles or so to our south and west, well into the Gulf of Mexico. But in short order, Sally does move towards the north and east, and the big question for a lot of people have been, who will see the landfall? And I will let you know this. If you are in Santa Rosa County, you want the landfall, and here's why. That'll give you a break from the rain, because right now we are stuck, we are wedged, we are smack dab in the middle of the eastern side of this storm, and we've seen rainfall all night and into the early morning hours. We really want that landfall. We want that eye. We need a break. We need a reprieve from the rainfall. I don't necessarily see it. However, I think overall when we talk about where the eye or where the landfall will be, I don't think we'll know until after that's happened, because every little movement, yes, it matters, but every little movement, they are still small. They are minute, essentially inches at times is how Sally is moving through. So overall, we'll have to watch this thing extremely closely. I do know that the causeway beyond me is closed, and so are some of the other causeways and bridges here. If you live on an island, if you live on a barrier island or on a beach, hunker down, folks. Sally means business.
And Tevin, where you are right now, about 25 miles or so, 25 miles to your west, wind gusts in Pensacola up to 74 miles an hour. And that is, again, the current wind gusts there. Sustained winds stronger than 50. And Tevin is over in here, somewhere in there in Navarre, Florida. And winds, again, offshore. In the eye wall there, 110 mile per hour at one of the buoys there. So this is a strong storm. If those were sustained winds, we're talking close to a Category 3 here. So this is a healthy Category 2 storm right now. Just looking at the radar presentation, a very obvious eye right now. The northern eye wall is starting to make its way onshore. And now the infrared satellite is not quite as impressive, but nonetheless, there's still some of that symmetry there. There is still a little bit of the exhaust, if you will, with this, and then we know there's a lot of rain and a lot of water also being pushed on land, and will continue to do so through time with some of the latest storm surge flooding anywhere from about 2 to 3 feet. Again, this is a 100 mile per hour Category 2 hurricane moving very, very slowly, and that's part of the problem.
The first ingredient in this Cliff Bar is brown rice syrup, which is another name for sugar. In this Kind Bar, it's heart-healthy almonds with the taste of dark chocolate and 75% less sugar than the leading Cliff Bar. Be kind to yourself.
With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave, to help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Here, opinions are something you form after watching the news, not something you hear from us during the news. It's not how it used to be. It's how it should be. Now, it's the way it is. News, not talk. Facts, not opinions. In prime time, 7 nights a week. News Nation, every night at 8, 7 Central on WGN America. Your news, your nation.
So Dish lets you share your TV with your family on multiple devices. Why?
Sweetie, forgot something.
Because we know one thing's for sure. It's a little less scary leaving home when you can take a little bit of it with you.
Share your TV on 5 devices, no extra charge. Dish, tuned in to you.
Was that your grandfather, leading armies to battle?
Was that your great aunt, keeping armies alive?
Drafting the plans.
Taking the pictures.
Was it your family members who flew?
Who fixed?
Who fought?
Who rose to the occasion
when the world needed them most?
Find and honor your ancestors who served in World War II. Their stories live on at Ancestry.
Finding Inner Flex with Duluth Double Flex Denim. Look deep. Deeper. 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 Too deep. Find your inner flex with Duluth Double Flex Ballroom Denim. Only at Duluth Trading.
Okay, everyone. Our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Great tasting Ensure with 9 grams of protein, 27 vitamins and minerals, and nutrients to support immune health.
Domino's knows delivery, so when we asked our team members how to make carry-out more convenient, they had thoughts.
Frisbee.
That's a thought.
Deliver it.
Even better. Introducing Domino's Carside Delivery. Just pull up, check in online, and we bring your food to you. It's carry-out delivered.
You're watching the Weather Channel, and here's what we know at this hour about Hurricane Sally, a Category 2 hurricane now. More than 16 million in Sally's Cone in Pensacola Beach, Florida. There's a water main break, and the city is urging residents to store water. The Highway 59 bridge in Gulf Shores, Alabama, is closed. Want to show you what we are seeing right now with this storm. Again, it is a Category 2 hurricane, and the eye is very obvious. It is right there, and it's the northern eye wall right now that is clobbering parts of Alabama and Florida coastal areas here along the Gulf Coast, with some of these bands as well, bringing some very heavy rain and gusty winds. And right here in this one is the Weather Channel's meteorologist, Tevin Wooten. We're going to get back to him in just a little bit here, see what that's like. And then when we see what he's dealing with, you can only imagine what's going on in this right here. This is a very slow-moving storm, so flooding is going to remain a very, very big concern. It is going to end up being amounts that are going to be at historic proportions. So this is a life-threatening flood situation that is ongoing now. Flash flood warnings for parts of Bay County here and into Escambia County as well, Santa Rosa and Baldwin counties. And this is why there's rain coming down, and the radar has estimated already, not even landfall yet, has estimated in this range right here, 1 foot to 1.5 feet with more to come. In fact, a lot more to come for a lot of counties and a lot of real estate over some pretty big states here in the southeast. The whole really southeast portion of Alabama, and then getting through central Georgia. 1 foot of rain will be possible according to the European, the GFS forecast model. Also painting a very wet picture in orange, 5 to 8 inches, 8 to 12 inches in the red. A closer look here at some of the rain that is still to come. We're going to see a lot of it In fact, the pink area is right here, showing us again where we could be up around a foot of rainfall. Locally, Ray, we talk about maybe where it's really tough to predict exactly where some of these bands are going to set up. Can't rule out 20 to 30 inches of rain.
Wow. Yeah, it's amazing. Chris, we already seen a report come in at Naval Air Station, I think out of Pensacola, was 18.25, and it was still hammering. Now, luckily, we'll get a little weakening of the intensity of the storm in terms of the winds, but as Sally continues to move northeastward, eventually, the heavy rain will continue to go with it. Now, will it be 20 to 30 inches of rain? No, but will it be 6+ inches of rain? The answer to that question is yes, so you need to be prepared, especially if you're in the areas of Yellow, Atlanta, Greenville, and everybody in between. You get near Augusta and Columbia. This is the area where we'll be under the gun for flash flooding. It is likely in some spots, so be prepared. Know what your plan of action is going to be if you are under a flood warning. That means imminent or occurring flooding, and know what you'll have to do and where you'll need to go, because the heavy rainfall here, according to the European model, could exceed maybe a foot in some spots, especially northeast Georgia into the mountains of South Carolina. North Carolina, you'll get the heavy rain too. A little bit less near Charlotte and places like Raleigh, where you'll still see over a half a foot of rainfall, but still very generous rains expected. The USGFS model also in agreement, Chris, that we will get heavy rainfall. It's just the placement and how many people actually get heavy rain.
And heavy rain could be so used here. It's so necessary. It's something that's not really in the forecast for a lot of areas on the West Coast. Still dealing with the deadly wildfire emergency. Fires burning more than 5 million acres in Oregon, Washington, and California. One of the largest wildfires in the Golden State, the North Complex fire left behind a trail of destruction in the small town of Berry Creek. While the fire affected thousands of people, animals are not forgotten. Justin Michaels is in Butte County as a rescue group saves animals as the fire burns.
In the days after the wildfires tore through Berry Creek, California, signs of life are starting to return. These deer may be a little worse for the wear, but they are alive. Their forest hideaways burned into memory. The same goes for these two beautiful horses, enveloped in smoke, alone in a field, still breathing in the fumes from the fire that ravaged this area just days earlier. Highlighting the need for animal rescues like this one, run by the North Valley Animal Disaster Group.
It takes an army, honestly, to take care of these guys.
In the haste of leaving, with a moment's notice, many had to make the unbearable decision to leave their pets and animals behind. And this isn't the first time.
So a lot of these animals actually went through the campfire, too.
Like their owners, some of these animals have survived 2 record-breaking fires in 2 years.
There's animals with burns, there's animals that are colicking because of the stress.
More than 25 volunteers here at this one large animal clinic are working very hard, day and night, to give these animals the things they need after the fires. Like Zora here, just wants a little love. And there's more than just the physical health component to these horses. There's also a mental health component to their recovery.
I do believe a lot of them have PTSD after an event such as this. So we try to accommodate each animal individually.
He's 45 years old.
Tanya Kieselbach's old boy Casper needed rescuing.
Little Casper. He's such a good little guy.
Casper suffered some burns, but otherwise he's doing just fine.
They got him back up and took care of him, and now he's going to be okay again.
And look who else we found here too. Those 2 horses cloaked in smoke in that mountain pasture. Their names? Olive and Mario. They'll get the care and attention they need here until their owners can care for them again. In Oroville, California, Justin Michaels, The Weather Channel.
And all of that fire leading to some very unhealthy air quality. Air quality alerts, dense smoke advisories in effect for parts of the western U.S. The forecast for smoke does show and take some of this smoke to the east, taking it east of the Rockies. In fact, some of it getting all the way to the east coast, all the way to the northeast here in the coming days. This is this weekend, so a significant setup there on the west coast. You can see all of the individual fires and the amount of rain that's on the way. It's something, not a lot, but some.
Is that net carbs or total? Not enough fiber. Chocolate would be good.
Snacking should be sweet and simple.
The delicious taste of Glucerna gives you the sweetness you crave while helping you manage your blood sugar with nutrients to help support immune health.
So I'm going to hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you? Wait, what? The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there. Nope.
Watch this.
Breathe. Rear automatic braking. So if this Nissan Sentra isn't going to compromise, why should you? You're right. Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
When it's especially important to keep skin clean, keep reaching for Cetaphil. Recommended by dermatologists. Awarded by Allure. And most of all, loved by skin. Cetaphil, the cleanser sensitive skin loves.
I'm a performer. Always have been and always will be. Never letting anything get in my way. Not the doubts, distractions, or voice in my head. And certainly not arthritis. New Voltaren provides powerful arthritis pain relief to help me keep moving. And it can help you too. Feel the joy of movement with Voltaren.
It's about the humans. These humans, those humans, groovin' and golden. It's about getting more than health insurance and a partner who listens and acts. Humana calls it human care. It's talking to a doctor from your couch or helping you find a cheaper prescription before you ask. It's helping you fix the rugs so you don't fall and keeping you social, online or off. It's getting to know you so you can be your healthiest. That's our superpower. That's human care from Humana.
The Spectrum TV Sports Pack gives you over 10 sports channels.
Intentional ugly pants?
Channels like NFL Network, ESPN News, tennis, golf, and it's the only place to get NFL Red Zone.
Unsportsmanlike hairstyle.
You can even watch it outside using the Spectrum TV app.
Flagrant use of a beard. Personal foul, ate all the cheesy snacks. Double personal foul.
How many of those flags did you buy?
All of them.
The Spectrum TV Sports Pack for only $5 more a month. Upgrade now at channel 2495.
I didn't want to talk. She just sat with me. That was all I really needed.
It took me from being really depressed to feeling like somebody cared to give me some hope. Just that one text.
There's no set path, no way you have to be. So why not do what you've been dreaming of? You've got the power, we've got the tools. Make a website with GoDaddy and put what you want out there.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 61 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Overnight, partly cloudy skies, low 58, winds light and variable. Wednesday, plentiful sunshine, high 76, winds south-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Wednesday night, clear to partly cloudy, low 64, winds southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Get your daily dose of everything weather on Quibi. From the viral
now to the weather video that we cannot stop watching.
To the vital.
Get ready because we are in for another wet week.
And all the wonderful weather in between.
Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
The wind keeps pounding, the rain keeps falling. Welcome back into the Weather Channel's continuing coverage of Hurricane Sally. I'm meteorologist Tevin Wooten, joining you live from Navarre, Florida, where so far I was just checking out some of the latest observations. We've seen 66
mile-an-hour wind gust at a marina or a marine center on Navarre Beach. So that's about a mile behind me here. 57 mile-an-hour winds sustained at times. But perhaps the thing that a lot of people will be taken aback by, the rainfall rates. That is, how quickly is the rain falling per hour? Maybe 0.3 inches or half an inch sometimes is what a lot of people are accustomed to, but when you start getting those 1 to 2 inch rainfall rates, that's when you really start talking about a deluge, and that's precisely what we've seen all across northwestern Florida and portions of southeastern Alabama as well, and along the Gulf of Mexico coast and southern Mississippi. Baldwin County, places like Foley, Alabama, Fairhope, and also Alberta as well, 11 to 13 inches of rain. That was as of midnight. So guess what? Almost 45, 55 minutes after the hour, we're starting to see that those amounts continue to build, continue to add up. And it's not just the case in southern Alabama and southern Mississippi, but also here in Santa Rosa County, Florida as well, Escambia County, and perhaps all the way eastbound as well into Destin and Fort Walton Beach. I would not exclude you from this flash flood threat. And this isn't your run-of-the-mill flash flooding, folks. This is life-threatening flash flooding. This comes with a tag from the National Weather Service. They are saying that you need to pay attention to the rainfall, pay attention to the alerts that are coming out tonight and into Wednesday, and perhaps throughout the latter part of Wednesday as well, because here's the thing, even when the rain stops, the water still has to drain out, so it won't just go away like that. It's not going to evaporate all of a sudden. It's going to be here for much of the day on Wednesday and even into Thursday as well. Winds right now close to about 30 or 35 miles an hour, Chris. So as I send it back to you, I just want to let you know we are in this for the long haul. We are not done just yet.
It's going to be a long, long time before we are done for sure. Tevin Wooten, thank you so much. We'll get back to Tevin momentarily. Right now, though, as we continue to track Sally, historic storm, at least in terms of the rainfall that's expected, a life-threatening situation. We want to get a perspective right now from the ground in Orange Beach, Alabama, and that is where Charles Peak is right now. And Charles, can you give us an update as you've been in the area, what you've seen and what you're dealing with right now?
Dealing with the inner eye wall as the Sally's just almost on shore at this location, and we're having some very intense winds. The building that we're showing right here in front of me, part of the building has been ripped off. It looks like the roof that keeps bouncing there, it looks like it's about to rip off. Power lines down. You've got, in many cases, some water on the roads. Underneath these areas, a lot of relatively shallow flooding at this point in time, 6 to 12 inches is what I'm coming across so far.
Hey, Charles, you were just talking about part of a building coming apart here. Is that what we're seeing on the ground there? Can you give us a kind of an idea of what we are looking at?
Yeah, right here, it looks like it was a stairwell to this 3-story hotel. And so most of it, just as I drove back up, a part of it came flying off, and that's what's on the ground there. And then up just above it, the awning that is over the top of it. And at times when the wind hits it right, that'll start bouncing pretty strong. You can see the power lines are dangling here where some of the things have hit it there. So just watching to see what might happen here. Just before going on air, all the power in the area went off. For a while, this was still had power and was lit, but now all the power, as far as I can see, is out here.
And Charles, just can you give us an idea of, let us know where you are? And I know you're an experienced storm tracker, but just to make sure that you are in a safe location and you don't think you're going to be threatened by any imminent debris heading your way, right?
Correct. I'm positioned my vehicle where behind me I know there's nothing that can come flying and hitting me here. Everything that's in front of me would blow away from me. I am, as soon as we finish up, the winds are starting to shift, have a little more of a southerly component to it. And so when that happens with the ocean coming up, you could start getting some surge over the road. So I'm going to head back to a safer location at the hotel that I'm staying at to make sure I don't get cut off with the surge.
It's a great idea, of course, Charles. But as we're looking right now, we have your live picture up, Charles. And on the right, we're looking at the radar. And you're on the radar getting into the yellow and the orange. You're not even in the red yet. So as windy and as heavy of a rain as we're seeing right now on the left. We're not even in the worst of it yet, Charles, so glad that you do have a plan on the way, and we'll be checking back with you as well here coming up as we continue our coverage, and we certainly do appreciate it. Charles, good talking to you, my friend, and again, we'll be checking back in there. Be safe out there. Some very heavy rain. Again, Charles is right there. You can see Gulf Shores, and Orange Beach is just off to the right there with some of the worst of the weather in the northern eyewall coming on shore right now. You are watching the Weather Channel as we track Category 2 Hurricane Sally.
America's biopharmaceutical companies have one very important thing in common: a common enemy.
We're making great progress because we're collaborating in ways that we've never done before.
In a matter of weeks, we've progressed from potential treatments
to antibodies and antivirals that have shown positive results.
To several promising vaccine candidates.
Because science
is how we get back to normal.
Is that net carbs or total? Not enough fiber. Chocolate would be good.
Snacking should be sweet and simple. The delicious taste of Glucerna gives you the sweetness you crave while helping you manage your blood sugar with nutrients to help support immune health.
Clean is a feeling. It's the simple joy of washing your hands without ever touching a faucet. It's the little things that matter. That's why we create moments to feel Kohler clean every day.
That feeling when, yep, they've eaten everything. Keep them full with Hot Pockets. Premium pepperoni, real cheese, and that buttery garlic crust. Literally built to satisfy.
Hot Pockets.
What does Domino's know about tacos and burgers? As delivery experts, we know they shouldn't be delivered like this.
Thanks for the soggy tacos spread across the bottom of my delivery bag.
The burger was wilted.
We hate to see anything delivered poorly.
We wanted to give you a burger that is designed to be delivered.
A taco that was made to deliver right.
A taco from Domino's? What?
Oh my.
The new Domino's cheeseburger pizza.
This is our new chicken taco pizza.
Now the best way to get a taco or burger delivered is to get a Domino's pizza.
That is not a soggy taco.
Owners of select competitive vehicles can get $500 toward a new Acura ILX.
The shift has begun. The ante's been upped. To lead the charge, good had to be amazing. And amazing had to become the expectation. The power has shifted.
Now during Ram Power Days, get $1,250 bonus cash on the 2020 Ram 3500.
We promise, Incognito's plant-based burger won't bite. Ooh. But you should. Introducing Incognito. Looks, cooks, and tastes like meat, but it's made from plants. Incognito. What? Afraid you might like it?
Whether holding down the fort or bouncing back to school, childhood is always in session. So keep feeding us right with Sun-Made snacks. Just like when you were a kid. Delicious, made with whole fruit. Sun-Made.
This is something that will likely get worse, and the flash flood potential is really going to be our biggest issue here. We've got another 7, 8, 9, 10, and in some cases another foot more of rain to go.
The primary concern that we have now is flooding in low-lying areas because of storm surge.
Matt. Sally crashing into the Gulf Coast and bringing with it some torrential rainfall. Earlier during the day on Tuesday, water submerging a dock in Orange Beach, Alabama. Life-threatening storm surge as high as 4 feet in some areas. And Sally poses life-threatening freshwater flooding. So flooding from rain is also going to be at historic proportions here. And in Foley as well, dealing with some of the heavy rain and the flooding scenes here. So again, we are tracking what is now a Category 2 hurricane. Actually now a 1 a.m. advisory, a 105-mile-per-hour storm here, Ray. Still a Category 2. This is our special coverage of Hurricane Sally. I'm meteorologist Chris Warren.
And I'm meteorologist Ray Stajic. Yeah, Chris, with that latest advisory, we do have a storm that's a little bit stronger, not by much, and you're even finding some stronger winds with inside the eye wall. But we are at a Category 2 strength, 105-mile-per-hour storm. The pressure's still fairly low, 968, moving north-northeast, if you'd like to call it that, at 2 miles per hour, putting the center 60 miles south-southeast of Mobile, Alabama. So as you can see here, right on the north and northeastern side of the eye wall now, that's where the strongest winds are being realized. Typical in a nearly landfalling tropical system, but just a tremendous amount of rainfall right now. Some areas have got to be over 20 inches. About an hour ago, Naval Air Station in Pensacola did come in with 18.25 inches. It does look like it's been raining hard in that area and will continue to rain even harder. So that freshwater flooding continuing. And as you can see here, look at this. Almost seeing the eye trying to open up once again, or developing or becoming more visible now on this satellite picture. The reds and kind of the darker colors here, and even that kind of grayish color showing the higher, colder cloud tops. That's that kind of burst of convection or thunderstorms around the center, showing that we're seeing some slight strengthening. And if this trend continues, which it may, at least a little bit more over the coming hours, we're already going to realize maybe 100-mile-per-hour winds possible here, getting on shore pretty quickly. So a very strong storm, but the core of the strongest winds is right around the center and on the northeastern side of this storm. So it does look like it'll be a small area impacted, but wind is starting to pick up now. The rain has been basically all night, and it will continue for multiple hours. Flash flood warnings, Baldwin, Escambia, Santa Rosa counties in these areas around Mobile and Pensacola until 6:45 this morning. Everybody here in orange and the reds occasionally popping up. Expect very heavy rainfall. I'm sure it's keeping you up tonight, and it will continue to do so. The winds 103 miles per hour just offshore. That's a wind gust, 62 miles per hour in Fairhope. Pensacola 74 miles an hour. So now we're at just about hurricane force strength wind gusts. So wind and rain, the wind's blowing the rain sideways. Just an ugly early morning here as the heavy rain continues. And Chris, we've got more rain coming, and we're starting to see the winds now pick up. We're getting hurricane force or pretty close to it, plus wind gusts, and we expect those winds to maybe get a little bit stronger.
Yes, we are expecting those winds to get stronger for many areas. In fact, look at this. It looks like the rain is like just starting on the ground and blowing along the ground. But this is, just where the rain is coming into view of the headlights here in Pensacola, Florida. And the rain, when it's blowing sideways, it's windy. This is some serious business. And it looks like maybe part of that deck was something's kind of dangling there. Hard to say exactly what's going on, but certainly some very heavy rain and some localized flooding as well. So we're going to be talking a lot about flooding in the coming minutes and hours, and Tevin Wooten's right in the middle of it right now. Tevin, how have things changed for you here just in the past couple of minutes?
Chris, when you mentioned flooding, we're not talking about just your average flash flooding. We're talking about the potential for life-threatening flash flooding just offshore, south of Orange Beach, Alabama. We've perhaps seen close to 20 or 22 inches of rainfall per the radar estimate. But guess what? That zone, that hot spot, it is quickly moving north and northeast, all because of Hurricane Sally. 105-mile-an-hour winds right now. This is a strong Category 2 storm. The potential perhaps to reach Category strength status before landfall. You're only talking about 6 miles an hour of a difference, but despite that classification on the Saffir-Simpson scale, the one thing the Saffir-Simpson scale will not convey and cannot convey the potential of life-threatening flash flooding and the rainfall that we've already seen. The Saffir-Simpson scale, folks, it only covers your wind speed. So when you're talking about 100-mile-an-hour winds, 105, 106, 111-mile-an-hour winds, but you're not talking about the rainfall. And so that's why the National Weather Service and the National Hurricane Center are working in conjunction to issue these special statements, and they're upping the wording. They're not mincing their words at all. Do not, folks, do not, I cannot stress this enough, do not drive out tonight or tomorrow into the middle of a flooded roadway, because you may find yourself in a world of danger. We have not seen rainfall like this in some time here in northwestern Florida. So perhaps for folks that come in and they move in to one of the many military Air Force bases here, they may not necessarily know what a tropical storm or a hurricane is like, or flash flooding at the very least. The winds right now, 66 miles an hour. That was some of the strongest gusts we've seen at the Marine Beach Center here in Navarre, Florida, or at least on the beach. That's a mile directly to my south. Right here on land, though, and off the barrier island, we picked up wind gusts closer to 55 to 60 miles per hour. So we're starting to see now Sally's movement towards the north and northeast at about 2 miles per hour. So here is the thing that I'm looking at now. Where does that eye go? Because Pensacola is only about 15 or 20 miles to our west. Pensacola, maybe between Pensacola and Gulf Shores, getting in on the eye, the center of the storm. That's where you have that sinking air mass, and you also have that drier air as well, which will give you a brief reprieve from the strong winds and from the heavy rainfall. But to the east of the storm, perhaps the most dangerous side right now, and not just because of the strong winds between 65 or 75 miles per hour, sustained at times beyond that, but also the very heavy rainfall. We've seen rainfall here on Navarre, Florida, close to about 6 to 9 inches. Some of that has been a bit higher depending on where you are. There are a lot of areas that have really just been engulfed in rainfall, I would say, over the last 6 or 7 hours. And it wasn't just the rain. Going back to 6 hours ago, local law enforcement here already reporting debris in some of the streets and trees already coming down. That was 6 hours ago when the winds were 45 or 55 miles an hour. So now that Sally is scooting or inching closer and closer, now the wind speeds are picking up. So we're seeing more of that debris. We're seeing more power lines down and more trees down as well. The duration, folks, this is what you have to hunker down for. The duration of the rain, the duration of the heavy winds. Let me go ahead and show you how long we're likely to be wedged into the middle of this storm, at least on the eastern side of it, and in the middle of a heavy rainfall threat. From now all the way through midday on Wednesday, 55, 65 mile an hour winds. And then look at this, the moderate to heavy rainfall. Yeah, we're smack dab in the middle of that all the way throughout the day on Wednesday. Ray?
All right, Tevin. Yeah, we're certainly going to test some of those structures and some of the trees in and around that area as a slow movement, if we're moving at all. Sally continuing to pace parts of the panhandle of Florida. And not only do we have the wind, the strong winds now approaching hurricane force with some of the gusts and the rain, we also got our severe weather threat right in the northeastern quadrant where we would expect this is a tornado watch, and it's in effect until 6 a.m. Central Time. That means a threat for tornadoes in and around the watch area. And right now, I don't have any active warnings. We've got mostly flash flood warnings and just a plethora of them. Walton County now the latest until 2:30. But what we would look for in terms of severe weather is in these bands, these individual cells. You can see a little thunder and lightning there, and each one of those individual cells would be the ones that would have the opportunity to spin up and potentially produce the severe weather or the tornadoes. And the problem is that they would happen quickly. So watching this morning, hopefully you've got a way to get your alerts. You're going to have to take action quickly for the warnings. When they come out, they'll come up quickly. These storms will fire up and they'll weaken quickly, and usually they're weak EF0s and EF1s. But the bottom line is not only do we have heavy rain now and strong sustained winds, we're going to have that threat to see even stronger winds with some of these tornadoes. Looking at the velocity, don't really see much here in terms of rotating storms, but as we go through the morning hours, I'd imagine with this watch in place, we may actually see some stronger storms with some tornadoes possible. This is what we're looking at in terms of the ingredients for severe weather in the northeast quadrant, typical of a landfalling tropical system. Severe weather from Albany, Georgia, down toward Tallahassee and Panama City. This is where the greatest threat will be, with torcons 2s and 3s around as far north as Macon, as far south as the Gulf Coast. 20 to 30% chance of a tornado within 50-mile radius. Generally, the entire area that'll be on the east and northeastern side of the center of the storm will continue to have that severe weather threat, Chris. And I think it's going to continue even as the low hurricane comes on shore.
All right, Ray, and right now we want to go to Storm Tracker Scott Peak and take a look at what Scott is seeing and hear from Scott. Scott, can you give us an idea of what you are looking at right now and what you've seen since you've been there in Orange Beach?
Stop. Yes, well, we are right here on the roadway. As you can see, the wind is just whipping hard. We're taking it easy. John's my driver, and I'm spotting, and we're in this very intense wind right now. It's almost impossible to actually see the road at times because the wind is so strong and the rain is just so heavy.
So where exactly are you? Are you on the side of the road? Are you in a parking lot? If you're on the side of a road, what kind of a road, and what have you seen since you've been driving around?
Yeah, so we're on the side of a 4-lane road. There's a bunch of hotels with parking garages off to our left. So we're taking it slow, watching the roadway, and always keeping a plan to be able to go in the parking garage if we see surge or anything. But we're definitely experiencing some very strong winds with very intense rain.
I'm not sure how close you are to Gulf Shores because Orange Beach is right next to Gulf Shores, but as we are looking at the northern eye wall moving in, some of the worst of the weather right now is right on the dot in Gulf Shores. So if you're in Orange Beach a little bit to the west, you're probably in some of the worst of it, and you've got some time yet to go before you're out of it, possibly getting into the eye as well, the eastern part of the eye. So as we're looking right now, it's completely dark beyond your headlights. Have you noticed the power out there?
Yes, yeah, the power went out. It's been on and off here in Orange Beach, and it finally went off permanently. We did get a flicker for a moment, but it looks like it's permanently out. We're about 6 miles to the east of Gulf Shores, or about 6 or 7, so we're not too far away. So we're relatively close.
Okay, so Scott, I think it's actually going to get worse for you than what you're dealing with right now. And as you've been driving around while it was still light out, or even after dark, is there anything that really kind of stood out in your mind? I know you're a seasoned storm tracker here. Is there anything that stood out in your mind in Orange Beach or anywhere else on the Gulf Coast today?
Well, definitely the street flooding. That's been the theme of today, and we've had to drive on the shoulder just to keep away from the water that's been pulling on the sides of the road. So we've been trying to take it easy. But definitely the flooding. That's been what's been standing out the most.
And the flooding, of course, was it a sense that it was from the rain or more of just the surge ahead of the hurricane?
Definitely the rain. It's definitely from the heavy rain that's been constantly pounding Orange Beach and around us. So that's definitely what it's been coming from.
And oftentimes these storms can come in pretty quickly, but this is not the case with this one. It is excruciatingly slow at 2 miles an hour. Can you give us an idea of what the intensity of the rain has been like since it started, and if you had any significant breaks in the rain?
Right. Well, the last significant break we had was like maybe 4 or 5 hours ago when we had a feeder band come ashore and then kind of clear by. It slowed down a little bit, but ever since then, it's just been picking up ever so slowly until this point. You can probably see in the stream, I know there's a delay. It is just getting intense now, and it's just only going to get worse, like you said.
Yeah, you're getting into the eye wall right now. We have the split screen right now with your shot on the left and on the right. You're in Orange Beach, and you can clearly see that with now what it looks like we can see the northern half of the eye as it is getting closer, the northern part of the eye to the shore. What was that? What are you seeing?
Well, we just got a really strong gust. That just rocked the vehicle here. We've got a really strong gust. And you'll probably see it here in just a moment. I know there's a delay, but it's getting pretty strong here. It's definitely rocking the vehicle now.
And that was my next question. Can you kind of describe for people that haven't been in a vehicle in a hurricane, what is that like? What's the sensation that you're feeling, and what are you hearing?
Oh man, well the winds are just howling outside. I can't even roll the window down to even listen to it, but they're howling. We're having to go. We're turning into the wind right now, so but it's almost impossible to see the road. It's getting so intense.
And we know that you are experienced storm trackers. This is not something that just anybody can go out and do. Just to make sure that you guys do feel safe with what you're doing, not exposed to any possible debris.
Right. Yes. And like I said, this is a 4-lane road, and there's no power lines close to the road that would fall on us. So we're definitely taking it easy and taking it safe. Stop.
All right, Scott Peak, thank you very much. Storm tracker there getting into the northern eye wall here. And, of course, we do have crews and storm trackers that we are keeping tabs on and checking in with here as this storm is moving on shore right now. The northern part of the eye wall, some of the worst of the weather is coming on shore right now with the winds picking up. We're going to continue our live coverage here on the Weather Channel with crews spread out along the coast and inland.
Tara, did you know Geico is now offering an extra 15% credit on car and motorcycle policies?
Wow, okay.
That's 15% on top of what Geico could already save you. So what are you waiting for? Idina Menzel to sing your own theme song?
Tara, Tara, look at her go with a fresh cup of joe, getting down to work early, following her dreams into taxidermy.
It's tax attorney.
I read that wrong, oh yeah!
Geico. Save an extra 15% when you switch by October 7th.
I'm Jimmy Dean, and sausage is a great deal like life. You get out of it about what you put into it. You put in quality, and you're going to get out quality, and that's what we do with Jimmy Dean. You have a wonderful day, all right?
Can you believe all the Ings we fit under one roof? We're here to help your small business any way we can. Every ink for small business, all in one place. The UPS Store.
Every morning at 4:30, you hear the cooks hop on the floor. It's hard times in the mill, my love, hard times in the mill. Every morning right at 6, don't that old bell make you sick? Hard times in the mill, my love, hard times.
People were afraid I was contagious. I felt gross.
It was kind of a shock after I started Cosentyx.
4 years clear.
Real people with psoriasis look and feel better with Cosentyx. Don't use if you're allergic to Cosentyx. Before starting, get checked for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections and lowered ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor about an infection or symptoms. If your inflammatory bowel disease symptoms develop or worsen, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to, serious allergic reactions may occur. Learn more at Cosentyx.com.
What getting fueled with one protein feels like.
What getting fueled with 3 energy-packed proteins feels like. Meat, cheese, and nuts. P3, because 3 is better than 1.
There's never been a better time to refresh your home during Blinds to Go's Summer BOGO sale. Buy one, get one, 50% off. All blinds, shades, drapes, shutters, and motorized. Summer savings throughout the store, only at Blinds to Go. Now offering free shop-at-home service.
I tried a new laxative that's both gentle and fast.
New great-tasting Dalcolac Soft Chews works naturally with the water in your body in as little as 30 minutes. Puts you comfortably in control. New Dalcolac Soft Chews.
Doing what we love can be painful. Introducing Aspir Cream with essential oil. Now calming lavender oil is combined with fast-acting lidocaine for lasting relief. New Aspir Cream with essential oil.
There's never been a better time to refresh your home during Blinds to Go's Summer BOGO sale. Buy one, get one, 50% off. All blinds, shades, drapes, shutters, and motorized. Summer savings throughout the store, only at Blinds to Go. Now offering free shop-at-home service.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 60 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Overnight, partly cloudy skies, low 58. Winds light and variable. Wednesday, generally sunny, high 75. Winds south-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Wednesday night, mostly clear skies, low 64. Winds southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Hurricane season doesn't stop for a pandemic, and neither do we. Get the information you need to stay safe every day, right here on the Weather Channel.
Welcome back into the Weather Channel and our continuing coverage of Hurricane Sally. I'm meteorologist Tevin Wooten, and we are taking it on the chin right now as some of the strong feeder bands from Sally move onshore here in Navarre, Florida. Some of the strongest gusts thus far. They're 70 miles an hour, if not greater than that. So we're starting to verify hurricane strength here in northwestern Florida and in the Panhandle. But I do think there will be perhaps gusts there 100 to 105 miles an hour, if not sustained at times. We do know within the last hour, heck, within the last 30 minutes or so, per the National Hurricane Center, we actually had that storm come up to a Category 2 with 105-mile-an-hour winds right now. But one thing that the category does not convey is the rain and the flash flood threat. In fact, we have a flash flood emergency right now. Does not include Navarre, but does include places like Gulf Breeze and near Pensacola and points towards the north, and then west throughout Foley, Alabama, and near Baldwin County as well. If you look at the radar, let's zoom in if we can, Matt. I want to show you some of the strongest feeder bands that we're seeing. And look at how, of course, you do have the center of the storm moving onshore, but outside of that, maybe about 30, 45 miles or so, that's when we're starting to see that strong push of water, that strong push of winds. They are relentless from Sally at this hour. But notice how there's brief notches in that, in this reflectivity here between the yellows and the oranges. Yes, that's very heavy or moderate rainfall at the very least, but potentially water spouts and spin-ups in this embedded. You do get tornado warnings. We had a tornado warning about an hour or so ago. It was moving, folks, at 55 miles an hour. The tornado warnings were moving faster than Sally is at times, of course, but we do know that this storm is very slow. It's a crawl at times, and to relate it to something that I think a lot of people can think about for perspective, a turtle swims at about 10 to 12 miles per hour. Turtles crawl or walk, if you will, between 3 and 4 miles per hour. So Sally, quite literally, is moving at a turtle's pace, if not slower. And that is why we're concerned about the threat of life-threatening flash flooding and the strong winds as well. Now, if you are, I would say, near Gulf Breeze and also Gulf Shores, there's a potential that you get this eye. But ahead of that eye, though, on the northern extent, you do get the eye wall, you get winds at 100 miles an hour, and then you get that eye. Man, you do get that eye that does become a bit more quiet or silent, depending on how contaminated it is or not. But in the outer eye wall and some of the feeder bands, you can also get strong conditions just like this from Sally, where you get this extremely gusty wind, and it takes the rain, and instead of the rain falling straight down, it flows horizontally because of the direction of the winds, which, by the way, are coming out of the east-northeast, very strong at times, sustained near 45 miles an hour. So that is tropical storm force, but then it's the gust that will really get you and almost knock you right off your feet. The rainfall, by the way, it is adding up. I've seen about 3 or 4 inches in nearby parking lots, but I do know from social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, everything, we're starting to see that water rise now in some of the subdivisions here in Navarre, Florida, and points towards the west as well. I'm getting water in my boots and my jacket too. Water every which way, folks, because when you have a system this intense, this moisture-laden, and this potent, there is no way to avoid it. But what you can avoid, what you can do is hunker down. Do not drive into flooded streets right now. I'm not just saying that as a meteorologist. I'm saying that as a human. I'm saying that as a brother, as a son, and as an uncle. I do not want to report on any deaths from flash flooding. Do yourself a favor, do your families a favor, and your relatives a favor. Be safe tonight, folks, and hunker down. We're in this for the long haul. Not just here in Navarre. We've got our crews spread out all across the Gulf Coast, and we will be with you through the duration of this storm on the Weather Channel. Ray.
All right, thanks, Tevin. Yeah, and we're just kind of taking it now a step up with flash flood emergencies now coming in. Baldwin, Escambia counties, very heavy rainfall. We've had some reports of 20 inches. I'm going to read from the Weather Service. They said they've gotten reports of 20 inches of rainfall since the event began, and that number could easily be doubled. So life-threatening flooding most likely occurring right now. And if you double 20, you're getting close now to maybe 40 inches of rainfall. And that's not the forecast right now, but that's what the Weather Service is saying. It has been raining so hard here that now we've got a flash flood emergency. Around Pensacola, many of the streets are underwater already, and the heavy rain continues around Brent, Pensacola, and West Pensacola. This flash flood emergency means seek higher ground as soon as you can if you haven't already done so. The rain is coming down hard. We're looking at multiple additional inches of rainfall, and as we had said, we've seen almost 20 inches of rain in some spots already. One of the reports, this was an hour or more ago, 18.25 inches of rainfall reported by a trained spotter. So it's right in the heart here of where we're seeing that northeastern side of the center of the eye wall, or away from the center of the eye wall, where the heaviest rain is occurring, and there's plenty more to come. And that's the legacy of what Sally is, a very slow-moving storm and a very wet northeastern side where the very heavy rain is falling. Some of the heaviest rain coming with strong winds now to almost a hurricane force moving onshore with some of the wind gusts. Very strong winds, and now tornado warning for Bay County here right around Panama City, Springfield, and Cedar Grove. So now we're getting some of these tornado warnings coming in. Take action, take cover now if you are in the areas around Cedar Grove, Panama City, and Springfield. Looking at a storm that potentially is producing a little rotation, maybe right in this area here. So if you have the opportunity to get in your safe place now, as we're starting to get a few tornado warnings now starting to come out.
Breakfast wants you back. Try Just Crack